Chapter 1. In the ninja world, it was another sunny day. A big event suddenly happened in the ninja world of the endless parallel world today. A large screen suddenly appeared in the sky that had never changed. When the screen just appeared, everyone was stunned. In the 47th year of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was the third Hokage at this time, looked at the huge screen in the sky with a serious face. Not long after, Naruto hurriedly pushed open the door of the Hokage's office. Before he opened his mouth, he heard the anxious voice of the third Hokage. "How is it, Shikaku?" Naruto shook his head in frustration. No abnormalities were found. Except for the extra screen in the world, the whole world is still running normally. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked ugly. Although he was not very successful, he loved his village deeply and had great hostility towards this strange object that was very likely to destroy the village and affect the world. "How high?" As soon as these words came out, Naruto immediately fell silent. "Infinitely high." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. "What do you mean?" "Cannot be touched, every time it approaches it will become farther away, and it can't be attacked." Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the Hokage chair and murmured, "Cannot attack, can't approach." He sighed for a long time and waved his hand. "Forget it, if it is really harmless, we don't need to care about it." Naruto walked out of the Hokage's office and arranged the Hokage's order. "It's a blessing, not a disaster, it's a disaster that can't be avoided." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and continued to work. At the same time, the leaders of the major ninja villages and Sarutobi Hiruzen are in the same situation, and they have no choice but to give up investigating the huge screen in the sky. "Minato teacher, what is this thing in the sky?" Uchiha Obito lay on the grass in the wild, looking curious. Namikaze Minato said calmly, "I don't know either, but don't worry. This huge light screen has been there for most of the day. If there was really any danger, it would have exploded long ago, not until now." Uchiha Obito nodded. "That's right. With such a long time, even if it was just brewing strength, it should be almost there." Then he smiled and got up quickly. "Teacher Minato, what delicious food will Master Kushina make for us today?" Kakashi, who had been motionless before, glanced at Uchiha Obito, with a mocking smile on his face, as if he was mocking his lack of ambition. "Ah, Kakashi, what's that expression on your face?" Obito noticed Kakashi's expression and suddenly became unhappy. "Laugh at you." Kakashi's expression was calm, as if he was telling a trivial matter. "Haha," Namikaze Minato and Nohara Rin laughed together. Seeing that Obito was about to go up and fight Kakashi, Nohara Rin quickly stopped him and comforted him. "Kakashi has no malicious intentions. You just said what Master Kushina would do. I guess there must be your favorite food." "I don't know what Obito likes to eat the most." "Guessed right." A crisp voice sounded from the woods. Several people were happy and turned their heads to look. Soon, a red-haired woman stood in front of them, holding a huge lunch box in her hand. Kushina smiled and said, "Not only your favorite food, but also your most hated food." Uchiha Obito immediately became depressed, but he did not dare to resist his master's wife. Kushina touched Obito's head. "Being picky about food is not a good habit." Among the three, she likes Uchiha Obito the most, and even said that she hopes her children can be as helpful and optimistic as him. Then Kushina opened the lunch box and they started eating. The Ninja World event system is about to load. Please note that the Ninja World event system is about to load. Ahem. Uchiha Obito was startled by the sudden sound and looked around hurriedly. Kakashi looked at him and said speechlessly, "Idiot, in the air." He raised his head and looked at the screen in the air, and he didn't even want to argue with Kakashi. 63 years of Konoha. Naruto, Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Kakashi also had a look of downtime. He actually spoke? I thought he was not a threat to the ninja world. Kakashi looked unhappy and immediately thought of reporting to the Hokage, but then he thought that the Hokage probably already knew about it, so it would be useless to go there now. He actually spoke. Naruto stuffed food into his mouth in amazement. They had just graduated not long ago, and the mission in the Land of Waves had just been completed. They had only recovered from their injuries for a day, and now they were planning to train, but something like this happened, which made Naruto speechless. What should we do next? Teacher Kakashi, Haruno Sakura was worried beside him. Authentic. Naruto laughed and still stuffed food into his mouth. What else can we do? Of course we eat it. This thing should not be hostile, otherwise it would have attacked us long ago. Why would we say it is about to be loaded? Sasuke, Kakashi, and Haruno Sakura all looked at Naruto with a little surprise. Naruto was startled and said in a trembling voice, "What's wrong?" He was worried. Did he say something wrong? Sasuke said in surprise, "Why didn't I realize that Naruto is so smart?" Yes, I thought you would just rush forward and never thought you would use your brain, Haruno Sakura nodded. Even Kakashi agreed with some vague agreement. Naruto's face flushed and he pouted, "You are hurtful." Haha, several people laughed immediately, and then looked at the screen in the air with a serious expression. Ding, loading completed. The inexplicable voice sounded again, and then a huge anime face appeared on the huge light screen in the shocked eyes of all the people in the ninja world, speaking in a very mechanical voice. Hello everyone in the ninja world, I am the Ninja World event system. As the name suggests, I will review the major events that have happened in the future, the past, and the present. These events will affect history to a certain extent, and all the characters on the video, regardless of strength, age, and gender, can get rewards. Rewards include but are not limited to strength improvement, chakra upper limit increase, learning ninjutsu, changing bloodline, resurrection quota, and gold coin rewards. Simple and easy to understand, but it shocked the entire ninja world. Naruto pointed at the huge screen with his right hand and said in a trembling voice, "Is what he said just now true or false?" No one answered him. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who had a flushed face and didn't know what he was thinking. Great, there is a resurrection quota. Whether it is true or false, I, Uchiha Sasuke, must fight for it and must revive my parents. Even Kakashi was the same. The moment he heard about the resurrection quota, 3 figures appeared in his mind, Obito, Rin, and his father. At this moment, he actually hoped that the light screen in the sky was telling the truth. Seeing that no one answered him, Naruto had to eat the cold lunch. Naruto, don't you have any ideas? Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto who was indifferent and was a little dumbfounded. Naruto shook his head and said, "No, you see, we can learn ninjutsu by ourselves, and our strength can be improved slowly. I feel that my bloodline is pretty good now, and there is no need to change it. As for the resurrection quota, I don't know who my parents are, I am not dead, Kakashi teacher is also here, and Grandpa Hokage is not dead either. Everyone is living well. Even if this resurrection quota is given to me, I can't use it." Several people looked at Naruto in unison, and suddenly admired Naruto's optimistic temperament. 47 years of Konoha. Uchiha Obito looked at the screen in the air and felt bored. He was very satisfied with the bloodline of his Uchiha family. There was no need to change it. Grandma was still alive and there was no need for a resurrection quota. But Grandma didn't have much time left. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up and he looked at the huge light screen in the air again. It seemed that he could also be on the video. Of course, he was just thinking about it. He didn't think he could change the history of the ninja world. Namikaze Minato and Kushina looked at each other, especially Namikaze Minato. At this moment, he felt that the food made by his favorite Kushina was not fragrant. Finally, while everyone in the ninja world was waiting, the sound of the huge light screen sounded again. Next, please watch, one of the top 10 events, Uzumaki Naruto's wife stealing record. Naruto, who was still eating the last bite of rice, was choked directly and looked at the screen in the air with a shocked face. His expression seemed to be saying, why it was me? Naruto was confused. JPG. Chapter 2. The 63rd year of Konoha. The people of Konoha village immediately started to talk about it. Some people looked very ugly when they heard Naruto's name. Why is it that nine-tailed kid? He killed the 4th Hokage and many villagers. It's fake, this shitty light screen must be fake. That's right, everyone knows that the nine-tailed kid is only in his teens and he has taken his wife away. This is bullshit. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently pressed the brim of his hat, and was surprised. He didn't expect that the first video was actually Naruto. It was really beyond his expectation. But it's okay. It seems that Naruto has grown up successfully in the future. He originally thought that Naruto, as the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, would find it difficult to grow into a young man. It seems that Naruto will live a smooth life in the future. The 47th year of Konoha. Who is this Uzumaki Naruto? Obito was confused. He had never heard of him before. Teacher, is he from your era? Minato Namikaze nodded solemnly. No, I have never heard of this name either. Uzumaki? Could he be a member of Sister Kushina's tribe? Kushina said, it's possible. Although our tribe has been extinct, many people have escaped from the Uzumaki country. He may be one of my tribe. The video gradually showed the picture, which was a huge poster in the center of the light screen. A yellow-haired young man was posted in the poster, with a white bandage on his right hand and a red scarf around his neck. There was a woman in the upper right corner. She was wearing a black veil on her head and a black dress. She looked extremely beautiful and had a curvy figure. Fuck, it's really Naruto, and it's the grown-up Naruto. By the way, who is that woman? Everyone who knew Naruto showed a shocked expression. Could that woman be Naruto's wife? But why did that fool find such a beautiful wife? This is not normal. Absolutely not normal. Naruto opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of astonishment. Why is it him? He has such a great ability to change history. He doesn't want to change any bullshit history, he prefers to be a Hokage. This girl looks like Hinata. Haruno Sakura muttered to herself, the appearance is very similar, especially the pair of white eyes. So, it's really a bit like it. Kakashi touched his chin and pondered for a while. Naruto frowned slightly. Will he marry Hinata in the future? It feels incredible. In his impression, Hinata is a strange girl. When she sees him, her face turns red and sometimes she faints. He always thought that Hinata hated him and didn't want to talk to him, but why did the two of them go to the end and get married? It's worth thinking about. Naruto, Naruto. Haruno Sakura interrupted Naruto, who was in deep thought, and asked with a smile, how is it? Do you know your future marriage partner? Naruto shook his head and said, not so good. Not what I thought. He originally wanted to consider the major events of life after becoming Hokage, but now it seems that the future development has far exceeded his imagination. Team 8, Inyazuka Kaiba and Abarame Shino looked at Hinata, who was shy and dared not look directly at the screen. They didn't believe it in their hearts. Could a character like Hinata really marry Naruto as she wished? They didn't dare to imagine it at all, especially Yui Kurane. She smiled bitterly. She saw her disciple's wedding before she got married. It must be said that fate is playing tricks on people. Some people were shocked and some were puzzled in the endless parallel ninja world. Under the gaze of everyone, the system officially played the first video. The picture unfolded. To everyone's surprise, the video did not describe Naruto at the first time, but started with Hinata. What caught everyone's eyes was the Hyuga mansion. Countless people were dressed in black. Little Hinata was held by Hyuga Hayashi's right hand and stood in the first row of the crowd. Who died? Why are they all mourning? Some people in Konoha village were puzzled, but some people immediately understood when they saw Hinata's age and Hyuga Hayashi's expression. This was Hyuga Hisashi's funeral. Hyuga Niji, who was on a mission outside, saw this scene, and his eyes gradually became sharp, exuding a strong murderous intent. Why can the people of their main family live in peace, while our people of the branch family have to die for them? This is unfair. Looking up at the screen in the air again, little Hinata looked around with a puzzled look, and then looked at Hyuga Hisashi lying in the coffin. She seemed to understand something. The night gradually darkened, and Hyuga Hinata kept crying. She walked out of the Hyuga mansion. She didn't understand why Uncle Hisashi died. He was still alive and well a few days ago. It was snowing heavily outside. Hinata collapsed due to hunger and cold. Under a street lamp. If we keep going like this, can we see Uncle Hisashi? Hinata's voice was infinitely amplified, and the whole ninja world heard such voices. Some people were silent, thinking that it was just a joke of a child. After all, a 3-year-old child did not have a deep concept of death. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. This matter was his fault. If he could be tougher back then, maybe Hisashi would not die, but the situation of the village at that time did not allow him to be tough. Just after the Nine Tails Rebellion, a large number of excellent ninjas died, and even the 4th generation Hokage died. They simply did not have the strength to compete with the prosperous Cloud Village. In desperation, they could only let Hisashi become a scapegoat. 47 years of Konoha. Hisashi family, Hisashi and Hisashi looked at each other, and then Hisashi tightly held Hisashi's hand. Brother. Okay, brother, there's no need to say more. If it's to protect the village and the family, I'm not afraid of death. Hisashi's tone was very firm, as if he was telling a very ordinary little thing. Let's not talk about this. My niece is really cute. She's so sad. It seems that I love her a lot. Hisashi laughed. Hisashi looked at the screen helplessly, but he made up his mind that he must not let his brother die in front of him. In the video, Hinata was lying on the ground. The freezing ground did not make her feel cold, because her heart was already cold to the bone. She lay on the ground and cried loudly, and her tears melted the snow on the ground. What are you doing here? Naruto walked from a distance with his feet out. The camera clearly showed Naruto's face from far to near. This child looks like you, Kushina said to Minato Namikaze. Namikaze Minato nodded. It was true. The child's eyebrows were indeed very similar to his own, especially the golden hair. Uchiha Obito chuckled, maybe this is the child of the teacher and sister Kushina. It's possible, but why did this child run out so late? Nohara-Lin asked puzzledly. You'll know after you take a look, Kakashi took over the conversation. In the video, Naruto slowly came to Hinata, looked at Hinata who was crying, and pulled her up. Where is your home? I'll take you back. Hinata sobbed and pointed in a direction. The scene turned and Hinata and Naruto stood in front of the Hyuga family's mansion. Naruto said with envy, I say, you have such a big family, why are you crying? Hinata looked at Naruto in surprise, not understanding what he was saying. Look at me. He paused for a moment, then grinned, I have no friends, no parents, and no family as big as yours, but I never cry, never cry. Then he turned his head and walked away. Hinata stared at his back blankly, so the boy's back was imprinted in the girl's heart for life. Naruto's words made people sad. Of course, these sad people were only those who had a good relationship with Naruto, such as Sasuke, Kakashi, Shikamaru, and others. They knew Naruto's childhood, so they could empathize with him. It's not easy for this child to grow up so big, Namikaze Minato sighed, without figuring out Naruto's identity, but Naruto's tragic life experience made him sympathize. That's right, it feels worse than me. Obito nodded as if it was a matter of fact. The video continues. Still in the ice and snow, Hinata was bullied in the forest, and Naruto, who was playing on the swing in the distance, jumped up. Stop! He stood in front of Hinata, looking angry. The three guys in front said with an unhappy look on their faces, "Who are you to meddle in our business?" "I am Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will become Hokage." Chapter 3. My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will become Hokage. As soon as these words came out, the three people sneered. "Hokage? Can you please stop teasing us?" Naruto's face flushed and he instantly formed a seal. Clone technique. But it is a pity that the two clones together are less than an inch tall. I modified the bug here, because Naruto at this time can't have multiple shadow clones, so I changed it to clone technique. The guys were shocked, and then looked at the two small Narutos that Naruto split out and laughed. "With a clone like you, we can beat 100 of them." Then they rushed up, punched and kicked Naruto, and his red scarf was torn off. After a while, Naruto jumped up from the ground, still shouting, "It's not over yet, keep fighting." But after looking around, he couldn't see anyone. Hinata saw him wake up and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Naruto covered his cheek and shook his head. "But..." Hinata handed the tattered scarf in her hand to Naruto. Naruto waved his hand, turned around and left. Only the girl who was holding the red scarf tightly in the snow was left. Team 8, Inyazuka Kaiba looked at Hinata with surprise. "You two knew each other at such a young age?" Hinata blushed and nodded. She was deeply impressed by these two things. It was after these two things that she couldn't forget Naruto. Inyazuka Kaiba laughed and said, "I didn't expect Naruto to be a hero and save the beauty when he was a child, even though he was beaten badly. If it were me, I wouldn't. If it were you, you would probably run away." Abarame Shino said on the side. "You were very timid when you were a child." This sentence made Inyazuka Kaiba blush, and then several people looked at the screen again. The scene changed to the classroom of the Ninja Academy. Iruka stood in the classroom, smiling and looking at everyone. "If tomorrow is the end of the world, who do you want to be with?" Naruto put his hands behind his head and said nonchalantly, "How is it possible? That's the moon, how could it suddenly fall down? Isn't this a joke?" Teacher Iruka scratched his head helplessly and said, "This is just a hypothesis. Hypothesis, do you understand?" Akimichi Koji said loudly, "Compared to the moon, I hope that meat will fall down." Everyone laughed when they heard what Akimichi Koji said. As expected of Akimichi Koji, he is definitely the best in eating. Naruto said loudly, "Even if the moon falls down, I will protect everyone." Teacher Iruka said, "Write the name of the person you want to be with you when the world ends." Naruto held his head and rested his chin on the table. "This is troublesome, I don't know who my father is, who my mother is, and I don't have any friends." Thinking of this, he simply stopped writing and folded the paper into a small airplane and flew away. The small plane flew past Hinata's eyes, and she was a little surprised, but then she heard Iruka's roar, "Naruto, don't throw the paper around." But Naruto said, "There's nothing I can do. I don't have anyone I particularly want to be with." Hinata looked at Naruto, suddenly smiled, and quickly wrote on the paper. Naruto's small plane flew out of the classroom, flying farther and farther, and time passed faster and faster, and he came to the time when he was 19 years old. The 19-year-old Naruto was radiant and stood in the ninja school. He looked at the many students in front of him and smiled, "Today I am a special teacher, explaining physical skills to everyone. Pay attention to the lecture." Hearing Naruto's speech, the whole school instantly boiled, and countless girls shouted Naruto's name excitedly. "Naruto-senpai! Naruto-senpai!" Naruto looked at these fanatical girls and got ready helplessly. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Koji and others outside the school saw Naruto and sighed. "I didn't expect that Naruto would be so popular." Akimichi Koji stuffed potato chips into his mouth. "Of course, Naruto is the biggest contributor to the Fourth Ninja World War and the man who saved the world. I feel that this treatment is not enough." Nara Shikamaru put his hands in his pockets and smiled. "Yes, Naruto is now in his peach blossom period, Yamanaka Ino also said with a smile. Let's go, there are still tasks. The figures of the three people in the picture disappeared. The picture continued. Konohamaru took Naruto away and came to the house where he used to live, and then found a lot of sundries. Naruto picked up a doll of the third Hokage with a speechless face, and touched it lightly, and the two bronze gongs collided with each other and made a sound. These things. Konohamaru immediately said, these are all the relics of Grandpa Hiruzen, and they are important to me. You are not allowed to say that they are useless. Yewan seemed a little uncertain, so he said it again, don't say it's useless. Naruto nodded helplessly, but in fact, these things are really useless to him. At this time, there was an uproar in the ninja world. Nara Shikamaru didn't say much, but he was definitely a heavyweight. What is the Fourth Ninja World War? What is Naruto the man who saved the world? Are you sure you are exaggerating? There are also relics of the third Hokage. Does this mean that the old guy of the third Hokage is finally dead? Shimura Danzo was excited. Hiruzen was finally dead. The fifth Hokage is finally me. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, and I laughed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was calm. For him, death was not a bad thing. His only thought was whether he died in battle or died of old age. 47 years of Konoha. Namikaze Minato was questioning. What is the Fourth Ninja World War? We haven't even seen the Third Ninja World War. How many years have passed, and the Fourth Ninja World War has started again? The Third Ninja World War has already shown signs, but no country has officially started the war yet. However, the video said that the Fourth Ninja World War has already been fought, which made him speechless. War. Namikaze Minato was in a heavy mood. No matter which side wins, war is bloody and cruel. The third Hokage is dead. It's been so many years. Obito was surprised. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just entered old age and was still far from death. Nohara Rin suddenly felt a little sad. That kind old grandfather would also die one day. The 63 years of Konoha. Naruto in the wild was even more smiling and excited. The hero who ended the Ninja World War and the man who saved the world, with these titles, he can definitely become a Hokage, and maybe he can really surpass the previous generations of Hokage. Sasuke looked at Naruto with surprise. No matter how he looked at this tale, he didn't look like someone who had these titles. What's wrong? Sasuke, are you jealous of me? Sasuke curled his lips. He had to admit that he was a little jealous. Kakashi laughed. He was indeed the most unexpected ninja. It turned out that saving the world was something that had to be left to him. At the same time, people from the Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Rock Village and other major ninja villages looked solemn. This information was too important. The key was that the ninjas with these titles were not in their ninja villages. This was the most important thing. As for the bullshit Ninja World War or saving the world, they were not interested. What they were interested in was the power behind these titles. Notify them to investigate this Uzumaki Naruto with all their strength. With one order, all the intelligence agencies of the ninja villages began to operate at full capacity, investigating the man named Uzumaki Naruto. In the video, the screen turned. In a wilderness, Hyuga Hayashi stood there, looking up at the sky with a solemn expression. That was the head of the Hyuga family. Someone with sharp eyes recognized him. However, the look of Hyuga Hayashi as if he was facing a great enemy shocked everyone. You should know that Hyuga Hayashi's strength is enough to rank among the top in Konoha village, but now he looks like a helpless child. You ask me for an answer, and I tell you, this is the answer of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi flashed and instantly came into the air, punched a soft fist, but was easily blocked by the man. Then, the figure of the mysterious man disappeared in the surprised eyes of everyone. But at the same time, several puppets suddenly appeared in the air, spitting chakra beams from their mouths, and severely injured Hyuga Hayashi in a few breaths. In desperation, he had to escape with serious injuries. "You can't run away. I will find you, Hyuga." The mysterious man appeared in the sky again, with a cold face. This white-haired young man is exaggeratedly strong, and everyone thinks so. No one in the current ninja world can beat the head of the Hyuga family in a few breaths and make him escape in a panic. Even Nagato, who calls himself a god, can't do it. Chapter 4. Emo Yanjai got on Bulma's motorcycle to catch up with Goku's pace, holding Bulma's waist with both hands. Hey, Emo Yanjai, why are you putting your hands on my waist? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Bulma said with a red face. Of course not, it's because the speed is too fast and the wind is too strong. If I don't hold you, I will fall down. Emo Yanjai said so, but he was still secretly happy in his heart. Because he was too excited, his hands were still shaking. Just hold me, don't move around. Bulma's face was still flushed, and the car was shaking from side to side. Okay, you drive well, I won't move. Emo Yanjai also calmed himself down. Gradually, he caught up with Goku's pace, and the turtle on Goku's back. It's okay now, you can let go of your hands, Bulma said. Oh, Emo Yanjai reluctantly let go of his hand. At this time, a big bear jumped out. I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, leave money for the passage. I think the turtle is delicious. Why don't you give it to me and I will let you three live? No, I have already promised to help it go home. How can I give it to you? Goku said naively. Goku is right, since we rescued the turtle, then we can't give it to you. The last time he fought the wolf pack was not enough, this time he can finally fight again. Emo Yanjai also has his own calculations, not to mention Goku is sitting in the battle. Goku, Yanjai, how about, or we should give the turtle to him. In Bulma's mind, the big size means the big force, not to mention he is so big. The turtle pretended to faint as soon as Bulma finished speaking. In that case, then the three of you will be my reserve food, the big bear said, and took out a big knife to chop over. Goku carried the turtle on his back, and Emo Yanjai held Bulma. Both of them dodged to the side. A knife-cut crack suddenly appeared on the road. Goku, let me do it, Emo Yanjai shouted. Let go of Bulma and rushed up immediately, leaving Bulma in shock. Light speed kick. Emo Yanjai used the martial arts fused from Kizaru and Tao Pai Pai, and with a swish, no one could see clearly, and kicked Big Bear. Big Bear and Emo Yanjai were frozen in an instant, and Emo Yanjai fell to the ground. It's done. Big Bear was stunned for a while, touched his chest. I'm fine? It turns out you're just fast. It's my turn. He swung a knife at Emo Yanjai. Bulma shouted, Emo Yanjai, be careful. Emo Yanjai dodged everywhere, but neither side could do anything to the other. After dodging a knife, Emo Yanjai immediately left the battlefield. Goku, it's your turn, he secretly said. Damn, I'm so tired, fighting is so tiring, but I can't breathe heavily in front of Bulma. Emo Yanjai, are you okay? Bulma was still a little worried. It's okay, I'm very strong, Emo Yanjai said. Then who was chopped up and down by the big bear? Bulma said with a mocking face. That's because I haven't practiced my magic skills yet. Goku and the big bear started fighting. Is Goku okay? Bulma asked. It's okay, don't worry, Emo Yanjai thought. Goku is the protagonist, how could he be in trouble? After dodging a series of attacks from Big Bear, Goku also played a guessing game, and the stone punched Big Bear in the face, and Big Bear fell to the ground instantly. Wow, Goku, you are so powerful. Bulma didn't expect this kid to be so strong. No, Wukong smiled and touched the back of his head. When he saw the Big Bear being knocked to the ground, the turtle stopped pretending to sleep. Wukong continued to carry the turtle on his back, and Emo Yanjai rode Bulma's motorcycle to the sea. After arriving at the sea, the turtle said to wait for him. He wanted to repay Wukong. The three of them waited for him here, and soon, the turtle brought an old man wearing orange clothes, carrying a purple turtle shell, and wearing sunglasses. "Who saved my turtle?" asked Master Kame, and the turtle said to Master Kame, "It was that kid. Since you saved my turtle, then I will give you something as a gift." Master Kame walked to the beach, raised his crutches, and shouted, "Come out, Phoenix!" After waiting for a while, they found that there was no movement, which made everyone speechless. Mo Yanjai couldn't help laughing when he saw this classic clip. The turtle was also speechless and said to Master Kame, "The phoenix died last year." "Oh, really? I forgot." Everyone fainted. "In that case, then come out," the somersault cloud turtle hermit shouted again, and soon a yellow cloud floated over, and everyone went up to observe the somersault cloud. "This is the somersault cloud?" Wukong asked in surprise. "Yes, only people with pure hearts can control this cloud. I will show you how." A big sitting, Master Kame penetrated the cloud and fell to the ground. Mo Yanjai thought to himself, "Master Kame, you old man have lust, how can you possibly ride on the somersault cloud? Let me try it." The same result as Master Kame. "It seems that I also have desires, it should be lust." Mo Yanjai tried it. Bulma also wanted to try, but she couldn't ride it either. Bulma also had desires, only Gaku was pure-hearted. Since she couldn't ride it, Bulma's original idea of wanting a cloud like this also disappeared, and suddenly she saw Master Kame with a dragon ball hanging around his neck, and said, "Grandpa, I'm also helping to save the turtles, why don't you give me the bead hanging around your neck? This bead is my heirloom, I can't give it to others easily, unless you exchange something with me," Master Kame said seriously. Master Kame is also very smart. He thought that this bead might be a treasure, but he is already old and does not care much about material things. The only shortcoming he has is his lust. After all, beautiful women can make him happy physically and mentally. Is this the secret of his longevity? He actually lived to be 319 years old, Mo Yanjai thought. "What do you want?" Bulma asked expectantly. "Little girl, can I see your underwear?" Kame's eyes turned into stars. Bulma blushed and thought to herself, "This old man is so perverted." But for the sake of Dragon Ball, Bulma decided to show him. "Forget it, Bulma is wearing pants, it's not convenient, otherwise, we buy you 10 magazines you want." Mo Yanjai's smile was a bit teasing and a little bit vulgar. "Oh, it seems that the young man doesn't want me to see this lady, so forget it." Kame also understood and helped. But he didn't plan to give Dragon Ball. "Then buy you 20." Mo Yanjai continued to raise the price. 20 books, enough for me to read for a long time. I don't have much use for these beads, so just give them to them." "Okay, but you have to give me 20 more books in the future." Mo Yanjai thought to himself, although it's a bit troublesome, but Gaku may learn from Master Roshi in the future, and then maybe he can steal the skills of the old man. "Okay, that's it." After buying Master Roshi the magazine he wanted, the three of them continued their journey to find the Dragon Ball. At this time, Pilaf came late. It turned out that he had been to Master Roshi's small room and found no one there. He looked around before finding him. "Excuse me, are you Master Roshi?" Chapter 5. His face was wrinkled with smiles. It seems that he managed Ichiraku really well. After so many wars, he could still run the ramen restaurant steadily. He was really capable. There were several people sitting in Ichiraku ramen restaurant, including Sakura, Naruto, Shikamaru, Ino, etc. They were eating and talking and laughing. Naruto put his hands together, first said "I'm starting," and then said, "It's happiness to eat a bowl of ramen in such cold weather." "Haha, what you said, when will you stop eating ramen?" Harano Sakura was a little speechless. Whenever she saw Naruto, Naruto was either eating ramen or on the way to ramen. He really loves ramen. Of course, because ramen is delicious, so I like to eat it. Just when he was about to use his chopsticks, Naruto seemed to think of something and took off the scarf hanging around his neck. "Don't get it dirty." "This scarf?" Sakura Haruno asked, noticing something was wrong, but soon heard Ino's words. "Have you eaten, Hinata? Do you want to eat something?" Ino stood up and walked to Hinata with a smile. "You're welcome, I'll treat you today." Naruto took over and stuffed a mouthful of noodles into his mouth. "But be more neat." Sakura Haruno pulled Hinata to her seat. Just then, several girls came to Naruto and greeted him with a smile. "To thank you for your gifts for the Samsara festival, I'll treat you today." "You're welcome." "Senior, sit here," one of the red-haired girls shook Naruto's arm and said coquettishly. Hinata stood up with a depressed look on her face, holding her carefully woven scarf and walked away. "Aren't you going to eat, Hinata?" Naruto was a little confused as he looked at Hinata going away. "Thank you, I'm not hungry." Naruto felt strange about Hinata's strange behavior, but he didn't care much. Sakura said with a look of disappointment, "Go and send her off." "Send Hinata off? Why? The village is very safe. This is Konoha village. Who dares to act wild in Konoha village if they are tired of living? Naruto can guarantee the security of Konoha village." "What a fool!" Sakura was speechless. Naruto was a little angry about what Sakura said. "Why do you say that? Think about it yourself." Everyone outside the video was speechless, especially Haruno Sakura who was with Naruto. "You weren't so stupid when you were a child." Naruto frowned slightly, and didn't seem to understand what Sakura meant. "Okay, you don't need to understand. But the name of this video is Uzumaki Naruto's wife stealing record. It seems that your road to chasing Hinata is not easy." Sakura sighed. Kakashi smiled. "It seems that this ninja with the highest degree of unexpectedness has a low EQ." On the other hand, Hinata looked pale as she watched herself retreat again. Kurane Yui comforted her, "It's okay. You will definitely be with Naruto in the future." She knew that the empty promise would not have much effect, so she could only let Hinata watch it by herself. In the video, Hinata stood under the street light and kept contacting bleaching, and the words of Haruno Sakura to her appeared in her mind. "Maybe it's because we are the same." "Same?" Hinata murmured to herself, and then a smile appeared on her face. "Very good, practice it again and then go find Naruto." But at this moment, Naruto suddenly came out from the corner, saw Hinata mumbling there, and asked curiously, "Hinata, what are you doing here?" Hinata was startled and blushed and said, "Nothing." But suddenly her pupils shrank suddenly, and she slowly said, "This scarf is very beautiful." Naruto smiled, "Really? You feel the same way?" Then he said, "Are you hungry? You can come to my house." Hinata shook her head, tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and ran away. Naruto scratched his head, puzzled, did he say something wrong? Hinata sat alone on the swing, looking sad. "This scarf is no longer useful. Since it's useless, how about giving it to me?" Hinata suddenly looked up and looked forward, her face suddenly became solemn. "Who are you?" "My name is Tonari, I'm here to greet you," the white young man said lightly. With a bang, a puppet suddenly jumped out from behind Hinata, tightly imprisoning his body, and Tonari had already come to Hinata, his right hand flashed with fluorescence, and Hinata immediately fainted. Naruto heard the noise and hurried over, looking at Hinata carried by the black-robed man, his face was furious. "Asshole, what are you going to do to me? What is Hinata doing?" Then the figure flashed and punched Tonari, but unexpectedly, it missed. Hwa wah wah, a large number of black-robed people jumped out for no reason. Naruto's face suddenly became extremely ugly. What are those people in the barrier class doing? This sentence made the barrier class of Konoha village ashamed and blushed. Their barriers were broken and invaded by the enemy many times. If the enemy wanted to attack the villagers, Konoha village would probably be a river of blood now. Hinata Hayashi looked at the video nervously. He was beaten like a dog the moment before, and saw his daughter being kidnapped the next moment. His mood fluctuated too much and it was a little difficult to accept. He looked for a lot of information about the Hyuga destiny mentioned by Tonari, but he found nothing. Could it be discarded during the inheritance? He couldn't help but doubt, but now he was more worried about the safety of his daughter. In the video, Naruto chased after the black-robed man relentlessly, fighting with him while making hand seals, but those people seemed to sense Naruto's threat and kept interrupting his hand seals. But Naruto soon seized the opportunity and used his most proficient ninjutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. A large number of clones came from all directions, and the situation was reversed in an instant. A large number of black-robed men were instantly defeated. But the black-robed man in front had left him a long way behind, and Naruto jumped into the air without getting tired of it. Rasen Shuriken. The golden chakra gathered in the palm of his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into the shape of a shuriken. Then Naruto threw it hard, and the remaining black-robed people were all eliminated. A huge spiral shuriken fell outside the village. With a bang, smoke and dust rose all over the sky, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared in the sky, waking up the people of the entire Konoha village. But the black-robed enemy carrying Hinata was extremely flexible, and he actually escaped. Naruto's eyes were fierce, and his right hand swung forward again. Another spiral shuriken flew straight out, and then cut the man in half. But Hinata's body fell uncontrollably. Hinata! Naruto shouted anxiously, and his body swept quickly, but he still couldn't catch up with Hinata's falling speed. Hinata kept rolling on the wall, and the scarf in her hand was involuntarily used by her as a tool to reduce resistance. I'm so tired, I can't use my strength. Wow, the scarf was torn, but fortunately Naruto had already hugged Hinata tightly and came to a safe place, looking at the broken scarf in Hinata's hand. Naruto said with some regret, "The scarf is broken." Hinata nodded frustratedly, obviously she hadn't confessed yet. "The end is near, I will definitely come to pick you up before that." "Shut up!" Naruto was extremely angry. This was a strong man in front of him, and he didn't even ask who protected the ninja world and who was in charge of Konoha, and he was so presumptuous. He shook his body and hit Tonari in the face with an uppercut, but Tonari was just a phantom, and the attack didn't work at all. "Who is this guy?" Naruto looked into the distance with a gloomy face and a solemn expression. While Naruto was fighting here, Hanabi was directly taken away by Tonari and his party who entered the Hyuga mansion, and Sai who found their traces was also knocked to the ground by him. Everyone knew that the matter was getting bigger and bigger, especially Hyuga Hayashi, whose face was black. Why did his family have to suffer this? He was obviously doing nothing wrong, but was targeted by such a terrifying strong man. He was inexplicably panicked. And that shitty destiny, he really didn't know. In the 47th year of Konoha, the two brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi were also nervous. They didn't know why they suffered such an unprovoked disaster. "Brother, go find all the documents in the family. We have to search bit by bit and must find the so-called shitty destiny." Hyuga Hayashi gritted his teeth and was angry in his heart. His two daughters were kidnapped one after another, and he was extremely angry. Hyuga Hayashi nodded and arranged for people to find all the documents of the Hyuga family. Chapter 6. At the end of the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama reconciled, and Konoha village was preparing to be established. The two were drinking wine at this moment, looking at the powerful Naruto, their eyes lit up at the same time, and Senju Hashirama smiled proudly, "Did you see it? This is the younger generation of our village. I said that our goal of establishing the village is absolutely correct." Uchiha Madara also laughed, and his mood was a little more relaxed. They had already thought of the name of Konoha village, but the village is still in preparation. "By the way, it seems that the Hyuga family will also depend on our village," Uchiha Madara suddenly said. Senju Hashirama nodded, Yes, there are also the Akimichi clan, the Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan, all of which are big clans in the ninja world. As he spoke, Senju Hashirama's eyebrows lit up slightly. Do you want to ask what the so-called destiny of the Hyuga clan is? Uchiha Madara nodded, his face solemnly said, you also heard that the moon will gradually approach the earth in a few decades, and then the entire ninja world will become nothingness. Isn't it ridiculous that we have worked hard for a lifetime and ended in this way? So I plan to find this so-called destiny first, so that the ninja world will return to peace. Senju Hashirama was stunned at first, and then laughed, okay, you are worthy of being a motor, you are just smarter than me. Uchiha Madara laughed and scolded, okay, let's go find the head of the Hyuga family. Then the two came to the Hyuga family in the Warring States period. At the same time, the actions of the Hyuga family are almost the same as those of the Hyuga family in the future era. They are all looking for the so-called destiny. But they had read almost all the documents of the clan and still couldn't find the so-called Hyuga destiny. They had no choice but to watch the video again, hoping that the video could give them some instructions. Report: the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, and the patriarch of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama, have important matters to see you. Hyuga's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, please come in. Soon, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara discussed the matter with the Hyuga clan. You should know why we are here, so I won't talk nonsense anymore. Hyuga was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly. It turned out that he came for the destiny of the Hyuga family. Senju Hashirama laughed and said, I'm sorry, Madara's words just now may have misunderstood you, but it's actually like this. Senju Hashirama told him his purpose, and Hyuga felt much more relaxed. He smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know anything about the destiny of the Hyuga clan. If I knew the so-called destiny of the Hyuga clan wouldn't be so lonely now. For him, the Hyuga clan is indeed lonely now, because the Hyuga clan that used to be so powerful in the ninja world has long disappeared, and now they even have to rely on other clans. When he thought of this, the Hyuga clan felt uncomfortable. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha looked at each other, knowing that the Hyuga clan in front of them didn't have the courage to lie to them, so they had to look up at the light screen. In the video, because Hanabi was kidnapped, Kakashi sent Naruto, Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara, Sai, and Hinata to rescue Hanabi and investigate the moon. Teacher Kakashi, are you sure the movement of the moon is related to the person who kidnapped Hanabi? Naruto asked, touching his head. Kakashi smiled and said, well, I'm not sure about this either. This is just my guess, but my guess is always accurate, isn't it? Naruto was speechless, and had no choice but to follow everyone. He had to at least protect everyone's safety. At the same time, Kakashi also put a clock on Nara Shikamaru's hand. When this clock is finished, it will be the end of the earth. In other words, the earth will be destroyed in 3 days. 3 days, it's not fast or slow, but Kakashi has really grown a lot after becoming Hokage in the future. Kushina touched Kakashi's head and smiled. And you are the teacher of that yellow-haired boy. If that yellow-haired boy Naruto is really our son, you can be regarded as taking care of him for us. Kushina laughed and used more force on her hands. Kakashi was rubbed into a mess by her. Nohara-rin watched with a smile on the side, while Obito looked indignant. Where did he go? Why can't he see his figure at all in the video until now? Could it be that he died in a future mission? Even if Obito thought of his own death, he would never think that he would become a traitor. But in this video, I haven't seen Minato teacher, Kushina's sister, Obito, and me so far. What's going on? Minato smiled and said, this is normal. After all, it is not played from our perspective. It is more appropriate to not have our presence, maybe we are not involved in this matter. But Namikaze Minato knew that this was just a superficial statement. He knew his own character. If there was such a threat to the ninja world, he would not have not shown up. Now he was not seen in this video, so there was only one possibility left, that he had died, and perhaps Kushina had accompanied him. He looked at Kushina meaningfully, and sighed deeply in his heart, but he didn't know when he died. 67 years of Konoha. Seeing that the ninja world was really handed over to these young boys to save, the faces of Reikage AI and Onoki were black. Did Kakashi make a mistake? However, they looked like they were only in their 20s. How strong could they be? I didn't expect that they were already confused at such a young age. Onoki sneered, it seems that I am not very old. Young people at this age already have Alzheimer's disease? Admittedly, Naruto's move did surprise him a little. After all, the compressed chakra thrown out in one breath was really frightening, and the explosion was very powerful, but they were still little brats. In the hidden cloud village, Reikage AI said gloomily, how is the development of the chakra cannon going? Chakra cannon, this is a weapon secretly developed by several generations of Reikage. Reikage AI is confident that once this weapon is developed, the entire ninja world will have no rivals. Mabai said, it is about to be completed. According to this process, it is estimated that it will be put into use in 3 to 5 years. Reikage AI shook his head, too slow. But we don't have enough manpower and funds are not very sufficient. Mabai looked a little ugly. This is not a problem. The manpower will be transferred from my direct subordinates, and I will ask the daimyo for the funds directly. But those direct subordinates are specifically to protect you. Reikage AI's face suddenly changed, looking at Mabai, do you think I need someone to protect me? That's right. In the video, when flying halfway, Hinata's Byakugan saw the sparkling kunao hidden in the snow. Naruto and Hinata rode Sai's big bird and rushed down to find the kunao. Hinata opened the backpack she carried with her, and there was a scarf inside. Naruto was a little surprised and said, you still brought the scarf with you? Well, it's broken, I want to fix it. Hinata smiled, and the two sat on the big bird again and flew away. Not long after, they stopped in front of a waterfall. Nara Shikamaru looked around and asked Hinata, did you find anything? Hinata nodded and said, there is a huge hole below. Hole? A few random people jumped down, their faces changed. There was really a hole, and looking at the scope and history, I don't know how many years ago it took a lot of manpower and material resources to create it. And there was a huge lake in the hole. Hinata used the Byakugan to look at the lake, but to her surprise, the Byakugan's vision was distorted and she couldn't see the scene below at all. The Byakugan's vision is distorted, and I don't know the specific situation below. Nara Shikamaru frowned slightly, a little unbelievable. The Byakugan's insight is among the best in the entire ninja world. The single round insight is much stronger than the Sharingan. And such a powerful eye technique, now the vision is distorted, what is under this lake? Naruto shook his arm and smiled, then I can only go down and see it myself. Then he carefully took off the scarf around his neck. Harano Sakura was very speechless, what does it matter, just wear it. Naruto shook his head and said, no, this is a precious thing. Hinata beside him has been watching with squinting eyes, and has remained silent. Sai beside him put his hand into the water, then stood up and said, it's okay not to take off the scarf, the water here seems to not get wet even if you touch it. Several people were a little surprised, and then tried it, it was true, then jumped down and jumped into the lake, but to everyone's surprise, there were countless spheres emitting dim yellow light in the lake. It looked so weird that several people fell asleep before they could react. The light ball seemed to be some kind of technique, but it was different from illusion. The end of the Warring States period. Hashirama Senju said, Modera, did you see anything? Uchiha Madara nodded and said, that light ball should not be an illusion, perhaps it should be a technique that can evoke other people's memories. Once immersed in it, you may never wake up again. It's really a good technique. Uchiha Madara sighed, ninjutsu is really fascinating. In the video, Everyone saw Iruka, the ancestor of all evil, who once predicted the fall of the moon. If tomorrow is the end of the world, who do you want to be with? The end of the world won't come. For example, the moon falls down or something like that. The conversation was exactly the same, without any change, but at this moment, the sky outside suddenly darkened, and everyone looked up. It was the moon really fell down. Ahem! Naruto waved his hand to blow away the dust, and he came to the Chunin exam venue in the ruins, but his body was obviously shrunk at this time. But he was obviously in a daze, and before he could react, he was beaten away by Inyazuka Kaiba's teeth. Chapter 7. Inyazuka Kaiba was happy to see himself display his power. Okay, what are you happy about? You may not be able to beat Naruto in the future. Abarame Shino complained mercilessly again, and Inyazuka Kaiba suddenly lost all his enthusiasm. Yui Kurane watched with a smile on her face, feeling a little relieved. In the dim lake bottom, the broken scarf that was originally hidden in Hinata's backpack now tightly entangled the two of them, and then everyone saw Hinata's memory. Naruto's body was pierced by countless gangsters, and next to him stood Tendo Pain, who said coldly, "Your death will bring peace, so please die in peace." Hinata's figure jumped out from nowhere. The moment Naruto saw her, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly shouted, "Why are you here? Run away, you are no match for him." But Hinata stood in front of Naruto with a firm face. "This time it's my turn to protect Naruto-kun. I can only cry and give up at the beginning. I have taken many detours, and it is Naruto-kun who brings me back every time. I have always followed Naruto-kun and want to be with Naruto-kun at any time. It was Naruto-kun who changed me, and it was Naruto-kun's smile that saved me. If it is to save Naruto-kun, I am not afraid even if I die. Because I like Naruto-kun the most." Soft step double lion fist. Hinata's fists gathered into two chakra lion heads and attacked Pain, but unfortunately, she was seriously injured by Pain in just 2 moves. Tendo Pain whispered, "I don't understand. I know I will die if I come out. Why?" Then he raised his hands. Hinata's body flew high into the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground, completely losing consciousness. "Hinata! Don't!" Then Naruto kept murmuring Hinata's name at the bottom of the lake. The scene changed again, and the young Naruto came to the class again, where he saw Hinata's name written on the note, which was 4 big characters. Uzumaki Naruto-kun. He looked at his small plane flying in the wind, his eyes trembling slightly, and at this time, Naruto was awakened by his companions outside. At this time, he was lying on a rock, and he shook his head. "What's wrong with me?" Nara Shikamaru guessed, this may be a technique to evoke other people's memories. If you can't wake up, you will have to stay in it for the rest of your life. Okay, you're done, come together. Nara Shikamaru, Sai, and Sakura jumped into the lake again. Naruto stood up and looked at Hinata, scratching his head. "Hinata, you just..." Hinata said, "I'm fine." Naruto seemed a little disappointed, and then jumped into the lake, but at this moment, Tonari suddenly appeared and stopped Naruto. "Originally I wanted to pick you up in person, but I didn't expect you to come by yourself." Tonari chuckled and stretched out his right hand. "Come on! White Eye Princess!" Hinata was as if facing a great enemy, her face was solemn, but at this moment, Naruto jumped out of the lake and punched Tonari in the face. "You bastard!" Everyone outside the video breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Naruto noticed something wrong in time and rushed back, otherwise the development of the matter would definitely develop in a direction that is not suitable for children. Looking at Tonari, who fell to the ground and became a pile of parts, Naruto frowned and said, "Are you a puppet?" But Tonari did not answer Naruto, and kept staring at Hinata. "I will come to pick you up, I will." 63 years of Konoha. Nagato's face was solemn. He originally thought that he had not appeared in Naruto's growth process, but he did not expect that he would appear so early, but he also left early. If he was right, he probably lost to Naruto. Otherwise, Naruto would not be alive and kicking, but he couldn't figure out how Naruto defeated him. Obviously, in the video, he was locked up by his black stick. What was the problem? Konan said worriedly, "Are you okay, Nagato?" Nagato glanced at her and said, "Don't worry, I won't be depressed because of this. I failed in the video, but I will never be depressed now. No matter what method Naruto used to defeat me, I will not give him this opportunity again now." Konan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was really worried that Nagato would be hit. But Nagato's appearance ignited the entire ninja world. It was all because of his Samsara Eye. You know, the Samsara Eye is known as the eyes of the Six Paths Sage, the legendary God's Eye. How can ordinary people have it, but that Pain's eyes are inlaid with Samsara Eye? How can it not be shocking? Especially Jiraiya, who was on his way. When he saw the Samsara Eye, he was completely shut down. Is it Nagato? No, Nagato's hair is red. His color is not similar to Nagato. If you insist, he is more similar to Yahiko. Jiraiya was shocked. According to his intelligence, although Yahiko and the other two formed the Akatsuki organization, they died long ago. But why does this man who looks like Yahiko have the Samsara Eye? Could it be that Nagato's body was stolen and the Samsara Eye was embedded in Yahiko's body? Jiraiya's face became extremely ugly. Damn it, who is it? If I know who it is, I will cut you into pieces. His beloved disciple was treated like this, and he was filled with hatred. Is it exposed? The Akatsuki organization finally appeared in front of everyone, but Uchiha Obito was not panicked at all. He stared at the huge light screen calmly. Nothing could stop him. Even if it was him in the past. In the 47th year of Konoha, Yahiko was confused. The Pain in the video looked exactly like himself. Needless to say, if he didn't have a twin brother, that person would be himself. But with his temperament, how could he do such a crazy thing? The most important thing was why Nagato's Samsara Eye was embedded in his eyes. Nagato and Konan were also confused and didn't understand. They didn't understand what happened in the video at all. But Nagato, relying on the Samsara Eye, sensed that Yahiko in the video no longer had any life breath. In other words, Yahiko in the video was just a corpse. I will definitely protect you, Yahiko. How can the sun in my heart be easily taken away by others? No matter who it is, it can't be allowed. At this moment, Nagato, who originally liked peace and was unwilling to practice ninjutsu, made up his mind to practice ninjutsu well, including his own reincarnation eye technique. In the video, when Naruto and Tonari confronted each other, Shikamaru and the others had already solved a giant crab. It was killed by Sakura's punch. The force of the bombardment even made the cave tremble constantly. Naruto and Hinata arrived soon. Looking at the tragic scene in front of him, Naruto was stunned and said, "Did Sakura do all this?" Sakura nodded and said, "Yes, so don't bully Hinata, otherwise I won't let you go." She shook her fist as if she was going to punch out. Naruto smiled embarrassedly and said, "I won't bully Hinata." Sure enough, I still can't make Sakura angry. If she hits him with a punch, he will be hurt if he doesn't take precautions. Tsunade looked at the yin seal on Haruno Sakura's head and was a little stunned. Then she understood that it seemed that this girl was her future apprentice, and her aptitude was quite good. Shizune had practiced for so many years but couldn't gather chakra on her head, and this girl was not very old, but she almost reached her level. It's a promising talent. Tsunade smiled. Can I go back to the village now? Now the world has changed suddenly, and the old man Jiraiya is probably back to Konoha. He sighed in his heart and looked up at the video. Naruto and the others had already walked out of the cave. Looking at the distorted sky and the sun, they were all dumbfounded. Is there the sun underground? Nara Shikamaru said after carefully observing the surroundings. I'm afraid this is not underground. There was no sound around, as if they had come to a strange world and had transcended the ninja world. Not underground. Several people were a little confused. Sai, let's take a look first. Sai waved his brush, and suddenly 3 big birds appeared in the air. Time passed gradually, they had been walking for a long time, but still found nothing. Hinata, have you noticed the enemy? Something is wrong, the silence here makes Nara Shikamaru feel uneasy. Hinata replied softly, don't worry, there are no enemies within the observation range of the Byakugan. Nara Shikamaru was relieved, and several people temporarily found a place to land. Chapter 8. There is a sun underground? This is beyond everyone's expectation, no matter what era, no matter what level of ninja. At the end of the Warring States period, Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara with excitement. Motor, do you remember the route they drove? Uchiha Madara nodded proudly. This is the ability of the Sharingan, this is something you can't envy. Very good, after our village is built, we will go to that place for adventure. They are already the most powerful existence in the world, and there is nothing in the whole ninja world that can move them. What they care about now is only adventure, unique and things they have never seen before. Uchiha nodded, and he was also a little excited. 47 years of Konoha. Kakashi, do you think that waterfall is familiar? Obito suddenly said. Kakashi frowned and nodded, it was true, very familiar, where had he seen it before? Namikaze Minato said, have you seen them? It's not that he doesn't believe these two people, but they were almost together when they were on missions, and he had no impression of them. How could these two children have seen each other? Yes, Teacher Kakashi, do you remember our first mission? It seems that we were escorting a caravan. At that time, Kakashi and I were in a hurry to pee, so we peed in front of this waterfall. Namikaze Minato stared at the two in amazement. He didn't expect that the secret place of the ninja world would be found by two little ghosts like this. Very good, after this video is over, we ask Lord Hokage to let us go and see it. Namikaze Minato smiled. Of course, the most important thing was that the moon would fall in the future, which made him particularly concerned. He also wanted to see if he could find any valuable clues. And in the 67-year history of Konoha, Konoha village has sent people to find this huge waterfall. In the video, Naruto and his friends found a place to camp casually. Naruto was lying on a tree to rest, but at this time Hinata walked under the tree and walked into the jungle. He followed her in confusion. Hinata was sitting on a stone, mending the tattered scarf. Knowing Hinata's memory, he touched the scarf on his neck. Is that scarf knitted for me? He was very moved and wanted to ask, but Naruto, the ninja hero who dared to fight against Madara Six Paths and seal Kagaya Otsutsuki, was timid at this moment. He turned away somewhat dejectedly, but in a place he couldn't see, Hinata gently raised her head and looked at his back. The next day, several people got up early and came to a place where no one was living. They looked around and finally made a decision that this was a ninja village, but the history was probably hundreds of years old. The walls were weathered and weeds were everywhere, and everything was telling the traces of history. Several people explored separately. Naruto and Hinata flew towards the center of the village, and then landed steadily in a house. War. Naruto couldn't help but sigh at the devastation. He had experienced countless wars and battles, and was very familiar with this kind of dilapidated environment. A shrill scream broke through the sky. Naruto was shocked and ran over in a hurry. Hinata, are you okay? Hinata sat on the ground and said with lingering fear, it's a spider web. I hate these things the most. Naruto squatted down helplessly. As a ninja, you are so strong, are you still afraid of these things? He helped Hinata remove the spider silk on her head, while Hinata stayed there with a blushing face. Haha! Everyone laughed and laughed. The Byakugan, who was famous for its insight, couldn't see the spider web. Are you sure you are not playing tricks? But what's wrong with playing tricks in front of your beloved? How could Naruto not know? He was a little naive and a little slow, but he was not stupid. So after Hinata used this trick, he also quickly launched his own plan. The two ran wildly on the roof. Naruto-kun, where is your scarf? It's not cold here, so I took it off. He held Hinata's hand, and after a moment, they came to a pool. Naruto raised a handful of water with both hands and handed it to Hinata's mouth. Hinata drank it gently. But Naruto outside the video frowned. He had noticed his arm a long time ago. At first he thought it was his illusion, but now it seems that there is definitely something wrong with his future self's arm. The whole right arm was tied with a white bandage, which looked very unsightly. After drinking the water, Hinata said, "Speaking of this, I'm still a little cold." But Naruto, who was only concerned with drinking water, did not hear Hinata's words. "Ah, what did you say?" Hinata's face suddenly turned red, and she shook her head and said, "Nothing." Soon, the two came to a dark room and ate cup noodles. After a while, Naruto got up to urinate, but suddenly there was a bang 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 sound. Hinata rushed over and helped Naruto up. "Are you okay, Naruto?" "It's okay, I was blinded by the spider, and I accidentally stepped on the air." Naruto touched his back and said, he accidentally hit his head, and if he had known, he would not have used his chakra to hurt himself. "Is your back injured?" Hinata said anxiously, and quickly helped Naruto out of the house, lifted up his clothes on his back, and applied medicine to him. Looking at the medicine, Naruto was startled and asked, "Did you give me a bottle of medicine before?" Hinata was stunned, and then said with some resentment, "Naruto-kun, you still remember it, I thought you had forgotten it a long time ago." Naruto smiled and said, "It's better to remember it now than to say you remember it." The voice was relatively low, and Hinata didn't hear it clearly. The eyelids of the people outside the video jumped, and suddenly they didn't want to pay attention to Naruto, this shameless guy, who did everything for his wife. "Get rid of you, you are a ninja, and a ninja with the title of ninja hero, why is your routine for picking up girls so low?" Sasuke looked at the smiling Naruto speechlessly, and he suddenly realized that he was still an idiot who underestimated this kid. Harano Sakura also covered her forehead with a helpless look, the routine of these two people was too obvious. Team 8. Hinata Hyuga's face was red, the self in the video might not see it, but the self outside the video could see it clearly. With Naruto's strength, he would not be injured even if he was hit hard by the giant spider, but now he was injured because of falling, which is not normal. This is the case that those who are involved are confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. In the 47th year of Konoha, Kushina thought silently that if this yellow-haired boy is really her and Minato's son, then he really did not inherit any of Minato's excellent genes. Thinking back to the past, Minato hugged his sister under the moon, which made her unforgettable. As she thought about it, her face turned ruddy. Obito on the side was speechless, so strange, women are really strange, then looked at Nohara Rin and smiled foolishly, fortunately Rin is not like this. Chapter 9. In the video, Sai called Naruto and Hinata to help, and they came to a dark room. "What is this place?" Naruto frowned slightly, but soon heard Hinata's exclamation. He hurried over and was shocked by the scene in front of him. So many dead bones? What happened here? Several people were stunned. The dead bones looked like there were at least 1,000 people. And now their bones are all buried in this place. At this moment, a skinny old man staggered out of the dead bones, which scared everyone. Not only them, but also the people in the ninja world who were watching the video. Just imagine, suddenly an old man walked out of countless dead bodies and dead bones. Who wouldn't be scared? Especially Naruto, sweat on his forehead. Sakura was surprised and said, "Are you afraid of this thing?" Naruto shook his head hurriedly, but the trembling of his body betrayed himself. I didn't expect that you, Naruto, are also afraid of something. Kakashi and the others all laughed. But Naruto in the video behaved relatively calmly. After all, he was also a person who had seen countless dead spirits. What was he thinking about his father, the third generation, the second generation, and the first generation, and Uchiha Madara? The humanoid species in front of him that looked like dried bones could not scare him at all. The old man spoke tremblingly, and it was unknown whether it was the control of obsession or whether he was still alive. Soon, the faces of all the people in the ninja world changed. Some were shocked, some were incredible, but some were ecstatic, especially the Hyuga family. Good guy, our Hyuga family finally has a background, and it is the offspring of the Six-Path Sage, which is cool no matter how you look at it. Hyuga was ecstatic in his heart, but he was embarrassed to show it in front of the two ninja overlords. But his clenched fists seriously betrayed his mood at the moment. I didn't expect that our Hyuga clan also has a big background. Then he thought of his own Byakugan. To be honest, although the Byakugan is known as one of the three major eye techniques in the ninja world, it is really not as useful as the Sharingan in terms of actual use. Even as the head of the Hyuga clan, he sometimes complains about the disadvantages of the Byakugan. But now he knows that the Byakugan was passed down by the younger brother of the Six-Path Sage, Otsutsuki Hamura. There must be secrets that he doesn't know. Perhaps the power of the Byakugan is far beyond his imagination. Ahem, calm down. Now the two big guys in the ninja world are right in front of him. No matter what, it's better to calm down, otherwise it will be bad if they see what he is thinking. However, he missed one important piece of information, that is, the reincarnation eye that can only be condensed by countless Byakugan. If he thinks about it, he doesn't know whether the Hyuga clan will choose to slaughter his own people for the sake of powerful power, just like Otsutsuki Tonari. But at this time, the Hyuga family already knew what the so-called destiny was, which was to help Otsutsuki Tonari sweep the ninja world. However, the Hyuga clan has now completely merged with the ninja world, so how could they possibly help Otsutsuki Tonari? Uchiha Madara glanced at Hibiki Sakura calmly and asked softly, "Do you know about this?" Hibiki Sakura hurriedly shook his head. "Don't say you don't know. Even if you know, you have to say you don't know in front of this person." Uchiha Madara pondered in his heart. He didn't expect that the Hyuga family was actually the offspring of the younger brother of the Six-Path Sage. In this case, the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family can be considered relatives? Watching a video and recognizing relatives? Uchiha Madara was both amused and confused. But the turmoil in the ninja world far exceeded everyone's imagination, especially in the big countries. The moon goddess Kaguya and the Six-Path Sage, who were originally thought to be in myths and storybooks, actually came out together. How could they not be shocked? Konoha's 67th year. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on the pipe in his mouth, his eyes full of sorrow. Trouble, never expected Kaguya really existed, and was sealed on the moon. In addition, the two brothers of the Six-Path Sage are really filial sons, great filial sons, who actually sealed their mother on the moon in the endless darkness. They are really cruel. And this Otsutsuki Kaguya doesn't sound like a good person, otherwise the two brothers of the Six-Path Sage would not have sealed her. He scratched his head in distress, it was so troublesome, he was just an old man who was about to die, and now he had to care about these things. In the video, after the old man said that, he completely lost his breath. Naruto buried the old man with some sadness, and Nara Shikamaru said, "It seems that Tonari misunderstood the destiny of Hamura." Several people nodded. "Why don't you try to convince Tonari, Naruto?" Sai suddenly said. "Are you kidding?" Naruto held his forehead and said, "What a joke, this guy is much harder to deal with than Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. No matter what, the two of them are truly considering the peace of the ninja world. Although their actions are a bit extreme, they can still be regarded as human beings." But Otsutsuki Tonari has completely exceeded this scope. He wants to destroy the humans in the ninja world. Forget it, let's not talk about this matter for now. Let's find a place to rest for a night first. The incident was too shocking, making several people feel at a loss. Naruto looked indifferent at that time. This is the confidence brought to him by his strong strength. Then, several people found a camping site. At night, Naruto came out to urinate. Looking at Hinata knitting a scarf under the starlight, he suddenly froze in place. So knitting items is to keep knitting like this? It's boring. Naruto thought for a while, took 2 steps forward, and even forgot to pee. But the thoughts in his heart were completely different from what he said. He said, "Hinata, what did Tonari do today?" Hinata was stunned and didn't say anything. She continued to knit the scarf in her hand. After a while, she said, "Nothing." "Nothing? What does that mean?" Naruto was a little confused. How could he not say anything? He arrived after a long time. With Tonari's character, how could he not say some dirty words? "You go and rest first, let me be alone." Naruto was stunned and left dejectedly. Many girls in the ninja world were so angry that they gritted their teeth. How could this man be like this? He has no emotional intelligence at all. You deserve to be single. In the 47th year of Konoha, Naruto's mother Kushina was speechless. She swore that if her son would be like this in the future, she would definitely educate him well and let him know how to chase girls. Uchiha Obito's eyes were full of light. That big brother was really like himself. Not only his thoughts but also his actions were so similar. Haha, if Kakashi knew what Obito was thinking, he would definitely laugh at him mercilessly. In the video. The next day, several people expanded the search range, but still found no one. "It seems that Hanabi is not here," Naruto said a little frustrated. Another night. On the moon without a moon, the only thing that can illuminate the earth is the endless starlight. Naruto, who has nothing to do, walked out of the gathering place and wandered around. In the woods, he met Hinata again. Hinata was still weaving a scarf. Under the shining of the stars, she looked extremely moving. For a moment, Naruto was a little crazy. He leaned slightly against the tree, without speaking or stepping forward, just looking at Hinata quietly. Under the shining of the stars, she looked a little beautiful. Soon, he felt that this was not right and walked forward slowly. "Yes, that's it," countless people in the ninja world shouted. "Of course these people are girls, how can boys be interested in this, you say?" He spoke slowly, "Hinata." But before he finished speaking, Hinata said, "Do you think I am a bad sister?" Naruto was confused. Where did this come from? Hanabi is in danger now, and I am still here leisurely knitting a scarf. At this point, Hinata's knitting hands suddenly stopped. Naruto immediately said, "How could that be? We came here for..." Hinata's hand stopped and she said blankly, "If I was at home at that time, would it be different now?" "No, Tonari is very strong. It's the same whether you are here or not, but don't worry, I will definitely save Hanabi." Hinata raised her head, squinted her eyes and smiled, "Thank you, Naruto-kun, you are really gentle." Naruto was stunned when he heard this, then touched his head and said, "I am not gentle because I like you, but I am really worried about Hanabi's comfort." Hinata raised her head suddenly, her big eyes were a little red at this moment, and she asked in astonishment, "What did you say just now?" It seems that she didn't hear it clearly, and she seems to want to hear it again. "What did you say just now?" Hinata asked again. "Worried about Hanabi," Naruto said blankly, feeling that he didn't understand Hinata's train of thought. "No," the last sentence. Hinata shook her head, looking quite anxious. Naruto felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. "The front is..." His face suddenly became serious and quite serious, which is rarely seen in Naruto. "Hinata, I like you, more than anyone else in this world. Chapter 10. Hinata's pupils suddenly dilated. She was obviously a little overwhelmed by Naruto's sudden confession. She gently covered her mouth, her eyes full of joy. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, she would definitely jump on Naruto. Good guy, finally confessed. Inuzuka Kaiba said helplessly. Naruto was too slow. If it was him, he would have succeeded long ago. Are you thinking that if it was you, you would have succeeded long ago? Abarame Shino spoke, and another sharp arrow was fired. You are dreaming, he continued. If you can talk, just talk more. Inuzuka Kaiba looked like he had no desire to live. This guy was really speechless. He always exposed people's scars, and he was not bad either. Although Naruto was very handsome when he grew up, Inuzuka Kaiba believed that he would be more handsome in the future. Right, Akea. Woof was the only response of a dog barking. Naruto in the distance blushed. He never thought that he would be able to say such words one day. He was an idiot but not stupid. Although he was a little confused about the relationship between men and women, he was definitely not ignorant. He was eager to know Hinata's answer. Sasuke, who was Naruto's good friend, was also excited. He was still quite concerned about his good friend's lifelong event. In the video, Hinata was interrupted just as she was about to say something. Sharon stood in the sky and looked at the two coldly. Everyone was shocked. Where did this guy come from? Hinata glanced at Naruto with sadness in her eyes, handed the scarf that had been woven almost to Naruto, and then walked towards Hinata in the confused eyes of everyone. Naruto yelled, "Hinata, what are you doing?" But Hinata still had no expression on her face. Naruto was very anxious and hurried to chase after her, but how could Sharon do as he wished? A large number of puppets suddenly appeared and stopped Naruto in an instant. Get out of the way! Naruto's face was gloomy, but how could the puppets understand human words? They all rushed up to attack Naruto. While Naruto was dealing with these puppets, Hinata and Tonari had already flown into the air. Sigh! Naruto roared, and a big bird flew over in an instant. Give Hinata back to me! Naruto's eyes were red, and he rode the big bird straight towards Tonari. Harano Sakura and others assisted him, and a large number of detonating tags were placed on Tonari's mount, but unfortunately they had no effect at all. Tonari said lightly, Hinata came to me voluntarily, and we will follow the decision of our ancestors to get married, and the earth will be destroyed. Naruto was stunned, but at this time Tonari suddenly fired a ball of light condensed by chakra in his hand. Naruto couldn't resist it in a hurry, or he was deeply hurt by Tonari's words. In a flash, the ball of light rushed into Naruto's body and took away all the chakra in his body, and then hit the moon directly. Boom! Boom! Naruto's chakra directly penetrated the entire moon, and the huge moon was directly penetrated, and even the earth on the opposite side could be seen. She closed her eyes, perhaps because she was too seriously injured, or because she was psychologically traumatized and didn't want to think. The scarf in her hand, which was broken into half by the aftermath, also flew away with the wind, drifting farther and farther, until there was no trace. Nara Shikamaru saw such a tragic scene, and his heart was numb. Is this the strength of the strongest person in the ninja world? But then he reacted suddenly and drove the big bird to pick up Naruto. Gulp! Everyone in the ninja world swallowed their saliva together, and some timid people were scared to death. The moon was penetrated. This was the first time the moon had been traumatized since the Six-Path Sage and his brother sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki with the Chibaku Tensei. Countless people opened their mouths wide, totally unable to believe it. That was the moon that had stood over human heads for thousands of years, and now it was so easily penetrated. The end of the Warring States period. Hashirama Senju was shocked and said, "Are future ninjas so powerful?" Madara Uchiha snorted coldly, "They should be an exception. If they were all so powerful, the ninja world would have been destroyed long ago. Such a large area of the moon was penetrated by one blow. If such a powerful ninja fought on Earth, it would have destroyed the Earth long ago. I feel that these two people are stronger than us, Hashirama Senju sighed, feeling powerless. Although he has always been very humble, he still has a clear understanding of his own strength. He believed that in the entire ninja world, apart from Uchiha Madara, no one else could make him waste his strength, and Uchiha Madara only made him waste his strength, far from the point of fighting to the death. But now seeing the strength of these two people, he actually felt a sense of urgency in his heart, and felt that his strength insufficient. If in this era, the village they just built encountered such a thing, would he have a way to deal with it? This is an unknown. Then what about Uchiha Madara? He didn't know, he wanted to become stronger. Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama lightly. At this moment, he seemed to find that Hashirama had changed, and he seemed to be more eager to become stronger. Isahiki Otsutsuki, who had been hiding for countless years, showed a faint smile on his face, with good destructive power. Then he sighed and looked at his broken body. The plan still needs to be accelerated. If he can't find a suitable person to wedge, he will continue like this. Damn Kaguya! When he thought of this, his heart was boiling with anger. If it weren't for that bitch, maybe he would be happy in the endless starry sky now. It was because of that bitch that he became this half-human, half-ghost appearance. 67 years of Konoha. Sakura and Sasuke hit Kakashi and looked at Naruto in horror. They couldn't believe that the person in the video who could open the moon just because of his chakra explosion was the dwarf in front of them. Will Naruto be so strong in the future? Staring at Naruto blankly, Sasuke was a little confused, and then he was a little anxious in his heart. Why didn't he appear in this video? He was jealous. This jealousy was not because Naruto was powerful, he was jealous why he didn't have such a strong power. If he could be so powerful, he could kill Uchiha Itachi, avenge his family, and let his parents rest in peace. Why? He clenched his fist unwillingly. The shock of Naruto's power made them forget the reason why Hinata left voluntarily. Some people believed Hinata. After all, the girl in front of them had liked Naruto since she was a child, and even dared to save Naruto under the threat of pain. He couldn't simply abandon Naruto. But some people think Hinata is a coward. When facing unknown enemies and unknown strength, she was afraid, so she chose to escape and left with Tonari. But no matter what the reason is, everyone wants to continue watching. They want to know the future. In the video, after Hinata was taken away, she secretly investigated the secret of Tonari's ability to move the moon. Those who like Hinata and understand Hinata were immediately relieved. Fortunately, Hinata did not really betray. This girl is so stupid, Kushin aside. She was willing to bear everything and did not want to make her beloved suffer. Glancing at Nohara Rin, it turned out that Nohara Rin's previous statement that Hinata's child looked like her was not nonsense. Now it seems that the two people really look like they were carved out of the same mold. Uchiha Obito stared at the screen blankly. It's good. Both of them have each other in their hearts. He glanced at Nohara Rin secretly, and Nohara Rin's face was full of worry. Is she worried about this girl? Obito thought to himself, and continued to watch. On Earth, the meteorites were falling more and more at this time. All the countries and villages hurriedly moved their citizens away and tried to deal with the meteorites. As for Naruto, since the battle with Tonari, Naruto's chakra was drained and he has been in a coma. Shikamaru also discovered that the bubble space is the secret road connecting the moon and the earth. At the same time, Shikamaru also led everyone to Tonari's castle for exploration and gained a lot of information. Of course, these so-called explorations are all within Tonari's perception. Chapter 11. Moyonjai, Bulma, and Oolong returned to Fried Bread Mountain first, followed by Yamcha and Puyaru. After waiting for a while, Gaku and Chi-Chi returned on the somersault cloud. Gaku, did Master Wu Tian say how to help? Did you borrow the banana fan? Bull Demon King asked expectantly. No, Master Wu Tian said that the banana fan was burned as firewood, Gaku said casually. But it was a bolt from the blue to Bull Demon King's ears. Ah, that doesn't mean we can't put out the fire on the flame mountain, my treasure. What about the Dragon Ball? Bulma whispered to Mo Yanjai and the others about this matter. Is my wish, King Oolong, going to fail? I can't get the underwear of the cutest girl in the world. Oolong looked regretful. Yamcha was also annoyed, then I can't have a girlfriend, oh no, I can't improve our lives. Pu Yalu was speechless, every time the master said what was in his mind first. But, Wu Tian said he came here in person to put out the fire in Huoyan Mountain. Wukong was curious about why everyone's reaction was so big. I haven't finished speaking yet. Everyone was speechless. Could Wukong stop panting when talking? Really, Wu Tian really came here in person? Only Niu Maoang said excitedly, he hasn't seen his teacher for many years. Ye Kikai replied. It was only then that Mo Yanjai noticed that Kikai, the little girl, was still a beauty. Niu Maoang was too unrefined, why did he let the little girl wear so few clothes? Suddenly, an oval shadow flew over the ground, and Master Roshi came over on his flying turtle. Master Roshi wore sunglasses and leaned on a cane and jumped from the sky. Old Turtle is indeed the biggest cheat of Wukong. If he can't ride the somersault cloud, he will ride the flying turtle. If the banana fan is lost, he will use the Kamehameha to put out the fire. He can solve any trouble by himself. This is what Mo Yanjai wants to do. Teacher Wu Tian, long time no see. Bull Demon King rushed over and knelt down. Master Roshi needed to slow down after pretending to land beautifully. After being so much by Bull Demon King, he fell backwards and saw stars. Everyone couldn't help sweating. Can this old man really do it? But Master Roshi is indeed the teacher of Bull Demon King and Son Gohan. Others may not know, but Mo Yanjai knows it in his heart. Old Turtle has two modes. His combat power is not that high in normal state, like a frail old man, but his combat power explodes after transformation. After a pause, Master Roshi stood up and said, Bull Demon King, your reputation is not very good. In order to protect your treasure, you killed a lot of people. Master taught me that my disciple was controlled by desire. Please punish me. Just put out the fire and don't take the treasure. Bull Demon King knelt on the ground and apologized to Master Roshi. It's amazing. Bull Demon King even apologized to him, Oolong said in shock. Master Turtle was very happy. He not only pretended to be good, but also warned his disciples. However, he knew that most people were still swallowed by the fire of the flame mountain because of their greed. Why throw away the treasures that you have collected with great effort? What a waste! You can't even put out this little fire. It's useless. You must have not studied hard in the past. Master Turtle pulled Wukong aside and whispered, Hey, Wukong, let's talk about the conditions we are negotiating. When Mo Yanjai saw Master Turtle and Wukong whispering in a low voice, he knew that something was wrong. How could the old man turtle be kind enough to help without any benefit? This guy even used his own disciples. The old man is very bad. So, Wukong pulled Mo Yanjai aside, Young man, I know you are interested in that girl, so you have to double the chips to put out the fire this time. Master Turtle touched his sunglasses, and a light shone on the sunglasses. Okay, I understand, Master Wu Tian. Then the two smiled at each other. After the negotiation, Master Kame took off his clothes and exposed his upper body. He was covered with plasters and skinny. He looked like a normal old man. Boy, help me climb up this wall. Everyone was speechless again. Only Bull Demon King had confidence in his teacher. Master Kame shouted and mobilized his body. First, the muscles on his arms bulged, and then the muscles on his body bulged. His body glowed white and mobilized the energy of his whole body. Kamehameha. Finally, I see it again, the teacher's Kamehameha wave, Bull Demon King said thankfully. Is it my honor to see Master Wu Tian's Kamehameha wave? Yamcha was very excited. Others were shocked. Is this Qi? Mo Yanjai thought, the destructive power is really great. I wonder if I can learn it. Only Wukong was concentrating on watching. The blue-white beam of light shot towards the Flame Mountain, destroying the entire Flame Mountain and the castle. After the release, the Turtle Hermit became very popular. Panting, it seems that the Kamehameha Kigong has been damaged a lot. Seeing that everyone was stunned, Master Roshi said happily, this move is powerful, isn't it? But, Master Wu Tian, you also destroyed the castle, but it doesn't matter, just rebuild it, said the Bull Demon King waving his hand. Master Roshi, sorry, it turns out that everyone is thinking about the castle. Bulma and Oolong took the radar to find the Dragon Ball, and Goku asked Master Roshi if he could teach him. It took me 50 years to perfect it, how can I learn it all at once? Goku tried to send out the Kamehameha Kigong wave, but he didn't expect it to damage a car. Mo Yanjai also watched carefully. After all, Master Roshi was very skilled, and some details basically didn't need to be processed. He didn't learn it from Master Roshi, so he could only watch how Goku performed it. After Goku sent it out, Mo Yanjai did have a certain understanding of Qi. It's a pity that it's still not as powerful as Mr. Mutant's Kamehameha wave. Goku unconsciously said Versailles. So powerful, you are worthy of being the grandson of Son Gohan. The Bull Demon King was shocked. He himself hadn't learned Kamehameha wave. Comparison is the thief of anger. Goku is really a scary guy, Yamcha thought. What, he is the grandson of Son Gohan. I remember it when you said it. It seems that Son Gohan trained this kid well. Master Kame said, how is Son Gohan now? Master Kame asked Son Goku. My grandfather passed away a few years ago. Goku was very sad. I see, I lost a good boy, Master Kame said regretfully. Hey, do you want to come to my house and practice with me? Maybe one day you can surpass me. Master Kame was moved to accept an apprentice. Okay, I'll go to you, Grandpa, after Bulma finds the Dragon Ball. Goku said happily that he didn't have to live alone anymore and could become stronger. Found it, the last Dragon Ball. After Bulma found the last Dragon Ball, she took it to everyone. Goku, take out the Dragon Ball in your bag. Here you go. Goku untied the bag and handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Bulma gathered the Dragon Balls together and placed them in the open space. The 7 Dragon Balls sensed each other and shone. The system prompts that the task of collecting Dragon Balls is completed, and the reward for the broken limbs of the god who gave the ability of Shenlong is reborn. Hey? Are you kidding me? This is also a related ability of Shenlong. It's too pitfall. However, since you have it, you should make the best of it. Is it possible to upgrade this ability to the point where brain cells can be reborn if they don't die, or booze residue can be reborn? These two are indestructible cockroaches. Come out, Shenlong. Bulma's call also awakened Shenlong and Mo Yanjai. Tell me, what wish do you want to realize? Chapter 12. Looking at the meteorites all over the sky, the Raikage AI of the hidden cloud village was not timid, but showed a hint of excitement. Because of the ultimate weapon around them, the space-time chakra cannon, because of its existence, the Raikage AI was full of confidence. First, destroy all the meteorites around. Yoshi. Killer Bee, with an excited face, began to sing and dance rap. The chakra cannon fired immediately, and a fluorescent light was emitted from the cannon, hitting the surrounding chakra into the different time and space at a very fast speed. Looking at the power of the chakra cannon, the Raikage AI couldn't help but smile. In the Tonari Castle, Hinata was wearing a black dress, with a worried look on her face, which added a bit of beauty. Hurry up, if you are slower, you will lose your wife. Naruto, you must protect Hinata in the future. Harano Sakura was very upset when she saw this. It must be an inexplicable torment to watch her good sister stay with someone she didn't love. Naruto nodded solemnly. He knew that, looking at the situation in the video, he made up his mind that he would never let Hinata leave him again. Outside the castle, Naruto and his friends had already fought with Tonari's puppets. Several people quickly broke into the castle. Shikamaru hid behind the pillar and said, "It's really troublesome." After that, he covered the clock on his palm with a glove. "Why did you cover it?" Sai was a little confused. Watching the time shortening little by little, "I can't make a calm judgment," Shikamaru said as a matter of course. Even he would be nervous in his heart. Watching the countdown of the earth, people who can't bear it psychologically can't hold on. Shikamaru said, "Naruto, can you sense Hanabi's chakra?" "Wait a minute, I'll turn on the sage mode." After a few breaths, Naruto painted light yellow eyeshadow under his eyes, and the whole person's momentum changed instantly, as if he was integrated with the surrounding space. Found it! In just one breath, relying on the powerful sensing ability of the sage mode, he quickly found the location of Hanabi. "Follow me!" Explosion, another extremely explosive video. First, everyone saw the secret weapon hidden in the hidden cloud village, the chakra cannon, and then Naruto opened the sage mode in almost seconds. Both of these were unexpectedly shocking. Especially those ninjas who can use the sage mode, such as Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya, who was moving at full speed, finally stepped into the gate of Konoha village at this moment. Looking at the peace in the village, he breathed a sigh of relief. On the way here, he was still worried about whether the village would be in turmoil. It seems that he was just worrying too much. But when he saw Naruto open the sage mode in a very short time, he was shocked, envious, and excited at the same time. This is his grandson, the son of his disciple, who is so awesome. In the future, he will also have a bit of face when he tells others about it, haha. 47 years of Konoha. Namikaze Minato was a little skeptical about life. With his knowledge, he could naturally see that Naruto used the Miyaboku Mountain Sage mode, but why could your Sage mode be activated in a short time, but mine couldn't? My pre-swing was so long, and he suddenly felt a little unbalanced, but when he thought that this was the younger generation of his own village, maybe even his sons, he immediately felt more balanced. However, when he saw the chakra cannon of the hidden cloud village, his face was extremely solemn. The relationship between the hidden cloud village and the Konoha village has been getting worse and worse in recent years, and it seems that a war has broken out. If they have such a powerful weapon at this time, if a war breaks out, it will be difficult for Konoha to take advantage. It seems that we have to think of a way. Konoha 67th year, Hidden Cloud Village. Reikage AI was excited. Good guy, although the imagined chakra cannon is amazing, it is always just an idea and has not been studied yet, but I didn't expect that the Hidden Cloud Village in the video has put the chakra cannon into use, and this power is beyond my imagination. Very good, he was more determined to make the chakra cannon of the Hidden Cloud Village develop successfully, no matter what the cost. At the same time, the other great ninja villages looked at the chakra cannon of the Hidden Cloud Village and fell into silence, and then hurriedly ordered that they had money and people, and they must research weapons that surpass the Hidden Cloud Village. Otherwise, they would be uneasy, especially the Hidden Cloud Village. The relationship between them and the Hidden Cloud Village was also not good. Once there was a fuse, war would break out in an instant. If they did not have powerful weapons to fight against the Hidden Cloud Village, then the chakra cannon of the Hidden Cloud Village might hit them head-on. Onoki's face was solemn. It was true that his dust release was incomparably strong, but he had to hit the target. Forget it, we still need our own, and the iron must be hard. In the video, the meteorite has become more rampant, falling on the earth, countless people desperately fled, and at this time the convenience of the ninja system came out, they could create a huge air raid shelter in a very short time. But even so, countless meteorites fell on the earth, leaving the entire earth riddled with holes. If Naruto and his men could not subdue Tonari in a short time, there would be no need to subdue him, because the earth had been destroyed at this time. Sand Village. Gaara stood at the front, looking at the burning meteorites in the air, with a cold face, and raised his right hand, wind-style, empty sand wall. In the blink of an eye, countless sand pillars appeared from the ground and tightly wrapped the meteorites, barely saving this area, but countless areas were still being ravaged by meteorites, but with Gaara's strength, it was already the best. This Gaara's strength is really terrifying, and the people of Sand Village sighed in their hearts, but what they can't figure out is why Gaara became the wind shadow. Can such a murderous demon also become the shadow protecting a village? Gaara was even more distracted. He couldn't understand why he had changed so much. He obviously hated the Kazekage and everything in the world. The only thing that could prove his existence was killing. Would he change only by taking other people's lives? And who changed him? Konoha Village. Kakashi stood at the front with a solemn expression. His Sharingan had long disappeared, and behind him was Might Guy sitting in a wheelchair. Everyone, prepare for the crane wing formation. The crane wing formation is the most powerful move of the ninjas in Konoha Village who use physical skills, and now this move is just right for dealing with the huge meteorite in the sky. Then, a row of more than a dozen people stood at the front of the team, then jumped high, opened the 8 gates of Dungia and turned into crane wings to rush towards the burning huge meteorite. From a close distance, this huge meteorite is at least 10 kilometers wide, which can be called a behemoth. Although the 8 gates of Dungia is extremely powerful, it is obviously not enough to deal with such a huge object. They only broke half of it, and the remaining half still fell towards Konoha Village. With such a huge volume, once it falls to the ground, the entire Konoha Village will be destroyed in an instant. No, someone must come to stop it. Xiao Li lived up to everyone's expectations and roared, "Sixth Jingmen, open!" He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the meteorite again. At this moment, the meteorite was broken into half again, but the remaining half broke into Konoha with an invincible posture. Just when everyone was nervous, a bird cry brought everyone back to their senses. Cry! At this moment, a bird cry sounded, and a sturdy figure blocked the way in front of everyone, Chidori. Boom! The huge meteorite instantly became ground into powder and scattered on the ground. Who are you? If that guy is not here, I am the only one who can protect Konoha Village. The words were calm and indifferent, but Kakashi knew that the person in front of him was telling the truth. The man turned around and looked at Kakashi, revealing the Samsara Eye and the Scarlet Mangekyo, and then disappeared with a teleportation. It's Sasuke, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling ecstatic. Everyone retreat, don't worry with him here. Sasuke outside the video felt an indescribable feeling in his heart because Kakashi trusted him so much, but at the same time he was shocked by his own strength. Kakashi looked at Sasuke with surprise, this guy's future is really terrifying. Kakashi knows the true power of the 8 gates, but the 8 gates of so many people have not solved the meteorite, and Sasuke blew the entire meteorite into pieces with a Chidori. This strength is probably comparable to Naruto. And where did his Sharingan go? Why is Might Guy sitting in a wheelchair? Kakashi frowned. Of course he would not think of looking for Might Guy to investigate these things, because Might Guy would definitely say, it's just one leg missing, my youth will never decrease. Chapter 13. In the video, the chakra cannon of the Hidden Cloud Village has been refilled, and they are anxiously waiting for Naruto's victory, but it is regrettable that the people of Konoha Village have not received any notification until now, let alone notifying them. And Naruto finally came to Otsutsuki Tonari, looking at Hinata who had no reaction beside him, with his teeth bared and his eyes split. What did you do to Hinata? Naruto roared angrily and prepared for battle. Give her back to me. Tonari smiled strangely, okay, I'll give it back to you. He waved his right hand, and Hinata flew out, her eyes were dull, and her body was twisting like a puppet, attacking Naruto. Naruto was shocked and shouted, "Hinata, what's wrong with you? Wake up!" Tonari's evil smile caught Naruto's eyes, but Hinata's eyes were dull and there was no response. Damn it! Naruto suddenly remembered that Hinata might be controlled by Tonari using chakra. Hold on, Hinata! As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand emitted golden chakra that invaded Hinata's heart, and then he pulled hard, and a ball of white light was taken out by Naruto. He crushed it with force, his eyes were angry, as if he wanted to tear Tonari to pieces. Hinata had already escaped from control, and Tonari could not control her, and he said again, "Hinata is mine, give it back to me." Then, he stretched out his right hand, and before Naruto could react, Hinata flew to Tonari again. But he was anxious and could not use too much strength, and was defeated again in just an instant. Hinata, who woke up, looked at Tonari with an evil look on his face, and was horrified in her heart. She struggled to leave, but with her strength, it was in vain. Tonari said lightly, "Now is not the time for you to wake up." But suddenly, his milky white eyeballs trembled, and it was obvious that the degree of fusion between the reincarnation eye in his pupil and him was not as high as he imagined. The eyeballs were in great pain, and she covered her eye sockets with both hands, while Hinata's face was full of joy, and she ran to the location of the Otsutsuki treasure with Naruto. After a moment, Naruto looked at the huge Otsutsuki treasure, and horror flashed across his face. What kind of Otsutsuki treasure is this? It is clearly an aggregate of countless Byakugan. The people of the Hyuga clan felt sick. When Hinata first found this so-called Otsutsuki treasure, she was captured by Tonari before she could see it clearly. Now, they have clearly known that this so-called Otsutsuki treasure is an aggregate of Byakugan. No wonder there are no humans on the entire moon, it turns out that they are all dead. I just don't know if they were killed by someone or for other reasons. At the end of the Warring States period, Hyuga's heart trembled. He, who originally longed for the true power of the Byakugan, was a little hesitant at this moment. With such a large number of Byakugan, even if all the people in the family were slaughtered, they would still be able to gather such a number, and slaughtering the clan members was not his original intention, but he was unwilling to give up the opportunity to have power. At this time, Sun Vector was extremely entangled. In the video, as long as this is destroyed, the moon can stop. Naruto smiled. He was not good at other things, but he was definitely good at destruction with his strength. He shook his arm and said, "Leave it to me." Hinata shook her head and said, "No, this eyeball has been cast. If someone without the blood of Hamura touches it, the chakra will be sucked away." Naruto remembered that when he was hit by a white light ball from Tonari, the chakra in his body was taken out. "So that's it." "Ah." Naruto smiled and said, "Nothing." Hinata was a little strange, but she didn't care. Purple chakra emerged from her hands and then turned into two huge lion heads. Boom! A violent sound resounded around, and the treasure of Otsutsuki shook a little, but finally returned to nothing. Hinata looked at her fist and felt powerless. "I'm sorry, my power is too weak." Naruto laughed, "Don't worry, I can lend you my power." He held Hinata's hand, and the golden chakra instantly flowed into Hinata's body. "This is Naruto's chakra, so warm." She glanced at Naruto with a sidelong glance, then jumped high, and with a bang, the treasure of the Otsutsuki was completely shattered, and countless white eyes were scattered all over the ground. Boom! The entire moon seemed to stop in the starry sky as if it had braked suddenly. From the earth, only the huge moon could be seen. The 5 shadows on the earth held an emergency meeting again. The Raikage claimed that the chakra cannon could knock the hit object into another space, and even if the person controlling the moon was strong, there was no way. But Kakashi sternly rejected the Raikage AI, and said that if Naruto and the others were given some more time, he believed that Naruto would be able to solve the crisis on the earth. After all, that is the first ninja in terms of unexpectedness. Kakashi looked at the dilapidated moon, muttered to itself. After seeing the broken treasure of Otsutsuki, Naruto was overjoyed and ran away with Hinata in his arms. This thing was broken, and the moon could no longer approach the earth. There was not much use for them to stay here. At this time, Tonari had also recovered. He stood in front of the destroyed treasure of Otsutsuki, looking at the scattered white eyes. He had no expression on his face, but his body soared into the sky. After a short escape, Naruto and Hinata finally met everyone. Sakura was holding the torn scarf in her hands with Hanabi. "Here, this is something I don't need to find." Hinata took it carefully. "Is this the scarf torn by Tonari?" Hinata nodded and said with some sadness, "It was almost repaired." "It's okay, can you give it to me?" The girl raised her head suddenly, her white pupils sparkling. "Do you want it very much? Isn't this knitted for me?" Naruto asked with a smile. "How do you know?" Hinata was stunned. "I saw your memory when I sent out Tonari's chakra just now." Hinata's face was flushed. She didn't know if Naruto had seen anything he shouldn't have seen, but she still handed the torn scarf in her hand to Naruto, and Naruto fiddled with the scarf in his hand, feeling indescribably happy. But suddenly, a huge stone statue of Hamura appeared in front of everyone, and the statue of Hamura waved its huge fist and smashed at several people. "Naruto!" Nara Shikamaru shouted. "I know." He clapped his hands and shouted hard, "Kurama!" In an instant, he was covered with golden chakra, and then the huge body of the nine-tail rushed out of his body and fought with the statue of Hamura. This is the nine-tailed demon that everyone fears. Boom boom! Boom! An infinitely regenerating statue of Hamura, a nine-tailed demon fox with infinite destructive power. Two huge monsters fought recklessly on the 1/3 acre of land on the moon. Each move destroyed a large amount of land, countless mountains were pierced, and the earth was ground. "Let's go!" Naruto and Hinata seized the opportunity and flew away on the big bird transformed by Sai's ninjutsu. "Tonari!" Shikamaru's panicked voice came, and Naruto immediately raised his head, only to see Tonari standing on a big bird, his face expressionless. The powerful momentum around him seemed to collapse the space, his hands moved quickly, the momentum became more and more fierce, his hair stood upside down, and chakra formed a flame covering his whole body. There were several more black seeking jades behind him. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and the seeking jade turned into a bright-colored broadsword and slashed at everyone. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. In an instant, more than a dozen seeking jades rotated, forming a hurricane, blowing Naruto and the others away, and everything around them turned into powder. Naruto was blown away by the strong wind, and Hinata, who was flying in the wind, was caught by Tonari again. He waved his right hand, and an iron cage appeared out of thin air. Then he threw it hard and locked Hinata in the cage. "Watch Naruto die here helplessly." Naruto, who was flying in the air, almost had his eyes popped out, and shouted angrily, "Rasen Shuriken!" Tonari snorted coldly, and the Tao-seeking jade around him turned into a protective shield to tightly protect him. With a bang, the two collided at a distance, and dazzling white light shone on the moon. The space was shaking, but Tonari was safe and sound. Naruto below was shocked. "Tao-seeking jade? This thing can be used like this? Damn, why didn't he think of it at the beginning?" When he thought of this, he regretted it in his heart. It seems that he also had Tao-seeking jade before. Although the defense is extremely high, the Tao-seeking jade has a fatal flaw, that is, it is ineffective against fairy arts. In other words, immortal arts can break defense. Instantly, the Sage mode descended again. Kurama mode plus Sage mode. Also known as the Sage Fox mode. It is definitely Naruto's strongest power at the moment. But Tonari was extremely fast. He turned into a shadow and came in front of Naruto in the blink of an eye, and then kicked him with great force. Boom! Naruto's body flew backwards and smashed countless mountains on the moon. At this moment, the entire moon completely became a battlefield for the two of them. Naruto-kun. Hinata's worried voice kept echoing in the moon. Chapter 14. The two people who used the moon as their battlefield shocked everyone. It was because they were beyond the scope of ninjas. When ordinary ninjas were still fighting on Earth, they could destroy dozens of meters with one big move. These two people were already traveling in the interstellar space. Their strength made everyone dumbfounded. 67 years of Konoha. Might Guy's eyes were solemn. As a taijutsu expert, he could clearly see that the two people's taijutsu alone had surpassed his 7 gates and were close to the 8 gates of death. And it was not just the ordinary 7 gates. If he opened the 7 gates with his own strength, he would probably be defeated in an instant. But what surprised everyone was the 9-tailed fox that rushed out of Naruto's body. Why did the legendary 9-tailed demon fox help Naruto? This made everyone puzzled. Naruto frowned. He was no longer the ignorant kid at the beginning. After the incident with Mizuki, he naturally knew that he had an extraordinary fox in his body, the 9-tailed demon fox that disturbed Konoha more than 10 years ago. At first, he hated the 9-tailed fox very much, but after the incident in the Land of Waves, he saved Sasuke with the 9-tailed fox's power, and he changed his mind about the 9-tailed fox. Sometimes he would think deeply about it. Was it the fault of humans or himself that the 9-tailed fox was in his body? Now that he saw the 9-tailed fox in the video struggling to help him fight, he had a different idea in his mind. It seems good for a monster like that to be my partner, Naruto thought silently. Sasuke and Sakura didn't know that Naruto had the 9-tailed fox in his body. Sasuke looked at Kakashi in shock. Kakashi, what is this? Kakashi frowned and sighed. He didn't dare to say anything because the above didn't speak. But what he didn't expect was that the future Naruto actually subdued the 9-tailed fox, and the power of the 9-tailed fox was far beyond his imagination. Such power is worthy of being the strongest tailed beast that is trembling by all living beings. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked happy, and kept puffing the big smoke in his mouth. Well, that's great. I didn't expect that the backup plan that Minato left for Naruto would be used. As a ninja doctor, Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision is naturally not bad. He can also recognize the seal that Minato Namikaze carved on Naruto, which is to hope that Naruto can use the power of the 9 tails. Although he hopes so, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think he can subdue the unruly 9 tails. In Konoha village, the 9 tails has experienced 3 Jinchuriki, and Naruto is the 3rd one. But the first 2, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, are much stronger than Naruto, but they didn't subdue the 9 tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally didn't think that Naruto could subdue the 9 tails. He just wanted to raise him safely and tie the 9 tails to Konoha village to prevent other ninja villages from getting it. But now it seems that the future Naruto has really given him a big surprise. 9-tailed fox? Sure enough, that guy is the 9-tailed fox Jinchuriki. Nagato exclaimed in his heart, but then he was sad. He was defeated by Naruto in the future. Sure enough, what he thought before was not in vain. Although he didn't know at which stage Naruto would defeat him, he still hoped that he would not die in this interstellar war with Naruto, otherwise he would definitely die without a complete body. 47 years of Konoha. Kushina suddenly touched her belly and could clearly feel the 9-tailed fox. She breathed a sigh of relief, but then her heart tightened. He died anyway. Sure enough, he didn't live to old age in the future. He just didn't know when he died. She looked at Minato Namikaze, and didn't know if he had his own children with Minato at that time. Namikaze Minato seemed to sense Kushina's feelings, held her hand tightly, and smiled lightly. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you and won't let anyone hurt you. I won't. His eyes were firm, which made Kushina blush. Feeling the teasing smiles of the 3 people around her, she gently patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder. What are you talking about? There are children around. Obito laughed and said, we are not children. But don't worry, Sister Kushina, we will definitely protect you with the teacher. The three of them knew that Kushina was a Jinkraki, and the 9 tails in the video appeared on another person. They could imagine what would happen to Kushina. Kakashi and Nohara-rin also nodded. Kushina looked at the 3 people and was moved. You are still little kids. You want to protect me? Wait until you grow up. Kushina smiled gently and continued to look at the screen in the air. In the video, after Naruto was kicked away, Tonari's body turned into a stream of light and chased after him. I said, the ninja world is a failure, I must destroy it. The speed is so fast that the space is constantly there was a rustling sound, and soon he caught up with Naruto. With a whoosh, his body fell down and kicked directly. But how could Naruto sit there and wait for death? His figure flashed and disappeared in front of Tonari. What a fast speed! This kick directly kicked the ground, boom! The ground sank, smoke and dust rose, and the area within a radius of dozens of miles was sank by this kick for dozens of meters. With a bang, before Tonari could react, Naruto kicked him in the head, and then his right hand instantly grabbed it. Then a knee strike pushed Tonari's body away. You can destroy the ninja world, but you have to defeat me. Naruto's voice was flat, but firm, and he rushed up again. Let's run, run as far as we can. Shikamaru shouted in the distance, riding on the big bird transformed by Sai's ninjutsu and flew away. Soon, several people hid behind a mountain thousands of miles away. Shikamaru sat down on the ground, panting. It's so scary, such a battle is rare. Sai nodded as if it was a matter of fact, but Sakura said worriedly, it's not safe here. Shikamaru looked at her in surprise, it's not safe enough, it's thousands of miles away. Sakura nodded and said, when Naruto and Sasuke were fighting, you were hit by the infinite moon reading and sealed in the sacred tree, so you didn't know, but when they were fighting, the whole sky was cracked, and the ground within a radius of 5,000 miles seemed to be plowed, and all the mountains and seas turned into nothingness. If they were not in the sky, I'm afraid that Tonari would not have to destroy the ninja world. At that time, the battle between the two of them probably destroyed the ninja world completely. Shikamaru looked at Sakura in shock. Do you mean that the huge crack above the Valley of the End was caused by the battle between Naruto and Sasuke? The crack above the Valley of the End has existed for 2 or 3 years. Although it has been getting smaller recently, he doesn't know the specific reason for its appearance. Sakura nodded and said in surprise, don't you know about this? I thought you knew it a long time ago because you were helping Kakashi with his work. Shikamaru touched his forehead and smiled bitterly, how could I know? I always thought it was a celestial phenomenon. Then he stood up and looked at the two people, what are you waiting for? Run quickly, otherwise you will die without knowing how you died if you are hit by their aftermath. Then several people fled again. I see. Everyone in the entire ninja world was stunned. What the hell, a radius of 5,000 miles. Damn, how long will it take me to run for a radius of 5,000 miles? Now you tell me that the battle between Naruto and Sasuke actually flattened a radius of 5,000 miles. Are you sure you are not kidding? And there are cracks in the sky. These are really human ninjas. Are you sure they are not gods descending to earth? Everyone in the entire ninja world was in a state of confusion, no matter what time and space, or era. But someone keenly grasped the key point. Infinite Tsukuyomi? My future self succeeded. Uchiha Obito, who was in Konoha for 63 years, was ecstatic. He really succeeded. He created a world without enemies, without war, with Rin and Grandma. But soon, his face became gloomy, because the infinite Tsukuyomi was soon cracked. If it hadn't been cracked, Naruto would not have been able to go to the moon to save the ninja world. But why was it cracked? Uchiha Obito was puzzled. Uchiha Madara didn't say that the infinite Tsukuyomi could still be cracked. In fact, even Uchiha Madara was confused. Konoha 47 years. Uchiha Madara was confused. Isn't the infinite Tsukuyomi called an absolute illusion? What is an absolute illusion? It means that it will never be cracked, but what is this? The infinite Tsukuyomi didn't seem to work and was cracked by that stinky boy Naruto. He was extremely annoyed and decided to ask Black Zetsu. Chapter 15. Black Zetsu was also in a state of confusion. He didn't know why the infinite Tsukuyomi could still be solved. Logically, since the Six-Path Sage and Hamura had both sent it, no one should be able to solve the infinite Tsukuyomi. A terrifying thought suddenly came to his mind. Could it be that the Six-Path Sage was not dead yet? How could it be possible? Even if the old man of the Six Paths was strong, he should not have such a long life. What is going on? Black Zetsu was distressed, not knowing that Uchiha Madara was already planning to settle accounts with him. 63 years of Konoha. Kakashi glanced at the two children beside him with a sidelong look, and his heart was numb. In the future, will it really be like what Sakura said, that the two of them can destroy thousands of miles with a casual fight? He suddenly doubted the true combat power of the ninja. Is the upper limit of the ninja really high, and can it destroy the world? But why can't he? But what he couldn't figure out was why Naruto and Sasuke would fight, and the battle that destroyed the ninja world at any time didn't seem like a joke. Wow, he thought of the future where Sasuke was not in Konoha, but was traveling. Could it be that this matter was related to his fight with Naruto? Not impossible. But why would the two of them have a life and death duel, and why would Sasuke leave Konoha village? He didn't think that Sasuke had defected or was being hunted by Konoha. Just kidding, if the future was really like what Sakura said, who else could compare with Sasuke's strength except Naruto? As for the few people in Konoha village, they would be dealt with by Sasuke. While he was thinking, Naruto and Sasuke had already quarreled. Smelly boy, why are you fighting me? Naruto looked unhappy, and I saved you in vain. Sasuke also looked unhappy, and I blocked the knife for you in the land of waves in vain. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt, but he was still very happy, because he knew that his future power had exceeded his imagination, and that kind of power could definitely deal with Uchiha Itachi easily. The people of Konoha village looked at each other, especially those who discriminated against Naruto, who fell silent without exception. What should I do? Should I apologize? If I apologize, will the nine-tailed imp forgive them? If I don't forgive them, should I find a way to get rid of the nine-tailed imp first? Danzo of the Root was completely confused at this time. What should I do? If Sasuke knew that the destruction of the Uchiha clan was inextricably linked to me, he would definitely not let me go. Damn it, if that's the case, I'll strike first. But soon, he froze in place. Why? Isn't it a good thing that Konoha village has great power? He suddenly doubted everything he had done. Why did he do so many bad things? Why? He was stunned at first, and then pondered, what did he fight for in his life? Why did he become like this? At the end of the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were silent. Good guy, at this moment, the two finally admitted that the future ninjas are indeed stronger than them. These two people should be exceptions. Hikari said. But he was still a little happy in his heart, because one of the strong men might be the son-in-law of their Hyuga family. Although he didn't know how the future Hyuga woman would hook Naruto, no matter what, the marriage between the Hyuga family and Naruto was a foregone conclusion. The continuation of their Hyuga family would naturally have no problem. Thinking of this, Hikari wanted to drink 3 more cups. Calm down, you must calm down, there are 2 big guys around. Don't let them see any clues. At this moment, the wild nine-tailed beast was silent. He suddenly felt that his strength was too strong. If the woman in the video was right, such strength was comparable to that of the old man Liudeo. When did he become so strong? Is it an illusion that his strength has not changed? Is his strength getting stronger as time goes by? As he was thinking, he spit out a tailed beast ball, and a mountain was crushed into powder. Nothing has changed, his power is still as strong as before, so it seems that the boy is different. The power of the Jinkraki, if it does not restrict freedom, he suddenly wants to make friends with that boy. Of course, it is impossible for the power of man to not restrain the tailed beast, and the nine tails does not want to be sealed. As for the nine tails in Naruto's body, he kept complaining in his heart. In his mind, how could he be willing to lend his power to humans? Isn't this nonsense? But seeing that his power can be exerted in this way, he is also a little happy in his heart. It seems that he doesn't hate Naruto so much. In the video, the two of them were so fast that no one could see them at all. They could only see beams of light and broken space. The entire moon had completely become a battlefield for the two of them. At this moment, the two of them were one on top and one on the bottom. Naruto was on the bottom and Tonari was on the top. Tonari had a strange smile on his face, while Naruto looked extremely solemn. Then he soared into the sky and hugged Tonari tightly. The sharp wind whistled in Tonari's ears, but these were just a small matter. The only threat was Naruto's strong power to hold him tightly. The power made him feel a little uncomfortable, and he hit Naruto's head hard with his elbow. Naruto gritted his teeth and didn't let go at all. "Let me go, bastard!" Then he kicked Naruto hard, but Naruto had already prepared for it and kicked him. With a bang, the space where the two of them hit each other instantly shattered. Then the bodies of the two of them seemed to be repelled by the strong repulsive force, and flew backwards in the opposite direction at the speed of light. Sharon gritted his teeth, stopped his body steadily, and then said coldly, "The world created by the six-path sage is a failure. Whether it is the ninja world or you, no one conforms to the principles of the world. I must destroy it." Naruto's body also stopped in mid-air at this time. Hearing Sharon's words, he roared angrily, "I will not let you destroy it. That place is my hometown. No matter how much it costs, I will protect it, even if it costs my life." A golden raise nan appeared in his hand instantly, ready to attack Sharon. With a bang, the two collided again, and the sound of tearing continued to sound. Raise nan. Like a machine gun, the raise nan kept bombarding Sharon's body. Even Sharon couldn't bear the powerful destructive power. His face was distorted, and his chakra was released again, and then another kick. Naruto was startled and quickly retreated. But at this moment, Sharon's mouth curled up a smile, "Very good, just what I wanted." A dozen of the Dao-seeking jades behind him kept rotating, and then turned into a golden blade of light. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The giant blade of light of unknown length was controlled by Sharon and chopped towards Naruto, and the speed was so fast that Naruto could not react in time. Although he barely dodged it, he still scratched his arm, and then the huge golden wheel reincarnation explosion fell on the moon. Boom! A creak. Continuous explosions continued to sound, and countless smoke drifted in the galaxy. After a while, when the smoke dissipated, all the people watching the video widened their eyes. The moon was cut open. Some people even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, but the video would never lie. The moon was split in two, and the entire moon had become two halves flying separately. If it weren't for the gravitational interaction between the two, I'm afraid the other half would have hit the Earth at a very fast speed. By then, I'm afraid it would really be a crisis of extinction of the Earth. Chapter 16. The next day, Mo Yanjai got up early. Wukong and the others probably delivered milk. Saitama teacher, I put on weights and came. 100 push UPS 1.2.3, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, 10 kilometers run. In the afternoon, feeling the existence of Qi, Mo Yanjai found a waterfall and tried to concentrate the whole body's strength on the fingertips and launch it in one go. No change, Qi training is still a bit difficult. He practiced like this for a month. The martial arts conference is coming, let's try the results. The speed did not change. Mo Yanjai found a stone like a gorilla, pushed it hard, and pushed it out a long distance, try the use of chi again, concentrated all his strength and concentrated the strength on his fist, punched out, and saw a big hole in the boulder. Is it just this level? It seems that I still need the teacher's guidance. Just when Mo Yanjai was depressed. You are training your fingers, not your fists. Although you have not yet reached the point where you can use chi to wrap any part of your body to fight at will, your fingers plus chi may have great power. The system spoke. So this is the problem. That's good. Try it again. Concentrate all your strength, courage, righteousness, and mental power to strike the stone with all your strength. That's not right. The boulder has not changed. Suddenly, the boulder broke into pieces and scattered around. Mo Yanjai quickly dodged. Oh, that's why. Let's try the Kamehameha wave that I have practiced for a long time. Kamehameha, ha! Mo Yanjai put his palms together like a man-eating plant biting a person. A minute passed. Is it the wrong posture? Is it the muscles that are not bulging? Okay, I just said I was practicing the finger, I forgot. Yin-yang finger. This time the white beam shot towards the waterfall, and the waterfall instantly split into two sides. Why does this look a bit like Tao Bibai's whole wave? Who cares? What I have in my hand is called yin-yang finger, he 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 he. The world's #1 martial arts tournament has finally begun. Back home, Bulma, Lan Chi, are you going to the world's #1 martial arts tournament? Mo Yanjai asked the two of them. Of course I'm going. I'll go and cheer you up, Bulma said. Okay, said the blue-haired Lan Chi. Mo Yanjai took a feather and tickled LanQi's nose, and the blue-haired Lan Chi turned into the blonde Lan Chi. Sister, the world's #1 martial arts tournament has begun, do you want to participate? Mo Yanjai kept his promise and called her every time he had the chance. Let's go and see, little brother, do you want to participate? Asked the blonde Lan Chi. Of course I have to participate. I have to test my results by fighting with others. Mo Yanjai thought to himself, besides, there are still tasks to complete. Recently, there is no penalty for the tasks. Who knows if there is any? The three drove to the venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference. The world's #1 martial arts conference is worthy of being a world-class competition. The venue is crowded with people, and Mo Yanjai went to sign up. I'd better forget it. After all, you are much better than me. The blonde Lan Chi still knows her level, but it's a pity that she can't participate. It's okay. There are many ways to become stronger. I'll find them for you when the time comes. Mo Yanjai smiled at Lan Chi. When the time comes, the entire eternal energy furnace will be the same as number 18. Will there be a scene of two blonde beauties fighting? I know, it's up to you, Yanjai. The blonde Lan Chi turned around and suddenly called Mo Yanjai's name. He was a little confused. He looked at the blonde Lan Chi. Hey, Yang Yat, let's go. I knew these two guys were related. It was obviously my aunt who came first. Bulma took Yang Yi's hand and left, and Lan Chi followed. Mo Yanjai, Bulma, you are here too? Yam Sha, Oolong, and Puelo met Mo Yanjai first. Hey, who is this lady? Her name is Lan Chi, she is my elder sister, Mo Yanjai replied. Yam Sha looked carefully and saw that Bulma was standing close to Mo Yanjai. Could it be that the two of them have already confirmed their relationship? Ah, then I don't have no chance, but Mo Yanjai has a sister who jumps out of nowhere, but she looks a little taller than me. Mo Yanjai introduced Yam Sha and others to the blonde Lan Chi. Hey, another queen, she is even more mature than Bulma, but it's a pity that she is wearing long pants. Let's go meet Gaku and the others, Mo Yanjai said. Everyone walked into the venue together, and Master Roshi had already signed up there with two disciples, Bulma, Yanjai, Yam Sha, Oolong, Puelu. You are all here, are you all okay? Gaku is worthy of being Gaku. Gaku, how is your training going? Mo Yanjai asked. He, it's okay, Gaku always looks modest. Hello, two beautiful ladies. Hello. Master Kame's eyes lit up when he saw the two beauties, even with sunglasses on. This is Ranchi. Mo Yanjai introduced the blonde Ranchi to everyone. The blonde Ranchi couldn't stand the look in Master Kame's eyes. Little brother, I'm leaving first, let her come, you help me. Mo Yanjai took out a feather and scratched it, and the blonde Ranchi turned into blue-haired Ranchi. Wow, this sister can transform, Gaku said in surprise, and everyone looked at the blue-haired Ranchi. Bulma, why are there so many people looking at me? Blue-haired Ranch and Bulma have become very close after a few months of getting along, he said while holding Bulma's hand. Bulma introduced blue-haired Ranch one by one. Hello everyone, I am Ranch. Blue-haired Ranch is so kind to others. Blue-haired Ranch is still better, hehe, you don't have to compete with me for Mo Yanjai, Bulma thought. No wonder Bulma and blue-haired Ranch get along so well. These are my two disciples, Gaku and Krillin. Mo Yanjai, when did you promise to give me something? Master Roshi changed the subject. Master Wu Tian, I will give you the things after the world's first martial arts tournament is over. Mo Yanjai knew what the old turtle said. Didn't Master Kame flirt with a few girls when he was young? Could it be that he has become a perverted old man when he is old? Mo Yanjai was a little speechless about this perverted old man. The next day, all the contestants were going to enter the venue. Master Kame changed into martial arts uniforms for his two disciples and ran away. Gaku and Krillin wore orange martial arts uniforms with the word turtle embroidered on the back and chest. Yamcha was still wearing the same clothes as before, and Mo Yanjai wore the same Bruce Lee's yellow combat suit. After several months of training, wearing this suit really makes me feel a bit strong. Come on, Yanjai, come on, everyone. Bulma cheered for them. Come on everyone. Blue-haired Lankai also cheered for them. Krillin lost confidence as soon as he entered. Indeed, everyone inside was tall and strong. Yamcha and Mo Yanjai looked short inside. With the sound of a gong, the preliminaries officially began. Mo Yanjai opened the game first, and a purple-haired girl appeared in line. Sorry, the top 8 contestants were in line at the beginning. It seems that your seat will belong to me. Chapter 17. Hinata was shocked when she saw herself come in the video. If it were her current self, she would never dare to do it. Looking at herself in the video, she was full of envy. If possible, she hoped that she could have such courage now. She sighed, helpless. There was no way. Growth comes step by step, it can't be achieved overnight. Yui Kurane seemed to have noticed Hinata's emotions and smiled. Not bad, Hinata, you will become an outstanding woman in the future. Hinata smiled with a blushing face, thanked her, and then continued to look at the screen. In the video, the battle between Naruto and Tonari ended, but the battle between Kurama and the Hamura statue continued. The Hamura statue is immortal and difficult to destroy, but when Tonari's reincarnation eye was blown up, the Hamura statue also stopped attacking. Good fellow, I've let you fight for so long, it's my turn this time. Kurama grinned, kicked the stone statue of Hamura to pieces with a flying kick, and then sat on the stone statue of Hamura with only half of its body left, with his fox fist ready to go, and with every move he made, he completely wiped out the stone statue of Hamura. Whoosh! It's so cool, this bastard has been beating me for so long, thinking of my uncle Nine-Tailed Fox, who has ever bullied me like this. Nine-Tailed Fox pretended to wipe the non-existent sweat beads and laughed disdainfully. The people in the ninja world were a little confused. Is this really the natural disaster-tailed beast Nine-Tailed Fox that everyone fears? No matter how you look at it, it just looks like an ordinary fox, and it's also very funny. Naruto was a little happy, and even a little relaxed. Very good, it seems that the Nine-Tailed Fox will definitely get along with him. He laughed in his heart. But the 9 tails sealed in his body was extremely unhappy. What a joke that he would become like this. He was the Nine Tails Lord, a being feared by the world. How could he become like this? It was fake. This video must be fake. But when he heard Naruto's laughter, he became even more angry. This bastard still wanted my power. Dream on. The Nine Tails cursed in his heart, closed his eyes, blocked his five senses, and stopped watching this shitty video. In the 47th year of Konoha, Minato Namikaze was completely down. The trick used by the blonde boy in the video seemed to be his own Raise Nan, but why was it so powerful and the tricks varied so much? At the beginning, when he saw the Rasen Shuriken used by Naruto, he felt inexplicably familiar, as if the Rasen Shuriken had added attribute changes and turned into the appearance of a Rasen Shuriken. But now it seems. It's confirmed. This guy can definitely use Raise Nan, and the styles he can use are more and more powerful than himself. At this moment, he was sure that this kid was definitely related to him. Even if he was not his son, he would be his disciple or something like that. Otherwise, he would not be able to use the Raise Nan he developed. You should know that he had only developed the Raise Nan not long ago. It was powerful and difficult to practice. Although it was only an A-level ninjutsu, it was more powerful and difficult to practice than most S-level ninjutsu. He had never taught anyone before, but he planned to teach Jiraiya after he came back. Jiraiya was his teacher, and they had a very good relationship. He and Jiraiya were both a teacher and a father. Naturally, he wanted to let his master have a taste of his unique skills. Who is this kid? Could he really be his son? Minato Namikaze had a very bold idea in his heart. The seal of the tailed beast would be greatly weakened only when the Jinchuriki reproduced. During this period, if an enemy led him away, attacked Kushina, and released the Nine Tails, he might indeed seal the Nine Tails in his newborn child for the safety of Konoha village. It is easy to understand that he was not seen in the video. The Jinchuriki must die when the tailed beast is extracted. He either died of exhaustion after sealing the Nine Tails, or he did not complete the seal. The seal was done by his master or the third-generation Hokage, and he died in a bloody battle with the Nine Tails. Namikaze Minato shook his head hurriedly. This idea was unreliable. Even if Kushina was really pregnant, there were not many people in the village who knew her identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The few people around him who knew her were all people he absolutely trusted. For example, the children in front of him and teacher Jiraiya, they would not betray him. Moreover, as the production of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina would definitely arrange a large number of female ninjas around her to ensure that there was no mistake. How could she be attacked by the enemy so easily? This is not realistic, but why does this child have blonde hair, and can he use the Raise Nan? Perhaps before the next video appears, no one can answer his doubts for him. Minato, Minato. Kushina's voice kept ringing in his ears. What's wrong? Namikaze Minato came back to his senses and smiled gently at Kushina. What are you thinking about? Kushina looked at Minato with a suspicious look. Nothing, I just wonder if there is a way for you to subdue the Nine Tails. Kushina pointed at herself, let me subdue the Nine Tails too. Minato nodded, look, although the basic strength of the blonde boy in the video is terrifying, it is probably the blessing of the Nine Tails that allows him to have the power to destroy the world, so I wonder if it would be better if you get along well with the Nine Tails and borrow the power of the Nine Tails. Yes, the previous speculation was just speculation, but just in case, everything is ready. This is the style of Namikaze Minato. Since there is such a doubt, he will not let such a thing happen. As long as the Nine Tails and Kushina have a good relationship, he will not leave even if he chases the Nine Tails away. When Kushina is in danger, the Nine Tails will protect her. In this way, there is no need to worry that Kushina will be taken out of the Jinchuriki or the seal will be unsealed by a surprise attack. Kushina's eyes lit up. This seems to be a good idea. However, my seal. Kushina's seal on the Nine Tails is completely different from Naruto's. If you want to use the power of the Nine Tails, you must use the 4-symbol seal. This is not a big problem. When I come back, I will find the 3rd Hokage and Jiraiya, and let them help me. I will change the sealing technique. Kushina was overjoyed, and then kissed Minato on the face. Trojan horse. Hey, 2 boys and 1 girl, 3 children, looked at this scene with side eyes, their faces blushing. Really, we should have more intimacy. We are still children. In the video. Although Tonari's reincarnation eye disappeared and lost most of his power, he did not give up. He flew high in the air and absorbed the power of the sun with his body as a medium. Is this guy crazy? He actually absorbed the power of the sun. Naruto was shocked and pulled Hinata as far as he could. Regardless of success or failure, absorbing the power of the sun is definitely a life-threatening act. As the origin of all things, the sun contains powerful power. Once it goes out of control, it will have a devastating blow to itself. Sure enough, Tonari was anxious for success. Too much power of the scorching sun directly turned him into a monster, his whole body swelled, and then with a bang, his body exploded. After the smoke and dust cleared, Naruto came to Tonari. At this moment, there was no good meat on Tonari's body, and he was only breathing with 1 breath. Did I fail? You failed. Naruto said with some sighs, and passed the chakra containing the yang attribute to Tonari's body, repairing part of his broken body. Okay, you should be able to do the rest yourself. Naruto, what are you doing? Nara Shikamaru rushed over in a hurry. This guy is the #1 enemy of the ninja world, hoping to destroy the ninja world. You still want to save him now? If I didn't know you, I would really worry that you would defect to the enemy. Don't worry, he has no ability to do bad things now, and he just misunderstood Hamura's destiny, which is different from his original intention, Naruto persuaded. Then he pulled Hinata over and told Tonari about Hamura's true destiny. Tonari was stunned, and he couldn't believe it in his mind. The destiny he insisted on for so long was wrong? You go. Tonari said desolately. The destiny was wrong, which meant that his life was as smelly as dog shit. Naruto said, you can go to the ninja world with us. I believe everyone will accept you. Fuck you, no one will accept him. Chapter 18. When Naruto said that Tonari should go to Earth, everyone had the same thought in their mind at the same time, damn you, who would want to let such a jinx come to Earth? You have to know how powerful this guy is. The moon is like a toy in his hands. He can destroy it if he wants. You brought such a dangerous person to Earth. Do you think the Earth is not dying fast enough? Countless people complained in their hearts, and they also felt that Naruto was a bit soft-hearted. It would be better to kill him, and it would be over, and there would be no so many troubles, but Naruto actually saved him. Even Tonari himself was a little confused. When he saw his defeat in the video, he thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, Naruto actually spared his life. He never expected this. Tonari, who was born in Konoha in the 63rd year, was almost the same age as Naruto and had a child's mind. He even wondered if he should go to Earth. He had been to the dark and lonely moon long enough. It seems feasible. The me who did so many bad things is my future self, which is completely different from my current self. Sharon's eyes lit up, and he decided to go to Earth after the video ended. Stay on Earth, get along well with the people on Earth, and maybe I can compete fairly with Naruto for Hinata. Thinking in his heart, with a smile on his face. In the video, all the people in the ninja world are waiting anxiously. Although the moon is no longer moving, a large number of meteorites are still falling to the Earth due to the strong gravity of the Earth. Hokage, is it not okay yet? Reikage, I can't wait. If this goes on, most of the area of the entire ninja world will really be destroyed. Kakashi said with sweat on his forehead, wait 10 more minutes. 10 minutes. He naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. Compared with the lives of Naruto and others, there is no doubt that the entire ninja world is more important. Reikage AI gritted his teeth and said, okay, 10 minutes is 10 minutes. But 10 minutes passed quickly. Fire. After a moment, the space-time chakra cannon still did not start, and he looked at Killer Bee with an angry face. Bye, what are you doing? Killer Bee was silent at first, and then said, I'm sorry, brother, Naruto is my friend, I can't do it. Reikage AI was immediately angry, what are you talking about? Now it's a matter of life and death, don't be affected by your children's private affairs. But Killer Bee remained unmoved. Get out. I'll fire. After kicking Killer Bee away, Reikage AI came to the firing point. But at this moment, Ma Bai's surprised voice came, report, there is something on the moon. At the same time, Konoha village also found the text on the moon. What is that? Kakashi took the telescope with a confused face. Mission completed. What an ugly word. Kakashi complained helplessly, and then watched the moon constantly retreat, gradually returning to the original point. Reikage AI was also relieved that he didn't have to destroy the moon. Time goes forward a little. On the moon, Naruto laughed and said, thank you, Kurama. Kyuubi curled his lips and said, my handwriting is ugly. But he still used his nails to carve on the moon honestly, and soon he wrote 5 big words that the mission was completed. And these words were also observed by the Earth. Very good, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, boarded the big bird transformed by Sai's ninjutsu, and flew towards the ninja world. But the Kyuubi's writing skills surprised many people. Who would have thought that the Kyuubi could write? This was beyond everyone's expectations. Words belong to humans alone. Who would have thought that the tailed beasts that have always been called beasts by humans could write? Kiribi muttered in his heart, can the 8-tailed beast do it? I can do it too. The voice of the 8-tailed cow demon suddenly sounded. Kiribi was a little embarrassed, looked up at the video, and a thought flashed through his mind, friends? He looks like a good person. There are not many people in the ninja world who are perfect Jinchuriki like him. It can even be said that since the birth of Jinchuriki, there have not been many ninjas who have become perfect Jinchuriki. Gaara of Sand Village looked at Naruto and Nine Tails getting along so well, and a trace of desire surged in his heart. Can he get along well with the One Tails in his body like him? Shikaku pouted his lips in disdain. How could he be as servile as that stinky fox to humans? This is totally unimaginable. He is free. No matter when, he must escape from this damn cage and return to the embrace of nature. He will never be anyone's puppet again. Shikaku swore in his heart and decided to make Gaara suffer more in the next period of time and make him unable to sleep at night. In the video, several people moved forward quickly and had arrived at the bubble space. Hinata looking at Naruto lovingly, she asked, Naruto-kun, there is something I have always wanted to ask. What is it? Who knitted that scarf for you? Hinata asked softly. This was a very important thing for her. Naruto smiled and said, that is a relic left to me by my deceased mother. I found it at my 3rd-generation grandfather's place. Hinata felt relieved and held Naruto's hand tightly, but the spark in front of her said impatiently, we are leaving first. Coming. Let's go back to Earth. Naruto pulled Hinata and ran away. Hinata, do you remember when we were young and took Irika's class? He asked who you would most like to be with if the world ended, and I didn't write anyone at that time. But now it's different, I already have the answer in my heart. I can say it out loud, I want to be with you forever. Hinata stared at Naruto blankly, and then tears flowed from her eyes. The two kept running, from infancy to childhood, and then to youth after adolescence. The crimson scarf was tightly wrapped around the necks of the two people. As time passed, the bubble space was about to collapse due to the collapse of the moon. Hold me tight, Hinata. Never let go. I won't let go. Hinata's arms were around Naruto's waist, and Naruto pushed hard with his feet, and the two of them soared into the sky. Rushed out of the lake. Still upward. It's about to hit the ceiling. Shikamaru yelled. How can it end here? Naruto shouted softly, and the raised nan in his hand broke through the ceiling directly. A big hole was blown out of the ground in an instant, and Naruto and Hinata were pushed out of the cave by the powerful thrust. Shikamaru and the others below opened their mouths wide. It was really simple and rough. The huge moon became the background board for the two at this moment. Under the thick white moonlight, Naruto held Hinata's chin and hugged her affectionately. A kiss sealed the love. Children are not allowed to watch. Kakashi covered Haruno Sakura's eyes. Haruno Sakura screamed loudly. She wanted to watch. She really wanted to watch. This was the kiss of love between her classmate and her best friend. She didn't want to miss it no matter what. Naruto stared blankly at the scene in the video, his face flushed, completely different from his usual jumpy self. What does it feel like to kiss? Do you want to find Hinata to feel it now? Sasuke said lightly, are you stupidly thinking about something dirty? Naruto said angrily, no. I'm a serious person. Haha. Sasuke sneered disdainfully, and his heart was also filled with desire, but then he remembered that his first kiss was taken away by the idiot in front of him, and he felt sick. Team 8. Hinata's face was flushed, and steam came out of her head. Real steam engine. How embarrassing, in front of so many people. With a bang, before everyone could react, Hinata fell straight to the ground. Yui Kurane held her forehead helplessly. This girl. At the end of the video, Hinata was preparing food in a room, and Naruto sat up from the sofa. The two children in front of him were constantly playing in the room. The boy opened the door, looked at the heavy snow outside, and shouted excitedly, Dad, let's make a snowman. Here. Naruto ran out quickly with a happy smile on his face. Then the picture froze. A huge snowman appeared in front of everyone. It was a snowman similar to Naruto, with a unique beard, a red scarf, and a hedgehog head. Chapter 19. Naruto exhaled slowly, with a smile on his face. He would be very happy in the future, with a happy family and two children, both sons and daughters. But after watching it, he felt a little disappointed. Could he achieve such a future? If he couldn't achieve such a future, what was the point of watching this video? Uzumaki Naruto fell into deep thought. At this moment, the huge screen above his head made a sound, and the sound spread throughout the ninja world. At this moment, no matter where you are in the ninja world, you can hear the sound of the system. Uzumaki Naruto single-handedly stopped Tonari from destroying the earth, and gained his own love with his spiritual qualities. His actions this time protected the entire earth, and also made great efforts for the subsequent development of the ninja world. Reward 1,000,000 points. Chakra volume increased 100 times, perfect sage mode, and proficient use of 7 attribute chakras. Otsutsuki Tonari misunderstood Hamura's destiny, causing a big mistake. But in the end, he returned from the wrong path and was willing to atone for his sins on the lonely moon. Reward 900,000 points, chakra volume increased 50 times, and the reincarnation eye returned to his eyes. Hyuga Hinata, love one person for a lifetime, willing to fight to the death for the person you love, and you will be rewarded with 900,000 points, chakra volume increased by 30 times, and the right to purchase the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Sasuke, save Konoha village, a Chidori resounds through the night sky, reward 500,000 points, chakra volume increased by 30 times. Nara Shikamaru, Haruno Sakura, Sai, played a huge role as a rescue team, reward 100,000 points, chakra volume increased by 10 times, and choose 1A level ninjutsu. The rest of the characters will each receive 10,000 points. As soon as the system finished speaking, countless white lights suddenly emerged in the sky, falling on the characters in the video. Naruto's body trembled violently, and then the powerful chakra broke through the surface of the body, blowing everything around him away. Kakashi was powerful and barely stood firm, but Haruno Sakura, who had just received the reward, was not so lucky and was blown away dozens of meters. Sasuke was rewarded with 30 times the chakra and barely stood firm. So strong, this is just a simple release of chakra, but it can reach this level. If he really releases a ninjutsu, I really don't know how strong Naruto will be. Kakashi was shocked. Originally, Naruto's chakra was equivalent to 100 times his, and now it is almost 10,000 times, which is truly comparable to the tailed beast. Even if it is not more than the 9 tails, it is definitely more than the 8 tails. Such a chakra amount can definitely allow Naruto to release more powerful jutsu, and there is also the flexible use of 7 types of chakra, which can combine more powerful jutsu. Definitely a pervert. And there is also a super strong sage mode. Now Naruto has completely stood at the top of the ninja world, an absolute strong man. Teacher Kakashi, stay away. The chakra amount suddenly increased, and I can't control it. Naruto's embarrassed voice sounded. Kakashi and Sasuke immediately stepped back, and Haruno Sakura rubbed her butt with a bitter face and stepped back. Sasuke, are you feeling unwell? Sasuke shook his head. 30 times the amount of chakra suddenly entered his body. Although it was uncomfortable, it was controllable and he would not suddenly go berserk like Naruto. But what puzzled him was what this score was. Points are necessary for purchasing ninjutsu, blood limit, resurrection coins and various secret techniques. You recite them all in your mind, and a panel should appear in front of you. That is the mall system. This system has all the items in the history of the ninja world. At the same time, I remind everyone again that points are very precious, please use them carefully. As soon as the system finished speaking, countless people began to experiment. Naruto's excited voice came, it really exists. In front of him was a small light screen, about 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, showing a dazzling array of goods. There were 2 lines of words in the upper right corner, one of which was the ninja world and the second was other worlds, but this line was grey. Naruto flipped through the product pages happily. From beginning to end, there were all kinds of ninjutsu, blood limit, blood elimination, or various secret methods. The highest ranking was the Samsara Eye, which was worth 5 million points, but 5 million points was just an ordinary Samsara Eye, and the advanced Samsara Eye even reached tens of millions of points. Naruto smacked his lips. Although he had never heard of the Samsara Eye, he knew that the Samsara Eye was definitely not an ordinary thing when he saw that it was so expensive. At the bottom was the Rinnegan, which was the same price as the Samsara Eye, also 5 million points. He also saw that the Raise Nan he used was an A-level ninjutsu, worth 50,000 points. He wondered if he should exchange the Raise Nan, but he quickly shook his head and denied it, because if his future self could learn it, there was no reason why he couldn't learn it now, and the most important thing now was to find out who gave him the Raise Nan. Sasuke was also excitedly flipping through the products, but he didn't buy it. Looking at the introduction of the Samsara Eye at the top, he was eager to accumulate points and then buy the Samsara Eye. For some reason, as soon as he saw the Samsara Eye, he felt that the Samsara Eye was destined to him, as if he was born to match the Samsara Eye. Teacher Kakashi, can you use the Raise Nan? Naruto gathered all the chakra in his body, moved his feet lightly, and walked to Kakashi. Kakashi was known as the copy ninja, and he believed that Kakashi would not let him down. Kakashi's attention returned from the interface and smiled, yes. Raise Nan is a non-print ninjutsu, which cannot be copied using the Sharingan, but Kakashi saw that Minato had used the Raise Nan and was a little jealous of the power of the Raise Nan, so he asked Minato to teach him. Although the process was a bit tortuous, at least I learned it. Then can you teach me? Naruto said hurriedly with a happy face. Very good, so that I can save 50,000 points. Kakashi was about to agree when he saw Jiraiya walking in the distance. He smiled and said, although I really want to teach you, there is someone who is more suitable to teach you. Who? Kakashi pointed behind Naruto, Lord Jiraiya. The legendary Sunin Jiraiya stunned Sasuke and Sakura. Looking at the white-haired old man, both of them were surprised. Naruto. Jiraiya smiled and didn't look like a good person. It's me. Very good, from today you are my disciple. Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder and laughed. Naruto was confused. He was accepted as a disciple like this? It was too sloppy. Can you use the raise nan? Naruto said. Jiraiya smiled proudly, do you know who the fourth Hokage is? Naruto looked at Jiraiya with a proud face curiously, who is it? He is my disciple, do you think I can make raise nan? Although Minato is the teacher in terms of raise nan. Awesome! Kakashi said seriously, Naruto, don't be rude, this is the legendary three ninjas, the Toad Sage Jiraiya, whose contribution to our Konoha village is indelible, you should be more respectful. Naruto nodded indifferently. Okay, teacher. From today on, you are my teacher. The speed of change was so fast that several people almost didn't react. Interesting. Jiraiya smiled and then asked, did you get the perfect sage mode just now? Naruto nodded, there was indeed such an item in the system's rewards. Jiraiya said hopefully, can I see it? To be honest, he really wanted to see it. His sage mode was not perfect. It had a long pre-swing and was assisted by two big toad sages. Otherwise, it would last very short. In a real battle, it would be almost useless without assistance. Naruto nodded and then sat cross-legged on the ground. While receiving the reward, he already knew the training method and perception of the sage mode and was able to use it skillfully. However, in order to let Jiraiya see more clearly, he deliberately used the most primitive state of condensing natural power. Jiraiya's face changed slightly. He had already felt that countless natural forces were rushing into Naruto's body in just a few breaths. After a few seconds, a faint yellow eye shadow appeared on Naruto's eye sockets, and even his pupils changed. He seemed to be integrated with nature. If it wasn't in front of everyone, they might not be able to find Naruto. So far, the perfect sage mode appeared. Chapter 20. It's amazing, it's like it's integrated with nature. If it wasn't right in front of me, I wouldn't have noticed it. Jiraiya exclaimed in his heart. The power of the perfect sage mode was even stronger than he had imagined. Seeing Naruto's perfect sage mode, he actually had some insights in his heart, which was of great help to his own improvement of the sage mode. Seeing Naruto trying to stand up, Jiraiya hurriedly shouted, Naruto, slow down, the sage mode greatly improves your strength. Then he made a look, asking Kakashi and the others to stay away. Naruto responded, then slowly stood on the ground. Just as he was about to take 2 steps, the ground under his feet suddenly sank. He was dumbfounded immediately. Is this a big improvement? The increase in strength has exceeded his imagination. He has already stepped forward with the least strength, but still stepped out a big hole in the ground. Kakashi said, this power is already superhuman. Although Naruto now has many shortcomings compared to the Naruto in the video, such as he does not have the power of the 9 tails now, but the huge chakra of 100 times can barely make up for it. Compared with the young Naruto in the video, he is only 3 points weaker now, which is quite terrifying. Sasuke clenched his fists and looked at the heroic Naruto. He wanted to take the position of the protagonist of the video more urgently. By then, his power would be greatly improved like Naruto, and he could kill Uchiha Itachi to avenge his parents and clansmen. Wait for me, Itachi, I will come to you soon. Uchiha Sasuke's mind has been burned by the fire of hatred. If he can't get rid of Uchiha Itachi, he will have trouble sleeping and eating for the rest of his life. After a while, Naruto withdrew the sage mode, exhaled slowly, and was extremely excited. He really didn't expect that he would be able to obtain such a powerful power one day. Let's go, Teacher Jiraiya, let's go practice. Naruto said hurriedly. Go now. Jiraiya was a little dumbfounded. Aren't you going to find your girlfriend? Naruto shook his head. Now is not the time. If I see Hinata now, it will be unnatural, which is not conducive to our future relationship. Jiraiya nodded helplessly and had to take him to practice Raise Nan. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura also separated and went back to study them all. The price of this resurrection coin is beyond my expectation. Kakashi's eyes were full of surprise. A resurrection coin only needs 1 million points. Compared with the tens of millions of points of the higher level Samsara Eye, the points required for the resurrection coin are already very few. Rin, Obito, and Father, I will definitely resurrect you. Kakashi thought firmly. Akatsuki Organization. Nagato looked at the top-level Samsara Eye, and countless words of fucking in his heart, so that my Samsara Eye is actually the lowest level Samsara Eye without Magatama, it feels so big. Looking at the 9 Magatama, 6 Magatama, and countless colors of the Samsara Eye, Nagato's eyes flashed with desire. But he had never thought that the Samsara Eye belonged to the ninja world, but in the final analysis, it was also the eyes of the Six Paths Sage. However, the types of Samsara Eye above have far exceeded the limit that the Six Paths Sage can have. So who controls the remaining Samsara Eye? A distant era. The Six Paths Sage's pupils trembled violently, and even Otsutsuki Hamura was shocked. Looking at his brother, he didn't know what to say. Such a simple thing, the two of them could naturally figure it out. The Six Paths Sage had a gloomy face. There were so many Samsara Eyes, in addition to him, there were Indra and his mother Kagaya. Who else had the Samsara Eye? Could it be his mother's clan? He naturally knew that his mother was not immortal, and might not even be from the ninja world, but the key point was that even if Kagaya raised them, the two brothers did not know Kagaya's true identity, which was very suspicious. Brother, it seems that we still need to investigate. The Six Paths Sage said in a heavy tone. Is mother still awake now? Hamura shook his head. The interior of the moon is too dark, and mother has long closed her 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses. It will probably be thousands of years before she wakes up. Mother is unreliable, we still have to rely on ourselves. The Six Paths Sage said that if it is really Kagaya's clan, the ninja world will be in danger. Kagaya is so powerful, but she covets the ninja world. Her clan must be the same. It must be investigated as soon as possible. Little did she know that Kagaya in the moon had already cursed her mother. When she saw the moon was destroyed, she almost thought she was dead, but then she thought that she was immortal, and then she reacted, but for a naive person like herself, the explosion of the moon is really scary, okay. Those two stinky boys, Kagaya cursed in her heart. If she could get out, she would definitely be well. Teach them a lesson. But soon she saw countless Samsara Eyes in the mall, and her pupils suddenly shrank as she swiped them. Is this Ishaiki's Samsara Eyes? Yes, one of the Samsara Eyes was Ishaiki's Samsara Eyes, she would never be wrong. She bit her fingernails. Could Ishaiki not be dead yet? It's not impossible, Ishaiki's strength is much stronger than hers, although she had the advantage of sneak attack at that time, but if Ishaiki pretended to die in front of her, she would not be able to see it. But soon she gave up this idea. With Ishaiki's temperament, if he didn't die, he would definitely come to seek revenge on her. Although the Otsutsuki people can use the wedge to reincarnate, the premise is that there must be a suitable carrier, so Ishaiki should be hiding somewhere in the ninja world now. In a cave somewhere, Ishaiki's eyes flashed with surprise, and he actually had his own Samsara Eyes. What kind of sacred is this so-called system? He suddenly felt a little panic in his heart. No, he must speed up the search for the carrier. If he doesn't reincarnate, not only will his power gradually weaken, but his lifespan will also be very short. When he recovers to his peak state, he will pull that crazy woman Kagaya out of the moon. That bitch must pay with blood. 57 years of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at the huge screen in the sky. He saw Sasuke, the future Sasuke walking alone in the world. He didn't see his figure in Konoha village, let alone the Uchiha clan. Did his plan succeed? He successfully slaughtered the entire clan? But his father has the power of the Mangekyo. Even if he also has the Mangekyo, with the difference in combat experience, how could he defeat Uchiha Fugaku so easily? He seemed to regret in his heart that he had so hastily and unilaterally sentenced the Uchiha clan to death. Why? Is there really no possibility of reconciliation between the village and the clan members? But soon, Uchiha Fugaku called Uchiha Itachi away with excitement on his face. What's wrong? Father. Uchiha Itachi was a little strange. He hadn't seen his father so happy for a long time. Didn't you watch the video just now? Sasuke will become such a powerful ninja in the future. We should celebrate. Uchiha Fugaku was excited. He never paid much attention to this youngest son. It can even be said that he once wanted his youngest son to give up the ninja path. But suddenly seeing that his youngest son would have such power in the future, it would be a lie if he was not excited. Sasuke is a talent that can be cultivated. He has to train Sasuke well. Although the results of training are not obvious now, Sasuke may be the type of late bloomer. When he grows up, he may be able to show his extraordinary talent. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Fugaku's smile, a little stunned, and then cursed himself in his heart. Damn it, I am such a beast. I actually want to kill my own relatives. Get out of here, I will make sure the village and the Uchiha clan live in peace. The Uchiha clan celebrated with lights and decorations, but the village was in turmoil. That nine-tailed demon fox is so strong in the future. What should we do? Otherwise, while he is still young, we should kill him first. That's right, otherwise when he grows up, he will definitely take revenge on us. You are talking nonsense, isn't the future Naruto trying hard to protect us? If it weren't for Naruto fighting that Tonari, maybe the ninja world would have been destroyed long ago. He said with some disdain. Although he also had some complaints about Naruto, he knew that the nine-tailed rebellion 7 years ago was not his fault. It is wrong to force the nine-tailed's mistakes on him. It is also inhumane. Chapter 21. You don't sympathize with that little nine-tailed devil, do you? Someone looked at him with disdain. The man said, "This is not sympathy, it's just telling the truth." The others snorted coldly and ignored him. At Naruto's house, little Naruto saw himself in the video showing his might and saving the entire ninja world, and his face flushed with excitement. It's great that his future is so strong. At such a young age, he doesn't know that he is in danger now. 80% of the people in the entire Konoha village want to kill him. Dong dong dong. The knocks on the door continued, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's anxious voice came. Naruto, open the door, it's me, the third-generation grandfather. Naruto opened the door with excitement and said excitedly, "Third-generation grandfather, did you see it? I'm so powerful in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved to see that Naruto was safe and sound. It seems that he is not too late. Naruto, did you get the reward? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked straight to the point. He had just asked Kakashi and others, but the answer he got was no, which made him suspicious. Could it be that all these rewards were sent to people in other timelines? At the same time, he was worried that the rioting villagers would hurt Naruto, so he rushed to Naruto's house in a hurry. Naruto's face showed doubt. Rewards? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. As expected, those rewards might really be given to Naruto in other timelines. He squatted down and looked into Naruto's eyes. Naruto, from today on, you will live with Grandpa, okay? Naruto's little face showed a puzzled look, but he soon figured out the matter and nodded excitedly. This family is very lonely. Although he is used to it, he is not happy. He heard that the third-generation grandfather has a little grandson, so he can play with him when the time comes. No one in the village plays with him, so he can only play with a child who knows nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Naruto's hand and walked towards home. Naruto has a strong future and is very plastic, so he deserves to be cultivated vigorously. And Uchiha Sasuke, according to the information obtained, he will become a strong man who is not inferior to Naruto in the future, and a ninja who is stronger than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and he is also worthy of being cultivated vigorously. It seems that it is time to knock Danzo to prevent him from ruining the village's major events. Hyuga family. Hyuga Hinata stared blankly at the huge light screen that had already finished playing, not knowing what she was thinking. With her 7-year-old brain, she actually couldn't figure out anything, but her old father didn't think so. Should I build a good relationship with Naruto? Although the future has changed greatly since watching the video, there is still a great possibility that Naruto will become my son-in-law, and Naruto's future strength is so strong. If I stop Naruto and Hinata from being together, will Naruto make things difficult for me in the future? My small body can't withstand Naruto's Raise-Nan. It seems that he still has to be the assistant of the two of them, but looking at Hinata, who is now 7 years old, he sighed and said that he would talk about this later. 63 years of Konoha. 3 days have passed. After Jiraiya's devilish training, Naruto finally succeeded in practicing the Raise-Nan. Raise-Nan. A Raise-Nan with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters hit the tree, and in an instant, a tree several meters wide fell to the ground. Jiraiya clapped his hands beside him. Not bad. From now on, your Raise-Nan is officially introductory. After you are proficient in using it, I can teach you the nature change of chakra. Of course, you have 7 kinds of chakra nature changes, and you can easily master even the extremely rare yin and yang power. The nature change of chakra should not be difficult for you to control. Jiraiya smiled, but Naruto stared at his palm and didn't listen to Jiraiya at all. Teacher Jiraiya, why is the Raise-Nan I'm using now blue, while the one I used in the video is dazzling yellow? The Raise-Nan he used in the video is not only golden yellow, but even Hinata's lion head is purple, and Tonari's attack is fluorescent, but now his Raise-Nan is blue, which makes him lose a lot of coolness. Jiraiya was stunned by the question, and he hesitated for a long time without answering. The Raise-Nan he used himself was blue, and he was really shocked when he saw Naruto using a golden Raise-Nan. It may be the change of the nature of chakra. It is indeed possible to change the color of the Raise-Nan through the change of the nature of chakra. Although he said so, he didn't even study the change of the nature of the Raise-Nan thoroughly, no can assert. Naruto nodded, and he was more eager to learn about the changes in the nature of chakra. But at this moment, Naruto frowned, his expression was extremely solemn, and Jiraiya soon did the same. Such a huge amount of chakra, and this strange breath, who is it? Jiraiya was surprised and rushed to the gate of Konoha village with Naruto. Naruto's single round hard power is stronger than others now, so he naturally has to take him with him. Sharon. Naruto was dumbfounded when he arrived at the gate. Before, countless people surrounded a young man, and the young man was Sharon, who moved the moon in the video to destroy the ninja world. Surrounded by the crowd, Tonari seemed to have no reaction. When he saw Naruto, he waved and said with a smile, "Hello, Naruto." Naruto pushed through the crowd and came to Tonari, saying with a serious face, "If you join Konoha, I will definitely welcome you, but if you..." "I'm here to join Konoha." "Ah." Before Naruto finished speaking, Tonari spoke out his intentions. Not only Naruto, but everyone around was stunned. This Tonari is actually coming to join Konoha. Are you sure you are not kidding? A few days ago, you were still shouting about destroying the world. You have changed so quickly now. Does your mother know? You heard it right. I'm here to join Konoha. Not long after, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi and others also came here. They were also dumbfounded when they saw Tonari, but they did not dare to act rashly. Just kidding, although Naruto's strength has greatly improved now, it is possible that he can fight against Tonari, who has the Samsara Eye, but the key is that if the two of them fight with their strength, the entire Konoha village will be blown up in a few rounds, and the entire fire country will be reduced to ashes. How dare they act? As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen must come forward, but just as he was about to step forward, he was grabbed by Jiraiya, indicating that he could let Naruto solve this matter. Naruto asked in a daze, "Are you sure?" Tonari said as a matter of course, there are no living people on the moon now. It is lonely and dark. I am a normal person. How can I be willing to live there? What about Hamura's destiny? Naruto asked. Tonari spread his hands and said indifferently, "What I understand as Hamura's destiny is wrong. Why do we continue to do wrong things?" "Well, you are a good child if you know your mistakes and correct them. I've made up my mind. For the rest of my life, I will live in Konoha village. There are so many people in Konoha village, they speak well, and everyone is talented. I believe I will be more comfortable here than in the ninja world." Tonari was excited and waved his hands. Haha, everyone around him was full of black lines, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, I felt that this guy was almost the same as Naruto, both of them were a little silly. "Grandpa Sandai, what do you think?" Naruto looked at the Sandai. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette, then nodded slowly. For him, it was not a bad thing for Tonari to live in Konoha village. Tonari was willing to come down from the moon and abandon the so-called destiny of Hamura, which was enough to prove his sincerity. And if Tonari stayed in Konoha village, it would greatly increase the strength of Konoha village. They could provide Tonari with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, which was a win-win situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was naturally unwilling to give up. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, Naruto said, "Okay, but you can't use force without authorization." As a member of Konoha village, although he is often bullied, Naruto must also prioritize the safety of Konoha village villagers. Tonari frowned, "What if they start first?" Naruto glanced at the crowd around him, "You can take action, but you can't kill people." Tonari grinned, "Very good, it's a happy decision." Everyone around was relieved. Naruto led the way in front, and Tonari followed behind. Not long after, Tonari said in a mean way, "Where is Hinata's house?" Chapter 22. Naruto glanced at Tonari, and he said, "Why did this guy come to Earth from the moon for no reason? It turns out that he has such a trick." "What a joke, Hinata is my designated wife, how can I tell you where this bastard lives?" "I don't know." His tone was cold, giving people a feeling of keeping away from strangers. Tonari smiled awkwardly, and his thoughts were seen through, but he didn't care about Naruto's tone. Anyway, he lived in Konoha village now, and there was plenty of time and opportunity to contact Hinata. Not long after, Naruto took Tonari to a very remote place. It was called remote only relative to the central street of Konoha village. There were still many people living around it. As for Tonari's residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave full authority to Naruto. "Where do I live?" Tonari glanced at a large plain with about 20 households on it. Behind the people was a huge forest, and behind them was a mountain. Naruto said, "Build a house, you can't live in someone else's house, right?" Sharon was stunned and pointed at himself, and said with a wry smile, "You want me to build a house?" It's not that he doesn't want to build it, but he really doesn't know how to build it. He has a big castle on the moon, where he can build a house. Naruto smiled, "Don't worry about this, I have found someone to help you." Not long after, Kakashi came to the two of them and smiled helplessly, "Are you sure you want Sharon to live here?" "Of course, you can't let him live in someone else's house, right?" Naruto said as a matter of course. He would not say that he was upset because this bastard bullied Hinata in the video, so he would take revenge on him a little. "Teacher Kakashi, how is your construction technology?" Kakashi smiled proudly, I am a man known as Konoha's technician. I have mastered all kinds of skills. Building a house is nothing to worry about. Naruto nodded happily. Okay, teacher Kakashi, the matter of Tonari's house will be handed over to you. I will continue to practice with teacher Jiraiya. After that, the figure disappeared in a flash. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. This kid. Let's go, Tonari. Let's cut down a few trees first. Tonari nodded and looked at the large forest in front of him. There was a flash of amazement in Tonari's eyes. How could such a scene be seen in the desolate moon? Another 3 days passed. During this time, Naruto has completely mastered the Raise Nan. He can rub out the Raise Nan very quickly with one hand, and inject more chakra in the same volume, which increases the destructive power of chakra by several levels. It will be soon to practice nature change. Naruto was excited. Tonari said puzzledly, I don't understand. I've come to Earth. Theoretically, you should have no enemies. Why are you still practicing so hard? Isn't it better to be a jerk? He kept stuffing snacks into his mouth and said vaguely. Sasuke was speechless. He originally thought that this guy was a cold person after watching the video, but he didn't expect that he was a super funny guy in reality. In fact, if it is possible, Tonari doesn't want to be a funny guy, but he has been suppressed in the environment of the moon for too many years. Now that he has finally been released, if he doesn't be funny again, he will be sorry for himself. I always feel uneasy, as if it is a precursor to a storm. Naruto explained softly. Tonari's house was just completed today, and he immediately ran to see Naruto's practice. Of course, Sasuke was there. After all, as one of the 3 ninjas, Jiraiya has a lot of real materials. He can improve Sasuke's cognition. He will naturally not let go of such an opportunity. Besides, the task given to Jiraiya by Sarutobi Hiruzen is to protect Naruto and Sasuke. How can one be missing? Hearing Naruto's words, Sharon curled his lips, not caring at all. Now the world is peaceful, how can there be war? It's just Naruto's worrying. I feel that you are completely different from what I imagined. Naruto glanced at Sharon and said lightly. This guy is completely different from the cold guy in his impression. As soon as this topic was mentioned, Sharon became interested and stood up suddenly. Speaking of this, I have to say it. In fact, I was still very lively when I was young. At that time, I also had a grandfather who took care of me. But not long after, my grandfather passed away. It was from that time that I became silent, but now I have come to Konoha. I have found the feeling of home again, and I have more smiles on my face. Speaking of the past, Sharon was also a little sad. But he found that several people were not listening at all. Instead, they raised their heads high and looked at the huge light screen in the air. The video has started again. Countless people in time and space looked at the huge screen with bated breath. Everyone, the second video begins. The Nine Tails Rebellion. In the timeline of Konoha's 63rd year and 57th year, the people of Konoha village were shocked. As expected, the Nine-Tailed Rebellion greatly disrupted the history of this world. Naruto raised his eyes and stared at the screen. Although he didn't know his life experience yet, he knew that the nine-tailed demon fox in his body was sealed in his body during the Nine-Tailed Rebellion. And now is a good opportunity to know his life experience. In Konoha's 47th year, Minato stared at the screen tightly. It's here, it's finally here. Now he can finally understand why his future self didn't appear. Is he dead or missing? All the mysteries are about to be revealed. Minato's expression is so serious. Obito was a little scared on the side. Today is another training day, and they came to the Konoha forest early. Kakashi said, instead of caring about Minato, it's better to care about what delicious food Sister Kushina will make for me today. Obito's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. It makes sense. No matter how sad teacher Minato is, Sister Kushina will cheer him up again. Speak of the devil, and here comes Kushina, carrying a lunch box, in front of everyone, looking up at the sky. Has the video started? Standing next to Minato, she also watched it. The video started. What caught everyone's eyes was the big sign of the ninja school. The picture changed, and a teacher led a little girl with red hair into the classroom. The girl seemed a little shy and kept her head down, but after entering the classroom, "My name is Kushina Uzumaki." But she accidentally said her catchphrase, and she immediately covered her mouth for fear of being laughed at by everyone. Kushina was a little dumbfounded. Why was it her turn? Did she have any outstanding historical contributions? If sealing the 9 tails counted, she did. Looking at the self-introduction in the video, Kushina could already foresee what would happen next. As expected, the classmates in the class began to laugh loudly, and many people even laughed at his hair. It looks like a tomato. That's right, how can it become so red? The teacher on the stage hurriedly dissuaded him, but the students below were still smiling and didn't take it seriously. Kushina clenched her fists again and put them in front of her chest, as if she had made a great determination. I want to be the first female Hokage of this village. The classmates in the class also fell silent at this moment, and did not laugh at the little girl's dream. At this time, the blonde boy Namikaze Minato stood up. I also want to be an outstanding Hokage recognized by the villagers. But Kushina did not understand Minato's meaning, but looked at this sissy with hostility. Seeing that Kushina did not move, Namikaze Minato had to sit down awkwardly. Is this Master Kushina and Teacher Minato? Nohara-rin and the other two were a little dumbfounded. Why did they play the teacher and sister Kushina's childhood? Yes, we are still several years younger than you at this time. Kushina touched Nohara-rin's head and smiled. As for why the video of Minato and I when we were young was played, it might be because I am the 9 tails Jinchuriki. They knew about Kushina's identity as the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Minato also smiled. He had forgotten many things when he was old, but now the system presented them in the form of a video, which was still a different flavor. I think the relationship between the master's wife and the teacher was not good at that time. How did you two get together in the end? Obito was a little curious, and at the same time he had some hope in his heart. Minato and Kushina had such a bad initial relationship, but they were able to get married, and he and Lin had such a good relationship, there was no reason why they couldn't get together in the end. Kushina smiled and said, "You will know when you watch it later." Chapter 23. In the video. Because of her red hair and round face, Kushina also has a nickname. Tomato. In the Ninja Academy that day, several male classmates surrounded Kushina, and one of them laughed and said, "This red hair and round face, isn't it a tomato? I hate tomatoes the most." Minato Namikaze turned his head and saw Kushina looking at him angrily, and then kicked the person who laughed at her. "Who are you calling tomato? Let me make it clear in advance that I also hate tomatoes." Kushina was so powerful that she taught everyone a lesson, riding on a boy and waving her fists continuously. She turned her head and looked around, and found that Minato was looking at him with a smile. "What are you laughing at?" After this battle, Kushina got another nickname, Blood Red Pepper. Also known as Little Pepper. "I really haven't heard of this nickname of Sister Kushina," Uchiha Obito said in surprise. Seeing Kushina in the video, he suddenly found that Lin was really gentle, really an angel. Kushina smiled and said, "Of course, although I am from another village, I gradually grew up in Konoha village, and many people also recognized me. Moreover, since I married Minato, no one bullied me anymore, and my nickname became a thing of the past. So that's how it is, and several people understood it. But why do those people bully you so much, and Teacher Minato doesn't even help you with money?" Uchiha Obito was a little puzzled. Those children bullied Kushina, and Namikaze Minato was still watching with a smile. Minato was embarrassed. "There is a reason for this, and you should know it soon. In spring, Kushina was running in the sky full of cherry blossoms, but suddenly two boys jumped out from behind the tree. One is older, the other is younger. The older boy said to Kushina proudly, "Did you bully my brother?" Kushina pointed at the younger boy angrily, "He was the one who bullied me first." The older boy pointed proudly at the forehead protector on his forehead, "I'm a genin, am I powerful?" Kushina's face changed slightly. Her current strength was still not enough to deal with genin. He continued, "I will not let anyone who bullies my brother go." So Kushina and the older boy started a chase in the cherry blossom forest. With a whoosh, a kunao flew past Kushina and stabbed on the opposite tree. "This is a real kunao, this guy is serious." Kushina was shocked, and she was no longer polite. She jumped forward with all her strength, kicked her legs on the tree, and then jumped hard and hit the older boy, but unfortunately the boy escaped with a substitute technique. Kushina stood on the ground with a nervous look on her face, looking around. With a bang, the boy's fist hit Kushina's neck in an instant. Kushina, who couldn't bear the powerful force, fell to the bottom instantly. The boy grabbed Kushina's red hair. "I thought you were strong, but you're just a kid." The boy kept laughing, making Kushina more painful. "Your blood-red hair is really an eyesore." Kushina was immediately angry, "I hate this red hair too." As she said this, her body kept running forward, and the powerful force suddenly made the boy let go of his hand holding Kushina's hair. Then Kushina rode on the boy's body, waving her fists constantly, venting her anger. The blood-red pepper appears again. The slightly younger boy ran away in fear, leaving his brother alone to face the terrifying Kushina. She kept hitting the boy's face with both fists, crying, "Even so, this hair is also part of my body, I can't do anything about it." Tired of fighting, Kushina slowly stood up, and the boy also got up from the ground, rubbed his face, and said coldly, "Outsiders can't become Hokage." Then she turned and left. Kushina looked up at the sky with a lost look, but saw Minato on the tree. She asked angrily, "Is it because I am an outsider that you didn't come to help me?" Minato hurriedly explained, "I." But before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by the angry Kushina, "You think so too, right?" The crying girl kept running in the cherry blossom forest, looking at the Hokage rock on the Hokage cliff. "It is because I don't want to be treated as an outsider that I say this, and I want to integrate with the real people in the village. Otherwise, who would be willing to become Hokage?" Kushina was extremely angry. "Those two brats are nothing." Uchiha Obito was extremely angry. His dream was to become a Hokage. What he despised most was people who bullied the weak, especially those who bullied the weak. They are from his own village. Of course, part of the reason is that he is a slacker, and his peers in the village don't like him. Apart from his classmates, he has no friends. However, as a friend of women in Konoha, he still doesn't care. After all, those ladies are considerate, but these brats are much better. That's right, at that time, Sister Kushina hadn't graduated from school yet, and that brat bullied Sister Kushina as a genin. It's really shameless. Even the always gentle Yuan Yelin was a little angry at this time. Kakashi also nodded, and he was very upset with those guys in his heart. It was obviously him who lost, but he still called his parents. He really couldn't afford to lose. Kushina smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. It's been so long since the incident. If the system hadn't played it again, I might have forgotten it." Of course, those two brats left a big impression in Kushina's heart, and it's still hard to forget. "And Mr. Minato, what are you doing? How can you watch Sister Kushina being bullied?" Uchiha Obito looked at Minato with puzzled eyes. This was really unlike Minato's temperament. Minato smiled helplessly. It was useless to explain to them. He could only let them watch and experience it by themselves. 63 years of Konoha. Jiraiya's face showed nostalgia. He didn't expect to see his disciple again, and it was Minato when he was a child. Although it was in the form of a video, it was enough to comfort Jiraiya's old heart. "That blonde boy looks like Naruto," Sasuke suddenly said. "And he looks like the fourth Hokage on the Hokage Rock." Naruto suddenly came back to his senses. He said why he always felt that the person in the video was so familiar. It turned out to be the fourth Hokage. The most important thing is that the fourth Hokage is very similar to his Mo Yang, and both have golden hair. Is he really his son? He looked at Jiraiya, who noticed Naruto's eyes and didn't know what to say, but then he thought that since the video was showing the Nine Tails Rebellion, Naruto would definitely appear, so he should just let him watch it himself. "Just wait and see, your life story will soon be revealed. It won't be long," Jiraiya said in a heavy tone. He also wanted to know what happened that night. Minato was clearly in front of Kushina. Why did the seal still fail, allowing the Nine Tails to wreak havoc in the village? Naruto looked up with a sad look in his eyes, his tears gradually blurred. Is it almost time? Will he soon be able to know his life story? In the video, Kushina had already graduated from the ninja school, and she was wandering around the room with a ninja forehead protector on her head. But suddenly a few black shadows jumped out of the window, which scared Kushina. In just a moment, she knew that she was no match for these people. She ran madly in the room, but with her strength, how could she escape from these senior ninjas? She was soon caught by them. In the jungle at night, Kushina was surrounded by 3 Kumigakure ninjas with her hands tied and walked away. Fortunately, her hair was long, so she could pull her hair down even though her hands were tied. So along the way, Kushina kept pulling her bright red hair down as a mark, hoping that the people of Konoha village would find her and save her. But in fact, Kushina herself didn't have much hope. She knew that she was just a stranger, and even if the people in the village found her, they might not come to save her. But just as he was walking on the road in despair, Namikaze Minato sneaked out of the forest and killed 3 Kumigakure ninjas. So someone complained about Konoha village's defensive barrier. Is Konoha's defensive barrier really made of paper? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little unconfident. Why were they always sneaked in? Kushina, Hinata, and Hanabi were broken into again and again, but they were not found. It was really strange. It seemed that Konoha's barrier must be strengthened, and the safety of the village must be protected. Chapter 24. Amazing! It turns out that Minato was so strong when he was so young. Minato Namikaze scratched his ear and laughed. Actually, he is not young anymore. If we talk about age, he is about the same age as you. We just graduated from the ninja school at that time. Uchiha Obito said with admiration, but he is still very strong. He is a few Chunin from the Hidden Cloud village, maybe even Jonin, but he was still defeated by Minato. It was just a sneak attack, and Minato was speechless. The name of Golden Flash is indeed not groundless. The 63rd year of Konoha. Reikage AI thought of the battle with Minato Namikaze back then. 2 against 1 even let the opponent have a slight advantage. It was really embarrassing to say, but Reikage AI admired Minato very much. He is powerful, but he does not kill innocent people indiscriminately. If you meet him, you can survive as long as you run away. Of course, this also indirectly shows the terrifying strength of Minato Namikaze. During the Third Ninja World War, some ninja villages even stipulated that if they met Minato Namikaze, they had to flee immediately. As long as they could escape, their mission would be completed. This rule was enough to exclude most of the strong men in the ninja world. In the video, desperate Kushina was still walking aimlessly. Minato came in front of her and whispered, "Are you injured?" Kushina suddenly raised her head and looked at the yellow-haired boy. "I'm here to save you." Minato Namikaze smiled. Kushina looked at Minato Namikaze with a relieved expression on her face, and then her body shook and she fell down due to exhaustion. Minato was quick and rushed forward to hug Kushina. "Don't worry, it's safe." Then he slowly picked up Kushina. "Wait a minute." Kushina was a little shy, but at this moment, Minato Namikaze hugged her and jumped up. The boy and girl under the moonlight looked so moving at this moment. Kushina noticed the red hair in Minato's hand. It's beautiful hair, so I noticed it right away, Minato explained gently. Kushina glanced at him first, then turned her head away. Even though you never helped me once. Because I know you are very strong, both in strength and in spirit, but this time it's a conflict between villages, I can't just sit back and watch, because I don't want to lose you. Kushina looked at Minato with a little surprise, even if I'm a foreigner. What's the matter? You live in Konoha village, you are a Konoha person. At the same time, Kushina's voice was heard by everyone. Minato looked like a very good ninja at that time, which made me believe that he could realize my dream. He changed me, which made the hair that I once hated, the person who brought my fate, become the red line of my fate. That's when I started to like Minato. So that's it, this is the beginning of the love between Master Kushina and teacher Minato. An idea suddenly flashed through Obito's mind, it seems that it's good to be a hero to save the beauty, but he quickly shook his head, how could he let Lin be in danger? Minato's face showed nostalgia, and more than 10 years have passed. Kushina's face was flushed, this thing even released her own voice, which was unexpected for her, but fortunately she didn't think of some weird things at that time, otherwise it would be really difficult to end now. After that, the relationship between Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki quickly heated up, and the two got along better. It was from this time that Minato Namikaze also knew Kushina's life experience and why she came to Konoha village. As a member of the Uzumaki family of the Uzumaki Shio ninja village in the Uzumaki country, an ally of the Land of Fire, Kushina is born with a huge amount of chakra and is proficient in various sealing techniques. The symbol of the Uzumaki family is the vortex-shaped mark on Konoha village, and this information shocked many people. Kushina came to Konoha village because she was born with a large amount of chakra that could seal the 9 tails, and became the container for sealing the 9 tails, that is, the 9 tails human power. And his predecessor was the wife of the first generation Hokage, Mito Uzumaki. This news made all the Konoha staff dumbfounded. They have been cursing the 9-tailed demon fox for so long, and now you tell us that the wife of the first generation Hokage and the wife of the 4th generation Hokage are both the 9 tails Jinchuriki? Are you kidding me? Doesn't that mean we cursed them together? Everyone was upset, thinking that Mito-sama and Kushina were willing to become the 9 tails Jinchuriki in order to protect the village and enhance the village's foundation. They regretted insulting Naruto. As the video was played, they understood that Naruto was also a 9 tails Jinchuriki like Mito-sama and Kushina. And they treated him like this, and they felt a little regretful. But some people don't have such thoughts, because during the 9 tails rebellion their relatives and friends all died at the hands of the 9 tails, so how could they easily forgive the 9 tails for other people's reasons? This is obviously unrealistic. In the early days of Konoha, Hashirama Senju touched his chin and was a little confused. The 9 tails was still wandering in nature, so how could it suddenly be sealed in Mito? What happened in the future? But this idea is really good, especially when he saw the golden-haired boy Naruto fighting Tonari on the moon, the 9 tails' golden body was shining, which made him a little envious. He decided that in the future he would find the 9 tails, seal the 9 tails in his body, and then use the power of the 9 tails to fight against the unknown risks in the dark. No, there are still 1 to 8 tails, and they must be found to enhance the foundation of Konoha village, so that Konoha village can become invincible, so as to avoid the situation where people from the hidden cloud village come to Konoha quietly to kidnap people. At this point, he wanted to complain about the defensive barrier of Konoha village, which was always exploited. Konoha's 63rd year. Naruto was shocked, and then realized that this was the case. He was so important to Konoha village. But soon he was extremely depressed. Although he was an extremely important Jinchuriki to the village, the key point was that the 9 tails did not cause any harm to Konoha village before. Instead, when he became a Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails almost destroyed Konoha village. This is why the people of Konoha village hate Naruto. But Naruto believes that he will change everyone's views one day. In the video, Kushina was having a physical examination in the hospital, but the news of her pregnancy made her very excited. Time passed quickly, and when she was about to give birth, Sarutobi Hiruzen found them. Kushina, your due date is coming soon. I want to tell you something. The last Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki, almost unsealed the Nine Tails during childbirth. To be on the safe side, I'm very sorry that you have to give birth in a sealed barrier far away from the village. But don't worry, I will arrange for someone to help you, as well as my wife Sarutobi Biwako. Kushina was strolling on the street with a big belly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she hurried forward. It's about the seal. I will stay by your side when you give birth, Minato also said. Everything is going on in secret. The scene changes. One evening afternoon, Kushina was strolling on the street with a big belly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. A beautiful woman holding a baby was also strolling on the street. Kushina hurried forward and said, "So cute, a girl." Mikoto smiled and said, "It's a boy. What's the name?" "Sasuke." Sarutobi Biwako was surprised and said, "It's the same name as the father of the third Hokage." Uchiha Mikoto nodded and said, "Yes, I hope he can become an outstanding and powerful ninja." But before long, Sasuke burst into tears. Mikoto said again, "Kushina is about to give birth, have you thought of a name?" Kushina said proudly, "I have thought of a name, it's Naruto." Naruto volume. Mikoto suddenly laughed. This made Kushina's face darken, and then she said with fear, "By the way, does it hurt?" Mikoto was also a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect Kushina to be afraid of something, it's really surprising." This sentence made Kushina very embarrassed. She was not a god. Although she was a little fierce, she was really afraid. She wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Sarutobi Biwako. "Be careful, Kushina, your matter is confidential." "Got it." Kushina was extremely helpless. Chapter 25. "Mom, it's Mom." Sasuke's trembling voice came. It was really Mom. He didn't expect that he would see his mother one day. Sasuke was extremely excited. But the more excited he was, the deeper his hatred for Uchiha Itachi was. He could be extremely happy and his family could be reunited. Why Itachi must kill his parents, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't figure it out, but the only thing he knew was that he must kill Uchiha Itachi. Only by killing Uchiha Itachi could he get real happiness, cut off his only bond, and reach the highest. He was a little bit second year. Naruto murmured, "That's my mother. She's so beautiful. The fourth Hokage is my father." Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder and sighed, "Now you know, your mother is Kushina, and your father is the fourth Hokage of our Konoha village, Minato Namikaze." Looking at Naruto's confused eyes, Jiraiya smiled and said, "I'll tell you another piece of news. I gave you your name." Naruto looked at Jiraiya in surprise, as if he couldn't believe it. After spending so much time together, he also got to know this old man a little bit. There is no doubt that he has a lot of skills, but he is a pervert. Is his name really given by him? Jiraiya seemed to have sensed his thoughts, and said with some displeasure, "Boy, I tell you, although I am a little bit lustful, this does not affect my heroic nature. Besides, the true nature of a hero is the true nature of a man. A man without lust is not a good man." The people around him were completely speechless. The three teenagers looked at Jiraiya with black lines on their heads. What a bad old man! Unreasonable! Akatsuki Organization. Uchiha Itachi looked at his mother, and a look of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Mom, what a distant name! Originally, he could have a happy family. But Uchiha Itachi did not regret it, but he was sad in his heart. In the 47th year of Konoha, Namikaze Minato fell silent. He never expected that his guess was right. The yellow-haired boy was really his son. His name was Naruto, and his last name was Uzumaki. If this was not his son, he really couldn't think of who would be his son. So his future was really dead? Kushina was excited. She knew that her child would grow up so smoothly and powerfully in the future. She was so happy that she could not express it in words. But she wanted to know more about the child's growth process. She continued to watch the video. In the video, a shrill scream was heard. "It hurts." Kushina's voice came from the cave, and the voice was extremely shrill. The scene turned to the cave. Kushina was lying on a bed preparing to give birth. Namikaze Minato put his right hand on her belly to control the seal. In reality, Namikaze Minato had several black lines on his head. Damn the system, should it be played in such detail? Kushina's birth can be skipped. Kushina's face was flushed. She let everyone in the whole ninja world watch her birth. Even she and her son Naruto were both optimistic and could not stand it. But fortunately, the system knew the limit and did not release what should not be released. In the video, Minato was extremely worried and said, "Is it really okay? This is the first time I've seen Kushina in so much pain." Sarutobi Biwako said while busy, "Don't worry, the most important thing for you now is to stabilize the seal." But Namikaze Minato was still a little worried. But the busy Sarutobi Biwako was very unhappy. "As the fourth Hokage, you should be calm. Men may have died of pain a long time ago, but women are very strong." Sure enough, in an instant, Minato's face changed drastically, and the Nine Tails was struggling violently, trying to break the seal. "Come on, Kushina, come on, Minato." But outside the cave, a man in black was slaughtering the Anbu members. Those were Minato's personal guards, and their strength was unquestionable. But under the hands of the man in black, they seemed like ants and posed no threat to him at all. Soon, the masked man walked into the cave where Kushina gave birth. Here, Kushina finally gave birth, Naruto was born, and the seal of the Nine Tails was barely strengthened, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Hurry up, let me see the baby," Kushina said excitedly. Minato carefully held Naruto and handed him to Kushina. "So cute." The crying Naruto stayed in Kushina's arms and soon closed his mouth. "From today on, I will be a father," Minato shouted excitedly. Seeing Kushina's happy face, Minato, who was originally tired of sealing the Nine Tails, was no longer tired. He walked up to Kushina and said passionately, "Very good, although you worked hard to give birth, Kushina, I want to make the Nine Tails completely obedient." Just as he was about to put his right hand on Kushina's abdomen, he heard a scream from Biwako. Minato was shocked and turned his head to see Naruto being held in the arms of the man in black, who seemed to be ready to kill him at any time. The masked man said coldly, "The fourth generation Hokage, Minato Namikaze, leave the Jinchuriki immediately. Otherwise, this child will only live for 1 minute." Minato Namikaze looked at the masked man with a serious expression, thinking in his heart, "How did this guy pass through the barrier? Who is he?" Minato Namikaze moved his feet slightly, as if he wanted to kill him with one blow, but Kushina soon felt pain, because the seal of the Nine Tails had not been completed, and the Nine Tails was struggling violently, vowing to break the seal and return to nature. "Hurry up and leave the Jinchuriki." Aku now appeared in the masked man's hand and pointed it at Naruto's neck. "Don't you care whether this child lives or dies?" "Wait a minute, calm down," Minato shouted, anxious. "The current situation is really terrible, the child is threatened in front, and the wife is threatened in the back. What should I do? I should tell you this. I am very calm now." Then Naruto was thrown high into the air. But in an instant, Namikaze Minato caught Naruto in his arms. The masked man was surprised and said, "It's worthy of being a yellow flash, the speed is fast. But what should you do next? There were a lot of detonating tags on Naruto's swaddling clothes, and they were about to explode. Minato's face changed, and he used Flying Thunder God to transfer again, and then threw the swaddling clothes out with force. With a bang, a house was razed to the ground in an instant. Minato hugged Naruto. His target is only Kushina. Have I been lured away from the mountain? Did he lure the tiger away from the mountain, just for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? At this time, everyone seemed to know the truth about the Nine Tails rebellion in Konoha. The mysterious masked man was the mastermind behind everything. It was he who released the Nine Tails. Come and destroy Konoha. Everyone immediately hated this man, especially the Uchiha clan, which had been in Konoha for 57 years. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood, because it was all because of this bastard. If it weren't for him, how could the Uchiha clan be suspected for no reason? Now the situation of the Uchiha clan is getting worse and worse. If it continues like this, rebellion is a matter of time, but soon he had an idea. Perhaps this video can wash away the grievances of the Uchiha clan, and still let the villagers and the upper echelons know that they are the Uchiha clan. The clan was wronged. Little Naruto was confused. What was going on? His father was actually the fourth Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, not knowing how to explain to Naruto. The 63rd year of Konoha. Naruto remained silent. He never expected that someone would want his life as soon as he was born. It was really unexpected. Even Jiraiya was shocked. He didn't know these things. Not to mention him, maybe even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know, because Sarutobi Biwaka was directly killed by the masked man, and Minato and Kushina were about to die. The development of the matter was so bizarre that everyone was unable to react. The villagers of Konoha village were now completely certain that Naruto, the nine-tailed demon fox, was the son of their beloved fourth Hokage. But when they thought of what they had done to Naruto, they felt a little guilty. Some people with a guilty conscience had already decided that after the video was over, they must be nice to Naruto and make up for their previous mistakes. They simply stopped charging Naruto for buying things, since Naruto didn't have much pocket money anyway. Of course, Danzo had more say in Naruto's living expenses. Chapter 26. When they met, Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed to give Naruto 20,000 taels a month for living expenses. You know, 20,000 taels is enough for Naruto to serve comfortably for a month, and he doesn't have to drink expired milk and eat expired bread every day. But Danzo firmly disagreed. The reason is very simple, that is, the money in the village is public, and other people are still short of money. How can they give Naruto so much? Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen can give it to himself, but he has to pay from the Sarutobi family. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very embarrassed about this. The Sarutobi family did not run a business, but only took tasks to make a living, so the money alone was not much, and he had his own children and tribesmen to support, and there was no extra money to give to Naruto. In desperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to agree to the requests of Danzo and Koharu, but occasionally took out a part of his salary to give to Naruto. So it created part of Naruto's miserable childhood. It is true that it has something to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it is also inseparable from the old guy Danzo. In the video, Kushina was trapped in the cliff by the masked man with the power of sealing. Kushina asked with sweat on her forehead, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" She was very weak after giving birth, and even her speech was a little slurred. The masked man said coldly, "It's like you want to pull out the nine tails to destroy Konoha." Transferring from a space with a spell to another space with a spell is Minato's ninjutsu, and that mark seems to be drawn in your seal. Usually Minato protects you, but now Minato has been lured away, and now you have given birth, the nine-tail seal has been greatly weakened. I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The blood-red Sharingan revealed a strange light. And here Minato immediately rushed over after settling Naruto. But on Kushina's side, the masked man had already unlocked the seal and used the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. The huge body of the Nine Tails roared in the moonlight, roaring about the injustice of decades. Wait a minute. Kushina did not die because of losing her tailed beast at this moment, and she still had breath. The masked man sighed, "You are indeed a member of the Uzumaki clan, and you still have breath. Well, I will let the Nine Tails kill you." The masked man's pupils revealed murderous intent, and he controlled the Nine Tails to attack Kushina. At this critical moment, Minato appeared and rescued Kushina. "You are indeed a yellow flash." On the other side, Minato carried Kushina to a safe place. "Is Naruto okay?" Kushina asked hurriedly, but her voice was extremely weak. "Don't worry, it's okay. Minato, you must stop them, they are going to attack Konoha." Minato's eyes revealed murderous intent, and he moved again and sent Kushina to Naruto. Looking at the weak Kushina, Minato's eyes flashed with reluctance, and also flashed with murderous intent. "Take out the divine robe and put it on, and the fourth generation behind him shines brightly. I'll be back soon." The Konoha village was in a peaceful and tranquil state at this time, with countless ordinary people living peacefully, but the arrival of the Nine Tails broke this tranquility. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen shuddered, it shouldn't be. He was a little worried. But at this moment, a summoning technique resounded through the night sky, and the Nine Tails appeared in the village. "Go! Nine Tails!" The huge body of the Nine Tails was like a natural disaster, and every time it attacked, countless houses and ninjas died. In the Hokage's office, a person hurriedly reported. "Sandaime Hokage, the Nine Tails." "I know, I will suppress the Nine Tails." But he was terrified in his heart. The Nine Tails had broken the seal, so were Minato and Kushina safe? Is it useless to do so much? Lake Biwa. But the sadness in his heart was far less urgent than the situation. All the ninjas came to stop the Nine Tails, but the Nine Tails was so powerful that they could not stop it. One move to kill a little friend, the scene shifted to the Hokage Rock, and Minato appeared. "Carrying the title of Hokage and protecting the names of the villagers, this is my duty. I can't let them do whatever they want." But the Nine Tails in the center of the battlefield suddenly roared and looked in the direction of Minato. "Have you noticed me? You really can't underestimate it." Then the Nine Tails opened its mouth, and countless chakras gathered in its mouth. It was the tailed beast ball. "Don't even think about destroying this place." Minato immediately formed a seal, and at the same time, the Nine Tails' huge tailed beast ball also rushed over, and everything was razed to the ground wherever it passed. But when it hit the Hokage Rock, it disappeared strangely. Then a huge explosion suddenly occurred 100 miles away from Konoha village. The explosion shook the sky, and the fire illuminated half of the sky. For such a large-scale explosion, the explosion point should be carefully selected. Minato noticed the power of the explosion and was still in shock. At the same time, the people in the village also noticed Minato's attack, and their momentum gradually increased. Noticed the third generation who rushed to the battlefield. "Tell the third generation all the current information as soon as possible." But at this moment, Namikaze Minato felt a chill behind him, and the kunao in his hand instantly stabbed back. But there was nothing, he turned his head and looked, and the attack actually went straight through. Minato's eyes flashed with horror, but at this time, the masked man's pupil power was exerted, and the space around him gradually distorted. Minato's face changed, and he realized that something was wrong, and immediately used Flying Thunder God to leave. In the forest, Minato's face was extremely solemn. The masked man could actually penetrate the attack. Is it a space ninjutsu? Although it is very strong, it is not invulnerable. Soon he formulated a countermeasure. At this time, the space in front of Minato twisted, and the masked man appeared in front of him. It is indeed a time-space ninjutsu. It seems that he used this ninjutsu to take Kushina away. Countless speculations emerged in his mind in an instant, and he asked coldly, "Are you Uchiha Madara?" The masked man took off the hood on his head, but his expression could not be seen clearly. "Who knows? At this point, it doesn't matter who you are." "But why did you target Konoha?" Minato said coldly. "Do you insist on me saying it?" "This is my whim, and it has been planned for a long time, just for peace and for war." Then a chain appeared in his hand, and he kept moving his body. Minato kept analyzing the situation and preparing to fight the masked man to the death. The village can only trust the third generation. Now that the Nine Tails has been liberated, you have no hope. The two attacked at the same time, and the kunai in Minato's hand still penetrated the masked man, but the masked man's right hand stretched out directly hit Minato, but in an instant, Minato used Flying Thunder God to move away. Such a fast reaction ability, even the masked man was shocked. "Sure enough, my physical attack can't work on that guy's body. He only materializes when attacking, which means that I can only catch the moment when the opponent materializes in a life and death fight. And considering the control time of the Nine Tails, he should not intend to fight a tug-of-war. Who attacks faster next will determine everything." He opened his right hand slightly, and then ran towards the masked man again, and at the same time, the kunai in his hand was thrown away instantly, passing through the masked man's head. The masked man was delighted, looking at his right hand that was about to touch Minato Namikaze. "I won, after all, I was faster." But something he didn't expect happened. The moment the kunai passed through the masked man, Minato Namikaze's body also jumped and came above the masked man. The raised nan that had been formed in his right hand was instantly pressed on the masked man. With a bang, the ground cracked and the masked man was severely injured. It was a mistake. He just jumped with the kunai. The masked man was horrified. Even with his understanding of Minato Namikaze, he had never thought that he had this trick. This is the second stage of Flying Thunder God. After the attack, Minato retreated, and the masked man took the opportunity to escape, but his right arm was severely injured and gradually fell off. "You defeated me." The masked man covered his arm, but the next moment, Minato's body came to Obito again, with his right hand on his chest. "So fast!" He quickly reacted and shouted, "You marked me with the Flying Thunder God mark. You plan to separate me from the Nine Tails." Soon, the masked man noticed the seal barrier on his body again. "In this way, the Nine Tails will no longer be yours." Although the Nine Tails was released from control, it was still crazy and destroyed Konoha wantonly. Chapter 27. Shocked to the extreme, when everyone saw the ability of the masked man to become virtual, the word unsolvable flashed in everyone's mind. This ability is unsolvable, it can penetrate physical attacks, and all physical attacks are ineffective against it. How to fight this? This thought came to everyone in the ninja world. But after calmly analyzing it, Minato Namikaze easily broke his ninjutsu. And he also severely injured him and untied the control of the Nine Tails. Such a reaction and such an operation are worthy of the fourth generation Hokage Minato Namikaze. Golden Flash. Raikage AI sighed in his heart. Minato Namikaze, who became Hokage, is undoubtedly more powerful. If the fourth generation Hokage Minato Namikaze fought with their brothers at that time, it might not be a draw. If things go wrong, one of the two brothers might be left. Strong strength, calm mind, terrifying analytical ability, no matter who encounters such an enemy, they will sweat. 63 years of Konoha. Naruto was stunned. He suddenly found that his father's battle was very ornamental and beautiful, just like his own. "I didn't expect my father to be so strong." The strength of the fourth Hokage was certainly extraordinary. At this moment, Naruto also deeply understood his father. His father, who fought to protect his family and villagers, looked at the fourth Hokage who became a hero, and Naruto's heart to become a Hokage became even more blazing. Kakashi's face flashed with nostalgia. It has been a long time since he saw the teacher fight. As expected of a teacher, the battle is still so elegant. And no matter how he looked at this flying thunder god, he was extremely greedy. It seemed that he had to buy the flying thunder god. After buying the resurrection coins, he must buy the flying thunder god he liked. Konoha was founded, the end of the Warring States period. Uchiha Madara was silent. He didn't dare to speak. The reason was very simple, because Namikaze Minato said that the masked man might be him. But he couldn't figure out why he would betray. He had spent so much effort to build the village with Senju Hashirama. There was no reason to betray. Senju Hashirama patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Madara, I believe you. You must have some difficulties." "Bullshit, that person is definitely not me," Uchiha Madara said unhappily. "I have no reason to leave Konoha." "Really?" Senju Tobirama suddenly said. "I killed your brother. And the cage of Konoha village also wants my eldest brother to do it. Each of these two things may make you collapse." Senju Tobirama had a calm expression. Now that his eldest brother was here, he was not afraid of Uchiha Madara at all. Uchiha Madara's face suddenly became extremely ugly. "Damn Tobirama," he brought up all the pots that were not open. He snorted coldly and said, "Didn't you see the goods on that mall?" Senju Tobirama was stunned. "What do you mean?" "The goods are village resurrection coins. Now I can completely resurrect my brother and family. Although the points are a little difficult to deal with, there is no need to worry, because there is also a world channel on the mall, which can directly go to Konoha's 63rd year, Konoha's 47th year, and Konoha's 57th year. As long as we have a certain amount of points, we can go to these eras and ask our descendants." Senju Tobirama was surprised and opened the mall quickly. The fact was indeed the same as what Uchiha Madara said, but the current Uchiha Madara had no reason to rebel against Konoha because of the system, but the Uchiha Madara in the video might be different. Senju Hashirama looked at the increasingly tense relationship between the two, laughed and said, "Let's not talk about this. I remember that the Flying Thunder God technique was developed by you, Tobirama." Senju Tobirama nodded, looking proud. The proudest thing in his life was the countless ninjutsu he created for the Uchiha clan. Of course, this is extremely unfriendly to the Uchiha clan, but Senju Tobirama doesn't care about these. Even if the Uchiha clan is now incorporated into Konoha village, he is still developing ninjutsu against the Uchiha clan. It can be said to be a murder. The Flying Thunder God technique used by the 4th Hokage in the video is much more proficient than Kobe. Senju Tobirama nodded and said, "Indeed, the 4th Hokage is much faster than me. Flying Thunder God has been used by him to perfection. Even I, the creator, am not as good as him, otherwise Uchiha Madara would not be seriously injured by him." He squinted at Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara's face suddenly turned pale. "Don't you know what level you are? That 4th Hokage is at most a little stronger than you, maybe even worse than you. Isn't it a matter of slaughtering in front of me? You are just talking nonsense here. If Hashirama is not still here, do you think I will teach you a lesson?" "Okay, Tobirama." Hashirama Senju was also a little unhappy. He finally managed to coax Madara back. "What if you make me angry and leave again?" Tobirama Senju curled his lips and didn't care. His elder brother wouldn't do anything to him. At most, he would scare him. 47 years of Konoha. Uchiha Obito shouted excitedly, "Teacher is so strong. That bad guy was knocked out by the teacher in a few moves. If he knew that Minato was hitting him, I don't know how Uchiha Obito would react." Kakashi was also surprised, and the teacher at that time became the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage, this is a noble title. They didn't expect Minato Namikaze to become Hokage. With the teacher here, no matter who it is, Konoha can't be defeated. Uchiha took the lead in applauding, excited. At this time, he was still a pure boy who was devoted to Konoha and aimed to be Hokage. The worst thing he did was to secretly kiss Nohara-rin's photo. But Minato Namikaze was not happy because of his disciple's praise, and his face was still solemn. Kushina the tailed beast had been extracted. Although she didn't die on the spot, she definitely couldn't hold on for long. If things went wrong, Kushina would die beside Naruto while he was fighting. He looked at Kushina, and his determination to protect her became stronger. No one could take Kushina away from me. No one can. Whoever comes will die. Uchiha Madara, who was still alive, was confused. When would he be able to jump around? Now he was like a candle in the wind, and it seemed that he might die at any time. As if he thought of something, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This kid is good and worth cultivating. But soon he looked at the sealed black Zetsu in the corner of the cave with anger. This bastard is really tight-lipped. I haven't asked any valuable information until now. If the illusion was not useless, I would have sent this bastard to hell long ago. He actually dared to lie to me. He is not a fool. He heard with his own ears that the infinite moon reading can be solved, so he knew that something was wrong. Moreover, he had never heard that the consciousness of a ninja could give birth to something like Black Zetsu. Then he thought carefully and found too many things wrong, so he imprisoned Black Zetsu, but unfortunately, he didn't ask any valuable information. This also made him very upset. In the video, the picture turned, and after the Nine Tails was released from control, it was still venting its anger. Its huge body continued to attack Konoha village. Those ninjas were almost injured or killed by contact, and they could not fight back at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the distance, with a serious face and said, "What are the casualties?" A ninja lowered his head sadly, "The casualties are huge. Let everyone evacuate, I want to push the Nine Tails out. I can't let him run rampant in the village anymore." It has only been a few minutes since the Nine Tails appeared, but Konoha village has been destroyed for a small part. If the Nine Tails stays in the village, I'm afraid it won't be long before the village is destroyed. Yes. The man nodded immediately and notified everyone to evacuate. And here, Sarutobi Hiruzen made hand seals and summoned the spirit of the monkey demon. The monkey demon looked at the Nine Tails in surprise. "This is the Nine Tails, how did he break his seal?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Let's talk about this later, how about it, old friend, okay?" The monkey demon said with some difficulty, I'll try it. The Nine Tails is too big and very powerful, and he is not sure that he can push the Nine Tails to Konoha village. Good. Change. Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together. A thick stick appeared in his hands. He aimed at the position and shouted, "Stretch it out, Sarumo." In an instant, Sarumo stretched out, and after a few breaths, it directly touched the body of the Nine Tails, and then pushed the Nine Tails with powerful force. Even though the Nine Tails yelled, it still couldn't get rid of Sarumo, and then the body of the Nine Tails appeared outside the Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was happy, finally, he was driven out of the village. "Everyone, go!" But he was worried about Minato's safety. The scene turned. Once again, he came to the place where Minato and the masked man were confronting each other. The masked man said, "You are worthy of being the fourth Hokage. You can hurt my arm and separate the Nine Tails. But the Nine Tails will be in my pocket sooner or later. I am the one who can unify the world. I have plenty of means." Then the space in front of him twisted and fled from here. "It seems that you are not lying." Minato looked solemn. Chapter 28. The scene turned, and a large amount of chakra was condensing in the mouth of the Nine Tails. He was going to release the tailed beast ball again. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Damn, this guy still didn't give up. How deep was his hatred for Konoha? But at this moment, a summoning technique sounded, and a huge toad fell from the sky and pressed steadily on the head of the Nine Tails. Looking at the huge-tailed beast ball in the mouth of the nine tails, Minato was shocked. Does this guy want to flatten the surrounding area? Originally, he wanted Bunta to help suppress the nine tails first, but Bunta was not the opponent of the nine tails at all. But the explosion of the tailed beast ball was imminent, and he couldn't remain indifferent. The other ninjas felt relieved when they saw the fourth Hokage appear, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly relieved. But the next moment, Namikaze Minato and the nine tails disappeared at the same time, and he used the flying thunder god to transfer the huge body of the nine tails away. Dozens of miles away. A loud noise illuminated half of the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen was horrified and hurried over with everyone. Minato Namikaze supported Kushina and held Naruto and moved again. He was pale, trembling all over, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his chakra was running low. The huge nine tails behind him was still roaring. Deploy the barrier as soon as possible. But his chakra was not enough to support his deployment of the barrier now. Kushina reluctantly said, I can still hold on. As soon as the voice fell, countless golden chains appeared from behind and tied the nine tails tightly. This is one of the secret sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, the diamond seal. The nine tails, which had just been freed, was tied up again, furious, and struggled violently. Naruto in Minato's arms cried out, and Minato was worried about Kushina while coaxing Naruto. Kushina used the sealing technique forcefully when she was weak. Now she is like a candle in the wind, and she seems to fall at any time. Looking at Naruto who was crying loudly, Kushina said gently, I'm sorry for waking you up. Then he said, if I hold the nine tails like this, I will die. But I want to use my last chakra to help you. Thank you, Minato, for doing so much for me. Minato looked sad, I'm sorry, Kushina, I can't save you. It's you who made me the Hokage and the father of this child, but now I... Don't show such an expression, Minato, after all, today is the child's birthday, and more importantly, I'm still alive. What else can I think about besides imagining the happy life of our family of three in the future? Blood kept flowing from the corners of her mouth. I still have a wish, I want to see the grown-up Naruto. Kushina, you don't have to die with the nine tails. I will let you see Naruto with your remaining chakra. Namikaze Minato said firmly, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. In addition, I will deal with the nine tails. Of course, I can only use the Shikigami fusion since I am not the nine tails Jinchuriki. But this is enough. Minato's tone was extremely tragic, and Kushina's expression was sad, but she knew that this was the only way. Although the sealing technique would kill the practitioner, she knew that she could not shake Minato's determination. There is another point. The nine tails sealed in me is only half. Such a powerful force cannot be suppressed by physical means, and it is not possible from a strategic point of view. The nine tails seal has your participation. If the Jinchuriki is not there before the nine tails is resurrected, it will cause the collapse of the balance of the head. At that time, Konoha village will face war again. And if you use the Shiki fusion, you can seal me and half of the nine tails permanently, so the other half of the nine tails. Minato paused for a moment, then looked at his son Naruto. His master Jiraiya's words rang in his mind. In Minato's warm little house. Jiraiya said, maybe he is the son of prophecy. You mean? The son of destiny who changed this world. So I plan to seal the other half of the nine tails in Naruto, and seal it with the 8 diagrams. Kushina was shocked beside him. I know what you want to say, but Jiraiya-sensei talked about the world changes and the disasters that may face in the future. Today I have confirmed 2 things. The person who attacked you will definitely bring blood and rain to this world, and the only one who can stop him is this child. This child named by Jiraiya will open up the future as a Jinchuriki. Somehow, I firmly believe this. Then he put Naruto on the ground, quickly formed seals with his hands, and a huge shadow of the god of death suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, the Sandame came late, watching Minato perform the Shikigami fusion, and sadness flashed in his eyes. Then it's a seal, it's the Shiki fusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. Trust this child, because he is our son. After the Shiki fusion is completed, I will seal your chakra on Naruto. I hope you can help him when he tries to control the Nine Tails as a Jinchuriki. But Kushina shouted angrily, it is precisely because he is our son that I don't want him to bear such a heavy responsibility. And why do you need to use the Shiki fusion? Why do you want to die? I hope you can stay by his side. Accompany him to grow up. Kushina didn't understand, does it mean that for the balance of the tailed beasts, for the country, and for the village, Naruto must be sacrificed? Do you have to be my sacrifice? She roared angrily, but Minato spoke calmly, abandoning the country and the village is like abandoning a child. You, whose motherland has been destroyed, should have a deep understanding of what kind of life the people of the lost country are forced to live, not to mention that our family are all ninjas. Also, I can't beat you if I'm alive. Although you were Naruto's mother for a short time, what you taught him is beyond my reach. This is a mother's duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the back couldn't stand it anymore. Minato was still so young and couldn't die here. He wanted to rush into the barrier, but the barrier of the diamond seal was so strong that the Nine Tails couldn't break through it in a short time, let alone Sarutobi Hiruzen. There's no way. The barrier in front is too strong. They planned to kill the Nine Tails in the stomach. When they came to Minato Namikaze, the Shiki fusion had been fully performed, dragging the Nine Tails' huge body towards Minato's body. The Nine Tails was shocked. This guy was so cruel that he didn't even want his life to seal himself. Damn fourth Hokage! But Minato Namikaze yelled, seal! Soon, half of the Nine Tails entered Minato's body, and the Nine Tails' body also shrank by half. Minato squatted down, used the summoning technique to summon the altar, and slowly put Naruto on it. This is the altar for sealing. Do you want to seal me again? The Nine Tails was frightened and struggled harder. Minato did not answer, but Kushina coughed at this time. She was almost dying. Minato ran over quickly, but the Nine Tails' eyes flashed. This is the time. The big nails stabbed at Naruto. But what was surprising was that Kushina and Minato actually helped Naruto block the attack. Blood continued to flow from the abdomens of the two. I said it, this is a father's duty. But mothers should fulfill this obligation even more. Minato chuckled and used the summoning technique again to summon a toad. But this toad was quite strange, shaped like a spring. Nine-tailed fox. Toadyin was frightened as soon as he came out. Toadyin, I'll give you the key to the seal, and then let Jiraiya-sensei keep it for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen outside the seal has understood, so that's it, he plans to let that child become a Jinchuriki to protect the village. Kushina, it's almost time to activate the 8-diagram seal, I also want to leave some chakra on Naruto. If you have anything to say it now. Kushina was extremely weak and could only speak with difficulty at this moment. Naruto, don't be picky about food. Eat enough every day and grow up quickly. Take a bath every day. Also, don't stay up late, make sure you get enough sleep, and make friends. It doesn't matter if you don't have many friends, just a few good friends are enough. Although I'm not good at it, you should study hard and practice ninjutsu, but everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Even if you don't learn well, don't worry. You should respect the teachers and seniors in the training class. There is one more important thing, about the 3 prohibitions of ninjas. First, you can borrow money at will when you are not hungry, and you should save up the rewards for the missions. You can't drink until you are 20 years old, but you can't drink too much. There are 3 more prohibitions that are most important. Women, because mothers are women, may not understand very well. In short, there are men and women in this world, you will be interested in women sooner or later, but don't be entangled by strange women. By the way, speaking of this, you must be careful of Jiraiya teacher. Naruto, you will encounter a lot of things in the future, but you must stick to your heart and have your own dreams. Kushina burst into tears. I obviously have a lot of things to say to you, I want to grow up with you, I want to watch you grow up. It's almost time, Kushina. Minato whispered, 8 trigram seal. The scene ends, and the Nine Tails rebellion ends. Chapter 29. All the people in the ninja world were silent. They had seen the birth of the ninja world hero Naruto and the fall of the 4th Hokage from beginning to end. As a Hokage, there is no doubt that Minato Namikaze was outstanding. He was willing to sacrifice himself and his son for the country and the village, but as a father, he was not so qualified. All of this made his son a victim. After his death, the villagers of Konoha, whom he had desperately protected, insulted his son wantonly. Naruto had been living from day to day since he was a child, and he was not well fed and well drinking. He would be insulted whenever he went out. There is no doubt that this had a lot to do with Minato. But his will for Konoha and the Land of Fire made everyone admire him. Naruto was in tears at this moment. He had thought more than once that it was his parents who abandoned him, which led to his lack of parental company since he was a child, not to mention the fatherly and motherly love that others had at their fingertips. He also resented his parents more than once, but now he no longer hates them. He understood his father. When he heard Kushina's sincere words to him before her death, he had already forgiven the 2 parents who had sealed the 9 tails in their bodies on their own initiative. Of course, he did not hate the 9 tails. The last blow of the 9 tails only accelerated the death of Minato and Kushina. The only thing he hated was the mysterious masked man. It was that bastard who deprived him of everything. He could have been happy in his parents' lap, but it was that bastard who took it all away. His chakra was constantly leaking out, and it seemed that he would go berserk at any time. Naruto. Seeing Naruto like this, Sasuke spoke quickly. He was afraid that Naruto would go berserk and destroy the surroundings. Oh, sorry. Naruto calmed down, and his red eyes returned to normal. Jiraiya sighed, squatted in front of Naruto, and looked into his eyes. Naruto, do you hate them? Naruto shook his head gently, and Jiraiya was confused. He was ready to take Naruto's abuse on behalf of Minato and his wife, but he didn't expect Naruto to not hate his parents. Why should I hate them? My life was brought by them. Everything I have now would disappear without them. Moreover, they died for justice and sealed the 9 tails in my body for the village. These were just helpless actions. If there were other ways at the time, I believe they would not use such methods. They are my parents, forever. Naruto said firmly. Jiraiya stared at Naruto blankly. This child actually had such awareness. Sure enough, the prophecy of the great Toad Sage was true. He was really the son of destiny. Jiraiya stood up and laughed, and tears seemed to flow from the corners of his eyes. Minato, Kushina, your children are really sensible. Although the last sentence Kushina said made him a little uncomfortable. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried over. He was afraid that Naruto would go berserk after knowing his life story. After all, Naruto's life in Konoha village for the past 10 years was not satisfactory. But seeing Jiraiya laughing, he was also a little confused. He didn't understand what was going on, but he still walked quickly to Naruto and said hesitantly, Naruto. Naruto smiled, don't worry, Grandpa Sandame, I know your worries. I am the child of the 4th Hokage, and the 4th Hokage is the hero who ended the 3rd Ninja World War. He has many enemies. You are worried that I will be betrayed. Is this the real reason why you hide my identity? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little dumbfounded. He was not worried about this. Of course, Naruto was right. This was indeed part of the reason. But he didn't care that Naruto resented him or even hated him. Even if Naruto beat him up, he didn't care. He was worried that Naruto would let down Kushina and Minato's kindness. After knowing the truth of the matter, he would hate his parents whom he had never met. Don't you hate them? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Jiraiya the same question carefully. Naruto said helplessly, of course not. Although I am still young, I understand the duties of the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely relieved. This was fine. As long as Naruto did not resent the Minato couple, everything would be fine. Sasuke watched with a complicated expression. He never thought that Naruto's life was so miserable, and he never thought that Naruto's father would be the fourth Hokage. The day he was born was the anniversary of his parents' death. It seemed that Naruto was more miserable than himself. At the same time, the people in Konoha village also really knew the reason why Naruto became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In an instant, some people who respected the fourth Hokage very much burst into tears and felt that they were not human, actually treated his son Naruto like this. Many people have decided that when they see Naruto again, they must be polite, and polite again. Akatsuki Organization, Uchiha Obito was silent, constantly recalling the scenes with his teacher in his mind. Now seeing the tragedy caused by himself, his heart was actually a little shaken. At that time, in order to strengthen his determination, he made up his mind to kill his master's wife with his own hands, but was rescued by Minato. But in the end, Kushina died in the hands of the Nine-Tails by mistake, and even Minato died in the hands of the Nine-Tails beyond his expectation. What was your mood when you knew the news? He has forgotten, but now he seems to be a little shaken. Will someone like me regret it? He stared at the resurrection coins on the wall, and Lin's face kept appearing in his mind. Konoha was founded, the end of the Warring States period. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked at each other in bewilderment. They originally thought that the fourth Hokage would easily deal with the Nine-Tails, but now it seems that the development of things has completely exceeded their expectations. Senju Hashirama said with a serious face, Tobirama, go find your sister-in-law and tell her what I said, let her hand over all the sealing techniques of the ninja village in the Whirlpool country to you. Senju Tobirama was confused and said, why? He didn't understand, and he didn't have so much time to learn the sealing technique. Konoha was being established, and he had to negotiate all matters. Look, in the video, the fourth Hokage died after sealing a Nine-Tails. What does this mean? What does it mean? Nonsense, of course it means that the fourth Hokage is not strong enough, Uchiha Madara said unhappily. Senju Tobirama immediately wilted, bastard, do you think everyone is a pervert like you and your elder brother, and the Nine-Tails can be beaten whenever you want? Yes, it seems that not all future ninjas are as strong as Naruto, there are still some who are weaker, so I need you to use the sealing technique of the Whirlpool country to research a stronger sealing technique. Senju Tobirama frowned, yes, he is very smart, he can be called the smartest in the world, but he doesn't know how to seal at all. You asked me to start from scratch, are you kidding? Soon he turned around. Brother, do you want to capture the Nine-Tails? Yes, I plan to capture the Nine-Tails and seal it in my own body, or in Madara's body. Once we become Jinchuriki, our strength will be even stronger, and we will be able to consolidate the position of the village at that time. Senju Tobirama suddenly became interested, what about the other tailed beasts? Of course, we will capture as many as we can. I feel uneasy, and I always feel that something big will happen in the ninja world. Senju Tobirama nodded excitedly, and then quickly found his sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito. Have you decided yet? Hussy Hot Mom Uchiha Madara looked solemn. During this period, he also realized that the world was changing in an unpredictable direction, and in the unknown future, only strength could protect everything. Without strong power, they would eventually lose everything. Senju Hashirama nodded solemnly, he must become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 30. 47 Years of Konoha. Kushina burst into tears. She hated the mysterious masked man now. If it weren't for that bastard, they would not have been separated from Naruto, and Naruto would have lived alone for more than 10 years. No wonder Naruto regarded the scarf as a treasure and took it off even when he went into the water. It turned out that it was his only thought of his mother. Minato was also a little choked up. He saw his child being born with his own eyes, but he and his wife died in this disaster. He felt blocked in his heart. Don't worry, Kushina, I will never let this happen. No matter who it is, I will definitely stop him. Minato hugged Kushina tightly and spoke firmly. No matter who it is, if they want to deprive him of the things they care about, they must pass this level, and he is not easy to deal with. But he also knew that his strength was insufficient at this time. If he was strong enough, he would not need the Shikigami Fujin. Maybe he could defeat the Nine Tails directly like his son, but he couldn't. If he had strong power, he could kill the masked man the moment he appeared, so why would he be so passive? But he didn't. He decided that from today on, he would spend more time practicing to become stronger and to the extent that he could protect his family. Uchiha Obito was already crying loudly at this moment. Compared with his future self, he was like two different people. It was too miserable. Master and his wife were too miserable. Their children were just born, but they died before they could see what Naruto would look like when he grew up. Who the hell was that damn bastard? Master Kushina, I will definitely avenge you. Uchiha Obito said very firmly. Kakashi said on the side, forget it, that man's pupil power is 3 Megatama, you haven't even opened your Sharingan yet, can you beat his mother? As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Obito immediately wilted. Namikaze Minato said softly, it's okay, I'm already very happy that you have this intention. Uchiha Obito nodded, vowing in his heart that he must work harder to practice and must open the Sharingan. Everyone. Next, the rewards will be announced. Everyone was shocked and looked at the huge screen in the air eagerly, but they knew that no matter how much they wanted, it would be useless. The system would only award the rewards to those who deserved it. The fourth generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, suppressed the Nine Tails alone, saved Konoha, and gave birth to the future ninja hero Uzumaki Naruto. His contribution is great. He will be rewarded with 1 million points, a 30-fold increase in chakra, a method of practicing teleportation, a gate of time and space, and a perfect sage mode. Uzumaki Kushina, with a huge chakra, suppressed the Nine Tails for more than 10 years, without any merit or demerit, and gave birth to the ninja hero Naruto, which is a great achievement. The reward points are 500,000, the chakra amount is increased 10-fold, and the power of his own sealing technique is increased 5-fold. Nine Tails, reward points are 500,000, the chakra amount is increased 10-fold, and the recovery time after death is shortened to 1/10. The mysterious masked man, out of love and hatred, manipulated the Nine Tails, destroyed Konoha, and caused great historical fluctuations. The reward points are 500,000, the chakra amount is increased by 50 times, and the Sharingan pupil power is increased to the eternal Manjiki. Sarutobi Hiruzen, changed as he wished, squeezed the Nine Tails out of Konoha village to avoid causing too much damage, and the reward chakra amount was increased by 10 times, and the points were 300,000. The rest of the characters who appeared will be rewarded with 10,000 points each. As the system finished speaking, countless white lights appeared in the air in an instant. The people who received the rewards were all shocked, and a strong aura emanated from their bodies. But what confused everyone was that the chakra around Uchiha Obito suddenly soared, and the originally dark pupils turned blood red, and his pupils evolved into the Manjiki Sharingan. Everyone around was confused, whether it was Kakashi or Nohara Rin or Minato and Kushina who had just received the reward. Why did the reward belonging to the mysterious masked man go to Uchiha Obito? Could it be that? Minato's face changed. Obito is the mysterious masked man. Even Uchiha Obito was confused. He never thought that the mysterious masked man would be himself. How could he do such a thing? This is totally unscientific. He trembled and said, "Teacher, it's not me." Namikaze Minato looked at the screen and whispered, "May I ask if the reward was sent to the wrong person?" It was really sent to the wrong person." Uchiha Obito felt relieved and said that he was a friend of women in Konoha. How could he do such a rebellious thing? "It was supposed to be sent to Uchiha Obito in the future, but I didn't expect that the time and space were wrong, and both of them got the reward." Uchiha Obito's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. "Good guy, it's really me. What should I do now? Should I kowtow and beg for mercy, or run away?" To be honest, Uchiha Obito and Minato, who now have the eternal Mangekyou, may not be opponents. Suzanu's strong defense is difficult to break with Minato's current attack power. Of course, if he engraves the mark of Flying Thunder God inside Susanoo, it will be another matter. Namikaze Minato remained silent. It was confirmed. "Good guy, I didn't expect that the mysterious masked man was actually his disciple. This was something he never thought of. But he and Obito have been together for several years, and he knows this disciple's personality very well. He has a carefree personality and poor ninjutsu talent. He is a veritable tale, but his character is absolutely impeccable. He really dare not think about what will happen in the future that will make Uchiha Obito and Sasuke do such a rebellious thing." Looking at his teacher not speaking, Uchiha Obito immediately knelt down, fearing that the teacher would teach him a lesson. Kushina was so angry that she wanted him to taste the love of the master's wife, but was stopped by Minato. "Obito, I remember you want to be a Hokage, right?" Minato said faintly. Uchiha Obito was a little confused. Why did he ask me about my dream again? But he nodded gently. Seeing such a tense scene, Harano-rin and Kakashi next to him wanted to persuade him, but they found that the timing was wrong and speaking at this time might be counterproductive. "Very good, then you will stay with me in the future, and I will teach you so that you can become a real Hokage in the future." Kushina looked at her lover in astonishment. She suddenly didn't understand his operation, but she soon understood it. That was the future. In the future, no one knew what caused Obito to take a detour, but no matter what the reason was, it didn't matter. What mattered was that the current Uchiha Obito was still Uchiha Obito, still their disciple, and still Uchiha Obito who loved the world and respected the teacher. Isn't that enough? "Obito, you must work hard in the future," Nohara-rin said happily. She originally thought that Minato and Kushina would severely punish Obito. But she didn't expect that they planned to bring Obito with them and teach him personally. "By the way, Obito, can you use the ninjutsu you used in the video now?" Minato suddenly asked. "If you can, Konoha's foundation will increase again." Uchiha Obito nodded, his scarlet Sharingan turned violently, the space in front of him twisted, and then his body appeared behind Minato. "This ability is really convenient." Obito nodded and said, "Indeed, with this ability, I can ignore any barrier and directly enter the barrier." Minato's eyes flashed with surprise. He originally thought that this was Obito's ninjutsu, but he didn't expect it to be a pupil technique. "What's the name?" Kakashi was a little eager. He liked this ninjutsu that could teleport thousands of miles away. He also envied his teacher's Flying Thunder God, but it was very troublesome to practice Flying Thunder God, so he never learned it. "God's power." Uchiha Obito was excited. The Eternal Mangekyou was almost a legend in the Uchiha clan. Throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, the only person who had the Eternal Mangekyou was their ancestor Uchiha Madara. And now he has it, he is no longer the last one. "In the future, I must maintain my status as a friend of women and help everyone. I must become a Hokage and cannot let Minato teacher down." The 63rd year of Konoha. Uchiha Obito felt his sudden surge of power and was delighted. The most important thing was that his Mangekyou Sharingan also evolved into the Eternal Mangekyou. Although he only had one eye, with the powerful pupil power of the Eternal Mangekyou, he could definitely open Susanoo. He silently chanted Susanoo in his heart, and sure enough, the next moment, a blue Susanoo as high as 100 meters appeared out of thin air, and the entire cave was completely squeezed and collapsed. Looking at the collapsed boulder, Obito's eyes flashed with nostalgia. If he had Susanoo at the beginning, he would not be crushed to death by a stone. Sighing, looking at the collapsed cave, Uchiha Obito's figure flashed and left with Kamui. In Konoha village, Kakashi was in a daze, looking at his Sharingan that evolved into the eternal Mangeki, and he cursed in his heart. Chapter 31. Hitaki Kakashi didn't understand why his Sharingan suddenly evolved, because it was the only relic left to him by Obito. Thinking of the reward he had just sent, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that the masked man was Uchiha Obito? No, it's impossible. Obito died a long time ago. That man definitely couldn't be Obito. Kakashi's face turned pale, and he couldn't believe his speculation at all. Teacher Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Naruto was a little dumbfounded, and didn't quite understand why Kakashi suddenly trembled all over. Kakashi hurriedly came back to his senses and shook his head. I'm fine. But he was panicking inside. He wanted to find the masked man and must find out his true face. How strange! Naruto pouted. In the 47th year of Konoha, Minato Namikaze counted his rewards, points, teleportation techniques, Sage Mode, and the Gate of Space and Time. He has figured out the teleportation technique now. Only by storing the opponent's chakra in his own body, he can reach the target in an instant no matter how far away he is. This is definitely a good ninjutsu. It is much more convenient than Flying Thunder God, and Flying Thunder God cannot be transferred over long distances. It does not have such a powerful transfer ability as the teleportation technique, and the chakra used is much less than that of Flying Thunder God. If you have to say it, it is more like an upgraded version of Flying Thunder God. It is this time and space gate that makes Minato confused. The name sounds like a time and space treasure. He had no choice but to open the mall and found that the time and space gate was actually sold for 500,000 points, which means that his current points can only buy one time and space gate. At the same time, he also figured out the function of the time and space gate. Put this door in a place at random, and silently recite the era in your heart, and the time and space gate can take you to that era. At most 5 people can enter each time, and the time to stay in another era cannot exceed 3 days. It takes 7 days to restore energy after going back and forth. Good baby, it's really a good baby. Even Minato, who was calm, was overjoyed after knowing the function of this door. With this thing, he can go to the future to see his son with his own eyes, and he can also bring Kushina with him. After watching the video, Kushina has not recovered yet. Kushina, whose eyes were red from crying, noticed Minato's excitement and asked curiously, "What happened? You are laughing so happily. We can see our son." Kushina stared at him closely and asked carefully, "Really?" Kakashi and others were also full of disbelief. "How can you see Naruto? You don't have a child yet. It's impossible to conjure a person out of thin air, right?" Minato smiled and replied, "Among my rewards, there is a thing called the Gate of Time and Space, which can travel through any time and space. We can use this door to go to another time and space now." Kushina's eyes suddenly widened, and her heart was full of excitement. "What are you waiting for? Use it now. I can't wait to see our son." Minato smiled bitterly, "Don't worry. Passing through the time-space gate can allow us to stay in another time and space for up to 3 days. After returning, the time-space gate needs to be charged for 7 days. We suddenly disappeared for 3 days. The third generation will definitely be anxious, so we have to report to the third generation." Then he looked at Kakashi and others, "Are you going?" Several people nodded hurriedly. Kakashi and Nohara-rin wanted to see what they would look like when they grew up. As for Uchiha Obito, he just wanted to find the mysterious masked man. He must teach him a lesson. "Very good, gather at my house on time at 2 o'clock this afternoon." Minato clapped his hands and decided immediately. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Minato and others were fully prepared, carrying large and small bags. "Minato, will Naruto recognize us?" Kushina was depressed. The child lost both his parents when he was just born. "I don't know how much suffering he has suffered when he grew up. Don't worry, I believe in our child." Minato smiled faintly. "Ready." He took out the gate of time and space and placed it in the middle of his living room. "Let's go in." After crossing the gate of time and space, they felt countless white lines flowing in front of their eyes, which made them dizzy. But soon, they were standing on a huge plain. Minato looked around and was happy. "This is it. This is the Konoha village in the 63rd year of Konoha." The general layout of the Konoha village in the 63rd year of Konoha is not much different from that in the 47th year of Konoha, but there are many more people, and there is also Minato's Hokage Rock on the Hokage Rock. "It's the teacher's Hokage Rock," so handsome Obito shouted excitedly. "Let's go first go find the Sandame, he should be in the Hokage's office at this time." He folded the time-space door and brought the 4 people to the Hokage's office. Along the way, countless people's eyes flashed with surprise, they even felt that they were dazzled. The 4th Hokage they saw in the video just now seemed to appear in the village. Dong dong dong! There was a knock on the door, and before Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses, he saw Namikaze Minato coming in from outside. He was immediately dumbfounded and tremblingly said, "Is it Minato?" Minato nodded, "Of course it's me. Aren't you dead? Could it be that Naruto resurrected you?" "But that's not right, Kushina is here too." Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't understand. Naruto only had 1 million points now, and could only buy 1 resurrection coin. How could he revive both Kushina and Minato? Then he noticed Obito and Nohara Rin, and was even more dumbfounded. How could these dead people suddenly appear here? Namikaze Minato sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so anxious, so he told him the matter. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, "I didn't expect that there would be such a magical thing in the world. By the way, where is Naruto now?" After hesitating for a moment, Namikaze Minato still asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, Naruto should be practicing with Jiraiya at this time." Practice? Yes, although Naruto's strength has greatly improved, there are still many things about the basics of ninja that he doesn't understand. He should be practicing the nature change of chakra now. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to little Kakashi. "Is this Kakashi?" "Yes." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled in his heart, wondering what would happen when Big Kakashi met little Kakashi. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen told the others where Naruto was training, and they hurried to find Naruto. In the back hills of Konoha village, countless Naruto clones were working hard to practice the changes in the nature of chakra. So far, he has been able to skillfully master the changes in the nature of wind-attributed chakra. If it is applied to the Raise Nan, it is the wind-style Rasen Shuriken. However, Naruto does not intend to improve his ninjutsu now. He wants to strike while the iron is hot and master the remaining changes in attributes. It's boring, so dull. Tonari was extremely bored on the side, and Suzuki said, "Practice is like this, boring and dull." Tonari said, "Then why do you still want to practice? Isn't it better to lie down like me?" He no longer bears the fate of Hamura, and he feels relaxed. He just wants to eat and wait for death. Suzuki said calmly, "Because without power, you can't protect everything, and you can't protect the things you care about." He thought of that night again, when his parents and relatives were slaughtered, and he fell from a happy family to hell overnight. He will never forget the heart-wrenching pain and hatred. Sharon chuckled, "It seems that you have a story. How about it, do you want to tell it? Maybe you will feel much more relaxed." Suzuki glanced at him indifferently, and ignored him, continuing to practice the change of chakra properties. Since he had dozens of times more chakra out of thin air, he could also create shadow clones like Naruto to help him practice. Although the number of clones was not as many as Naruto, they were definitely the best for practice. Fortunately, with Naruto's huge chakra suppression, the nine-tailed fox didn't come out to make trouble, otherwise the consequences would be hard to imagine, Jiraiya said secretly on the side. If so many Narutos were transformed into tailed beasts, it would definitely be enough to make Konoha village suffer. Jiraiya completely forgot that the nine-tailed fox was no longer Naruto's opponent, and since the nine-tailed fox saw the journey to the moon, some unpredictable changes had occurred in his heart. It's hard to say whether this change is good or bad, but at least it won't stop Naruto from practicing. Minato. Just as Jiraiya was admiring Naruto's powerful chakra and amazing strength, he suddenly saw Minato Namikaze, Kushina, and the three little ones from a distance. He rubbed his eyes. He saw it right. It was not an illusion, but the real Minato. But why was Minato here? He protected Naruto's body behind him with a serious expression. Naruto was speechless. My current strength is much stronger than yours. What are you doing now? You are practicing well. Dad. Naruto's body trembled. He rubbed his eyes with his hands, and Mom. It's not an illusion, it's the real Dad and Mom. Naruto flashed and then hugged Minato Namikaze tightly. Ah! What greeted Minato Namikaze was not a smile, but a cry of surprise. It turned out that Naruto's strength was too strong. This bear hug directly broke Minato's ribs. The people present, everyone was dumbfounded. Fortunately, there was a medical ninja named Nohara Rin who was present and treated Minato immediately. Naruto was stunned and lowered his head. He kept complaining in his heart that his father was too fragile. Namikaze, Minato said with a cold sweat on his face, it's not a big problem. It's good to have vitality. Several people around laughed. Kushina looked at Naruto and tears flowed down her face. Then she pressed Naruto's head tightly against her chest. I'm sorry, Naruto. But it's great that you can grow up. Naruto was silent and hugged Kushina tightly, while others looked at this touching scene of mother and son reuniting with bright faces. Chapter 32. Naruto, let's go home. Kushina held Naruto's hand, hoping to return to Naruto's current home. Naruto nodded and excitedly led the way in front. Uchiha Sasuke looked at little Kakashi from the side, his face curious. Are you Kakashi? Little Kakashi nodded coldly. I didn't expect that Kakashi teacher also had such a small time, Naruto said before Sasuke spoke. Kakashi teacher is very arrogant, Naruto said with a smile. Several people walked towards Naruto's house with laughter. Sasuke, you are from the Uchiha clan, right? How is the Uchiha clan now? Is it still very strong? Uchiha Obito asked happily on the side. One of the purposes of his coming to this era is to see the Uchiha clan of this era. Of course, the most important thing is to find the masked man. After this, Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya fell silent. Obito frowned slightly. What's wrong? Did something happen to the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan was exterminated. Sasuke spoke lightly after a moment. Exterminated? Obito jumped up directly. How is it possible? Even Namikaze Minato couldn't believe it. The Uchiha clan had always been well behaved in Konoha village, and was also an important fighting force in Konoha village. How could they be exterminated? Minato frowned. Did something happen in the meantime? It's true. My brother slaughtered them personally. Hundreds of Uchiha clan members were killed, including my father and mother. Is it Itachi? Uchiha Obito smacked his lips. I didn't expect that kid to be so cruel. Even brother Fugaku and sister Mikoto. Uchiha Obito couldn't believe that the little Uchiha Itachi in his impression could be so cruel. Minato couldn't believe it. He had seen Fugaku's eldest son, but the seemingly harmless Uchiha Itachi was so cruel. Fourth generation master. Sasuke suddenly shouted solemnly. Minato didn't react for a while, and he answered after a few breaths. He said awkwardly, "Don't call me the fourth generation, I haven't become a Hokage yet." Sasuke said again, "I hope you can stop my brother. Stop him from destroying the Uchiha clan again. I don't know the reason, but I believe that your benevolence and righteousness as the fourth generation Hokage can definitely stop the tragedy of the Uchiha clan." Minato was silent for a moment, and it was not easy to hit the child, so he could only nod, but in his heart he decided to find Sarutobi Hiruzen to find out the situation. "Then thank you, fourth generation master," Sasuke said calmly. For him, stopping Uchiha Itachi is no longer important. He just wants his parents in another world to live well, or he wants his own life in another world not to be so tragic. Naruto's family. Kushina pulled Jiraiya away and said with a smile, "Teacher Jiraiya, I want to borrow some money." They came in a hurry and forgot to bring money. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. This girl has ignored him since she saw Naruto, and now she asked him to borrow money. But he always treated Minato as his son, and Kushina was more like his daughter-in-law, so a little money didn't matter. Pulling out her toad wallet from her pocket, Kushina took it without hesitation. "Naruto, you sit with Dad for a while, Mom is going to buy vegetables." It only took a moment for Kushina to completely adapt to her mother's identity. Sasuke and Obito were also waiting for Kushina's feast here. Jiraiya said, "How did you get here?" Then Minato told a few people about the time-space gate, and Naruto immediately became interested and clicked on them all. "Really, there is, and it's only 500,000 points." Sasuke's right hand was shaking a little, he was wondering if he should buy one. His points were exactly 500,000, and after buying the space-time gate, he could go to another time and space to see his parents. Minato Namikaze glanced at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, you don't have to rush to buy the space-time gate now. I will bring Fugaku and Mikoto with me next time I come." Minato Namikaze knew what Sasuke was thinking. His parents had passed away for 6 years. Now Sasuke probably missed his parents very much. After knowing about the artifact of the space-time gate, the first thing he probably wanted to do was to visit his parents. Sasuke was stunned, then nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, fourth Hokage." Jiraiya nodded and said, 3 days of staying in another era, 1 week of cooling time, and you can travel through 7 days every 10 days. It is indeed a super artifact. Even the treasure of the Six-Path Sage is probably not as good as it. Has such ability. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, and glanced at the people present. "Where is Tonari?" He was suddenly startled and stood up hurriedly. "That bastard said that he can't leave my sight during this period." It's not that Naruto doesn't believe Tonari, but the commotion in the village is really serious. He thinks this is a dangerous element. Either kill him or let him return to the moon again. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to give up this powerful fighting force, so he asked Naruto, the only one who could suppress Tonari at this stage, to take care of him. For a period of 1 month, but he didn't expect that Tonari disappeared as soon as he was distracted. Obito said weakly, "I asked him to find Kakashi and Rin." Nohara Rin was surprised and didn't understand what Obito was doing. Obito whispered, "Look, the future me has betrayed, but Rin and Kakashi must be fine. I want to see the current Kakashi and Rin." Namikaze Minato and little Kakashi felt bad, they all knew that Uchiha Obito had a very delicate heart. Kakashi and Nohara Rin had grown up and lived and worked in the village, but he rebelled for some unknown reason and even killed his master and mistress. He was a little overwhelmed by this kind-hearted Obito. He wanted to see Kakashi and Rin of this era, which would also make him feel a little more comfortable. At least the people he cared about grew up safely. Kakashi, led by Tonari, hurriedly ran towards Naruto's house. He was confused. When Tonari saw him, he said a lot of things in a muddle. The only thing he figured out was that Minato was now at Naruto's house. So he ran towards Naruto's house at lightning speed. What happened? Kakashi said. Tonari curled his lips, don't ask me, I don't know either. When passing the streets of Konoha village, a familiar back attracted his attention, and his pupils trembled slightly. It's Master Kushina. But he didn't go forward, and rushed to Naruto's house at a faster speed. Naruto. A moment later, Kakashi pushed the door and was stunned by the many people in the room. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, and Little himself. He rushed forward and hugged Obito. Obito, it's really you, the real Obito. Hatake Kakashi almost cried. If there weren't so many people here, he really couldn't bear it. Let me go. You bastard. The moment Kakashi entered the door, Uchiha Obito recognized this sultry pervert through his familiar mask. Why do you look less mature than you were when you were a child? That's right, too lame. Little Kakashi was shocked at first, and then ruthlessly complained. How could I possibly throw myself on this last place guy? Little Kakashi curled his lips and said mercilessly. Nohara Rin smiled at the side. And Rin, I'm sorry for you, Rin. Kakashi choked and said incoherently. If he hadn't noticed the difference between men and women, he might have wanted to pounce on Obito and Rin. Where did you get that? Several people were all confused and watched Kakashi's one-man show quietly. Kakashi gradually calmed down. He decided to tell everything. Only in this way could he avoid the tragedy of another time and space and let another self not spend his life in sadness. In the 47th year of Konoha, the Third Ninja World War broke out. As Kakashi told the story, everyone understood why Kakashi lost his composure. Chapter 33. Stop, are you saying that you killed Rin yourself? Uchiha Obito immediately jumped up and grabbed Kakashi's collar tightly. Fortunately, Kakashi was sitting there, otherwise Obito might not be able to touch him with his height. Kakashi looked guilty, while Nohara Rin covered her mouth and couldn't believe it. Little Kakashi also opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of shock. Namikaze Minato felt sad and tragic. Why were the lives of his disciples so tragic? He now probably understood why Obito became that ghost. Minato knew that he liked Rin, but no one could bear to see his beloved die suddenly. But what I don't understand is why Obito didn't die. The boulder was heavy, and I saw with my own eyes that half of Obito's body was crushed. Kakashi whispered. He was now sure that the mysterious masked man was Obito. Although he couldn't believe it in his heart, he thought of the reward of the mysterious masked man, the pair of Mangeki Sharingan, and he knew that the mysterious masked man was Obito. Everyone fell silent. They didn't understand. If what Kakashi said was true, then Obito should be dead, but why did he suddenly appear later? Kakashi, you've suffered. Namikaze Minato sighed. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other, their eyes were complicated, they didn't expect that Kakashi teacher also had such a tragic past. They originally thought that he was facing a tragedy and the two of them always had an attitude of watching the show. But now it seems that Kakashi teacher also has an unknown past. You are really lame, the young Kakashi said lightly. Although his tone was flat, he had already decided in his heart that he would not let such a tragedy happen again, let alone let his friends die in front of him. You're right, I'm really lame, I can't save my teammates, and I can't save my teacher. Minato Namikaze swallowed his saliva, and didn't know how to persuade him, so he could only come to his side and pat his shoulder. It's okay, Teacher Kakashi. Although Sister Lin in our time and space died in the battle, she can be resurrected with the resurrection coin, Naruto said with a smile. As for the adult Obito, leave it to me, I will beat him up and make him turn over a new leaf. At this time, little Obito said, no need, Naruto, leave that Obito to me, I will definitely teach him a lesson. I want to let him know that my desire to become Hokage is definitely not so easy to be abandoned, that kind of Uchiha Obito is no longer Uchiha Obito. He looked at Lin with a squint, and He thought of what Nohara Rin said when he was a child. Obito, I will always watch over you. He whispered in his heart. Besides, Rin definitely doesn't want to protect that kind of Uchiha Obito. Noticing Uchiha Obito's gaze, Nohara Rin's face turned red, and little Kakashi looked at her inexplicably. Naruto was a little stunned, and then nodded. Of course, he still wanted to teach that Uchiha Obito a lesson himself. After all, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have lived so miserably. But since the master said so, he was embarrassed to say anything. Ding! The doorbell rang, and Naruto was happy. Mom is back. Naruto opened the door, and Kushina was carrying a lot of things in small and large bags, all of which were various vegetables and meats. It seemed that Kushina was going to make a big meal today. I have to say that the people in the village are still so enthusiastic after such a long time. They didn't charge me for these things, Kushina said with a smile. Naruto pouted. Others didn't know, but could he not know? That was because the people in the village felt guilty about him, and they wanted to use this to reduce their own guilt. However, he did not intend to tell Minato and Kushina about what happened in the village. After all, the villagers were not the same as before, and talking too much would only make his parents feel guilty and worried. Then Kushina's eyes lit up, and she walked to Kakashi in 2 or 3 steps and looked at him curiously. Is it Kakashi? Kakashi nodded. It's me, Sister Kushina. Hey, you don't have to call me sister now, maybe you are older than me now. Kushina joked. I didn't expect that Kakashi has become an adult too. She put her right hand on little Kakashi's head and smiled. After comparing them like this, I suddenly feel that Kakashi is cuter when he was a kid. Obito curled his lips and said, cute? He is just a sultry pervert. Big Kakashi blushed. He had to admit that Obito was really good at judging people. He was deeply impressed by this sentence. In fact, he was right. However, he had the desire but not the courage, so he could only watch. Find the feeling of Jiraiya's book. Jiraiya laughed. Kakashi is my loyal reader. Kushina's face changed, and she looked at the adult Kakashi with strange eyes. Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito and little Kakashi didn't know why Kushina's expression suddenly changed. What book is Jiraiya's book? Obito suddenly became interested and asked hurriedly. Minato smiled awkwardly. It's too early for you to do this, at least when you are 18 years old. Naruto got married when he was 19, and Boruto was born when he was 20. Several people were speechless, but seeing Minato's insistence, Obito stopped asking. Wait a minute, I'll go cook, dinner will be very rich. Kakashi, don't leave, just stay here. Nohara Rin just wanted to get up to help, but Kushina said, Rin, you sit here and chat with them. Nohara Rin had to nod. Big Kakashi nodded, while Tonari looked at Naruto eagerly. Naruto said helplessly, okay, you stay here. Tonari was overjoyed and waited for Kushina's feast with excitement. After a while, Obito said, you just said that I gave you a Sharingan before I died. Can I see it? Kakashi nodded and took off the eye mask. My eyes were blinded by the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village. Later, you were seriously injured and dying. You said you would give me your Sharingan as a gift for me and let Lin transplant it to me. Looking at the Sharingan in Kakashi's pupils, Obito was silent. So he is also an eternal Mangeki now? Yes. But because this Sharingan belongs to you, once the eternal Mangeki is opened, my chakra will be lost quickly. I think it can only last for 2 minutes. If it exceeds 2 minutes, I will probably have to lie down for a month. In fact, because of the existence of the Sharingan, Kakashi, who originally had a small amount of chakra, now has to use part of his chakra to maintain the Sharingan, and his chakra is even less. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be said to Obito, otherwise Obito might scold him directly with his temper. Then can you use Susanoo? Susanoo, the 3rd level mystery hidden in the Mangeki Sharingan, is the power unique to the Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi or Obito, who originally only had one Manjiki Sharingan, could not open Susanoo. But now Kakashi, who has the power of the eternal Manjiki, may be able to use one eye to open Susanoo. Susanoo? What is that? Not only Kakashi, but everyone present except Obito was almost in a state of confusion. Obito smiled awkwardly, sorry, because in the entire Uchiha clan, the only one who has truly opened the Manjiki in the past few decades is Brother Fugaku, and no one else has opened the Manjiki, so few people in the village know about the pupil technique hosted in the Manjiki Sharingan. Minato Namikaze, who was originally going to become Hokage, might know these top secret things of the Uchiha clan, but now Minato Namikaze is still 2 years away from becoming Hokage. And Sasuke is even more unlucky. Before he knew it, all his clan members died, and it was even more impossible for him to know the Manjiki Sharingan. Jiraiya looked calm, and it seemed that he knew it. Then Obito explained the Manjiki to everyone. When everyone was immersed in the magic of the Manjiki, little Kakashi said, "How did you know?" "As far as I know, you have never been interested in these things." Obito smiled awkwardly and said, "Before coming here, I specifically asked Brother Fugaku about it." Everyone was speechless. Big Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be possible. In any case, I am not a member of the Uchiha clan. It is a blessing to be able to use the Sharingan. I think it is very difficult to use the mysterious power in it." Before Obito could answer, Kushina's voice came. "Don't talk about Susanoo first, let's eat first, and then talk about it after dinner." As soon as the voice fell, Kushina brought 2 dishes, and then Nohara-rin also stood up to help serve the dishes. Soon, the table was full of dishes, and several people's noses fluttered, revealing excitement. Chapter 34. After dinner, in the back mountain of Konoha village, Kakashi, Naruto, Tonari, Kushina, Minato, and others were all here. Kakashi and Obito stood facing each other, and Nohara-rin asked worriedly, "Will they be okay?" Naruto grinned and said, "Don't worry, the Yang Shield of Yang Chakra can heal injuries, which is even better than medical ninjutsu. As long as I am here, I can heal them unless they die immediately." When Naruto obtained the full attribute Chakra attribute, it may be because of Ashura's reincarnation that he became very interested in Yang Chakra. Since then, he has been constantly researching and has made many achievements, such as using Yang Shield to heal injuries. Although it has only been 10 days, Naruto's level of using Yang Shield to heal injuries is definitely higher than that of ordinary medical ninjas. Naruto's promise also made Nohara-rin feel relieved. Obito looked at Kakashi, who was 10 feet away, grinned and said, "Are you ready?" "I'm going." Kakashi didn't dare to underestimate Obito. Now Obito is no longer the last one. His chakra has increased 50 times, and he also has the Sharingan of the Eternal Manjiki. Even though Kakashi's fighting skills and experience far exceed Obito at this stage, he dare not be careless. However, Obito's words at the dinner table made him think about something else. With his current chakra, if he opened the Eternal Manjiki, his chakra would be exhausted in 2 minutes at most. If it exceeds 2 minutes, his life will be in danger. But if he can open the Susanoo mentioned by Obito, there is still a great possibility of victory. Of course, this premise is that Obito can't open it. But this is obviously impossible. No matter what, Obito is a real Uchiha clan member, which is more than 1 level stronger than this borrowed Sharingan. While Kakashi was thinking, Obito's body had already rushed over, pinching his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge amount of chakra was injected into it, and the great fireball, which was originally only a C-level ninjutsu, was more like a B-level ninjutsu great fire extinguishing when performed by Obito. The overwhelming flames swept towards Kakashi. Kakashi was not careless either, and instantly used the earth flow wall, a several-foot-high earth wall to block the flames. Just when Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, Obito suddenly appeared in front of him. It's Kamui, he used Kamui to virtualize his body. Kakashi was shocked, he didn't realize that Obito was a combat genius. How long has it been since he obtained the eternal Mangeki, and he can actually use the pupil power of his eyes skillfully. The kunao in his hand instantly stabbed forward, but did not attack the vital points, but as he thought, the moment it touched Obito, his attack penetrated Obito's body. I can't hit it. Although the Sharingan has the same origin, my Sharingan does not have the power of hollowing itself. It only has the power to twist or shift the focus of its gaze to another space, but this power is used against Obito. No, this power may have no effect on Obito. His two Sharingans contain different powers, and one of them uses the same power as mine, which means that the power of our two eyes may cancel each other out. Let's give it a try. Kakashi made a decision in his heart, and the original 3 Magatama Sharingan instantly turned into a kaleidoscope, and then continued to focus, aiming at Obito's arm, but Obito's arm returned to normal after a tremor. Sure enough, as I thought, our pupil power will be offset to a certain extent, but I don't have to worry about him exiling me to another space. The only thing I worry about now is Obito's elusive hollowing. Kakashi made a calculation in his heart and felt that his chances of winning were not small. He made seals with both hands, and Chidori appeared in his hands, and the sound of chirping continued to sound. Little Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Is this Chidori? The power does look impressive. He has been developing Chidori for quite some time. If the normal timeline is followed, Chidori can be fully developed by little Kakashi within half a year. Although in his imagination, Chidori is very powerful, now seeing it with his own eyes, he still feels like a genius. However, he glanced at Sasuke with a sidelong glance. If the Chidori used by this adult Kakashi is as powerful as Sasuke, Obito will be in danger. Of course, this premises that he can hit it. However, he always feels that if the power of Chidori is the same as Sasuke's, even Susanoo may not be able to withstand it, right? Is this Chidori? Several people are familiar with Chidori. After all, in the previous video, Sasuke used Chidori to smash a huge meteorite, but now seeing Kakashi use this move feels a little different. Obito's eyes flashed solemnly, and his red eyes were tightly fixed on staring at Kakashi. He dared not be careless. Chidori. In an instant, Kakashi rushed towards Obito at a rapid speed, so fast that Obito, who could not perfectly control the hollowing, almost did not react. With a bang, the Chidori hit Obito's body directly, and then with a bang, Obito fell heavily to the ground. Nohara-rin's face was anxious, and she was about to rush forward, but little Kakashi held her back. Don't worry, Obito will be fine. Nohara-rin glanced at the people around her and found that the others were motionless, and she felt relieved. It hurts so much, if I hadn't opened Susanoo in time, it would have been really dangerous. Obito rubbed his chest and grinned. Kakashi sighed, it really wasn't so easy to solve, Obito had grown a lot. I saw that Obito's upper body had completely opened the skeleton of Susanoo. This is the first form of Susanoo. If nothing goes wrong, you should be able to do it. Obito said. I can't do it. I can only last 7 minutes with the Mangeki and only 2 minutes with the Eternal Mangeki. If I release Susanoo, I'm afraid I can't last even a minute. Kakashi smiled bitterly and had no intention of releasing Susanoo. Obito looked at Naruto thoughtfully. Naruto, do you have a way to transfer chakra to others? He knew that Naruto had the most chakra among these people. If he could transfer it to Kakashi, they wouldn't have to worry about the loss of chakra in the battle. Naruto thought for a moment, came to Kakashi, and put his right hand on Kakashi's shoulder. With a whoosh, the sound was not loud, but very light. Kakashi suddenly felt a large amount of chakra flowing into his body. Is this Naruto's chakra? It's really thick and powerful. Kakashi was surprised, but at this moment, he also felt very proud. He wanted to compete with Obito, but he didn't want to lose because of the small amount of chakra. He wanted to lose or win in a real way. Minato Namikaze smiled and said, "Okay, I will let Naruto send Kakashi the same amount of chakra as Obito. From now on, your battle will not depend on the amount of chakra. As long as you don't hurt the other person's life, you can go all out." Minato knew what they were thinking. Obito was still upset about Kakashi killing Rin, but he knew that Kakashi couldn't be blamed for this, so he wanted to teach Kakashi a lesson. Kakashi felt guilty, but if he deliberately showed weakness, it would only make Obito more disgusted, so he had to go all out. The two had their own awareness, so he would not stop them, let alone say anything high-sounding. He only needed to watch the two fight quietly and applaud the winner in the end. After a while, Naruto, who had transmitted the chakra, led everyone away from the battlefield. They all knew that the next battle would definitely cause a lot of noise. Without the restraint of chakra, Kakashi would have the confidence to open Susanoo. From Obito's mouth, he learned that Susanoo was not small in size. Kakashi felt the surging chakra in his body and smiled, "Are you ready, Obito?" "You are." The two smiled at each other and saw the fighting spirit in their eyes. The 26-year-old Kakashi fought against the 12-year-old Obito, and the battle was about to start. Susanoo. Two huge Susanos stood in the sky, each one was 100 meters high, and this was the perfect Susanoo. Obito was stunned when he saw the perfect Susanoo opened by Kakashi. His guess is that Kakashi can activate Susanoo, but how can the power of the eternal Manjiki support him to activate the perfect form? This is not scientific. Chapter 35. Uchiha Obito was down. He couldn't figure out why the power of a Sharingan could open the complete Susanoo. Even the eternal Manjiki was a bit exaggerated. Was it because his Sharingan was too high? Uchiha Obito thought, it's possible. After all, he is a genius of Uchiha. It's reasonable that his Sharingan level is stronger than that of ordinary people. He laughed. Obito, get ready. I'm going to attack. Kakashi shouted excitedly. At this moment, he finally felt the happiness of chakra. He had never felt this feeling before. Spirasi. Great. The 100-meter-tall Susanoo took steps, and the whole land was shaking. Obito was also ready. Susanoo's huge right arm was spread out, and a light blue long sword appeared in his hand. This is the Susanoo artifact that belongs to my Sharingan. It is the Void Exile. Any object attacked by this sword will be exiled to another dimension. So, Kakashi, you must be prepared. Hearing this, Kakashi did not dare to be careless, but he also discovered the difference between him and Obito and Susanoo. At least he could not open this Susanoo artifact. But he already has other ways to counter this move. Exile to another dimension must be countered by exile to another dimension. Kamiya Shuriken. Several huge shurikens appeared out of thin air in the space. Obito frowned. He felt the huge power of time and space from these shurikens. Minato, who was very familiar with time and space ninjutsu, also noticed it. Those shurikens contain a huge power of time and space. If Obito is hit, he will be exiled to another dimension 100%. The same is true for Obito's sword at that time. Once Kakashi's body is hit, the consequences will be disastrous. Kushina glanced at Minato and worriedly said, "Are you sure it's okay? Don't stop them." Minato nodded and said, "Don't worry, the teleportation technique can let me find them in an instant. As long as it is not a leap across time, but a simple leap across space, I can find them in any different dimension. Don't worry." Kushina and Nohara Rin breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the two huge Susanos fighting nervously. Sasuke looked at the two huge Susanos, his eyes full of desire. This is the power that belongs only to the Uchiha clan. It is really too strong. At the same time, he also has a clear understanding of Uchiha Attacker's power. From Obito, we know that after opening the Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo can be opened, and Uchiha Itachi can open it without a doubt. Although we don't know whether he can open the complete Susanoo like these two, even Uchiha Itachi with ordinary Susanoo is not something he can fight against now. So, he is eager to improve his pupil power. At the very least, he must increase his pupil power to 3 Megatama, and then use his huge chakra to crush Uchiha Itachi. As for Naruto, he was a little envious when he saw the two driving Gundam. He also wanted to drive Gundam and ride the Nine Tails. But now the Nine Tails has not reconciled with him, at least he can't ride the Nine Tails in a short time. Although it's a bit regrettable, there is some hope. The Kamui Shuriken and the Void Exile collided with each other, and ripples appeared in the space. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the space instantly returned to calm. Sure enough, it was erased. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. As expected, the power of time and space with the same origin was almost useless. Then, the only things that can deal with Obito are physical skills and ninjutsu. He certainly doesn't have as many ninjutsu skills as I do. As for physical skills, Obito doesn't know ninjutsu either, and his huge chakra is almost useless. In addition, he is smaller now, so I have a high chance of winning in a ninjutsu match. But the only problem is how to pull him out of Susanoo. By the way, his pupil power can block my pupil power, so theoretically my pupil power should also be able to resist his pupil power. Then, at the moment when he becomes hollow, can I use my pupil power to stop Obito from becoming hollow? We can give it a try. Kakashi has made up his mind, but the most urgent task is to get Obito out of Susanoo. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, and the complete form of Susanoo slowly disbanded. Obito looked puzzled. How to disband Susanoo? Kakashi spread his hands helplessly and said, "These two things are too destructive, and the most important thing is that our pupil power cancels each other out. My attack can't have any effect on you, and this Susanoo is not very useful." Obito was stunned and had to disband Susanoo. The next step is the battle of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Obito looked excited. Then he flashed and rushed to Kakashi quickly, and kicked Kakashi in the face with his right leg, but he could not, unfortunately. He was not tall enough to kick Kakashi in the face. With a bang, Kakashi reacted faster and kicked Obito, but Obito's Sharingan suddenly turned. Kakashi smiled in his heart, guarding against you at this moment. Then his pupil power surged like water, blocking Obito's hollowing, and kicked Obito's chest heavily with his right foot. Hollowing was stopped. Obito was shocked, and Minato was also shocked. His brows relaxed. Sure enough, Kakashi had discovered that the pupil power of the two could offset each other. Your pupil power can offset mine, there is no reason why I can't. Kakashi laughed. At this time, he no longer had the demeanor of a teacher of the 7th team, like a smug villain. Perhaps he would only show this appearance in front of his friends. It's worthy of being Kakashi teacher. Naruto sighed, staring at the battlefield. Obito stood up in shock, rubbed his chest, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. As expected of Kakashi, even if my current strength has increased, I can hardly be your opponent. I won't fight anymore. Kakashi was stunned. Not fighting anymore? This doesn't seem like Obito's temperament. Little Kakashi and Lin were also stunned. They didn't fight anymore. In the past, when Obito fought with Kakashi, he would never say such a thing unless he couldn't get up. My opponent is not you, but I wanted to fight you after hearing that one of your Sharingan belongs to another me. I am familiar with my own abilities, and the best thing is to fight with myself. Although you are not me, your pupil power can be regarded as another me. Obito spoke lightly, and Minato Namikaze smiled. Very good, Obito has grown a lot. Sure enough, it is right to bring Obito around. As long as he is trained a little, he will definitely become an excellent Hokage in the future. Kakashi was stunned, and then nodded. That's right, he said a little depressed. However, I have forgiven you. It turns out that you are not a waste. The responsibility for not protecting Rin is not entirely your fault. It has something to do with me. If I were strong enough, or if you and I were as strong as we are now, those tragedies would not have happened. Minato Namikaze frowned. Enough, Obito. Stop talking. How could Obito's thoughts go astray if he was not careful? If he continues like this, Obito may become a strength supremacist, which is very detrimental to his future development. Obito suddenly came back to his senses, understood something, and apologized with his head down. Minato Namikaze sighed. It seems that it is necessary to give this child some psychological counseling and ideological education. 3 days later, Minato Namikaze and others stood in front of the gate of time and space and said goodbye to Naruto and Jiraiya. Don't worry, Naruto, we will come again in 7 days. Kushina said with red eyes. Naruto nodded with some sadness. Although they had only been together for 3 days, he had completely agreed with the Minato couple. Let's go. Minato touched Naruto's head and took everyone back to their time. Teacher Kakashi, let's continue to practice Flying Thunder God. Minato Namikaze had been here for a few days and had taught Naruto his special skill Flying Thunder God, saving Naruto 500,000 points. Flying Thunder God is expensive, and is worth the same as the Gate of Time and Space. Of course, Kakashi, who was already very envious, also learned a lot from the side. With the blessing of countless shadow clones, Naruto's 2 days of practice were comparable to the practice of ordinary people for many years. He was already able to master Flying Thunder God, but he still needed a lot of practice to reach Minato's level. Kakashi nodded and practiced Flying Thunder God with Naruto. Chapter 36. 47 Years of Konoha. Minato and others have returned to Konoha village. As night fell, Minato came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house and told Sarutobi Hiruzen the truth about the future extinction of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, "So that's how it is. Such things will happen in the future. Although the Uchiha clan is also on the edge now, it is far less serious than a few years ago. However, if the system does not appear, everything will go according to plan. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan will be unreasonably suspected, and it will only be a matter of time before it turns into extinction. Minato, what do you think of the Uchiha clan?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. He had long regarded Minato as his successor to cultivate, and some important matters still need to listen to his opinions. Minato smiled and said, "There is no doubt that the Uchiha clan is a powerful force. In the future, I learned that after the Nine Tails Rebellion, the village's combat power dropped significantly. At the same time, there was internal friction with the Uchiha clan, which led to the victory advantage we gained in the Third Ninja World War disappeared. The people of the Cloud Village came to our Konoha again to abduct people, and even forced Hyuga Hisashi to death." Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank slightly. Hyuga Hayashi's younger brother? The head of the Hyuga branch family. Namikaze Minato nodded solemnly, and signed a large number of unequal treaties with Kumagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe in silence, and his face was unclear under the clouds of smoke. After a moment, he said, "Minato, if I say I want to pass the position of Hokage to you, can you do it?" Namikaze Minato didn't speak, but the determination in his eyes explained everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally saw the meaning of Minato Namikaze's eyes and laughed, "Okay, my Konoha village will prosper with you. Very good, after I hand over the work, you can officially take over as Hokage. You don't have to worry, within 3 months, the position of Hokage will be yours." "So soon?" This surprised Minato Namikaze. "This is too anxious." "No, he and Naruto haven't been together for a long time. How can he have time to accompany his son after becoming Hokage?" He waved his hand hurriedly and said, "Sandaime-sama, don't worry. I don't have any idea about the position of Hokage at present. At least I don't want to take the position of Hokage within a year, but I will do whatever you want me to do." Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately understood and smiled, "Okay, you can accompany Naruto during this time." In the video, he already knew that Naruto would be an orphan in the future, and Minato and his wife naturally felt guilty about him. He also understood Minato's thoughts and didn't force it too much. After saying goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato came to Uchiha Fugaku's house without stopping. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Minato, who suddenly came, and was a little surprised. "What's wrong, Minato?" Minato was not in the village during this period. He thought Minato went out to do a mission, but he didn't expect him to come back now. Minato laughed, "Won't you invite me in to sit down?" Fugaku was a little embarrassed and quickly welcomed Minato in. "What happened?" Mikoto poured water for Minato and sat on the sofa teasing Uchiha Itachi, who was only 2 years old. Minato glanced at Uchiha Itachi with a sidelong look, and sighed in his heart. This child looked handsome, but he didn't expect him to be so cruel. He already knew the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan. The matter was far from what Sasuke said. If Uchiha Itachi didn't raise the butcher knife at that time, the entire Uchiha clan would be wiped out. From another perspective, Uchiha Itachi protected Uchiha Sasuke. But there is no doubt that Uchiha Itachi slaughtered his own people, which is a heinous crime and unforgivable. Minato did not say it clearly, or he pushed all the responsibility onto Danzo. He and Danzo had a bad relationship, and could even be said to be quite hostile. That guy has been coveting the 9 tails on Kushina for a long time, but he has been afraid of Minato's strength and achievements and has never been able to do it. Damn Danzo! Uchiha Fugaku smashed the coffee table in anger. It was in vain that their clan went through life and death for Konoha, but they did not expect to end up like this. Fugaku, you also know the importance of things. It's not Itachi's fault for this, but don't worry, after I become Hokage, I will do my best to ease the relationship between the village and Uchiha, you can rest assured about this. Uchiha Fugaku's face gradually relaxed. He knew that Heibun Minato disdained to tell lies, and he would do what he said to a certain extent. Anything else? After a moment, Uchiha Fugaku gradually recovered and asked again. Your youngest son, Sasuke, wants to see you. When he was 7 years old, you were killed by Itachi. He has been alone all these years and has lived a very miserable life. Uchiha Fugaku murmured, Sasuke? The youngest son. He was very interested in Sasuke and wanted to go and see him. Originally, he wanted to use 500,000 points to buy a time-space gate to go to this era, but I dissuaded him. Fugaku looked at Minato with a little doubt, and then suddenly understood, you mean, let me go with Mikoto next time. Minato smiled and nodded, yes, the time-space gate can pass up to 5 people at a time, and we are more than enough to go. Fugaku and Mikoto were overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. Minato said that this was not necessary, and then left Fugaku's house. Fugaku stood up, looking at Uchiha Itachi sleeping on the sofa with complicated eyes, and sighed slowly. This child has shown extraordinary scheming since he was a child. He knew that Itachi would become a great man when he grew up. But he never thought that he would betray his teacher and ancestors, but this matter could not be completely blamed on him. He gently stroked Uchiha Itachi's head. The pain of slaughtering the entire clan was borne by him alone, which must be unbearable. Did he keep Sasuke to atone for his sins or to make Sasuke a hero? This child is extraordinary. Uchiha Fugaku muttered to himself. Mikoto also touched her eldest son's cheek distressfully, and she almost hated the old man Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku pondered in his heart. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he must discover the vitality of the Uchiha clan. Shisui, Obito, Itachi, and Sasuke who has not yet been born are all gifted. These people must be cultivated, and at the same time, they must have an iron sense of belonging to the family. You can be loyal to the village, but you must be more loyal to the family. Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for the system to play the video again. Everyone was looking forward to it, hoping to see their heroic appearance in the video. I wonder who will be the protagonist of this video. Minato thought to himself. Soon, a huge poster was projected on the huge screen. 16-year-old Sasuke appeared on the poster in astonishment. Behind him were Danzo and the future cages of other ninja villages. Is Sasuke the protagonist this time? Uchiha Fugaku was ecstatic, but soon calmed down. He wanted to take a good look at his youngest son's Yingzi. But if he saw his mad son, he didn't know what he would think. In the 63rd year of Konoha, Sasuke was excited when he saw himself appearing on the huge poster. After such a long time, it was finally his turn. He said that his future strength was so strong that there was no reason why he would not be on the list. Now it seems that it is not impossible, but the time has not come yet. But who is the old man with an eye mask behind him? And why are there several cages? He naturally knew that cage, after all, he had appeared in the first video. Soon, the title of the video appeared. Uchiha Sasuke made a scene at the 5-cage talks and killed the 5th and 5th generation Hokage Shimura Danzo. Danzo was killed? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, but then he quickly realized that it seemed that the future Sasuke had already known the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan, so he killed Danzo mercilessly. Judging from the extent of Naruto's improvement in strength, Sasuke should be about the same. At that time, he should have enough strength to kill Danzo. Danzo sighed sadly. Sure enough, he still couldn't escape the fate of death. But what does the 5th and 5th generation Hokage mean? Can he still sit on the position of Hokage one day? The picture surges, and the video begins. Chapter 37. The Iron Country has always been a neutral country. Most of the 5-cage talks are held here. Now it is another 5-cage meeting. Gaara, Raikage Ai, Mei Terumi, Onoki, and Danzo, everyone was confused when they saw Danzo appearing at the 5-cage meeting. They didn't understand why it was Danzo, and the title said it was the 5th and 5th generation. Did something go wrong with the 5th generation? Was he killed? In the video, the leader of the Iron Country, Mifune, was ready to elect Danzo as the leader of the Shinobi Alliance, but Raikage Ai naturally couldn't agree. Although Danzo was secretly happy in his heart, he also knew that things would not end so easily. If he really let Raikage agree, he would not be called the first reckless man in the ninja world. Why is it the Hokage? This guy is called the Dark Man of Shinobi? How can such a person be trusted? Raikage Ai roared angrily. Mifune said calmly, "Who do you think it is?" Raikage Ai said as a matter of course it's someone from our Kumegakure village. We don't have a single Akatsuki member in our Kumegakure village, but we are much stronger than them. There was a lot of disdain in his tone, and in fact, he had the capital to be disdainful. Among so many ninja villages, only Kumegakure village did not have a traitorous ninja who entered the Akatsuki organization to harm the ninja world. Mifune just glanced at him calmly and said, "I understand that you need emotions and power to rule, but people who let everything be driven by emotions and do things by brute force will only make the ninja coalition army become a mess like this table." Raikage Ai opened his mouth, but was unable to refute. "This is my most pertinent decision as a neutral country." Then Mifune gave the reason, which was simple and crude, but also easy to convince people. But Raikage Ai still disagreed, but Ching from the Kirigakure village found something wrong and used the Byakugan he had taken from the Hyuga family to see through Danzo's abnormality. The color of Uchiha Shisui. Danzo has the eye power of Uchiha Shisui. Ching was shocked and hurried out to report. The people around were shocked. Uchiha Shisui? The one who is called the genius of eye technique like Itaki. At this time, everyone also noticed something strange. Could it be that Danzo used illusion to control Mifune? He is worthy of being the old silver coin Danzo, and even more worthy of being the synonym of the dark of ninja. Countless ninjas complained in their hearts. They once again saw what it meant to have no bottom line. This Danzo is really not a son of man. 57 years of Konoha. Uchiha Ataka's face was gloomy. Sure enough, the old guy Danzo was not a good person. I don't know if Brother Shisui has seen this video, but no matter what, they have to get rid of Danzo now. If not, they will stand beside the Hokage. They must think of a way to get the best of both worlds, a way to get rid of Danzo and not let the Uchiha clan be exterminated at the same time. His eyes lit up, and it seemed that he could use Brother Shisui's Kota Amatsukami, but no, he still needed to persuade Brother Shisui. Only his Kota Amatsukami could solve such a deadlock and let the Uchiha clan have no worries. 63 years of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly. Danzo, he really did everything he could. As long as it was for the benefit of Konoha, he would do anything, no matter how dirty it was. This is what is called the Dark Ninja world. I don't know whether it is right or wrong. Danzo of the Root was silent. He knew his ending, but he hoped to do something practical for Konoha before such an ending. This was also his sincere thought. But he still sighed. Shisui's eyes made him successful to a certain extent, but also bound him to a certain extent. For example, in the video, Ching with the white eyes could easily see through the difference in meridians and chakras, allowing him to see that it was Shisui's eyes. His situation was dangerous. The Raikage in the video was furious, and punched the conference table again, almost breaking the whole table into pieces, and was about to go up and knock out Danzo. But at this moment, a bud shaped like a flower bud suddenly appeared from the center of the venue, and in the confused eyes of everyone, Baizetsu showed his body. He shook his body and said in a calm voice, "Hello, Uchiha Sasuke is here, guess where Sasuke is?" As soon as this was said, everyone present was stunned, and they couldn't believe that Uchiha Sasuke dared to appear here, but Raikage AI was furious, because his brother was captured by Sasuke. Of course, this was just what he thought. "Let's go find Sasuke together!" Baizetsu shouted loudly, but in just a moment, his neck was grabbed by Raikage AI. "Tell me, where is Sasuke?" Raikage AI roared. But before Baizetsu could say anything, he was caught by Raikage AI. AI was strangled to death, and then he asked XI to use illusion to read the memory of White Zetsu. Then Raikage AI punched through the wall and rushed out, while Danzo stayed in the venue under the supervision of Kirigakure no Ao. The hidden Sasuke and others were soon discovered by the samurai, and the two sides quickly clashed. But those samurai were no match for Sasuke and his group, and they were soon beaten to pieces by them. Sasuke was even more brutal, and one person would die in every move. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen samurai died in his hands. But suddenly, the ceiling collapsed and the Raikage fell from the sky. Sasuke showed disdain on his face, holding the lightning sword and rushing towards Raikage AI with courage. But before he got close to Raikage AI, he was repelled by Darui and the water escape and lightning escape. "Boss, he really has the same lightning release as the intelligence said." Karin hid in the dark and worried. Sasuke's information seems to have been leaked. Wouldn't the one in the middle be the Raikage? Mizutsuki was terrified. XI quickly formed a seal beside him, lightning release lightning ball. The whole space instantly became white, and the dazzling white light made it impossible for several people to open their eyes. At the same time, Jago also entered the illusion. If Sasuke hadn't reminded him in time, he would probably have fallen asleep in the illusion. But at this moment, Darui and Raikage AI had already come to Sasuke and Jago. Even if you can see that this is an illusion, what can you do? You still can't escape. The two attacked heavily, but Sasuke was not alone. Jago and Mizutsu each blocked one, barely blocking the heavy attacks of Raikage AI and Darui, but unfortunately Mizutsu's beheading sword was completely broken. It should have been broken when fighting the Eight Tails, and the Raikage's attack power is strong, so... Yugo didn't finish his words, but Suijutsu already knew. He was extremely distressed, but Karin was happy that Sasuke escaped from a distance. Yugo felt the pressure here, and was completely cursed, turning into a real monster, and also lost his mind. His strength has been greatly improved. Reikage AI looked at the crazy Yugo and said disdainfully, "Don't look down on me." In an instant, he turned into a lightning and attacked Yugo. With a bang, Yugo's body was tightly embedded in the wall and could not move. Suijutsu was happy in his heart. It was a good opportunity. He attacked Reikage AI from behind with a beheading broadsword. But unfortunately, it was easily blocked by Darui. The two were almost the same in strength, and they were deadlocked for a while. Looking at Suijutsu's broken broadsword, Darui laughed and said, "Don't think that if yours is broken, I will give you mine." What a coincidence, the sword in his hand is also a broadsword. Shuiyu sneered. This was a good weapon, which was not comparable to the ordinary ninja tool in Darui's hand. Outside the video, everyone was laughing and crying, but they didn't understand why Sasuke wanted to make a scene at the 5-cage talks, or why Sasuke had to kill Danzo. Is there any inevitable relationship here? In the 63rd year of Konoha, Sasuke frowned. He was thinking about the relationship, but it was difficult to understand with his current knowledge. But he was not worried that he knew nothing, because this video would tell him everything. At the same time, he had a strong interest in his teammates, and he was desperate to protect himself, and he could find them if he had a chance. Orochimaru smiled. How could he not recognize his treasures? Those people were all his treasured test subjects, but why did they suddenly get together? This puzzled him. But he didn't care. The appearance of this video could be said to satisfy his great curiosity. The Sharingan that he had been eager for did not seem too important at this moment. Of course, the most important thing is that the Sharingan is available in the mall, and Orochimaru has a clear understanding of his position. If he doesn't participate in changing history, it only means that history is too false. He is too confident. Chapter 38. So handsome. Karin, who was still in Orochimaru's secret base, had her eyes sparkling. As expected of her, although she was young, she was definitely a fangirl. Is this my future lover? Karin blushed and twisted her body constantly, feeling so shy. As for Jago, he didn't understand why he stayed with Uchiha Sasuke. Logically, he wouldn't necessarily stay in Orochimaru's base without Kimimaro. He might sneak out one day. But, what happened in the future? What happened? Why did Sasuke confront the Reikage? And he wanted to kill Danzo. Uchiha Itachi in the Akatsuki organization looked calm, but his heart was pounding. Did my deeds get exposed? But who said that? Could it be Madara? Uchiha Itachi's dark pupils showed a dangerous light. Damn it, I still overestimated him. I thought he would keep his word. Sure enough, that guy is a bastard. He must be killed if he has a chance. Uchiha Itachi's murderous intent surged in his heart. The relationship between the two who originally did not trust each other was even worse. In the 57th year of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku watched the video nervously. His youngest son's strength really exceeded his expectations. Judging from the video, he should be young, only 16 or 17 years old, but his strength should not be underestimated. However, he was still worried that Reikage AI was not a small figure. His ninjutsu reached the pinnacle and his strength was extremely strong. He was at the first-class level in the entire ninja world. It was difficult for Sasuke to take advantage of him. I hope nothing will happen. In the video, Reikage AI was still confronting Yugo, but suddenly Yugo's appearance changed drastically. A large number of exhaust pipes appeared behind him, and then a chakra cannon was ejected with a bang, directly hitting the Reikage. In an instant, the entire venue was shrouded in white light, and at the same time Sasuke seized the opportunity and used illusion to control Xi. Finally killed him, finally dead. Jewel laughed crazily, but the next scene made everyone stare. In the meantime, Reikage AI rushed towards Jewel at lightning speed, elbowed Jawa directly and sent him flying hundreds of meters, and then with a bang, he was embedded in the wall. He was not injured at all, and Sasuke was surprised. His face gradually became solemn. He knew that the next step was the confrontation between him and Raikage. He walked out slowly from the dark, stood face to face with Raikage, and then rushed towards Raikage like thunder, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand kept stabbing at Raikage AI's fatal point, but unfortunately, Raikage AI's ninjutsu had reached the pinnacle, and Sasuke's attack power had not yet reached the point of breaking the defense. Two lightning ninjas emitting blue flashes began to fight recklessly in the huge venue. It must be said that Sasuke is extremely tough. He competed with Killer Bee in swordsmanship and with Raikage AI in lightning escape. He confronted others head-on with the advantages of these two brothers. How could ordinary people have such courage? Hey, but he, Uchiha Sasuke, has it. The chirping sound of the Chidori in Sasuke's right hand resounded through the night sky, and the Raikage hit Sasuke with a heavy stream. The two bodies were getting closer and closer. Sasuke took the opportunity to bend his body slightly, and the Chidori stabbed directly into the chest of Raikage AI, but the next scene made him unbelievable. The Chidori stopped directly on the chest of Raikage AI and could not move forward. So strong. He knew that Raikage AI's ninjutsu was superb and his defensive ability was the best in the ninja world, but this body could not even be broken by the Chidori, which was too exaggerated. The Raikage AI understood the principle of Sasuke's Chidori in just a moment. He said coldly, using lightning release to increase speed and penetration, the same technique as Hitaki Kakashi, it actually touched me who has lightning release armor. It's a very powerful technique. Before Sasuke could react, he grabbed his right arm and threw him to the ground with a bang, and then hit him again. Thunder Bomb! Boom! The ground within a radius of dozens of meters instantly sank, and Sasuke's life or death was unknown. Solved! Darui and Xi were overjoyed, while Karin and others watched in fear. Sasuke! Karin was worried, but she could still feel Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke is fine. She was happy again. The scene gradually moved to Sasuke and the Raikage AI. Sasuke was wrapped in purple chakra all over his body, forming a skeleton, and his eyes turned into a Mangeki Sharingan. Raikage AI was also somewhat shocked. The Mangeki Sharingan was indeed worthy of its reputation. Uchiha Sasuke is really difficult to deal with, the warrior of the Iron Countryside. Raikage AI and Sasuke were still confronting each other. Sasuke's left eye kept focusing, and then blood flowed from the corner of his eye. Raikage AI did not dare to be careless either. The activation of chakra increased to the extreme. Xize noticed what Raikage AI was thinking, so that's it, Raikage-sama wants to use the instant body technique to avoid the Mangeki Sharingan. Several people had their own thoughts, but there was no doubt that they were all looking forward to this battle. Amaterasu. The everlasting flame appeared out of thin air and flew towards Raikage, but what was surprising was that Raikage dodged it directly at a very fast speed, and Amaterasu fell on the samurai who came to support. What a fast speed! Is this the instant body technique of Raikage? Karin was horrified in the dark, and then watched in panic as Raikage teleported to Sasuke. But Sasuke was especially vegetarian, and he spread Amaterasu directly over the entire Susanoo. Raikage AI hesitated for only a moment, and then exerted the momentum of a reckless man. Don't underestimate Raikage. The level of thunder abuse with a bang, this heavy punch hit Sasuke's neck directly. Sasuke fell heavily to the ground. He couldn't believe it in his heart. This Raikage was so reckless. Didn't he know that he would lose an arm if he attacked directly? Or did he confidently believe that with his strength, it didn't matter even if he lost an arm? But now was not the time to think about this matter, because the Raikage's attack came again. The right-eyed Kagutsuka continued to control the form of Amaterasu, covering Susanoo with a layer of it, but it had been said long ago that the Raikage was a reckless man. Even if he was seriously injured, he would kill Sasuke. This guy is really crazy. Karan said in the dark. Suzuki, don't be in trouble. 63 years of Konoha. The wreckage was really reckless. This thought came to the minds of countless people in the ninja world. He knew that the thing could not be extinguished, but he still dared to rush in. He was really not afraid of getting hurt. Tisk, this guy is really crazy. Onoki sighed. In the end, he was old and had no spirit. No, even when he was young, he was not so crazy. He didn't have the courage to directly hit Amaterasu. That thing was notoriously difficult to deal with. In the Akatsuki organization, Kisame looked at Uchiha Itaki and said with a smile, Mr. Itaki, it seems that your brother has the same eye power as you. Uchiha Itaki glanced at him lightly, what's so strange about this? As my brother, it doesn't seem too much that our eye powers are the same. Kisame was speechless. He didn't mean anything special. He just felt curious, but he felt a little uncomfortable when Uchiha Itaki blocked him. Uchiha Itaki knew in his heart that the Sharingan was the manifestation of a person's spiritual will. Not to mention brothers, even fathers and sons might not awaken the same eye power. And now, after Suzuki opened the Manjiki Sharingan, he actually awakened Amaterasu. There is only one possibility. He left a trump card for him. Before Suzuki opened his Manjiki, he left Amaterasu in Sasuke's pupils, and took this opportunity to give Suzuki the ability of Amaterasu. However, he was quite interested in another ability to control Amaterasu's form. Sometimes he felt that Amaterasu was difficult to control, and he also thought that Amaterasu could be controlled. But he didn't expect it to be realized on his brother. In the 47th year of Konoha, Ai, who had not yet become the Raikage, raised his eyebrows and was a little happy. He didn't care about his arm. He only cared about his own strength. Without strength, he couldn't protect the village, and without strength, he couldn't protect his brother. And now it seems that he has not been passive in the next 10 or 20 years. His strength has been greatly improved. This level of instant body technique is much faster than his current one. Now he can't catch up even if he tries hard, but looking at his burning arm, he still has some anger in his heart. The Uchiha clan is really a difficult one, he sighed. He had heard stories about the Uchiha clan since he was a child, such as the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara from the Warring States period, who together with Senju Hashirama pacified the Warring States. Konoha was the biggest enemy of their Kumagakure clan, and the Senju and Uchiha clans were the strongest in Konoha. He had heard these stories so many times that calluses appeared on his ears, but now he dared not say that the stories he had heard were false. At least the Uchiha boy in the video was quite powerful. Chapter 39. Late Warring States period. This Uchiha Jr. is quite strong, said Senju Hashirama with a smile. Uchiha Madara smiled, not bad. Seeing his junior growing up, Uchiha Madara is still very happy now. Of course, if he knew that the Uchiha clan would be destroyed in the future, he would not know how he felt. Evil Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama whispered softly, and Uchiha Madara's face suddenly turned red. Senju Hashirama shouted in time, what are you talking about? Tobirama, have you completed the work assigned to you? Tobirama shuddered suddenly and smiled awkwardly, no. What a shit job. He was originally learning the sealing technique from Uzumaki Mito, but the key is that the Uzumaki clan has too many sealing techniques. He has learned a lot during this period and is a little tired, so he found his elder brother to watch the video together. After a while, Uchiha Madara calmed down and said lightly, Hashirama, how are you looking for the tailed beasts? Senju Hashirama pondered for a moment and said, how should I say? If you are looking for it, 3 have been found, 3-tailed, 6-tailed, and 8-tailed. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows, where is the 9-tailed? There is no trace of the 9-tailed, but don't worry, there should be news soon. Then what should you do with the tailed beast you found? Go catch it now. Uchiha Madara's tone was a little excited. Wait a few days, now is the critical moment of the village being built, we can't leave. Okay. Uchiha Madara nodded and continued to look up at the video. In the video, the heavy blow of the rakeage was about to fall on Shizuke, but at this moment, a stream of quicksand came from a distance and barely blocked the attack of the rakeage AI. Shizuke panted heavily and looked at the person who helped him block the blow. Gaara. He naturally knew this kid, the one who had competed with him, although he failed. Gaara slowly said, "Samurai, retreat, this is a dispute between ninjas." Raikage AI scolded beside him, "Why stop it? I won't let you go without a good reason." Gaara was not angry, but just said lightly, "If you continue to attack, the black smoke will only erode your body more, and I have something to say to Shizuke." Raikage AI was speechless, lowered his head and looked at his arm eroded by Amaterasu, and then put his other arm directly on it, using sharp lightning chakra to cut it off. The broken arm kept squirming on the ground and soon turned into ashes. "Xi, stop the bleeding quickly, and then do Uchiha Shizuke." Xi sighed in his heart, the left eye is Amaterasu, and the right eye is probably the ability to control the change of Amaterasu's form. It's really tricky. Uchiha Shizuke, it seems that Bai is really caught by him. The ninja world is really beyond the sky. Gaara is admonishing Shizuke here, but it is obviously useless. Even Naruto can't persuade Shizuke now, let alone Gaara. Don't have personal feelings, you are the wind shadow now. Kanjuro said on the side. Now Gaara's position is not only Naruto's friend, but also represents the Wind Country, one of the 5 major countries. The purpose of their coming here now is to unite the 5 major countries to attack the Akatsuki organization, and Shizuke is a member of the Akatsuki organization. If Gaara shows mercy and considers personal feelings, it will be criticized. Tears flowed from the corners of Gaara's eyes, and a lot of sand suddenly rushed out of the gourd behind him. "Of course I know." Boom, the purple chakra on Sasuke's body grew again, and Susanoo had a more obvious improvement. The two were about to fight again. Sasuke's attack had already hit, and it was still a flame that never went out, but the fire attack had a clear disadvantage for Gaara, and his absolute defense was not in vain. Amaterasu burned the sand, but could not hurt Gaara at all. It can even defend against the flame escape, it seems that the absolute defense is still alive. He was not mocking Gaara. Originally, he always thought that Gaara's absolute defense was the power given by Shikaku, but now Shikaku has been taken away, and Shizuke thought that Gaara had lost his absolute defense. But he never thought that Gaara's absolute defense was the protection of his mother. Gaara had a blank expression on his face and ignored Shizuke, and Karin also noticed the traces of Danzo, but there were too many strong people around, and Karin hesitated. But the people here didn't want to say more, and Darui rushed up first. "I'll help the sand ninjas. I'll attack first, you guys continue." Then he quickly formed a seal, storm shield reinforcement and suppression. Red Secret Technique Organization Triangle. A puppet shaped like a red sand scorpion suddenly attacked forward. Big Scythe Attack. Continuous Sand and Stone Rain. The 4 powerful moves directly bombarded to Uchiha Shizuke, but Sasuke's expression remained unchanged, as if he had it all planned out. Rumbling explosions continued to sound, and the sky was full of smoke and dust covering everything around. "Shizuke!" Everyone inside and outside the video shouted, fearing that Shizuke would get into trouble. But soon, Shizuke showed his face, and the Susanoo on his body was more than 20 meters high, and the purple chakra illuminated the surrounding space unbelievably. The 4 people looked at Uchiha Shizuke, who was unharmed and couldn't believe it. Shizuke said proudly, "Gaara, this is an absolute defense above you. Only Uchiha people who have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan in both eyes can open the 3rd power, Susanoo." His expression was proud, and he was proud of being a member of the Uchiha clan. In the 57th year of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku's heart was bleeding as he watched Shizuke struggling to fight. Uchiha Mikoto was already crying loudly at this moment, Why did it become like this? Why was Shizuke alone? Why was there no Itaki? Where were they? How could Shizuke face such brutal enemies when he was still so young and so cute? Fortunately, Itaka had coaxed Shizuke to sleep long ago, otherwise, if little Shizuke saw this scene, he would not know if he would be afraid of ninjas. He looked at his brother Shizuke, who stood upright and looked down on the crowd, with guilt in his eyes. With his intelligence, he naturally knew that the future in the video was the future in which he would kill the Uchiha clan. And Shizuke was so obsessed with killing Danzo, probably because he knew that it was Danzo who pushed everything behind the scenes. He wanted revenge, for himself, or for his clan members. He always emphasized that he was a member of the Uchiha clan, and he was proud of the power of the Uchiha clan he possessed. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itaka felt very uncomfortable and insisted on protecting his people. Wind Country, Sand Village. Luasha looked at Gaara with complicated eyes. Gaara's face flushed. He seemed to realize his significance. Yashimaru hugged him beside him, feeling excited. Sister, this child is really great. I didn't find relevant information about how old Gaara was when Yashimaru died, so I set it up on my own initiative. Maybe, that plan doesn't need to be implemented, Luasha muttered to himself. Gaara's future growth surprised him. Did he successfully control the One Tail? Of course, he also found something wrong, that is, Gaara became the Kazekage at such a young age, which means that he will not live for many years. In his imagination, the Kazekage has never been Gaara. If he is alive, it is even less likely that the Kazekage will fall on Gaara's head. But it doesn't matter, as long as the village can be better. He glanced at Gaara. The child can grow up healthily, it seems good for him to live less time. Garilo, maybe you are right. Your absolute defense is impeccable. 63 years of Konoha. Sure enough, Susanoo has been opened. Uchiha Itaka's eyes flashed with excitement. Worthy of my Hidoudu, you have really made great progress. Although the completion of Susanoo is not as high as his, Uchiha Itaka is now confident that Shizuke will not be easily killed in this battle. Itaka's younger brother, he really has good potential. Uchiha Obito, who was hiding in the dark, smiled on his face, worthy of training, but Itaka is really a nuisance. He curled his lips in disdain, but he is not afraid of Itaka now. In terms of pupil power, he now has the Eternal Mangeki, which crushes Itaka's Mangeki to a certain extent, and he also has the Hollow and Susanoo, not at all Itaka. If Itaka really didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, he could have sent Itaka to his death in advance. Did Uchiha Itaka really think that he didn't know that he had been secretly sending intelligence to Konoha all these years? Ridiculous. Chapter 40. In the video, Gaara's eyes were full of shock, the power of darkness. Shizuke at this moment looked so similar to him in the past, but he couldn't pull him back like Naruto did. For this, Gaara could only say sorry. Kankuro sighed. Sure enough, Uchiha guys always feel that they are hiding something. Sasuke's smile became more and more rampant, and he controlled the huge Susanoo right arm to smash the stone pillar. With a bang, the stone pillar was instantly smashed into powder. In such a huge underground cavity, once the ceiling collapsed, they would be buried alive. No, if this goes on, the ceiling will collapse, the warriors shouted. But Raikage Ai and Gaara's faces did not change. The rubble on the top kept falling, and the ground below kept sinking. The ground under Karen's feet also collapsed in an instant, and her body fell involuntarily, but at this moment, Susanoo's huge arm grabbed her and threw her to a safe place. Karen looked at Shizuke with lingering fear and adjusted her glasses. Have you found Danzo? Yes, but there are too many masters around. It doesn't matter, lead the way. But what about Yugo and Danzo? They are still. Shizuke slowly walked to Karen, his eyes extremely cold. Don't worry about them, lead the way. Karen stood up trembling, unable to believe why Shizuke became like this. and then led the way in front. The scene turned and came to the 5-cage talks. Qing's heart trembled, and he felt a huge murderous intent. "Here it comes!" he shouted in fear. At the same time, the canvas above Danzo was cut off by Kusanaga's sword, and Sasuke's face gradually appeared. Everyone present looked at the last descendant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. Konoha's 63rd year, Akatsuki organization. This kid is really brave. He dares to face the old man. Deidara sneered. This kid is really the most stubborn person he has ever seen. He dares to break into a place like the 5-cage summit, not to mention that he had fought with the Raikage and the Kazekage before that. The people of the Uchiha clan are all crazy. He spoke unhappily again. Ever since he was subdued by Uchiha Itachi using illusion, he has been inexplicably unhappy with the Uchiha clan. Now that he knows that the kid in front of him is Itachi's younger brother, it goes without saying that his heart is full of murderous intent. "You are just too weak," Scorpion of the Red Sand complained on the side. If I'm not mistaken, the puppet used by the puppeteer following the little kid of the Kazekage seems to be you, right?" Deidara said. He thought he was seeing things at first, but in the end he found that it really looked like Scorpion. Scorpion of the Red Sand's face turned as red as pig liver. He groaned twice and stopped answering. There was no way. Deidara, the bastard, was right. It really could be his body. All of these puppeteers have a quirk, which is to make puppets out of the corpses of their enemies and use them at will. Isn't he like this? Almost all of the countless puppets under him are enemies who have made enemies with him. The operations of other puppeteers are similar, and he has no right to laugh at Deidara. After all, he was defeated by a junior. But the people of Konoha village clearly felt that Sasuke had changed. The Sasuke in the video and the Sasuke now are completely two different people. "Sasuke, if you become like this now, do you think I can teach you a lesson?" Sasuke curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Why?" "Because you are very arrogant." "Is this a reason?" "It is a reason." Naruto nodded as a matter of course. "So don't become like the one in the video, otherwise I will really beat you. Maybe you will lose your arms and legs." Sasuke curled his lips. No, he now has many ways to gain power, and he is not too jealous of Naruto's power, so he should not become like the one in the video. But the key to the problem is why he became like this in the video, and he believes that Danzo will give him the answer. In the video, Sasuke's face appeared in front of everyone, and that slightly evil face seemed to be just like that in front of many shadows. He stared at Danzo's face, then his figure flashed and a knife came out, but Mifune was faster and directly hugged in front of Danzo, blocking Sasuke's knife. But Danzo took advantage of the chaos to escape, and Qing immediately chased him, and Sasuke saw Danzo escape and planned to chase him immediately. Onoki sat there and said lightly, "My waist hurts, you can do whatever you want." Obviously, this old guy intends to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Tisk. Sasuke was annoyed, and called Karin to chase immediately, but in an instant he felt the scorching temperature behind him, and his body was she barely dodged the attack of the Mizu cage. But the big hole made by the Raikage AI had been sealed by Terumi Mei. This is the Mizukage-sama's dissolution technique. Terumi Mei wiped her mouth slightly and smiled faintly. The Akatsuki who treated the fourth Mizu cage as a toy and ravaged the mist shadow. After a closer look, the people of the Uchiha clan are really handsome guys. Thanks for the compliment. Countless Uchiha men were secretly happy in their hearts, and about this, countless Uchiha men all thought that this woman really had good taste. The men of our Uchiha clan are handsome, and the women are good-looking. There is no way, the genes are excellent. Sasuke slowly turned his head, and the three Magatama Sharingan also changed into a kaleidoscope. He glared at Terumi Mei, "Don't make trouble." But Terumi Mei was not so easy to talk to. Obviously he is a handsome guy, what a pity. At least let me give you a melting kiss. Karin immediately exploded, Obviously he is an old woman. Terumi May had already stood up, and her hands were sealed. The melting technique immediately covered Suzuki, but fortunately Suzuki deployed Susanoo in time to block the attack. But Kojiro's attack directly knocked Suzuki out of the room and hit him heavily on the ground. It hurts so much, all the cells in my body are hurting. This is the side effect of Susanoo. It will be like this after long-term use. I am not a perfect body and it hurts so much. What on earth has Itaki experienced? As soon as he raised his head, he found that the surroundings were sealed by the Mizu cage again. It was a big trouble. He had only this thought in his mind. If the stalemate continued, Danzo would run away. Boiling style, skillful mist technique. Suzuki was about to fight back, but the side effects of Susanoo were too strong. He fell down the moment he stood up, and the mist also invaded the inside of Susanoo, corroding Sasuke's body. Is this acid mist? When Mei Terumi was about to go forward to finish off the enemy, her body suddenly changed. Not only her, but everyone in the conference room at the beginning was covered with white spores. Moreover, this thing absorbs chakra to grow, and it is difficult to resist with ordinary moves. Even if you find acid to hatch it many times, there is still no way to destroy it. The white spores gradually turned into white zetsu, which wrapped around Sasuke's body and restored his chakra. This, chakra is recovering. Even Suzuki himself couldn't believe that white zetsu had such an effect. A moment later, there was a bang, and the wall shattered again. He wanted to take Karin away. Losing Karin would undoubtedly lose his most important eyes. Suzuki, are you okay? Karin yelled, and her worry was revealed. Meanwhile, Onoki and his son Akatsuki were also ready to join the battle. Akatsuki spit out a huge rock giant from his mouth to break the spore technique, while Onoki used the earth escape technique weighted rock technique to destroy white zetsu. Onoki said lightly, "It seems that you killed Deidara. In a different way, you helped our Iwagakure village solve the rebellious ninja. We should thank you, but the ninjas all want you to die, so I'm sorry. So, goodbye." Dust escape technique, original world peeling technique. The huge white cube poured on Sasuke's body, and in an instant, his body disappeared. Sasuke's chakra is gone, Karin trembled in her voice. Of course, his body was almost shattered at the molecular level, and the next one is you. Onoki looked at Karin coldly, his tone was extremely cold. Meanwhile, Reikage Ai and Gaara also caught up. Little old man. Where is Suzuki? I turned him into ashes. Reikage Ai was immediately angry, what are you doing? That's my job. This guy actually dared to take over my job, which made Reikage Ai very unhappy. Don't worry, you still have a chance. A very empty voice came from the distorted space. The body of the mysterious masked man gradually appeared, and Suzuki was still on his shoulder. My name is Uchiha Madara. Chapter 41. My name is Uchiha Madara. The masked man slowly emerged from the void, carrying the dying Uchiha Suzuki on his shoulders. I want to briefly introduce my plan. Eye of the Moon. Madara finally appeared, and everyone stared at the masked man. Some were terrified, some were timid, and some were disdainful. Uchiha Madara had been dead for so many years, and now anyone could come out to play Uchiha Madara. When Konoha was first founded, Uchiha Madara felt the strange gaze of Senju Tobirama and said calmly, "That's not me." Senju Hashirama also nodded and said, "That's right. That's not Madara." Senju Tobirama was about to curse, "Big brother, who is your brother, who is your family, why do you always turn your elbow outward? Madara can't wear a mask." Uchiha Madara was extremely arrogant, how could he be willing to wear a mask on his face? As Uchiha Madara, that face was his pride, and he had no reason to cover up his heroic appearance. Of course, this is what Hashirama Senju thinks. Tobirama Senju curled his lips, disdainful in his heart, Couldn't Uchiha Madara want to change his lifestyle after living for so many years? But you, big brother, why are you so anxious to defend Uchiha Madara? I haven't said anything yet. 47 years of Konoha. Uchiha Obito stared at the masked man closely. Bastard, finally appeared. No, this is scolding himself, but he can't help it. This bastard who betrayed his teacher and ancestors, killed his teacher and his master's wife, and made Naruto's childhood full of pain. Obito can't forgive this bastard no matter what. Teacher, please take me with you next time you go to the 63rd year. Uchiha Obito said hatefully. Minato was stunned, understood Obito's decision, and could only nod helplessly. Okay, but you must listen to me when you get there, so as to avoid accidents. Obito nodded. Listen to you? No way. I must teach this guy a lesson, let him know that the Uchiha Obito that Lin wants to protect is definitely not this kind of Uchiha Obito, and at the same time, I must avenge my teacher. Of course, it is a bit dry to take revenge without obeying the words of my teacher. In the Akatsuki organization in the 63rd year of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi looked ugly. Sure enough, Madara had already contacted Sasuke. It seemed that he was dead at that time, otherwise he would never allow Uchiha Madara to contact Sasuke. But he didn't expect that the masked man was so powerful that he could avoid the backhand he left behind. Although it's not that time yet, Itachi knew that in the duel with his brother, he would definitely leave a backhand on Sasuke to deal with Uchiha Madara in the end. But obviously, this backhand failed, and Sasuke was still mixed up with Uchiha Madara. Moreover, things were just as he thought. Sasuke really knew something, so he bit Danzo tightly, and everything was probably told by the Uchiha Madara in front of him. Konoha village. That masked man really knows something. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and decided in his heart that he must find this man. He already knew that this man was Kakashi's close friend Uchiha Obito. If he wanted to find him, he had to wait until the video ended and he got the reward. He had to at least get the same level of power as him, otherwise he would be abused if he found him. Now the masked man Obito is going to be a tragedy. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and little Uchiha Obito are all looking for him. No matter which one finds him first, it will probably be a big trouble. Of course, he doesn't have the leisure to think about this now. Instead, he is thinking about why he brought Sasuke to the 5-cage talks and pulled Sasuke into the Akatsuki organization. Is there no one left in the Akatsuki organization? Or are they all wiped out? In the video, Reikage AI ignored the masked man and said, Hokage has already escaped. That's right, it's all Sasuke's fault. Reikage AI was emitting lightning all over his body, and he rushed forward in an instant, punching the masked man directly. Why? Reikage AI was horrified, and he couldn't understand the sudden penetration of the attack at all. The space in front of the masked man was distorted again, and Sasuke's body was slowly sucked in. Hand over Sasuke. Reikage said angrily, but he didn't dare to step forward easily. It is a taboo among ninjas to launch an attack before understanding the enemy's ability. The masked man said lightly, then listen carefully to what I say. Calm down a little, Reikage. There is no loss in listening to him. Onoki said. He had fought with Uchiha Madara before. Although he was just crushed, he had a feeling that the man in front of him was not Uchiha Madara, or rather, he does not have the unique aura of Uchiha Madara. The masked man came behind Karin and sucked her in. Heal Sasuke well. Then the masked man slowly said, it is my purpose to bring Sasuke here. Originally, I just wanted him to exercise his pupil power and capture a few shadows as hostages, but now it seems that it is still difficult to force him. Onoki was puzzled, why do you, such a powerful person like you, still beat around the bush? With your ability, you should be able to implement any plan. Yes, the old man has vision. Uchiha Madara in the Warring States period ignored the murderous gaze of Senju Tobirama and smiled triumphantly. The masked man seemed a little proud. I was seriously injured in the battle with Senju Hashirama. Frankly speaking, I am now an empty shell without any power. Is that a plan for you to recover by yourself? That's right, but it's not limited to that. He sat down slowly. Because I want to talk slowly, I'll sit down first. His arrogant look made everyone angry, but no one dared to act in vain. The man in front of him was Uchiha Madara, one of the two heroes of the ninja world. He was extremely powerful. Even if he said that he had no power at all, no one believed him. He might die if he was not careful. He slowly raised a finger and said calmly, "Everything is one with me." These words made everyone at a loss and unable to understand. The Uchiha have a stone tablet that has been passed down from generation to generation. It is still buried under Konoha. There are secrets written by the six-path sage on it. Without the corresponding eye power, it cannot be interpreted. Sharingan, Mangeki Sharingan, Samsara Eye. Different eye powers interpret different contents. Onaki said, "What you said is getting more and more bizarre. Six-path sage or something." In the minds of traditional people in the ninja world, the six-path sage is a figure that exists in legends, not a real historical figure in the ninja world. Off topic. What does your plan have to do with the six-path sage? Reikage AI jumped up and gradually approached the masked man. Why did he become a legend? And worshipped as the god of ninja? This is the relationship between my purpose and him. He slowly unfolded an ancient scroll, and the six-path sage existed in the world and solved a huge monster. Ten-tailed. That's right. Gaara, you were once part of this monster. It is the collection of all the tailed beasts, with the strongest chakra. Shikaku, Gaara's one tail. The two-tail of the flame cat Kumokage, Yukato. The three-tail of the previous Mizukage. The four-tail of the lava release old Shigeru. There is also the eight-tailed killer bee of the hidden cloud village, and the demon fox nine-tail of Konoha. These tailed beasts are nothing more than the chakra of the ten-tail after dispersion. The six-path sage protected the world from the ten-tail and developed the Jinchuriki's sealing system. That's right, the six-path sage is the ten-tail's Jinchuriki. He saved humanity from the ten-tail. But the overly powerful and evil ten-tail chakra will definitely cause trouble after his death, so he divided the chakra into 9 parts. But the body of the ten-tail was sent to the moon. So you want to control the power of the ten-tail? Mifune said. Yes, I will become the ten-tail's Jinchuriki, and then activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi? What is that? A powerful illusion that projects your eyes onto the moon. I will control everyone in the illusion and truly achieve peace. Everyone will become one with me. False peace is illusory after all. What is the meaning of living in such a world? Several cages tried their best to refute, and none of them agreed with such a suggestion. The masked man sneered, "Then, what contribution do you 5 Kage have? In fact, you also understand that there is no hope in this world. Hope is the same as giving up. Hope is a perfunctory language." Then his tone turned cold. "Hand over the 9 tails and 8 tails to assist my plan, otherwise, there will only be war." At this time, Reikage AI realized that Killer Bee had run away. That bastard actually made me so worried. How is it possible? That's my brother. At this moment, several people stood firmly on the united front, and no one was willing to hand over the tailed beast to the masked man. The masked man slowly stood up and put one foot on the high chair. "Although I have no power, I have the tailed beasts I have collected so far." Gaara said firmly, "We will not give up hope." The masked man smiled and said, "Very good. Then, the 4th Ninja World War, I declare war here. Next we'll see you on the battlefield next time." His figure gradually disappeared, leaving only the confused people. Chapter 42. I declare once again that the 4th Ninja World War has begun again. The voice was deafening and shocked the entire ninja world. Did the Fourth Ninja World War start so carelessly? When they heard in the first video that Naruto became the hero who ended the Fourth Ninja World War, they were wondering why the so-called Fourth Ninja World War was fought. Now it seems that the source of the war is so careless and ridiculous. For an unattainable dream, in order to pull everyone into a huge illusion, the war was actually started. What does that guy think of human life? It should be said that it is worthy of Uchiha Madara. Onoki smiled bitterly. This style is really like Uchiha Madara's style. The strong sense of oppression and the unscrupulous contempt for everything, no matter how you look at it, the masked man is Uchiha Madara, but with Uchiha Madara's arrogant temperament, how could he wear such a funny mask, which makes people puzzled? At the beginning of Konoha, Senju Tobirama stared at Uchiha Madara fiercely. Look, it was you who started the Fourth Ninja World War. Before, I was wondering who had the ability to drag the entire ninja world into the war. Uchiha Madara looked ugly. I have said many times, that person is not me. If you smear my innocence again, even if Hashirama is here, I will teach you a lesson. His brother died in his hands, and this guy repeatedly provoked him. He had long been unhappy with Senju Tobirama. If it were not for the overall situation of Konoha, he would have secretly solved this bastard. Jumping in front of him every day, it was really annoying. Senju Tobirama's face flushed, but he didn't know how to refute. Uchiha Madara was right. The man in the video was indeed not Uchiha Madara. Just talking about height, he and Uchiha Madara have been fighting for so many years. How could he not see that the man in the video was 3 to 5 centimeters taller than the real Uchiha Madara? Seeing the two men confronting each other again, Senju Hashirama was helpless. He changed the subject and said, Madara, is what the man in the video said true? Does the Uchiha clan really have a stone tablet that has been passed down from generation to generation? Uchiha Madara nodded, yes. I originally planned to move it when the Uchiha clan moved to Konoha as a whole. Do you mean that you are still in the Uchiha clan now? Yes, with my pupil power, I can only see some clues. Uchiha Madara said lightly. He was not worried about letting others know about the Uchiha stone tablet, because other people did not have the pupil power of the Sharingan, let alone the advanced Manjiki. In the 63rd year of Konoha, Sasuke could no longer hold back his emotions. He wanted to go back and find the so-called Uchiha stone tablet. Maybe the things in it could solve his doubts. But the video has not been played yet, and we need to wait for a while. But now he only has the Megatama Sharingan, and what he can interpret must be very few. It seems that he still has to wait for the reward before he can perfectly interpret the secret of the Uchiha steel. As for the bullshit Fourth Ninja World War that the masked man said, he has no interest at all. What he is interested in now is the reason why Taka did that and where he is now. In the 47th year of Konoha, Minato and Obito have found Fugaku. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku naturally knows the location of the Uchiha steel. They plan to interpret this so-called Uchiha steel after the video is played. They want to see what secrets are contained in it. As for Uchiha Madara hiding in the dark, his face is full of smiles. Sure enough, this guy is the heir he is looking for. It seems that his ability is very good, but he doesn't know which descendant of Uchiha he is. Can he still fool him now? But he knows that he can no longer guarantee the success rate of fooling the masked man. The plan has been exposed too much. Even if he finds a backup plan, it may not solve everything truthfully. To successfully pave the way for the infinite moon reading, he still needs to change the plan. Black Zetsu. Are you going to tell me or not? Then he looked at the imprisoned Black Zetsu with anger, and Black Zetsu said helplessly, what do you want me to say? I really don't know anything. I am just your will. How can I know something that you don't know? Black Zetsu looked innocent, provided that his expression could be seen. In fact, he almost cursed the system in his heart. If it weren't for the huge screen that appeared out of thin air, everything would be able to proceed according to his plan. Everything would proceed as usual, and he could rescue his mother, but now things have not happened yet, and the plan has not been fully launched, and part of his plan has been exposed. How can he not hate it? In the video, the screen turns, and after a series of events, Danzo comes to a bridge. After Obito kills Danzo's 2 men at lightning speed, he enters the Kamui space. "Let me out!" Sasuke, who has recovered from his injuries, yells hurriedly. The masked man smiled and said, "It's time, there's a big gift for you outside." Then using the power of the eyes, the masked man, Sasuke, and Karin appear in front of Danzo. Danzo is obviously surprised, Uchiha Sasuke. But he soon calmed down and slowly untied the white cloth wrapped around his arm. "Forget it, it doesn't matter." Sasuke didn't move, he just watched Danzo's actions, and after a moment, Danzo's right arm gradually appeared, and Sasuke's pupils shrank instantly. "What's wrong with your arm? It's a long one." His right arm was covered with scarlet Sharingan, each eye was still spinning, looking extremely creepy. All the Uchiha clan members were furious, wishing to eat their flesh alive. How many Uchiha clan members would this bastard kill with that arm of Sharingan? Uchiha Madara was so angry that he directly opened the Manjiki. He didn't have the extreme thoughts he had later, and he still valued his clan members very much. If Danzo dared to appear in front of him, he believed that he would kill him in the most painful way. Is he called Danzo? From the Shimura family. Danzo was born before the founding of Konoha. In the early days of Konoha, Danzo was only about 8 or 9 years old, and the Shiken family was one of the first families to surrender to Konoha. They still had some understanding of the children of the Shiken family. Senju Tobirama nodded. Although he hated the Uchiha clan, he would never do such a thing. "Calm down, Madara, finish watching the video first." Senju Hashirama persuaded. He was really afraid that Uchiha Madara would destroy the Shiken family in anger. Uchiha Madara suppressed his anger and had to watch the video again. In the video, Sasuke snorted coldly, "Enough, no need to listen, anyway, I have decided to kill you. But before that, I want to ask you one thing, is it you, including the top leaders of Konoha, who let Uchiha Itachi destroy my family?" But Shimura Danzo was not a good baby. He listened to him. He made seals with both hands and immediately used the power of wind escape to rush towards Sasuke and punched him in the abdomen. Originally, Danzo, who thought he had won, smiled on his face, but soon his smile froze on his face. A purple skeleton in Sasuke's abdomen blocked his attack, preventing his fist from advancing. This is... An impossible idea emerged in his mind. Wow! Sasuke's Susanoo immediately unfolded, and the huge Susanoo arm grabbed Danzo's body in an instant. "It's Susanoo," he said with difficulty. The masked man who had been watching the show for a long time also spoke, "Oh, is this Sasuke's Susanoo? It looks good. I ask you again, did you, including the high-level officials of Konoha, let Uchiha Itachi destroy my clan?" His tone gradually became impatient and more angry. But Danzo remained silent. "I'm asking you." The angry Sasuke exerted a stronger force and directly pinched Danzo to spit blood. Danzo said faintly, "Originally, I thought Itachi was a person who could keep secrets, but I didn't expect that guy to tell everything before he died. It seems that only you are special." Sasuke's pupils kept trembling. He thought of what the masked man said to him and what Uchiha Itachi said on the night of the genocide. He suddenly found himself so ridiculous. "It's all true," he murmured. Susanoo became bigger and gradually evolved to a complete form, and Danzo was panting hard. The world of ninjas has not only light, but also darkness. Many people survive by hiding in the darkness, not just Itachi, but he is a hero of Konoha, and you who misinterpreted Itachi's thoughts are just a traitor of Konoha. With a bang, Danzo's body instantly turned into blood mist and fell in the air, and the scarlet blood slowly flowed to the ground along Susanoo. Don't talk about Ataki anymore. Chapter 43. Sure enough, there is something fishy. Uchiha Sasuke stared at the big screen with bloodshot eyes. Itaki, what on earth did you hide from me? Uchiha Sasuke was furious. Now he had only one idea, which was to find Uchiha Itaki and ask him why. Why were his parents so good to him, and his clansmen so good to him? He wanted to kill them. Sasuke, calm down. Kakashi persuaded hurriedly. This guy released all his chakra randomly when he was excited, just like Naruto. If Sasuke didn't have much chakra now, he would have been blown away again. Alas, it's not possible to be hurt by a small amount of chakra. Sasuke gradually calmed down. He also knew that being incompetent here was not a solution. He still had to wait for the video to end, and after gaining strength, he would find that guy in person. Uchiha Itaki aside, but Sasuke still knew it. In his memory, he already knew that all this was said by the masked man. It was really troublesome. I knew it earlier. Alas, it's useless to say too much. In the video, Sasuke crushed Danzo to death. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his whole life was much easier, but before he could be happy for long, Danzo's voice came from behind him. Next is the duel of pupil power. A kunao suddenly appeared in his hand and stabbed Susanoo. Kunao stabbed Susanoo? Not to mention Sasuke, even the people in the ninja world were all confused. The hardness of Susanoo is well known, and it is even called an alternative absolute defense. And now Danzo, you actually used an iron kunao to stab Susanoo. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? If that thing can be pierced by a kunao, how embarrassed are you to let those powerful ninjas? All those who opened Susanoo from the Uchiha clan mocked Danzo. This guy is not only old, but also has a degenerated brain. If Susanoo was really that easy to penetrate, Madara would have been killed by Hasarama, and there would be no way the Uchiha clan would be incorporated into Konoha. It's Susanoo. Danzo retreated quickly when he saw that his plan failed. But Sasuke was obviously confused. Why, this guy was really dead just now. But he reacted quickly, and Susanoo hit him hard again, smashing Danzo directly into the ground. Karin, who was a perception system, could detect Danzo's changes even more. It's a real person, the chakra is exactly the same, not a shadow clone. But Danzo was really dead just now. What's going on? The people in the ninja world were also puzzled. Could it be that Danzo really had the ability to revive? Or did he have the ability to be immortal? If not, how could he be so difficult to kill? They saw clearly that Danzo was definitely dead from the 2 heavy blows, and there was no hope of survival, but now Danzo was standing in front of them alive. How could they believe it? The beginning of Konoha. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. He seemed to have discovered something. Danzo, who had a Sharingan on one arm, might be able to use that technique, but how could he use it? Was it taught to him by that Uchiha clan member? No, even ordinary Uchiha clan members should not be able to use such advanced ninjutsu. What is going on? In the 63rd year of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen kept smoking. Originally, he thought Danzo would definitely die after seeing Sasuke's strength, but he never expected that Danzo actually had such a special trick. And that Sharingan on one arm, it seems that he has a close relationship with Orochimaru. I don't know where that kid ran off to. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and felt helpless. In the video, Sasuke kept testing Danzo and killed Danzo again and again. Amaterasu and Susanoo were used together, and the masked man was a little speechless. Amaterasu and Susanoo again, just to test Danzo's ability. You will be exhausted. But how could Sasuke listen to the advice? He was so determined to kill Danzo that even if he collapsed, he would make Danzo die without a burial place. At the same time, Karin also found that every time Danzo was resurrected, one of the Sharingan on his arm would be closed. Amaterasu? It's been a long time since we last met. Have you really inherited Itachi's ability? I said you are not allowed to talk about Itachi anymore. Danzo said coldly, we are brothers and have the same ability, but the awareness of our eyes is so different. For you, the truth about Itachi is not important at all. You are just venting your hatred and anger wantonly. You are just wasting the sacrifice of the Uchiha clan. This twisted logic directly made Sasuke's nose crooked. You are not qualified to talk about the Uchiha clan. The two fought again, and the battlefield was suddenly filled with smoke and dust. Sasuke's Kusanagi sword kept waving to sweep away the smoke and dust around. But Danzo's wind shuriken was also really powerful, making it difficult for Sasuke to resist in a short time, but Sasuke soon seized the opportunity. But Danzo's hand speed was faster, and he grabbed Sasuke's neck. However, the wind shuriken he had just thrown out was brought back by Sasuke's eagle, and then he cut off his arm directly. With a bang, the Kusanagi sword chopped directly at his neck. Danzo died again. The careful Karin saw that one of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm was closed again. Sure enough. In just a few breaths, the dead Danzo stood on a high place again. Sasuke's manjiki opened wide, staring at Danzo, and the next moment, Danzo saw Uchiha attack behind him. But the illusion had no effect on Danzo, or Sasuke's illusion was too low level. He flew in front of Sasuke, expressionless. Sasuke was about to chop him with the Kusanagi sword, but unfortunately his body could not move. Sealing spell? Is it at that time? The masked man in the distance was shocked and stood up, ready to rescue Sasuke at any time. And Karin found that Sasuke could not move and rushed forward directly, but with his strength, he was kicked away with just one kick and fell heavily to the ground. Why should you leave your life as a rubbish? I don't understand. Look at it, Itachi. His current appearance is your only failure. He snatched the Kusanagi sword from Sasuke's hand and chopped directly at Sasuke's neck. Danzo, you dare! Itachi Uchiha outside the video was so anxious that he yelled loudly, not caring at all that Kisame was around him. This was his only brother. Seeing that he was killed by Danzo, how could he not be anxious? Damn bastard, he should have gotten rid of him long ago. Now Itachi Uchiha was extremely regretful. With his strength, it was more than enough to get rid of Danzo, but because he belonged to Konoha, he always had a sense of awe for the top leaders of Konoha, which allowed Danzo to survive until now. Mr. Itachi, are you okay? Kisame smiled faintly. Sure enough, there was something fishy between the two brothers. No wonder the masked man asked him to stare at Itachi. Itachi Uchiha exhaled deeply, glanced at him lightly and said, "It's okay." Then he looked at the video again. But the development of things is always unexpected. Sasuke summoned Susanoo again with his willpower, and made Susanoo evolve again with his hatred. This Susanoo feels completely different from the previous one. Danzo was shocked. But he quickly retreated because he knew that Sasuke was invincible after opening Susanoo. Sure enough, the next moment, Sasuke's body moved, and Susanoo shot at Danzo with a bow and arrow. No, there is no time to seal. Danzo was anxious and had to use his ultimate move. The arm suddenly turned into a huge tree and knocked away the arrow of Susanoo. Sure enough, can it only barely change the trajectory. But this scene made Sasuke know Danzo's secret technique. He did not activate the immortal technique at this time, but forcibly used wood release to change the trajectory of the attack. There must be some important connection between them. At the same time, Karin also found the abnormality and told Sasuke directly, but Danzo was faster. The immortal technique was activated by him, and Sasuke was still a step slower. Susanoo's bow and arrow did not kill him. After resurrection, he rushed towards Sasuke again, but was still killed. The masked man also thought of something at this moment. Sure enough, Izanami. In the short time of casting the spell, it can transform the damage suffered by the caster and the unfavorable factors including death into dreams. and bring the caster's favorable attack to reality, can control the gap between the environment and reality, and cast the ultimate illusion on himself. At the same time, Izanami's eyes will be blind. But the number of eyes, it seems that this battle will take some time. Invincible Illusion, Izanami. Chapter 44. Izanagi, there is such a magical ninjutsu in the world. The existence of Izanagi has stunned many ninjas. This is completely different from the ninjutsu they understand. Ninjutsu is not just earth escape, fire escape, and some higher level illusions, but this thing can no longer be called ninjutsu, right? The pupil technique that controls illusion and reality, turning the disadvantage of the caster into a subjective advantage, is beyond ordinary ninjutsu no matter how you look at it. Konoha first created. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara with surprise. Madara, it seems that I have never seen you use this trick. Uchiha Madara said, of course, after using this trick, the Sharingan will go blind. I only have 2 eyes, and I am not like Danzo. In fact, he would not use this trick unless it was a life and death moment, because he believed that no one in the entire ninja world could kill him except Hashirama. Hashirama, the only one who could kill him, repeatedly showed mercy in the battle, so this trick of Izanagi naturally could not be used. Although it was embarrassing, he was indeed showing mercy, and he had nothing to say. In the 63rd year of Konoha, Danzo sighed deeply. Things had developed to this point, and he had no way out. The next step was to face trial. Although he was a high-ranking official in Konoha, the Sharingan on this arm was proof that he had killed Uchiha. No matter how high he climbed, the villagers would not forgive him. Killing innocent people and making people disgusted would be his byword in the future, and the darkness of the ninja world would become a thing of the past. Will he die? Who will he die at? Danzo couldn't help but think of it. If he could choose, he would still want to die at Hiruzen's hands. That was his best friend and only friend in his life. Even if they faced each other with swords in the fight for the position of Hokage, he wanted to kill Hiruzen without leaving any room. But he was still his good friend. If possible, he really wanted to die at his hands. He smiled bitterly. There was no room for him to choose. Being able to die comfortably was the greatest kindness of the village to him. Sasuke was so angry that he wanted to eat Danzo directly. With so many Sharingans, how many eyes of Uchiha clan members had he plundered? Damn Danzo! He was no longer interested in Uchiha's secret techniques. His only thought was to kill Danzo. Even Uchiha Itachi had to stand back at this time. Sasuke, you must calm down. Naruto persuaded him from the side. Of course, he also knew that asking Sasuke to calm down was nonsense, but he had to calm down in this situation. He didn't have the strength to fight the captain yet. Of course, he could help Sasuke, but the key was that Sasuke would never agree. Sasuke glanced at him indifferently. Did this kid really think he would be a fool? How could he do something that was thankless? And this was about his own life. In the video, Sasuke's strength completely exceeded Danzo's expectations. He originally wanted to use the Shisui pupil technique, but because he was afraid of the masked man, he had no choice but to use the summoning technique to summon the dream taper. Is this a nightmare taper? A nightmare-eating monster? Its power should not be underestimated. The dream taper used a powerful wind escape to directly control Susanoo, and then Danzo used the dream taper's wind escape to strengthen the power of his ninjutsu and directly tore open Susanoo's back. Fire escape, great fireball technique. The huge fire energy was absorbed by the dream taper, and in an instant, the fierce flames blew the dream taper to pieces. At this moment, Karin, a perception ninja, finally solved the mystery of Danzo's ninjutsu, but before he could speak, Sasuke said, "When all 10 eyes on your right arm are closed, your technique will be lifted. Do you know Izanagi?" Danzo was shocked. He couldn't believe that Sasuke, who was alone in his childhood, knew the secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke said coldly, is that true? You actually set a trap for me, playing tricks. Danzo understood in his heart and prepared himself. He jumped down from a height and confronted Danzo face to face. Karin was so scared when she saw Sasuke jumping down. Idiot, why did you come here? She was going crazy. She could see the shortcomings of Danzo's technique. Now she came here to kill him. The huge Susanoo kept attacking Danzo, hitting him again and again, and constantly killing Danzo. Sasuke, leave quickly, run as far as you can. But the masked man didn't think so. That won't work, because Sasuke's power is too weak now, and he has already discovered it. Now it depends on who will be exhausted first. Then came the final blow of the two. Danzo gathered all his strength into a chakra knife, and Sasuke's physical strength was not enough to maintain Susanoo, but he turned his lightning chakra into a sword and ran towards Danzo frantically. How many Uchiha did you kill for your arm? The angry voice echoed throughout the bridge. Itachi was the one who did it. You forced him to do it. The knife flashed, the two men touched, and a bird flew over their heads. What was the ending? Everyone wanted to know whether Danzo was dead or not. Of course, Sasuke couldn't die. If he died, he couldn't be a ghost in the future. In the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi was worried. Although he knew that his brother would not die, he was still worried. But when he thought of the things his brother did for him, he felt distressed. You forced him to do it. Did someone else force me? Itachi himself couldn't figure it out. He knew that if he didn't take action at that time, the people in the village would not let Uchiha go. The third Hokage couldn't solve this conflict. His father, the head of the Uchiha clan, just went with the flow and couldn't solve the conflict within the clan. So he was born, and he turned into a butcher to kill the Uchiha clan. But do you regret it? No, he didn't regret it. He knew that the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan could not be resolved. In the end, the Uchiha clan would be exterminated. Now he still had his brother left. This was the best ending. Moreover, Sasuke seemed to grow up well in the future, which was enough to prove that his choice was not wrong. It was hard for Sasuke. He had been alone since he was 7 years old, and he had to live with hatred every day. This kind of pressure was not something that ordinary people could bear, but it was not easy for a 7-year-old child to grow up to now. 57 years of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku was a little confused, but he soon understood it after thinking about it carefully. He knew that Itachi was a double agent, and he even arranged the job to go to the Anbu. However, he was quite surprised that Itachi would stand on the side of the village. It seems that the conflict between the village and Uchiha in the future has reached the point where it has to be resolved in the form of war, but unfortunately Itachi was turned against, or Itachi deliberately stood on the side of the village. Uchiha Fugaku also knew that their clan would not be the opponent of the village. Forcing a war would only make the clan extinct. And leaving Sasuke was probably the condition for Itachi to stand on the side of the village. He is really an extraordinary eldest son, but he also feels a little guilty. If he has the ability to resolve the conflicts within the clan, things don't seem to have developed to this point. Forget it, let's solve the troubles in front of him first. The Uchiha clan members who know the truth are probably rushing to settle accounts with Itachi, and he still has to stop those clan members. He is not dead yet, so he can be regarded as the head of the Uchiha clan. As expected, someone came to his house before he left the house. If it weren't for the diehards in the Uchiha clan, led by Uchiha Taihuo, the village and the Uchiha clan would still have a chance to reconcile. Fugaku, where's Itachi? Uchiha Taihuo was furious. He couldn't believe that Itachi, the genius of the Uchiha clan, would actually kill their entire clan for Konoha village. It was simply a fantasy, but the video made him believe it. He should be back soon. He didn't have a good face for Uchiha Taihuo, but just spoke lightly. He didn't worry that the Uchiha clan would ambush Itachi on the way. Not to mention Itachi's strength, even if he was the son of a clan member, not many people dared to attack him. Chapter 45. In the video, Danzo and Suzuki were both panting, and a smile appeared on Danzo's old face. Sure enough, he is still too young. The masked man's tone was also a little regretful. Is Sasuke's strength limited to this extent? Too impatient, your eyes are still open, go to attack it to receive a lecture, I won. He slowly drew out his sword, sneered, and said, do you think you have seen through Izanagi? But soon he found that something was wrong with his body. He was seriously injured. Why didn't Izanagi start? Danzo couldn't understand, and the masked man understood it at this moment. Danzo, it's true as you said, Sasuke's illusion is indeed not as good as attackist Tsukuyomi. His illusion is very weak, but even a weak illusion depends on where it is used. Suzuki spent so much effort just to make you misjudge the activation time of Izanagi. Sure enough, you took the bait. The masked man smiled, as expected of Suzuki. Danzo's body slowly fell down. It's you who's going to see Ataki. Go to Ataki and repent. Suzuki said breathlessly, I won this battle where we spoke with our eyes. Don't underestimate Uchiha. It's time to reclaim Shisui's eyes. They shouldn't exist in this world, the masked man said secretly. Suzuki sat down on the ground tiredly. Karin ran over and put her arm on the corner of Sasuke's mouth. He didn't hesitate and bit it quickly. Suzuki won? Everyone who had a relationship with Suzuki breathed a sigh of relief. This Danzo was really difficult to deal with. The immortal technique was really hard for ordinary people to deal with. It was also thanks to Sasuke's tenacious character. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. But who was that girl? And the scars on his arm? Sakura felt a crisis in her heart. Why did that girl care about Suzuki so much and follow him all the time? Shouldn't I be the one to do this? Sakura felt unbalanced, but there was nothing she could do. That was a matter of the future, but she decided now that no matter what happened in the future, she would follow Suzuki. Should I also learn medical ninjutsu? This thought suddenly came to her mind. In the first video, her strength was also very strong, at least much stronger than now, and she could also use medical ninjutsu to save Naruto from the brink of death, which meant that her future would not be bad. But who should she worship as her master? This is a problem. Orochimaru's secret base. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, Suzuki didn't have any good intentions. No wonder he wanted to take Karin away. Karin's ability is very strange. Not only does he have a powerful sealing ability in his body, but he can also quickly recover his chakra and injuries by biting him. He is simply the Tang monk meat of another world. Even Orochimaru had to sigh that the disciples of the Uzumaki family are so fragrant. In the 47th year of Konoha, Kushina frowned slightly. Sure enough, the girl was a member of the Uzumaki clan. Let alone the red hair, this special treatment method is only available in the Uzumaki clan. Of course, this method is not common in the Uzumaki clan. It seems that I have to ask Minato to investigate next time I go to Konoha in the 63rd year. After all, there are not many members of the Uzumaki clan, so it is better to help each other. In the video, Suzuki bit Karin's arm and slightly recovered some chakra and injuries, but Danzo had not died yet, and his arm was shaking constantly. Because of the serious injury, he could no longer suppress the cells of the first generation, and the power of wood escape was released wantonly, and he grew into a big tree in a breath. He struggled to break his arm, and then stood up. Suzuki also stared at him closely, fearing that he would make any move. What an amazing vitality, he is not dead yet. Karin was horrified. The next step is the duel of eyes. He tore open the seal on his eyes, and Shisui's pupil power had recovered. He wanted to defeat Suzuki with this absolute illusion. Suzuki didn't say anything, and Chidori appeared in his hand in an instant, stabbing towards Danzo, but the old guy's positioning was really strong. He jumped behind Karin and held her hostage. Sasuke looked at Danzo coldly with his eyes slanted, and murderous intent surged in his heart. He turned around and faced Danzo directly. What will Sasuke do next? The masked man was watching the show. You keep talking about self-sacrifice, but now you are taking hostages. You are really embarrassed. Danzo couldn't stand Sasuke's slander of his innocence, and retorted, I can die, and I'm not afraid of death, but for Konoha and the ninja world, I can't die now. I will live no matter what means I use. And this woman will sacrifice for the ninja world. His arms gradually exerted force, and Karin was out of breath. Save me, Sasuke. Sasuke said lightly, don't move, Karin. Karin smiled. At this moment she thought Sasuke would save her, but the next moment, she would step into despair. Sasuke's expression instantly became extremely terrifying, and the Chidori in his hand also turned into a Chidori thousand bones, piercing the vital points of the two in a breath. Including the hostages? Is this kid really crazy? Danzo was horrified. That's the way it has to be. The masked man laughed wildly in his heart. Nissan, take care of one first, you wait. Soon I will let everyone go down to accompany you. Karin spurted blood from her mouth. Sasuke, what am I to you? Karin, if you are taken hostage, you will have no value. Karin's body fell heavily to the ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Seeing this, everyone was silent. What was Sasuke thinking now? Demon? Evil ghost? Or maybe a scumbag? Itachi, who had vowed that he had no regrets the moment before, actually regretted it now. Sasuke's current state must be related to himself. What should he do? Should he return to Konoha? But can he really be safe and sound if he returns to Konoha? Not to mention that he knows a lot of important information about the Akatsuki organization. Will the people in the village really forgive him? But Sasuke is now twisted like this, he can't peace of mind, although Ataka Shisui's eye technique is there, but unless it is absolutely necessary, he really doesn't want to use Shisui's eye technique to control his dear brother. Kisame didn't say anything. Seeing this, he already understood that there must be a huge secret between the two brothers, but smart people know to keep their mouths shut, and he is no exception. Sasuke stared at himself in the video blankly. He didn't know that a kind person like himself would become so cruel. What happened in the future? Sasuke, you are so cruel, Naruto said slowly. Sasuke blushed immediately, don't talk nonsense, that's my future self, and I will never become like that now. Sasuke is sure that if he can become like that again, he will chop off his own head and use it as a chamber pot. Naruto curled his lips and said nothing. He certainly knew that the Sasuke in the video and the Sasuke now are two completely different people. Although the configurations in all aspects are the same, they are different. In Orochimaru's secret base, little Karin saw herself lying on the ground and hated her to death. That bastard actually stabbed her. She originally thought he was very handsome. But he is really handsome, it's a video. If it were a real person, I wonder how handsome it would be. Good guy, this is a real flower maniac, the kind that is hopeless. In the video, Danzo turned around and ran away. Sasuke smiled, he was not in a hurry, and played a cat and mouse game with Danzo. Danzo desperately ran away in front, blood kept dripping, and Sasuke approached madly with a mocking smile behind him. The masked man flashed and came to Danzo in an instant. I'll take Shisui's eyes. Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank behind him, and he thought of the past. It turned out that this guy took Shisui's eyes. Danzo's eyes flashed with unwillingness, and he thought of his past war life. In a huge jungle. There are 20 enemies. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes to sense the number of enemies. It's the elite gold and silver horns. There are too many people, and the enemy is very strong. If you want to escape, you must have someone as bait, but the question now is who will go. The camera moves to Danzo. I am a ninja, and I have long decided to die on the battlefield like a ninja. Sarutobi, what are you thinking now? Do you have this awareness? Hurry up, say it. I want to go, but why can't I say it? I'll go. Don't look at me like this, I'm conceited to say that I am the strongest among you. I won't die. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed. Damn, I'm a coward. I was a little relaxed in my heart. Danzo was ashamed of this. From now on. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Danzo's shoulder, but before he finished speaking, Danzo interrupted him. Shut up, I wanted to raise my hand, I'll be the bait. My family members died on the battlefield as ninjas, and I am no exception. Self-sacrifice is the duty of a ninja. But Senju Tobirama said, I will be the bait, you are the important descendants of the village. But Danzo firmly disagreed. Danzo, you and the monkey are always competing, but what is needed now is the unity among companions. It is true that you hesitated in making a decision. In short, you don't have to worry at your age, this day will come. Monkey, protect the people in the village. From tomorrow you will be the Hokage. Danzo's pupils were shaking constantly, you always walk in front of me. The scene came to the present. For the world of ninjas, for Konoha, I will never let you live. He tore off his clothes suddenly, and the masked man was shocked, and countless black ink-like substances erupted. Sasuke, retreat quickly, this is the 4-symbol sealing technique. Hiruzen, it looks like it's my turn now. He thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance before his death. Where Konoha flies, fire will burn, the shadow of the fire will illuminate the village, and it will also give birth to new green buds. It's my turn this time. But I still failed to become Hokage in the end. It seems that you are faster than me no matter where you go. The scenes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo when they were young kept appearing in the video. You are the green leaves bathed in the sun, and I am the root living in the darkness. How do I see myself like this? Hey, Hiruzen, to you, I am. The video ends, and the Sasuke volume is finished. Chapter 46. The video ended. Shimura Danzo sighed. In the end, he still died. It was a pity that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke did not die. He knew that if Uchiha Sasuke did not die, he would be the next to die. Once Sasuke got the reward, he would probably be the first to be killed. He had already thought of his last words. But what he did not expect was that he could still think of Sarutobi Hiruzen before he died. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a profound influence on him. How to say it, they are indeed close friends, but the way they get along with each other is a little strange. Both of them want each other's life. Sarutobi Hiruzen may not be obvious, but he wants Sarutobi Hiruzen's life all the time, so that he can become Hokage. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, constantly puffing on the pipe in his hand. He knew what kind of person he was better than anyone else. He was too indulgent to Danzo, which led to the current situation. Of course, he admitted that it was because the two grew up together and experienced too many things after adulthood. He cherished the friendship between him and Danzo very much, and he also let go of some of the things Danzo did. On the other hand, it was indeed as Danzo said, there is not only sunshine in this world, but also darkness. Where the leaves are, there must be roots hidden in the darkness. Borrowing Danzo's hand did help him solve many things that he was not convenient to show up. It can be said that Danzo has indeed made an indelible contribution to the current situation of Konoha village, but the key is that Danzo is too cruel, does things by any means, and is extremely abnormal and unhealthy. He thinks he is the only choice to save the ninja world and strengthen Konoha, but the path he chose is wrong, and this mistake directly led to his life tragedy. In short, Danzo is finished, and he does not intend to prevent others from taking revenge on Danzo. Next, it is time for him to collect Danzo's body. My old friend, your journey has come to an end, Hiruzen thought indifferently, and he also felt a little sad. He was the same. He didn't make many achievements, but he did a lot of wrong things. He didn't know which day he would die at the hands of a young ninja. It was not a pity to die at the hands of a ninja. As a ninja, he should die in battle. Sasuke had completely understood the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan at this time. Even though he was not clear about some small details, it was enough now. Old dog, I must kill you. He was waiting for his reward to be issued. When the reward was issued, it was the time for Danzo to die. Then he would go to Itaki, he would find Itaki back, and then the two of them would find a way to resurrect the people killed by the Uchiha clan. Now he understood Itaki's painstaking efforts, and it didn't matter to him whether others understood him or not. Of course, he didn't care if others taught Itaki a lesson. Who told that guy to act on his own and not discuss with him at all? He grew up and didn't know anything. He was extremely depressed. Although he still loved his brother, it was not much. However, one thing to pay attention to when dealing with Danzo is Shisui's eyes. The information in the video has been leaked enough. Shisui's eyes have the most powerful illusion known so far, which can completely change a person's mind. Now Danzo's eyes should not have been used on others, so he must be careful, otherwise he will be illusioned by Danzo again, which will be ridiculous. 57 years of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku felt a toothache. Sasuke really killed Danzo. Good guy, there was originally a 0.01 hope of reconciliation with the village, but now it has become 0. If it was according to Itaki's plan, wouldn't Danzo be dead? How could Danzo let Sasuke grow up? No matter from which aspect, things became complicated. Itaki, you are back. Just as Fugaku was thinking hard, Itaki brought Shisui in from outside the door. Fugaku's eyes lit up. What do you think? He was asking his son. Although Shisui was very strong, he was obviously more obedient to Danzo than Itaki. Control Danzo. Itaki said lightly. There was no other way. The video directly showed the scene of Sasuke killing Danzo. All the arguments he had thought of with the village were useless. He could only control Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly. How to control? Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan is enough. As long as we change Danzo's mind, everything will be fine. Uchiha Taihuo and others hurriedly said, how can this be? Uchiha Itaka said faintly, why not? Then he opened his eyes wide and said angrily, do you really think that my father and I don't know what you are thinking? If you want to seize power, you must at least have that strength? Do you have any? His 3 Magatama Sharingan shot out a strange red light, which made several people tremble. Uchiha Taihuo trembled in his heart and hurriedly said, let's go. Little ghost, you will regret it sooner or later. You will regret it. I tell you, if necessary, I will sell you in advance. He said indifferently. As long as the people he cares about are safe, it is not impossible to sell these rebels to the village. Shisui smiled bitterly on the side. He originally wanted to use a more peaceful method to resolve the conflict between the village and Uchiha, but now it seems that only some extraordinary means can be used. He is a member of the Uchiha clan, and naturally does not want the Uchiha clan to become as described in the video, being slaughtered and leaving only Sasuke. Trouble you, Shisui. Fugaku spoke sincerely. His Mangekyo Ki also has such ability, and he has no headaches for a long time. Shisui nodded and said, it should be, I will find a way to apply the illusion to Danzo. But is there really no need to worry about the third Hokage? Fugaku smiled, don't worry, the third Hokage has no intention of exterminating our Uchiha clan. As long as we behave ourselves in the future, he won't say anything. As for Danzo, the problem is even smaller. Over the years, his hands have been too long, and the Hokage is not tired of it. Shisui nodded, and took Itaki and the others to make a plan. It's a troubled time. Fugaku sighed and entered the house. 47 years of Konoha. Minato and Fugaku are looking for the so-called Uchiha steel. Minato, are you really sure you can solve the conflict between our clan and the village? He spoke slowly, his tone full of worry. Seeing the tragic scene in the future, he didn't want the future to be the same. Minato said, I can't say for sure, but I will try my best. I will do my best to change the village's view of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku gave a bitter smile. It was not that easy. It was not just the village leaders who disliked the Uchiha. There were also other big families or villagers in the village who disliked the Uchiha. It was not easy for Minato to change it alone. However, he could only believe that Minato had the ability, otherwise the Uchiha clan would only repeat the tragedy. Minato didn't know what to say. He knew that everything he said now was empty talk. The only thing that could make Fugaku feel at ease was that he would really do something after becoming Hokage. Found it! Fugaku's joyful voice came. They finally found the secret Uchiha steel in the dark Uchiha clan land. At the same time, they called Minato. The two stood in front of the steel. Minato frowned. Sure enough, without the power of the Sharingan, it was indeed impossible to interpret the steel. Can you see anything? Minato said. Fugaku shook his head, then opened his Sharingan. The three Megatama kept turning in his eyeballs, and soon a smile appeared on his face. I see. Then he opened the Mangekyo again, staring closely at the words on the stone tablet. His face gradually became horrified. Sure enough, this Uchiha steel really contains a big secret. Fugaku was shocked and read it carefully. The beginning of Konoha. Uchiha Madara stared at Senju Tobirama. I didn't expect that Danzo was Tobirama's disciple, interesting, so to speak. Senju Tobirama shuddered and said hurriedly, don't look at me, it's definitely not my instruction. Besides, if you Uchiha clan behaved properly in the village, how could I be so crazy as to instruct my disciples to destroy the Uchiha clan? Senju Hashirama also nodded, indeed, Tobirama is not that kind of person. You should calm down, Mata, as for the future, it has changed. Our future will not be like this. Humph. He snorted coldly and said nothing. Chapter 47. Rewards. The system's voice came, and Sasuke, who had been in Konoha for 63 years, looked stern. He had finally waited for it. Uchiha Sasuke, blinded by hatred, gained powerful strength under the inspiration of his brother's special method, killed the 5th and 5th generation Hokage Danzo, and received a reward. His chakra increased by 3 times, and he obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He obtained the mastery of the 6 attributes of chakra except the Yang attribute chakra, and received 800,000 points. Shimura Danzo, the Dark of the Ninja World, the leader of the Konoha route, worked hard for Konoha and his own ambitions, increased his chakra by 30 times, and fully mastered his own Hashirama cells. Received 600,000 points. Karin, for love and beauty, is extremely obsessed with Sasuke, repeatedly saved Sasuke's life, increased chakra tenfold, mastered the vortex seal technique, and obtained 300,000 points. Masked Man, started the 4th Ninja World War, repeatedly saved Sasuke's life, obtained full mastery of fire escape ninjutsu, and obtained 200,000 points. Reikage AI, Kazekage Gaara, Terumi Mei, Noki, Mifune and other chakra increased 5-fold, obtained 100,000 points, and the rest of the characters obtained 10,000 points. Then countless streams of light shone on the characters appearing in the video. Sasuke clenched his fists, and his chakra increased 3 times again. His current chakra is already 90 times the original one. I don't know how many ninjutsu he can perform with such a powerful chakra. And his pupils changed, and the scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan turned in his pupils. With these eyes, I will not lose. He was extremely confident that the power of these eyes had exceeded his expectations and perfectly adapted to his body. Amaterasu. A shot of Amaterasu flew out towards the distant land, and the dark flames continued to burn the land, as if to destroy everything. Sasuke, what are you doing? Do you want to burn this whole area? Naruto shouted hurriedly. This thing cannot be extinguished. There is no way to extinguish it except the caster before the food is burned to ashes. Sasuke curled his lips, moved his right eye, and Amaterasu disappeared. I know the limits, you don't need to tell me. Then his face changed, and soon it was time to settle accounts with Danzo. Kakashi stood behind him at some point, and he said, Sasuke, I know what you are going to do next, but I won't ask. I just want to say that you should be careful. Danzo is not so easy to deal with, especially now that he has received a reward. Sasuke was disdainful. The Mangekyou Sharingan could kill him, not to mention his current eternal Mangekyou, plus the chakra that was 90 times the amount before. No matter how you look at it, there is no possibility of him losing. You're so long-winded, I know. But he still replied because Kakashi was his teacher. Kakashi was still a little worried. I'll go with you. Sasuke glared at him, as if he looked down on him. Kakashi said helplessly, you don't know the location of the Anbu, right? Kakashi, who had worked in the Anbu, naturally knew the geographical location of the Anbu. Then, Kakashi led the way in front, and Sasuke followed behind. He couldn't wait to kill Danzo. Naruto originally wanted to follow, he was worried about Sasuke, but Sasuke said bluntly that this was his revenge and he didn't want anyone to follow. Danzo was not happy about the reward at all. He knew that his life was coming to an end. Even if he defeated Sasuke, Hiruzen would not let him go. Hiruzen had given him a chance to live before he assassinated Sarutobi Hiruzen, but now he couldn't. His actions had been exposed to the public. No matter how he looked at it, he had no chance to live. With a bang, the gate of the Anbu was suddenly smashed. Are they here? They are very fast, Danzo muttered. Danzo! Sasuke yelled at Danzo, who was wrapped in white cloth. Are you here to kill me? Danzo spoke softly without any fear, as if he was talking to his old friend. I'm here to kill you. Sasuke said angrily. Compared with Danzo, his current scheme was obviously not mature enough. Danzo glanced at Kakashi and smiled. Kakashi is here too, this lineup is really luxurious. He couldn't hide the fact that Kakashi had obtained the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, but he didn't expect that Kakashi would also get a hand when he came to kill him. Kakashi waved his hand and smiled bitterly. I'm not here to fight, I'm just leading the way. Really? Danzo was a little absent-minded, and after a moment he said, you want to kill me, I understand, but I won't surrender. He had already unsealed the seal on his arm, and tore the white cloth into pieces with force, and the scarlet Sharingan appeared in front of the two. Tisk, the scene really looks very shocking, Kakashi thought to himself. Sasuke's eyes instantly read. The power of the eternal Mangekyou was released in an instant. How many Uchiha did you kill with that arm? He roared angrily. Itaka did it. Ah, these conversations seem to have been heard somewhere, Kakashi thought. You forced him to do that. Suzanu's full form was immediately displayed, and a huge purple body appeared in Konoha village. All the villagers were shocked. What happened? Why did Susanoo in the video appear in the village? Is there someone fighting? Kakashi shouted loudly, Sasuke, calm down, this is in the village, don't use large-scale ninjutsu. How could Sasuke listen to Kakashi's words now? But at this moment, Naruto, Tonari, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya stood in 4 directions respectively. Ninjutsu 4 Red Yang Formation. Jiraiya secretly felt lucky that he had given this sealing technique to Naruto and Tonari in advance. Otherwise, if Sasuke and Danzo were allowed to fight, most of the village might have been wiped out. Ninjutsu 4 Red Yang formation reduced the battle space between the two to a radius of 1 kilometer. There was almost no human habitation within a radius of 1 kilometer in the Anbu, and there was no need to worry about anyone being affected by the battle. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated to avoid being affected by the two. Then your death is coming. Then let me see the power of your eternal Mangekyo. Danzo said coldly, then he formed seals with both hands, borrowed the power of wind escape, and moved his body directly to Sasuke's huge Susanoo. But Danzo didn't plan to use that kind of suicidal tactics at this time. There were only a few Sharingan, and now Sasuke also had the power of the eternal Mangeki, and the amount of chakra was dozens of times more than before. If he wanted to defeat Uchiha Sasuke, he had to use his brain and formulate a tactic. Wind style, big breakthrough. With a bang, a large number of wind gusts were directly ejected from Danzo's mouth and blew towards Sasuke's Susanoo, but the power of wind style without the blessing of the dream taper was not enough to tear the defense of Susanoo. Sasuke's face remained unchanged. With Susanoo, he was not afraid of Danzo's wind style at all. Of course, the most important thing was that he already knew Danzo's ability. He just had to defend against Kota Amatsukami, and the rest was fine. Is it really not possible? Without the blessing of the dream taper, the power of ordinary wind style still cannot tear open the defense of Susanoo, Danzo thought to himself, but the key was that Sasuke already knew how to crack the dream taper, and the dream taper would be easily destroyed with a fire style. No matter what, if we don't break this turtle shell, we can't attack this kid. Now he has the power of the eternal Mangekyo, but he is definitely stronger than me in terms of endurance, so we still need to fight quickly. Summoning technique. Roar. The huge dream taper appeared in the 4 Red Yang formation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised that he summoned the dream taper so quickly. It seems that Danzo is anxious. Wind style, vacuum continuous bomb. Dozens of wind style bombs, with the help of the powerful wind force of the dream taper, the power suddenly doubled by dozens of degrees and flew directly to Sasuke's Susanoo. Bang bang bang, even the hard Susanoo was hit with several dents. Danzo's eyes lit up. This move was feasible, but Sasuke's next move was already here, fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke's eyes were full of confidence. As a legendary monster that swallows everything, the dream taper can swallow anything into his stomach. But the next scene made him dumbfounded. The dream taper closed its mouth at this moment, and its huge body leaped to avoid the attack. Danzo laughed in his heart. Do you really think the dream taper can only swallow without thinking? Very good, it's my turn next. Chapter 48. Dodged. Sasuke was shocked and used fire style again. The fire style he used now was several levels more powerful than before. Sasuke, who had vowed to destroy the dream taper, actually had some doubts in his heart. But now was not the time to doubt. The great fireballs were fired continuously and attacked the dream taper with a rumble. Danzo's expression changed. There were too many. Wind style, vacuum wave. Dozens of vacuum jade bullets flew towards the great fireballs, but the vacuum jade at this moment did not have the blessing of the dream taper's wind power. When the two collided, the wind power even increased the power of the fire. No, the wind helps the fire. This kid is using fire style to kill me. Danzo's face changed, he glanced at the dream taper, and gritted his teeth. Fight! In an instant, the dream taper opened its mouth and whistled. The strong wind made Sasuke and Susanoo feel unstable. What a strong wind! This is the monster that devours everything. It really lives up to its name. Sasuke was secretly shocked, but now was a good opportunity. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, phoenix fire technique. The two fire styles were launched simultaneously and flew into the mouth of the nightmare taper, while Danzo also performed ninjutsu. Wind style, vacuum ball. If the previous vacuum ball was a machine gun, then the current vacuum ball was like a cannon. With the blessing of the nightmare taper, Susanoo was torn apart in an instant. Susanoo was torn apart. Kakashi was shocked. He was indeed the captain, and the man who was on par with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed very capable. With a bang, the nightmare taper absorbed the great fireball at this moment and then exploded. But Sasuke was quite shocked. He didn't expect that his Susanoo was torn open again, just like in the video. But he was not worried. The hardness of Susanoo from the outside to the inside was completely different. He didn't think Danzo could break it from the inside. The torn part of Susanoo was slowly recovering, and Danzo ran towards him quickly. The vacuum blade in his hand was already ready, waiting to kill Sasuke with one move. He jumped up and ran on Susanoo. Sasuke looked ugly. At this time, the huge body of Susanoo seemed to have become a hindrance. He didn't dare to attack casually. Danzo's attack couldn't break Susanoo, but Susanoo's attack would definitely break Susanoo. This old guy! Sasuke cursed in his heart. Soon Danzo ran to the place where Susanoo was torn open, but surprisingly, he didn't use the vacuum blade in his hand. Instead, the wood escape on his right arm was released instantly. Wood release, explosive spear tree with a bang, his right arm suddenly turned into a long spear tree and pierced through the tear of Susanoo. Is this wood release? Sasuke had forgotten that this guy's current body and wood release were in peace. The wood release that could devour him at any time in the video did not exist now. The power of this explosive spear tree was extremely powerful, and it was only one step away from piercing through the complete Susanoo. Danzo was also very surprised. Although he had long known that the power might be stronger than he could imagine, the power now was completely different from before. Sure enough, it was because of the increase in chakra and the perfect fusion of Hashirama's cells in him. He now had a lot of confidence and felt that he was sure to kill Sasuke. Kakashi sighed. Sasuke was still too impatient. To be sure, he had gained powerful strength now. The power of Susanoo was not something that ordinary people could match, but he had too little combat experience and too few ninjutsu. The only ninjutsu he could perform at the moment were the few fire jutsu. He didn't know any other ninjutsu, and he couldn't compare to an old fox like Danzo who had lived for decades. Sure enough, the next moment, the arm next to Susanoo slapped Danzo directly. This kid hurt the enemy 1,000 times, but hurt himself 800 times. Danzo was surprised, but with his speed of forming seals, he successfully performed Izanagi in a breath. With a bang, Susanoo's arm hit Danzo's body, smashing him into a pulp, but the powerful force also made Susanoo, who bore part of the force, tremble, but fortunately he was strong enough. But the next moment, Danzo, who was supposed to be dead, appeared in front of Sasuke's vision again. Sure enough, did he activate Izanagi at the moment before death? Sasuke said secretly. Water Jutsu, Mist Hidden Technique. The water vapor slowly gathered from the sky and earth covered the entire four red yang formation. Is this the hidden mist technique? How did Sasuke know it? Kakashi was shocked. If Sasuke knew his thoughts, he would definitely disdain it. You should know that you are called the copy ninja Kakashi because you have the Sharingan, and I am the authentic successor of the Sharingan. Is it strange to know other people's hand seals? But Kakashi was happy in his heart. It was good. He was worried that Sasuke's methods were very if he had not seen enough, Danzo might use this to cause him to lose the battle, but now it seems that Sasuke has mastered a lot of ninjutsu. You should know that they have faced many ninjas along the way, and Sasuke has seen the ninjutsu of each ninja more or less. The animation shows that Team 7 only completed the task of Wave Country and then started the Chunin exam, but there must have been other tasks in the middle that were omitted, so this setting is adopted here. Fog? So that's it, he wants to block my sight, but how can Susanoo be blocked by such a huge body? Danzo laughed in his heart, after all, he is still too young. But Sasuke is not a fool, and the next moment, Susanoo was removed. Amaterasu. It is difficult to resist the observation of the eternal Mangekyo in the thick fog, not to mention that this technique was initiated by him. Ah! Danzo's shrill scream sounded, and after a moment, the sound weakened. Is he dead? Suzuki breathed a sigh of relief. This is his second death. Wind style, great gale. The strong wind directly blew away the surrounding fog, but unfortunately the surrounding area had been sealed by the four red yang formation, and the fog bounced back after touching the sealed wall. Danzo cursed in his heart, the four red yang formation that originally protected the village could not protect me. The thick fog had completely blocked his sight, and he had no choice but to open Izanagi. Very good, that's it, he can't detect it, and he will derive fear in his heart, that's it. Suzuki narrowed his eyes slightly, but he overlooked one thing, that is, Danzo also has a Mangekyo, although it is now in a sealed state, but Danzo will soon use it again. Sure enough, when he realized that the thick fog was tricky, Danzo unsealed his eyes. Although the pupil power has not recovered yet, it should be enough for observation, Danzo said secretly. Before this, he had controlled a person with Shisui's pupil power, which resulted in the pupil power not being restored now. He also felt a little regretful in his heart. Although Betanum was easy to use, it put himself in an unfavorable situation at this time. Is this fog wrong? Not long after, Danzo discovered that the thick fog was wrong. Logically, with the power of the Mangekyo, this level of thick fog should be visible. It may not be so clear, but it is not as dark as it is now. Suzuki smiled in his heart. He noticed the change in Danzo's chakra. He knew that he should have released Shisui's eyes to see the thick fog clearly. But unfortunately, I added something to the fog, and the power of the Mangekyo was still not enough. In case of being criticized, Mei Terumi used this trick to block Madara's Samsara Eye during the Fourth War. Kagutsuki. Using Kagutsuki to control the form of Amaterasu, it quickly formed a bow and arrow. The power of the eternal Mangekyo plus its own sufficient chakra is enough for Suzuki to release Amaterasu for more than 10 minutes without stopping. Very good, the next step is the real eye showdown. The arrows of black flames shot randomly in the thick fog. Once Danzo was hit, he would lose his life immediately. He had no way to deal with this never-extinguished black flame. Is this kid serious? So crazy. Sensing the blazing temperature of Amaterasu, Danzo was shocked and dodged in a hurry, but looking at the dense black flame arrows in the sky, he shuddered involuntarily. Is this the power of the authentic Sharingan? It's really surprising. The arrows of Amaterasu fell on him, and the shrill screams rang out again. After a while, Danzo's voice stopped, and Suzuki knew that Danzo had lost another life. Chapter 49. Next, release the arrows of Amaterasu continuously and kill Danzo. Sasuke's eyes showed a fierce look. No matter what, Danzo must die. Even if he died and was exhausted, he didn't care. He must kill Danzo, otherwise his future life would stink like dog shit. After a few breaths, Danzo appeared again. The power of the eternal Mangekyo in the thick fog could only vaguely see part of the figure, but Suzuki didn't care at all. The black flame arrow controlled by Kagutsuki shot at Danzo as if it was free. Is this kid really crazy, or is the power of the eternal Mangekyo really enough to let him mess around like this? Danzo cursed in his heart, but he had no way at this time. Amaterasu could not be extinguished, which meant that as long as he touched it, he would lose at least part of his body, and if he fell into the fatal area, he would lose his life. The dense black flame arrows in the sky also meant that he could not get close, and also dispelled his idea of dying together with Suzuki. Damn it, I never thought that my kindness would bring such bad consequences. Danzo sighed, tired and didn't want to fight anymore. It seemed good to die like this. He untied Izanagi and made seals with his hands. At this moment, his chakra was rioting. After increasing the chakra by 30 times, how powerful can this move be? Danzo laughed. Would release, tree root burial, he roared, and all the cells of Hashirama in his body were called up at this moment, and all the chakra in his body was injected into this move. Then with a bang, the boundless tree began to grow, wantonly devouring everything in the four red yang formation. Kakashi was shocked and dodged quickly to avoid being squeezed into meat paste by this move. Sasuke had the same expression and opened Susanoo again. He stood in Susanoo and looked at the tree that was thousands of meters high, with horror in his eyes. The tree was several thousand meters high and 100 meters wide. Susanoo seemed like an insignificant insect under such a huge tree. Where's Danzo? He suddenly came to his senses and looked around, but he didn't see Danzo. With his weak perception, he didn't find Danzo's chakra. Does he still have the ability to shield his perception? Sasuke frowned, feeling troubled. If Danzo attacked now, he might succeed. But soon Kakashi's voice pulled him into reality. Sasuke, this way. It was Kakashi. Did he find Danzo? Relying on the voice, Sasuke found Kakashi, but soon he looked at the bottom of the tree in shock. Kakashi looked at Danzo with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that the man known as the darkness of the ninja world would fall in this place. Sasuke looked surprised. Is it a physical entity? In other words, if Danzo died at this time, he would definitely die. Danzo kept coughing up blood, and he smiled at Sasuke. You survived. Danzo's voice was very light, and if Sasuke was farther away, he might not hear what he said. Sasuke said coldly, if I survive, it means you will die. Danzo said, don't bother to do it, my chakra is all exhausted, and death is only a matter of time. Then he looked at Kakashi, Kakashi, can you trouble Hiruzen to come? No need. I'm here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old body came into Danzo's sight. You're here. Danzo felt that his eyelids were heavy, as if he would fall asleep at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo with complicated eyes, and he didn't know what to say. Hiruzen, you are too kind and too weak. From now on, there will be no me in the village, and everything will be left to you to do, whether it is light or darkness. I have never let you bear such sins, but everything that comes next will be left to you. Cough cough. He spat out blood again, and he said again, I know I have done a lot of things, some right and some wrong, but I don't regret it. I never regret it, as long as it is for the village, I will do it no matter how evil it is. He glanced at Sasuke. Even if it means slaughtering the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was so angry that he wanted to kill him in person, but was stopped by Kakashi. Danzo felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and he didn't listen to his orders. Hiruzen, if possible, I really want to die in your hands. His voice was so weak that several people couldn't hear it clearly. Sasuke, do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said after a moment of silence. Sasuke nodded, and the kunao in his hand stabbed directly into Danzo's head, and blood splattered, and Danzo also completely dead. The darkness of the ninja world, the leader of the root of Konoha, died here. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old friend, feeling sad. He died after all. He lowered his head dejectedly and walked away. Sandame Hokage, what should we do with this big tree? Kakashi said hurriedly. Just leave it here, it can also shelter the people of the root from the wind and rain. The voice came from a distance, ethereal. Jiraiya's face was complicated. He didn't expect Danzo's death to be so careless. He originally thought that his battle with Sasuke would be more thrilling, but in fact Sasuke was unharmed, and Danzo didn't get close to Sasuke at all. Naruto approached Sasuke and patted him on the shoulder. Sasuke, are you okay? Sasuke shook his head, as if something in his heart had broken, and he felt much more relaxed all of a sudden, and his great revenge was avenged. Does this count as revenge? He murmured. What's wrong with you? Naruto was a little worried. He wanted to find his brother, and only his brother Uchiha Itachi could enlighten him about the next thing. Naruto, I want to find Itaki, he said decisively. Sasuke was a man who did what he thought, not to mention that he would not hesitate at all in such a matter. The reason why he told Naruto was that he wanted Naruto to help him, because Naruto had a perfect sage mode and could quickly sense Uchiha Itaka's chakra. Otherwise, if he was asked to find it himself, it would take him a long time. Naruto said, wait a few days, and then mom and dad will come to this era again, and they will probably bring uncle and aunt with them. Are you sure you want to leave now? Sasuke was stunned, and suddenly thought of the agreement he had made with the fourth Hokage. And you are not very skilled in using your power now. You are so embarrassed to kill a Danzo, Naruto said again. Sasuke blushed and pushed him away. What nonsense, what do you mean by embarrassed? I killed him without any injury, okay? Naruto nodded helplessly, yes, you are right. This weird tone made Sasuke furious, but he could do nothing about it. Turning his head and rushing back home, Naruto sighed helplessly. This guy is really a child. Little did he know that he was just a teenager. Lecherous sage, what should I do with these Sharingans of Danzo? After watching the video, Naruto naturally knew that these Sharingans were obtained by Danzo through the massacre of the Uchiha clan, but now Sasuke was angry and left, and the third Hokage was immersed in the sadness of losing his friends, so he didn't know who to ask. Put away Danzo's body first, and wait until Sasuke and Hokage are in a better mood before we do the rest. Jiraiya didn't dare to be careless. You know, one of Danzo's eyes is a god of the sky, and he has the illusion of silently changing other people's minds. The power is so great that it still needs to be mastered by Konoha. Then he put away Danzo's body and left with Naruto. Only Kakashi and Tonari were left looking at each other. Let's go too. Kakashi laughed and turned around and left. Kakashi teacher, wait a minute, Tonari suddenly called him. What's wrong? Tonari seemed a little embarrassed and scratched his head. The house you built for me last time collapsed, so. Kakashi understood that he wanted him to build a house for him, but wasn't the house completed just a few days ago? Seeing Kakashi's puzzled expression, Tonari explained, the house was not very solid. I threw a few punches inside and it collapsed. It seemed that he could not be blamed for this matter at all. Kakashi wanted to kick him twice. I couldn't even withstand a few punches from you, let alone the house. But Tonari was a guest anyway, so he had no choice but to nod and take Tonari to rebuild a new house. Chapter 50. With the experience of the first time, Tonari and Kakashi built the house much faster. They built a house in half a day by using ninjutsu. If it collapses again this time, you can only do it yourself. Kakashi said with a slightly dark face. Tonari nodded awkwardly. A few days passed in a flash, and Minato brought Fugaku from the 47th year of Konoha to the 63rd year of Konoha. Is this Konoha after more than 10 years? It doesn't seem to have changed much. Fugaku turned around and looked carefully at the future village. Uchiha Mikoto also looked curious, but more stable than Fugaku. Of course, it was mainly because they were familiar with each other, otherwise Fugaku would not have shown this expression. Obito smiled and said, of course, brother Fugaku, after all, it's only been more than 10 years, not hundreds of years. What Obito didn't know was that the ninja world was at the time of a technological explosion. In more than 10 years, the changes in the entire ninja world would probably be unrecognizable to them. Minato smiled and said, now is not the time to feel sentimental. Kushina, go home first and tell Naruto to bring Sasuke over. I will take Fugaku and the others to see the third Hokage. Kushina nodded excitedly and took Obito home. A moment later, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised to see Fugaku, then suddenly realized, and then told the Fugaku couple that Sasuke had killed Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned, then sighed, so that's how it is, Danzo has been killed by Sasuke. Mikoto was also silent. It seemed that Sasuke was still controlled by hatred at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "You go, accompany Sasuke well these few days. Help him untie his knot." Then several people walked out of the Hokage's office. This time and space gate is really magical. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. The emergence of this system has changed too much and made up for too many regrets. At Naruto's house, Kushina was busy preparing meals, while Sasuke sat awkwardly on the side. Naruto smiled and said, "Don't be too nervous, Sasuke, they are your parents." Sasuke said, "How could I not know that they are my parents?" He started to retort, mainly because he hadn't seen his parents for a few years, and he was a little nervous. The key point was that Uchiha Fugaku and his wife were not his biological parents in this world, and there was a gap in his heart. Although he wanted to revive his parents, unfortunately, the points were not enough, and he had no choice, but he really missed his parents, otherwise he would not have agreed to let Namikaze Minato bring Fugaku and his wife. "Mom, when will Uncle Fugaku and his wife come?" The busy Kushina paused for a moment. "It should be soon, they should be back after seeing the third Hokage, and they should be on the way now." As soon as Kushina finished speaking, the doorbell rang. "Naruto." It was Minato's voice. Naruto smiled helplessly. "You are so in tune with each other, you are indeed a couple." Kushina was a little embarrassed by such a joke. "Okay, go open the door for your father," Kushina said with a smile. Naruto got up and opened the door, then welcomed Fugaku Mikoto in. Sasuke looked at the faces of his parents, his body trembling a little. He had a lot to say, but he didn't know what to say when the words came to his lips. Naruto looked at Sasuke's hesitation, a little annoyed, and pulled him up. "Go, say hello to your uncle and aunt." Then, there was another touching scene of the reunion of father and son and mother and son, which I will not elaborate on here. At the dinner table, Obito asked, "Naruto, do you have any news about the masked man?" Naruto shook his head, "I really don't have any." Soon his eyes lit up. "I remember the masked man has the mark of Flying Thunder God on him, right?" Minato said happily, "I would have almost forgotten it if you hadn't mentioned it." The masked man in the video was marked with the mark of Flying Thunder God by Minato Namikaze, and the mark of Flying Thunder God cannot be removed. If nothing unexpected happens, he should still be on him now. But soon Minato Namikaze said, "I guess not. If the masked man is far away from me, Flying Thunder God will have no effect." Although he has the teleportation technique, Minato does not have the chakra of the masked man and has no way to transfer. Obito said, "So, we can only be transferred to the masked man within the effect of Flying Thunder God." Minato nodded. "That's really a bit troublesome," Naruto sighed, picking up the dishes on the table and eating. "I have to say that Kushina's cooking skills are really good." "Mom, are your cooking always so delicious?" Naruto suddenly asked. He felt that his father was really blessed. Kushina blushed. "How should I say this?" Minato looked at Kushina with an embarrassed look. He smiled and said, "At first, Kushina's food was inedible, but after a period of hard work, Kushina's cooking skills were comparable to those of a chef." Naruto nodded in amazement. He did not inherit Kushina's ability in this regard. He lived alone, so he naturally tried to cook, but the food he made was really hard to describe. He had no choice but to eat food outside. What ramen, bread, milk, anyway, they were all fast food, with no nutrition, which made Naruto much shorter than his peers now. Kushina said, "Mom will come here often in the future to cook for Naruto. Accompany Naruto." He and Minato no longer planned to have another child. Of course, if there was an accident, they still hoped it would be a girl, at least to give Naruto a sister. But they didn't want children in the short term, they had to make up for the money they lost over the years to Naruto. Kushina knew all about Naruto's experiences in these years when he came to this era last time. At first, he was naturally very angry and wanted to settle accounts with the Sandaime, but fortunately, Minato stopped him, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen's beard would be at least half less. This is also the reason why Minato did not let Kushina accompany them to see Sarutobi Hiruzen today. He was really afraid that Kushina would not be able to control her emotions and pull all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's white beard off. A moment later, Sasuke took Fugaku home, and Obito ran to find Kakashi. According to him, he would teach Kakashi a lesson. Of course, Minato just smiled. How could he not see that Obito wanted to reminisce with Kakashi? Ahem, Minato Namikaze coughed twice, and Kushina signaled him with her eyes to speak quickly. Minato Namikaze was a little helpless and scratched his head. Naruto, that. He was still a little embarrassed, or rather unfamiliar. What's wrong? Just say whatever you want to say, Naruto said with a smile. What's there to be embarrassed about? They are father and son. Then we want to go see our future daughter-in-law, Minato said softly. He had this idea the last time he came here. Originally, the two wanted to hide it from Naruto, but they were afraid that Naruto would be angry if he knew, so they had to say it today. After all, they only have 3 days to stay in this world, so it is better to prepare for all aspects as soon as possible. Naruto blushed when he heard this, and didn't know how to continue. Seeing Naruto's look, Minato thought he was unwilling, and hurriedly said, "If you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say it." Naruto hurriedly waved his hand and said, "It's not that I don't want to, but I haven't seen Hinata since the end of the first video. It has been more than 20 days since the last video. Naruto has been practicing hard, and Hinata may be shy and doesn't observe Naruto in the dark like before, which has led to the two not meeting during this period of time." Minato said, "Just agree, we'll take you to see him." Naruto nodded with a blushing face. Kushina and Minato were overjoyed, and took Naruto to the Hyuga mansion. Fortunately, the Hyuga mansion had not changed, otherwise they really couldn't find it. Hyuga Hayashi was stunned when he saw Minato and his wife. He rubbed his eyes and was even more stunned when he found out that it was him. Originally, he didn't believe it when he heard from outsiders that the 4th generation had returned, but he didn't expect it to be true. Then Minato explained his willingness and purpose to him, and Hyuga Hayashi's face suddenly turned livid. "What are you doing?" "Boss, my daughter is only 12 or 13 years old, and you are bringing people to propose marriage now? Are you kidding me?" But the man in front of him was the 4th generation of Hokage of Konoha village, so he had no choice but to welcome them in. P.S. Some readers said that there are too many timelines. I will compress the timelines in the last few pictures. If nothing unexpected happens, the 57 years of Konoha will be completed in the next few days, and then the ancient times and the founding of Konoha will be completed logically. The main timelines in the future will be in the 63rd year of Konoha and the 47th year of Konoha. Chapter 51. Hyuga Clan Leader? What do you think? After talking for a while, Namikaze Minato finally explained his real intention. Hyuga Hayashi really guessed it right, this guy really came to propose marriage. Hyuga Hayashi kept cursing in his heart, this bastard must have done it on purpose. Naruto didn't say anything on the side. He also wanted to speak, but he was worried that he would say the wrong thing and make his future father-in-law bored. After watching the video, he knew Hinata's intentions, especially since he thought about this matter every night during this period of time. He cared more about Hinata. When Minato and Kushina said that they should get along, he didn't object, but was secretly happy in his heart. This. Hyuga Hayashi hesitated, but in front of him was the 4th generation who saved Konoha, and he was also quite satisfied with Naruto. After all, the future Naruto is so strong that he can guard the Hyuga family for decades. In these decades, the Hyuga family is definitely the strongest family in Konoha. After thinking again and again in his heart, he finally nodded and asked his men to call Hinata out. Hinata's face turned red as soon as she saw Naruto, and her index finger kept circling. Naruto was also a little overwhelmed, and now he was not as jumpy as before. Kushina pulled Hinata over reluctantly, and then started chatting. After a while, Hinata gradually calmed down. Kushina whispered something in Naruto's ear, and then Naruto pulled Hinata out, and the two began to walk in the huge Konoha village. And Hyuga Hayashi was communicating cordially with Namikaze Minato. So, in these few days, Naruto and Hinata's feelings quickly heated up, and in these few days, other timelines happened. Konoha's 57th year, Uchiha family. Itaki, how is it? Uchiha Fugaku asked solemnly. They have decided to use Kota Amatsukami to control Danzo and sell Uchiha Taihuo and others. Those who achieve great things do not care about small details. As long as the Uchiha clan can make more people survive than sacrifice, it is profitable, and they will do it. Uchiha Itaka nodded. The third generation has promised me that he will capture Uchiha Taihuo and others as quickly as possible. As for Danzo, Shisui has been keeping an eye on him and will soon find an opportunity. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't wait any longer. Of course, the main reason was that he was worried that Danzo would take action in advance and directly attack Uchiha with false charges. If I invite Danzo to visit our house, will he come? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly asked. Itaka pondered for a moment and said, with his vigilance, he should not come. Even if he comes, he will bring his personal guards. Yeah, I think so too. Uchiha Fugaku smiled bitterly and could only wait for the opportunity quietly. A day later, Shisui came to report. Clan leader, we have found an opportunity. Danzo will leave the village in the afternoon. Fugaku frowned slightly. Where is the destination? Shisui shook his head. He didn't know where the destination was. He knew the news because he used illusion to read the memory of his personal guards. Otherwise, it would be difficult to know. Very good, we will ambush outside his village in the afternoon. Try to be as far away as possible to avoid being discovered by the village's perception team. Yes. In the afternoon, dozens of Uchiha clan members hid their breath to the extreme and hid in the forest outside Konoha village. Da da da, the footsteps kept ringing. Fugaku knew that it was Danzo's voice. He had been dealing with Danzo for many years, and even his footsteps were clearly investigated by him. Here they come, everyone get ready. He gestured to the clansmen around him. Everyone nodded, but before they took the initiative to attack, Danzo's voice rang out. Come out. The voice was calm, as if he had known it for a long time. Uchiha Fugaku was surprised and jumped down from the tree. He saluted first and then said, Danzo-sama is so sensitive. Danzo smiled and said, there is no such thing as sensitive or not sensitive. I just know the nature of you Uchiha people and will definitely seize the opportunity. He knows more about the Uchiha clan than Senju Tobirama, of course, only a part of it. The illusion of the Uchiha family is outstanding. It is completely possible to read other people's memories without being discovered by others. It is inevitable that his whereabouts will be exposed. He came out alone today just to make a break with the Uchiha clan. He put away his smile and said lightly, why? Do you want to kill me? Although his tone was flat, anyone could hear the piercing chill in it. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. How could it be? Danzo-sama is loyal to the village and is a role model for all of us. How could we kill you? Danzo-sama, don't judge a gentleman by your own meanness. Villain? Gentleman? This can hide the group. I was so angry. Of course, Fugaku did it on purpose. I couldn't kill Danzo, but I couldn't mock him. So you just want to use Kota Amatsukami to control me? Fugaku laughed and said, Danzo, what are you talking about? We just want to correct your twisted thoughts, but we don't have any other ideas. Danzo snorted coldly, and only heard Fugaku continue to say, we Uchiha clan have always been loyal to Konoha. We are very enthusiastic about the good work of the guard team. The word enthusiastic was pronounced very clearly by Fugaku. Danzo sneered in his heart. How could he not hear the meaning of Fugaku's words? The Uchiha Guard, founded by the second generation, manages the village's guard affairs. Although it has considerable power, it is an offensive job and is completely isolated from the real power center. The Uchiha clan has long been dissatisfied with this. Our clan works hard for the development of the village day and night, otherwise we would do all kinds of dirty work, but you, Danzo, still doubt us, which makes us very disappointed. Fugaku pretended to be heartbroken, as if he was sad about Danzo's distrust. Okay, stop pretending. Danzo couldn't stand it anymore, and said directly, use whatever moves you have. I'll take them all. As soon as this sentence came out, Fugaku laughed immediately. Danzo, I'm waiting for you to say this. Shisui. In the blink of an eye, Shisui appeared in front of Danzo, and the name of Shisui of Instant Body was no joke. Is it really Kota Amatsukami? The speed was so fast that Danzo barely reacted when he saw Shisui's Mangeki. It's over. In an instant, he was controlled by Shisui's Mangeki. From now on, Danzo will never trouble the Uchiha clan again, at least he can usher in more than 10 years of peace for the Uchiha clan. Very good, next is Uchiha Taihuo and his people. Fugaku smiled. Only with sacrifice can there be gains, so I'm sorry to come here, elders. Uchiha Taihuo and his people were drinking and cursing Fugaku's inhumanity, lack of ambition, and weakness, when they were arrested by Hiruzen's men. Just as Itaka said, they had the courage to coup, but not the courage to fight. When they saw the Anbu led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, they trembled in their hearts and almost knelt down to beg for mercy. They knew it was over. The Uchiha clan threw them out as discarded pawns in order to exchange for the future peace of the Uchiha clan. All is well. Fugaku's eyes were gone with laughter. Of course, he still had to restrain his clan members more and avoid conflicts with other people in the village. In addition, he wanted Uchiha to no longer serve as the guard. Of course, he still had to discuss this with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then the next step was family happiness. They, the Uchiha clan, would definitely not repeat the previous mistakes. Ha ha ha, thinking of this, Fugaku wanted to drink 3 cups happily. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen has kept Naruto by his side all the time, wanting to train him to be a real Hokage. As for which one it is, it's hard to say. During this period, the 9 tails in Naruto's body no longer made trouble, and seemed to be calm. His progress in practicing ninjutsu was also rapid, and his strength improved very quickly. He is a good child, maybe he can really surpass the previous generations of Hokage. Looking at Naruto's little face, Sarutobi Hiruzen was happy from the bottom of his heart. He naturally felt this change, maybe the 9 tails also wanted to live in peace with Naruto. With Sasuke and Naruto, all kinds of crises in the future, he believed that they would end peacefully, and the future of the ninja world would definitely be changed by these 2 children. The 57-year timeline of Konoha ended here. P.S. Regarding the changes in Konoha in the past 63 years, some readers may say that with the change of time, the improvement in Naruto and Sasuke's strength is probably not that exaggerated, but don't forget that the existence of the 9 tails is enough to solve most crises, and the only thing that the 9 tails cannot solve is the resurrection of the 10 tails and the existence of a second 6 paths. But at this time the 6 path sage will be online, so there is no need to worry. As for the Otsutsuki clan, perhaps because of the playback of the video they will unite again and use the power of the entire ninja world to fight against the Otsutsuki. There is still a way out. Chapter 52. While other timelines are changing, the ancient times are also quietly changing. The 6-path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo and his brother Otsutsuki Hamura are having a headache about how to go to Konoha in the 63rd year. Nissen, is there any way? Hamura said, they need to go to a more distant era to help the ninja world overcome the difficulties. They don't know what this difficulty is, but after the prediction of the system and the great toad sage Gameru, they know that there must be a major event in the future ninja world that the whole world cannot resist. With the people in mind, they had no choice but to go to Konoha in the 63rd year. Although they can use the system, they have no points, which is a headache. So they modified the multiple shadow clone technique and created a clone that can really think independently and has strong research and development capabilities. Also called creation. Creation combines the knowledge and wisdom of the two people, and has abilities and creativity far greater than 1 plus 2. In just half a month, they created a time-space ninjutsu that could lead to the 63 years of Konoha, but the key is that this ninjutsu is a one-time one, and once the creation body is used, it will disappear without a trace. And in the process of traveling through time and space, their strength will also be greatly depleted. Although it can be restored, it will take a long time. So the two of them tried to improve this ninjutsu, but even the creation body that was far superior to the two of them could not be improved, let alone them. The six-path sage smiled bitterly and said, "There is no way. The creation body is far superior to us in all aspects. Even he has no way, let alone the two of us." Hamura said, "Then we can only go to Konoha for the 63 years like this." The six-path sage nodded heavily. "This is fine. After all, our strength can be restored, and we mainly go there to tell them the information. To be honest, I don't think our strength can be of any use. The future has changed significantly. The rewards of the system are completely unreasonable and beyond the norm, which can make ninjas extremely powerful. Their strength may be nothing more than that in the eyes of those who receive the rewards." The six-path sage said, "That's the only way." Then the two looked at Sashin and signaled him to open the space-time channel. Sashin exuded a light blue fluorescence, and the powerful chakra tore the space in front of him. "I feel it, such a powerful force of space-time." The two looked horrified. Although they had known that Sashin was powerful, they still felt that it was beyond their expectations when they saw it with their own eyes. To be honest, the appearance of Sashin was completely beyond their expectations. Even they didn't understand how the combination of their power could suddenly produce an inexplicable Sashin. Their powers had been combined before, and the ninjutsu they had developed together were countless, but this had never happened before. But now it happened, but Sashin's powerful power made them ecstatic, so they didn't think about it, but now it seems that there is always someone behind the scenes controlling everything. But it doesn't matter. Their goal is to go to Konoha for the 63rd year. As long as the goal is achieved, it doesn't matter who controls it. The two of them stepped into the space-time channel and headed to Konoha's 63rd year in the long river of time. The timeline of the ancient times ends here. The early days of Konoha. This Nine-Tails is really stubborn. It hides so well that even using the sage mode can't find it. Senju Hashirama smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. He didn't expect that the Nine-Tails was determined to hide, and it was really hard to find. Senju Tobirama complained, "Of course, he will always be controlled by others in the future." Although he reconciled with Naruto in the end, freedom is definitely the most important thing. In order to avoid being found by us, he will definitely hide himself. "But then I can't become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Tobirama said, "To be honest, brother, I don't think it's very useful for you to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." What Tobirama said was true. In the Fourth Ninja World War, Senju Hashirama said in person that Naruto's chakra plus the Nine-Tails chakra was equal to his total chakra. Although that was only half of the Nine-Tails, it was enough to show how terrifying the amount of chakra of Senju Hashirama was. Senju Hashirama said unhappily, "Why is it useless? Let's not talk about that handsome skin. The nine-tailed fox's blessing on strength can also increase my current strength by 30% to 50%. Uchiha Madara said, "I have thought a lot during this period and found a problem that we have always ignored." Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Madara at the same time. So why do we believe that these tailed beasts will definitely help us? The two were stunned. Yes, what Uchiha Madara said makes sense. These tailed beasts have always lived in nature and are free. They sealed the tailed beasts for no reason. It's good enough that they don't hate them. How could they help them? Hashirama Senju suddenly realized, yes, what should we do? Otherwise, we won't catch the tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara retorted, no. The future of the ninja world will be so difficult, and the enemies will be stronger than each other. It's better for us to become stronger. Brother, if you knew who would cause most of the disasters in the future ninja world, you wouldn't say that. At this moment, Tobirama Senju actually agreed with Uchiha Madara's words, which was extremely rare. That's right, big brother, we still have to find a way to control the tailed beast. We can't just seal it, we still have to control it. Senju Hashirama nodded, and then said, then, Tobirama, this matter is left to you. Senju Tobirama pointed at himself with a surprised look, leave it to me. Big brother, are you kidding me? You let me handle the affairs of the village and let me learn the sealing technique. Now you want me to find a way to control the tailed beast. Even Joe Baby is not as cruel as you. Of course, everyone knows that I am Daodu, a master of forbidden techniques, a well-known ninja in the ninja world. Senju Hashirama laughed. Senju Tobirama nodded, that's right, leave this matter to me. Uchiha Madara watched silently from the side, but he missed his younger brother in his heart. It seems that he still needs to get points to revive Izuna. The founding of Konoha will continue for a while, about 2 inventory points, and the timeline after the 2 inventory points is mainly Konoha 63 years and Konoha 47 years and Boruto timeline. Konoha 63 years. Today is the afternoon of the 3rd day that Minato and his friends have come to this timeline. They are going to accompany Naruto to dinner before leaving. At the dinner table, Naruto, Obito, Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya. Hinata was originally here, but because they had dinner at Naruto's house in the past few days, today Hinata Hayashi called her away, saying that he wanted to get in touch with his daughter. In response, Naruto could only complain in his heart, but he couldn't say anything on the surface. Kushina was absent-mindedly picking up dishes on the side. Naruto noticed something was wrong and said, "What's wrong, Mom? You don't look energetic." "That. Naruto, your father and I want to see how you will get married in the future, is that okay?" Kushina cautiously spoke to test. "Of course, and I want to go too." Naruto was stunned and said immediately. Kushina and Minato breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Naruto would not agree. "Well, when we come next time, we can use the time-space gate to travel to another era. The time-space gate can only stay for 3 days no matter how many eras it travels through, which means that they can transit in the 63 years of Konoha." Obito also said, "Naruto, if there is any news about the masked man during this period, you must tell me when I come next time." Naruto nodded, but the masked man's hiding was too hidden, and they sent many ninjas from Konoha village but did not find any clues. After a while, Kushina cleaned up the dishes, squatted down, and hugged Naruto tightly. "Wait, we will be back soon." Naruto nodded. Now with the existence of the time-space gate, he could not feel the sadness of parting. Kushina touched Naruto's head with relief, and then crossed the time-space gate with Minato, Fugaku, and others. But Sasuke was staring at the people who were no longer visible. "What? Can't bear to let go." Sasuke didn't say anything. He was still a little reluctant, but he understood that those were not his real parents. He still needed the resurrection coins to revive his real parents. He was different from Naruto. Naruto had never seen his biological parents, and the current Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki gave him enough love. Even if he didn't revive the 2 people in this timeline, he would have no burden in his heart, but Sasuke was different. He must revive his parents. Chapter 53. Time passed quickly, and it was the day to play the video again. Many people got up early and waited. They wanted to know what the theme of today's broadcast was. Soon, the video poster appeared, and a masked man appeared on the poster. Uchiha Obito, who was in Konoha 47 years, was shocked. This was himself. He didn't expect that he could also be on the list. Very good, now he can know why he has become like this, and even betrayed his teacher and destroyed his ancestors. Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, and Rin are also paying close attention to why the kind Obito, who is called the friend of Konoha women, has become like that. In Konoha 63 years, Naruto stared at the masked man, and he finally came out. He knew that this guy would definitely be on the list. After all, although Namikaze Minato was the protagonist of the Nine Tails Rebellion, this person is a crucial village. He can't not be on the list. Next, it depends on his life. Kakashi was dazed for a while. When he saw his friend again, his heart was numb. Obito had changed so much. He betrayed his teacher and ancestors and started a war. Each of these could kill him hundreds of times. But what was the reason behind this? Was it really because he killed Lin? Obito, who was hiding in the dark, was slightly moved. He didn't expect that he would be on the list again. Then he laughed. He wanted to see what this video could show. The theme of the video is the masked man who turned from good to evil. After a while, the video officially started. 5-year-old Uchiha Obito was putting on his clothes with sleepy eyes, but soon his grandmother's voice rang. Obito, Lin is here to pick you up. Obito hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out excitedly. He saw a girl standing at the door. The girl had 2 marks on her face and looked cute. I really want to hold my grandson, Obito. Obito was speechless at the time. Grandma, I'm only 5 years old now, what are you talking about? Lin was watching with a smile on her side, and seemed to be a little happy. Hurry up, it's about to start. Premature love is not good. This idea emerged in everyone's mind. This kid was so jumpy when he was a child. No wonder he went astray when he grew up and directly started the 4th Ninja World War. But the people of Konoha village were confused at this time. Others couldn't recognize him, but people of the same generation as Obito knew clearly who this person was. Didn't they say they wanted to count the masked people? How could Obito and Lin appear? Is Lin a masked person? Didn't she die a long time ago? As for Obito becoming a masked person, none of them believed it, because Obito's reputation was outside, Konoha's women's friend, and there was no old lady in the village who didn't like him, and he was cheerful, aiming to be Hokage, and had a very good relationship in the village. They didn't believe that Obito would become a murderer who destroyed the ninja world. But if Lin was a masked person, it would be too ridiculous. In the video, the two of them went to the youth ninjutsu conference together, and their eyes were fixed on the reward kunao. So handsome! So Uchiha Obito went on stage, and he performed the fire-style Great Fireball technique. Of course, with his current strength, he could only spit out small flames. Everyone below was stunned, and only Lin clapped vigorously. Really good, Obito. Obito smiled proudly. Of course, this is because I am not in good shape today. Is this kid too proud? People watching the video kept complaining that he was indeed a tail ender. Ordinary people should not only perform such a great fireball technique at the age of 5. But soon Kakashi came on stage and took the grand prize directly with the earth escape technique. Lin said with some regret, "What a pity, Obito." Uchiha Obito was indignant, "Damn Kakashi." So the indissoluble bond between the two was formed here. Soon the scene changed. Obito was running hard. "You are so slow, Obito." Lin couldn't help but said when they came to a small square. Obito apologized quickly, and soon he saw the person he least wanted to see, Hatake Kakashi. In the end, it was learned that Kakashi was willing to play with them, but Obito was very unhappy. Sure enough, Kakashi was worthy of being Kakashi. Even if he played games, he was a good player and beat everyone directly. He also gave Obito a severe lesson. In the evening. It has always been Obito who is a ghost, Lin said. The people around him also kept praising Kakashi, and soon their parents took them away. Kakashi smiled triumphantly and said, I won again. But I have to praise you, so far, you are the only one who has not shown weakness to me. Obito said with an unhappy face, really? Soon Flagmu Mazako came to this place to pick up Obito. Everyone was picked up by their parents, except Obito. He returned to his home with a lonely face. Obito also has no parents. Naruto couldn't help but think in his heart, but he was even more curious when he saw this. Obito in the video was optimistic and liked to help people. Why would the future become like that? A trace of nostalgia flashed in Hotaki Kakashi's eyes. It was still good when he was a child, without worries, and he could be happy every day. It's not possible now. In the video, Obito and his grandmother were having dinner. While eating, he suddenly said, Grandma, do I look like my father or my mother? This? Both of them, right? Obito's little head was full of confusion. What does this mean? Your life is exchanged for your parents' lives, so you can't let them down, you have to help many people. Obito smiled, don't worry, Grandma, I will definitely help many people. At this moment, his smile was extremely dazzling. The scene changed, and it was time for Obito to enroll, but unfortunately, when he ran to the gate of the ninja school, the students had already gone home. Kakashi taunted, you are late for the entrance ceremony. People like you are not qualified to enter the ninja school. Obito was indignant and was about to fight with him, but he heard Lin said, it's okay, I'll get it for you. Lin handed Obito the entrance ceremony materials with both hands. Mine. Yes, as long as you give this to the school, you can successfully enroll. Thank you so much. Obito was excited. You always spoil him, so he can't change his bad habits. So the two began to quarrel again, and in Lin's smiling eyes, their friendship gradually warmed up. However, this form of friendship gave Obito a headache. As the sun set, Uchiha Obito swore that he must defeat Kakashi and become Hokage. But unfortunately, his aptitude is too poor compared to Kakashi. Although he works hard to practice, he is still not as good as Kakashi. Moreover, his classmates in the class constantly laugh at him, which makes him exhausted. Teacher Kakashi's mouth is really poisonous. Naruto is powerless to complain. He found that Kakashi's mouth was even more smelly than Sasuke's when he was a child. He looked at Kakashi with a squint. Kakashi seemed to have noticed something and smiled awkwardly. Moreover, Naruto found that Obito was really similar to him. Before the system appeared, he was also like this. He didn't know who his parents were, and was laughed at for being the last one in the class. Moreover, both of them wore goggles when they were young. There was an inexplicable similarity between the two. In the 47th year of Konoha, Obito looked embarrassed. Really, he was actually punished publicly by taking this part out. He felt a little ashamed. Nohara-rin didn't say anything, but just looked at him with a smile. In her opinion, it was still very happy to see Obito when he was a child. Look at you, how stupid you were when you were a kid. The venomous Kakashi mocked Obito here. He was not afraid that Obito would beat him up. Now Obito beat him up as easily as beating a chicken. Obito exploded immediately, and the two began to quarrel again. Nohara-rin had a headache and said, "Stop quarreling, the video is not over yet." Obito shut up immediately after hearing Rin's words. Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly, and then seemed to think of something. "Obito, why did you always wear goggles when you were a kid?" Obito pointed to the goggles on his head and smiled, "I am from the Uchiha clan, and I may be able to open the Manjiki Sharingan. Of course, I have to protect my eyes well." Although my eyes are open now, I am still a little uncomfortable without goggles, so I didn't take them off. No wonder, even Rin just knew that there was this reason. Chapter 54. In the video, things often develop unexpectedly. One day, when Obito was helping the old man, he heard two people complaining about Kakashi, so he went up to ask. That guy is completely unkind. He only thinks about the mission and never cares about others. Obito was a little confused. He couldn't associate the person these two people were talking about with that Kakashi. You know, the previous Kakashi said that he would not give up a companion, but what's wrong with the current Kakashi? In order to figure out the reason for Kakashi's change, he tried hard. That day, he and Lin were walking on the way home. Lin, have you met Kakashi recently? Lin shook her head and said, no, he seems to be on a mission recently. Why do you ask this? I heard rumors about Kakashi yesterday. Although it's not good, I feel that Kakashi has changed a lot in recent times. Is it related to his father? Obito suddenly became energetic. What do you mean? You know. Lin shook her head, and soon the two went home separately. On the way home, Obito met Kakashi in the square where they used to play games. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? I'm here to find you. Kakashi stood up. I haven't fallen to the point where you care about me. Kakashi looked at him with a dull look in his eyes, as if he had lost something important. Obito was stunned. He found that the Kakashi he got at this time was different from the Kakashi he had seen before. Kakashi left, leaving without a sound. In the 63rd year of Konoha, Naruto looked at Kakashi and said, Teacher Kakashi, you were more poisonous than Sasuke at that time. Kakashi looked embarrassed. At that time, his father Shichisaku Hatake had just passed away. He felt bad and was angry with everyone he met. Sasuke was immediately upset when he heard this. Naruto, what are you talking about? I am very polite, okay? Naruto laughed. If you are polite, there will be no poisonous people. However, Teacher Kakashi, your will is still not strong enough. You can even abandon your will to save your companions. Kakashi was so ashamed by what Naruto said that he lowered his head. But Teacher Kakashi, why did you change your mind later? Kakashi raised his head, and his eyes flashed with nostalgia. It was Obito. Obito helped me find my former ideals, otherwise I might have grown into a scumbag. His tone was full of sighs, and he missed his past life. 47 years of Konoha. Kakashi, look how irritating you were in the past. Obito said unhappily, even now he still felt a little angry. Kakashi said, I'm sorry. Obito laughed immediately. Kakashi rarely apologized. It's okay, I forgive you. Kakashi pouted, forgive me? I didn't do anything wrong, this guy can't even tell good from bad, although his strength has improved, his IQ has not changed. Minato stared at the video intently, because he didn't know the specific past of these kids, and now is also a time to understand them. In the video, in order to defeat Kakashi, Obito is still training hard, in a forest, practicing hard in the heavy rain. He jumped up and stood upside down on a tree to practice his abdominal muscles. I found you, Obito. Obito was shocked when he heard Lin's voice and fell from the tree. Lin was anxious and threw down her umbrella and came to Obito. She asked anxiously, are you okay? Obito. Obito smiled and shook his head. It's raining so hard, and you're still practicing. I feel like I have to work harder to catch up with Kakashi. One day I'll make him admit defeat, otherwise how can I become Hokage? Lin immediately cheered for Obito, you have ambition, keep going, Obito. Soon, the time came for graduation from the ninja school. If nothing unexpected happened, Obito would be late again. When he arrived at school, everyone had left, leaving only Lin waiting for him at the school gate. He fell to the ground panting, and Lin said angrily, it's unbelievable that everyone was late for the entrance ceremony and graduation ceremony. The graduation ceremony has already ended. But I met an old woman. Obito, the probability of you meeting old women recently is too high. Speaking of this, Obito was also a little puzzled. I always feel that they have been ambushing me during this period. Noharolin held his forehead and said, "Aren't you knowingly committing a crime?" "You." He took Obito's hand and took him to the graduation hall. Lin's voice came, "Graduation certificate, Uchiha Obito, proves that the student graduated from this school. Whether it is windy or rainy, you have completed your studies. Here, congratulations on your graduation." Noharolin handed the graduation certificate to Obito with a smile on her face. "Lin, thank you. Although other classmates are not here, I am happier than receiving it from Grandpa Hokage." Obito was moved and cried immediately. Then he learned from Lin that they were in the same group with Kakashi. After many tasks, Obito also understood the reason why Kakashi became like that, but he did not alienate Kakashi, but cared about him more. This girl is so gentle, many people sighed in their hearts. Seeing that now everyone probably knows who the protagonist of this video is. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be this Uchiha Obito. But seeing that Uchiha Obito is a kind ninja who is kind to others and helps the elderly, why will he become a demon who will set off the Fourth Ninja World War in the future? Is it because the girl he likes has a crush on Kakashi? It's not impossible. If that's the case, it's possible that love turns to hate, causing Obito to become a demon directly. However, this guess is too outrageous. They still need to watch the video carefully to get information. In the 63rd year of Konoha, Naruto looked at Sakura with a sidelong look and sighed in his heart. After all, he was wrong. If Sakura had been so gentle to him at the beginning, it would have been great. But unfortunately, Sakura's gentleness was only reserved for Sasuke. But Naruto soon laughed. It doesn't matter. He now has a girl who only cares about him, that is Hinata. And Hinata's gentleness is even better than the girl in the video. Of course, this refers to Hinata before marriage. It's hard to say about Hinata after marriage. Hinata's hot temper after marriage makes people think that she has become like that because of Naruto's bullying. Kakashi teacher, who does Lin like? Sakura suddenly spoke. Kakashi was stunned, then smiled bitterly, "I don't know even if you ask me this." Of course he didn't know, but he might be able to sense Lin's feelings in the dark, so he continued to look up at the video. Chapter 55. In the video. Time soon came to the time when they took part in the Chunin exam. Obito was grateful to Minato for recommending them to take the Chunin exam. The exam started soon, but the first exam made Obito anxious. Why is the first exam the written exam that I am least good at? Obito held his head with both hands and was about to collapse, while Kakashi was worthy of being an excellent student and was the first to walk out of the examination room. Damn Kakashi! Seeing Kakashi walk out of the examination room, Obito was even more upset. But soon he felt something touching his feet. He picked it up and saw that it was a note sent to him by Lin. The note was full of answers and some small words. "Work hard, I will always watch you, and I will give you the other answers later." Obito turned his head and looked at Nohara Lin with a grateful face. Rin is really an angel. Soon the results came out, Lin and Kakashi were on the list, and Obito barely passed as a reserve candidate. The second exam was a group battle, scheduled for 3 days later. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen again. Obito was late again for helping the old man. But the help was not in vain. The old man gave him a candy as a reward, but Obito never thought that the candy would make him fail the exam. "No, I'm late again," Kakashi complained at the venue. "No, Obito will definitely arrive on time," Lin said on the side, but it was obvious that she herself did not have much confidence. He must have encountered something urgent, and he will definitely be able to catch up with the exam. Everyone had a deeper understanding of Lin's gentleness, as if she could unconditionally believe in Uchiha Obito at any time. How could ordinary people do this? In the eyes of people in the ninja world, Lin probably had a good impression of Obito. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the exam time came. Just as Kakashi was waiting anxiously, Obito finally arrived. Sorry for the wait. There was still a candy in his mouth that was melting. Nohara Lin looked at Obito, who came late, with a happy face. She knew that Obito would never let him down. In the venue, the third group battle officially begins. Kakashi and his team were fighting against Might Guy's team. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Might Guy rushed up, and Obito also jumped up and made hand seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball. But suddenly, the candy in his mouth slipped into his throat and got stuck. Not only did the fire style not come out, but his face turned red. With a bang, he was kicked away by Might Guy, and the candy in his mouth fell out. Yes, that's right, Might Guy saved his life. So Obito lost this battle. Of course, in order not to lose face, he practiced hard after the battle and soon came to the third battle. But unfortunately, he ran into Might Guy again. Obito was confident, this time, I will make you pay with blood. Who are you? I don't remember doing anything wrong to you. Might Guy said with a puzzled look on his face. This guy couldn't remember other people's faces at all, except Kakashi. You bastard! Obito interpreted Might Guy's doubts as contempt, with a face full of anger. Come on, Obito! Lin, who was standing in the spectator's seat, waved her arms vigorously to cheer for Obito. Obito smiled, watch carefully, Lin, I will definitely win. Start! When Obito was expressing his thoughts, the battle began, and Might Guy kicked him again. In the spectator's seat, Obito, with a scarred face, looked at the battle between Kakashi and Might Guy below. Lin was excitedly shouting come on beside him. He secretly stared at Lin, and he was a little jealous. Then, in his unhappy eyes, Kakashi won the individual battle. Kakashi got the Chunin certificate. Of course, with Kakashi's strength, becoming a Chunin was expected. But Obito walked away alone and lay on a chair. Naruto was completely speechless. The more he looked at this guy, the more he looked like him. No wonder Kakashi often said that he looked like a friend of his. The source was here. The same carelessness, the same kindness, he could never have imagined that Uchiha Obito would become like that later. What happened in the middle that could change Uchiha Obito's temperament so much? In the 47th year of Konoha, the few people watching the video were speechless. At this stage, the Chunin exam has ended. Obito has not yet become a Chunin, but it's almost there. Kakashi is about to become a Jonin, but the scene played in the video was just experienced by them not long ago. Now suddenly seeing it, it's too much. How embarrassing it is. You looked so stupid at that time. Kakashi was powerless to complain. If Obito had been more serious at that time, he might have become a Chunin. He was choked by the old woman's candy in the group battle and almost suffocated to death. In the single battle, he was only concerned with talking to Lin and was kicked away by Might Guy. No matter how you look at it, Obito did not show his true strength. But Kakashi would not say so because of his own face. Obito said, I was just careless at that time. If I show my true strength, I will definitely become a Chunin and will not be left behind by you. Haha, Kakashi laughed, he didn't believe it. Lin said at this time, Obito was just careless at that time, and his true strength was not fully exerted. If he showed his true strength, I believe Obito would definitely become a Chunin. How boring, when can I defeat Kakashi? Obito, lying on the chair, looked at the yellow sky, feeling bitter in his heart. So you are here. Rin's voice suddenly sounded, and Obito was shocked, then smiled and said, It's Rin. Kakashi passed the exam, of course, but we will pass the exam too, let's work hard together next year. But I can't get excited looking at Kakashi. Rin was immediately unhappy and sat next to Obito. What are you talking about, isn't your goal Hokage? Then he stared at Obito, I will always watch you. The breeze blew, blowing up the ends of Rin's hair. Obito stared straight at Nohara Rin, a little absent-minded. At this moment, an idea emerged in his mind, how nice it would be if time stayed at this time. He was immediately full of confidence, trained in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer, and finally successfully passed the Chunin exam. From today on, I am also a Chunin. Rin came to Obito with an excited look on her face, whispered something in his ear, and Obito agreed with excitement. So the next day, Obito came under the cherry tree with flowers in his hand. I must express my feelings to Lin today. Obito said with a smile, it's okay, it's okay. Sorry, everyone. This word everyone made Obito completely confused. What does everyone mean? Lin explained that Kakashi was promoted to a Jonin, so she had to prepare a gift for him. The flowers in his hand slowly fell to the ground, and his stiff smile made people feel uncomfortable. Chapter 56. 47 years in Konoha, Obito was embarrassed, for no other reason, just because everyone was watching this video, he was simply publicly executing. And he glanced at Nohara Rin and found that Nohara Rin was actually a little guilty. Rin, what's wrong with you? Nohara Rin shook her head and didn't say anything, but she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She had never noticed Obito's feelings. If she could have noticed Obito's feelings, maybe Obito would not have become like that. Obito felt a little uncomfortable and hurriedly said, this is none of your business. Everything is my own decision. Besides, you don't even know that I will confess. Uchiha Obito, who gained power, seemed to have some confidence, and even confessed things openly, but he was also a little embarrassed. After all, he was not very old, and such a shameful thing still made him a little shy. Rin's face suddenly turned red. What are you doing? I'm discussing the reasons for your future changes, and now you are talking about confession. Of course, she is not unwilling. You should at least change the location and find a place with fewer people. Nohara Rin didn't say anything, and Obito immediately became anxious. Okay, Obito, let's talk about this later. Namikaze Minato said immediately. Sure enough, he is still a child and can't see the girl's mind. Obito didn't say anything more when he heard his teacher's words, but he decided in his heart that he must confess to Rin after the video ended. 63 years of Konoha. So embarrassing, Sasuke felt that his toes could dig a big hole in the ground. He didn't understand why Obito was so obsessed with Nohara Rin. Well, his brother and his ancestor Uchiha Madara might not know about this. The Uchiha clan has almost zero interest in women, which is why Uchiha Obito is so obsessed with women. In the video, Obito was injured because of the mission, but thanks to Rin, the medical ninja, who saved him, after the mission was completed, several people returned to the village. It was that chair again, and Obito lay on it in a daze. You are here. Lin's voice suddenly sounded. Obito came back to his senses and smiled, it's Lin. Are you okay? Lin was still a little worried about him. It's okay, I've recovered. Lin sat beside him, and Obito lowered his head and said, thank you, Lin. Before Lin could speak, he said seriously, Lin, you saved me and saved the world. Looking at Lin's puzzled expression, Obito explained, look, I will definitely become Hokage and end this war, you must watch carefully. Lin's gentle eyes stared at Obito, scaring him. I will always watch you. The voice was gentle, but it was loud and clear. Don't worry, Lin, I will definitely become Hokage and end this war. This kid is really crazy, and I don't know where he got the courage to say such a thing, but when I think of this guy who started the Fourth Ninja World War, it is really possible to end this battle. If he didn't go the wrong way, he might really become Hokage. He also wants to be Hokage. Naruto was absent-minded for a while. Yet, Obito often said at that time that he wanted to become Hokage and wanted others to recognize him, just like you. Kakashi said with a smile. Naruto seemed to have some ideas in his mind and continued to watch the video. In the video, Minato led the three people to perform actual combat, but Obito took the shuriken to show his masculinity in front of Lin, and of course he was injured. His left hand was almost pierced by the shuriken, and Lin came to his side. "Stretch out your left hand. It's okay, it's just a scratch, just lick it." But Lin still insisted on asking Obito to stretch out his hand, and Obito had no choice but to let Lin bandage it. Don't men have 1 or 2 scars on their bodies? That's too cheap, this time it's just right to be gilded. Obito smiled awkwardly. But Lin's hand that was bandaged suddenly exerted force, causing Obito to scream in pain. "Don't hide it from me, because I'm watching you all the time. Obito, you promised me that you would become Hokage and end this war, so I decided to stay by your side and watch you carefully. Don't you think that if I save you, it means you can't hide anything from me? With me watching you, it means you can't hide anything from me." Obito cried, moved by Lin, with tears in his eyes, nodding continuously. "Come on, Obito, let me see your handsome back when you become Hokage, we've made an appointment." Lin took his hand and walked away, leaving only a withered yellow. Soon, the Third Ninja World War was in full swing, reaching the point where these children also had to go to the battlefield. Minato led the three of them to start their war. The first battle, the Battle of Kaneshibashi. "It's here, it's finally here, it's the Battle of Kaneshibashi," Kakashi thought in his heart. He was eager to know why Obito became like a masked man. But the Battle of Kaneshibashi was not smooth. As a medical ninja, Rin was not strong and was captured by the people of the Hidden Mist village. Obito insisted on saving Rin, but Kakashi insisted on completing the task first because of his father's tragedy. "I always feel that Hatake White Fang is a real hero. In the world of ninjas, those who fail to complete the task are scum, but those who abandon their companions are scum among scum." Obito said so, and he resolutely went to save Rin, but he was not the opponent of the enemy at all because his Sharingan had not yet been opened. With a bang, Kakashi dropped Obito like a god from the sky. "Sure enough, I still can't let you go." Kakashi said so with his back to Obito. "Kakashi." Obito spoke gratefully, but the enemy's invisibility technique was already superb, and he blinded Kakashi's eyes with a knife when he was not paying attention. "Kakashi!" Obito shouted nervously. He couldn't be so cowardly, he had to protect Kakashi. In an instant, a huge amount of chakra directly poured into his mind and acted on his pupils, and he opened his eyes. 2 Megatama Sharingan, Kunao directly pierced the enemy. "Why did you see it?" When he was dying, he still couldn't believe that the boy could see him. "I saw it to protect my important companions." The people of the Uchiha clan were all blinded by this. It was 2 Megatama at a glance. Are you kidding? Since your qualifications are so good, why are you still the last one in the ninja school? Uchiha Fugaku was happy in his heart. It seems that even if Obito did not get the system's reward, he could still become a strong man, but the system's reward made him become a strong man a little earlier. Konoha was founded. Uchiha Madara was surprised. This kid's aptitude was so good. You know, there are not many people in the history of the Uchiha clan who can open their eyes and get 2 Megatama. Even he himself didn't have it. No wonder this kid was able to start the 4th Ninja World War on his own. It turns out that he really has the capital. I just don't know if he will open the eternal Mangeki like me in the future. Of course, this conjecture is when there is no system. The masked man naturally knows that one of the rewards he gets from the system is the eternal Mangeki. But if that guy didn't have a brother, it would be difficult. P.S. because Tsuchiko has too many memories, it would seem too watery if I write them all, so the writing here is a little sloppy, please forgive me, readers. Chapter 57. In the video, Obito's strength increased greatly after awakening the Sharingan, and the two rescued Lin from the cave as quickly as possible. Bang! Just when the few people were excited to complete the task, countless detonating tags suddenly fell from the sky and directly collapsed the entire cave. Kakashi! Be careful! A huge rock fell and hit Kakashi directly, but the few people were too tired now and had no strength to deal with the rock. In desperation, Obito had to push Kakashi away. In Kakashi's stunned eyes, half of Obito's body was smashed directly. Obito! Kakashi's voice was crying. Don't be sad, Kakashi. Nohara Rin and Kakashi kept pushing the stone, but the strength of the two could not shake the huge stone at all. Forget it, Kakashi, I can't do it anymore. My right half of my body has been smashed to pieces. I can't even feel it. Kakashi knelt on the ground and cried, what kind of captain am I? What kind of jonin am I? Come to think of it, Kakashi, it seems that among our peers, I am the only one who didn't give you a gift for promotion to jonin. Kakashi was stunned, raised his head and looked at Obito in astonishment. What are you talking about at this time? Kakashi, I'll give you this Sharingan of mine. After Lin used medical ninjutsu to transfer Obito's eyes to Kakashi, he laughed happily, Kakashi, Lin is in your hands. Don't worry, I will definitely protect Lin. Lin held Obito's hand tightly, unwilling to let go, but soon the enemy attacked again, and the two who were alive could only escape. Countless stones fell on their heads and hit Obito. I finally became friends with Kakashi, but in the end, he didn't confess to Lin. I really want to continue to be with them. In the 63rd year of Konoha, Kakashi saw this scene and felt sick. Guilt, sadness, all kinds of emotions mixed in his heart. I'm sorry, Obito, I didn't keep our promise. Kakashi clenched his fists and thought of this. But soon, he had another idea. He finally knew why Obito became like that. The video should reveal it. Sasuke looked at Kakashi with a sidelong look. He originally thought that Kakashi's Sharingan came from a dirty source, but he didn't expect that it was given to him by his friend of the same period. This surprised him. Although the Uchiha clan was exterminated when he was very young, he also knew that after the Uchiha clan members died in the war, there would be special people going to the battlefield to recover the Sharingan to prevent it from being used by people from other villages. It is estimated that the Uchiha clan at that time also had the same idea in their minds when they saw Kakashi's Sharingan. This guy didn't know whose eyeballs he had taken out, but now everything is clear. 47 years in Konoha, Kakashi was a little moved, but he couldn't say anything good with his current mouth. Obito, I didn't expect you to care about me so much. Don't worry, I will fulfill your wish and will definitely be with you, he said with a smile. Obito's face immediately turned red. Bullshit, I don't want to be with you. If you want to say it, I am with Lin. Just when he was about to refute him, he saw Lin looking at him with tears in her eyes. Lin, what's wrong with you? He asked softly. He found that Lin was so strange today, and her mood changed too quickly. Nohara Rin said, I'm sorry, Obito, if I became stronger, or if my medical ninjutsu level was higher, you wouldn't. Obito waved his hand hurriedly, this has nothing to do with Lin, I'm still too weak in the video, if I'm as strong as I am now, there will be no problem. Rin shook her head with red eyes, and then looked at the video. She also wanted to know why Obito changed so much before and after. In the video, the screen turned and came to a dark room. Obito, who was bandaged all over, was wondering if he was dead. The words came out before his eyes opened. This is the gap between the underworld and reality, the Uchiha clan. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him. The pair of scarlet Sharingan was particularly conspicuous. That pair of Sharingan, Grandpa, are you also? Who knows? Uchiha Madara did not answer directly, but instead said a seemingly true topic. Obito asked in confusion, you just said this is the gap between the underworld and reality. Where exactly is this place? The light is too dim to see clearly. Also, who are you, Grandpa? You can't be the god of death, taking people from reality to heaven. His eyes wandered around, checking the surrounding environment, but suddenly he saw a big sickle and jumped up in fright. No, I don't want to die yet, help me, I just saw the sickle, you are definitely the god of death, the god of death who is in charge of the Uchiha family. The voice was extremely shrill, as if he was really dead. Uchiha Madara was speechless, this kid must be a fool. I have been helping the elderly in need as a life principle since I was a child. Although I have done a lot of bad things, I should not go to hell. Please don't take me to hell. He yelled and affected the injuries on his body, and in an instant, he cried out in pain again. Uchiha Madara said calmly, being able to feel pain means you are still alive, but if you keep shouting like this, you might really die. However, it can be said that it is a miracle that you survived. The giant was not killed by the stone, it was as if he had penetrated the rock. Obito said in astonishment, where did you find me? You fell in the underground passage I dug, Hwasui. In this way, half of your body almost disappeared. I bandaged you for the time being. Uchiha Obito breathed a sigh of relief, that's Grandpa, you saved me, thank you. Madara smiled and said, it's too early to thank you now. I will let you repay this kindness. Helping the elderly is your life principle, right? That's what I said, but what should I do? Be a servant to take care of you. That seems to be good too, Uchiha Madara said. Sorry, I can't stay here yet. Since I'm still alive, I have to go back to Konoha. We're still fighting. I finally opened my Sharingan. This time I can finally protect my companions better. Uchiha Madara smiled and said, you can't be a ninja with your current body. Obito was unwilling. He finally opened his Sharingan, but he couldn't become a ninja because he was seriously injured. Accept reality. The longer I live, the more I feel this way. The only thing that permeates reality is depression, pain, and loneliness. These words made Obito look confused. What is this old man talking about? Uchiha Madara ignored Obito who looked confused. He continued, listen, everything in this world is the same. Where there is light, there must be darkness. There is only the concept of winners, and there must be a place. The selfish will to protect peace will lead to war. To protect love, hatred will arise. This is how the world is. Obito was speechless, this old man is in a state. It's really annoying. These old people are like this. They keep talking to themselves. By the way, where is this place? Some people can only be rescued because you are injured. Am I right? Uchiha Madara's words reminded him of the scene when he saved Kakashi before. Isn't it the same? Because he was injured, the two escaped triumphantly. Although he agreed, Obito didn't understand. P.S. Today, the angry child will be updated. Thank you for your support, and more rewards from readers. The little author will definitely work hard. Chapter 58. What the old man said really makes sense. Some people thought so in their hearts. It must be said that Uchiha Madara's brainwashing ability is still very strong. This statement directly made many people agree. However, if they knew that the person who spoke was Uchiha Madara, I don't know if they would think so. When Konoha was just founded, Senju Hashirama was dumbfounded when he saw that person. Others couldn't recognize him, so how could Uchiha Madara's good friend not recognize him? Madara, you are so alive. As expected of Senju Hashirama, his words were shocking. Uchiha Madara was very upset, what do you mean, you hope I die sooner? Senju Hashirama waved his hand hurriedly and said, of course not, I was just thinking, you should be 80 or 90 years old at that time, but you are still alive, how can I not be amazed? Ninjas generally do not live long, even big guys like Senju Hashirama only live to 40 or 50 years old, and there are countless people who die in their 20s or 30s, such as Onoki who lived to 90 years old and was already called an antique, so Senju Hashirama asked this question. However, I feel that your thoughts are a bit extreme. It seems that something unpredictable must have happened in the future before the system appears. Uchiha Madara nodded, that's right, the thoughts of that old Madara are very different from his current thoughts, and he doesn't believe that nothing happened in the middle. In the 63rd year of Konoha, Kakashi suddenly realized that Obito was saved by that person, but at that time Obito still wanted to return to Konoha village very much, but what happened in the middle that caused Obito to change his mind? The masked man Uchiha Obito, who was hiding in the dark, had a flash of nostalgia in his eyes. He was so naive at that time. He agreed with what Uchiha Madara said, but he didn't trust him at all. However, this system still has some benefits. His eyes were full of tenderness, at least he saw the past Lin. Lin, if the infinite moon reading can succeed, can I see you again? In the video. You are so nagging, I don't want to stay here for too long, hurry up. Obito shouted, but the pain in his body made him helpless. You can leave anytime you want, as long as you can move. But Obito rarely used his brain at this moment, this is not right, why would an old Uchiha live here alone? Think about it carefully, I know all the old men and women in Konoha village, but I have never seen him. This old man is not a ninja of Konoha village now. Old man, you are a defected ninja, right? Who are you? Uchiha Madara did not speak, sitting on the other side and looking at him coldly. I am the ghost of Uchiha, Uchiha Madara. Obito was immediately confused and couldn't believe it at all. Uchiha Madara was his ancestor, but this was not the point. The point was that Uchiha Madara had died a long time ago. The textbooks of their Konoha village clearly stated the place and time of Uchiha Madara's death, so why did Uchiha Madara appear here? Compared to Uchiha Madara, do you prefer to believe that I am the god of death? Indeed, if there is no golem behind me to provide me with chakra continuously, I might have died long ago. Looking at the huge golem behind Uchiha Madara, Obito trembled in his heart. I want to go back. He jumped off the bed, but now he couldn't walk and could only move forward with his body. If you move again, the artificial mortar that Hashirama has put together with great difficulty will fall apart. Do you want to die? It's not easy to save your life, don't rush to die. Obito shouted vigorously, what are you going to do? You are an old man kidnapping a child of mine. Obito was so angry that he completely forgot that it was the old man in front of him who saved her. I don't care about anything else, I just want to go back to them. Uchiha Madara said coldly, I said, things in the world are often not as expected. If you want to die, it's up to you, but in return, I will accept your Sharingan. Obito was confused, why do you want my Sharingan, don't you have one? But Uchiha Madara said that he gave his original eyes to someone else. Sharingan can only exert its true power when both sides are complete. But Obito only heard the last sentence, that is, the two Sharingans can exert their true power together. Wait for me Kakashi, we can protect Rin well together. In the 63rd year of Konoha, Kakashi could no longer hold back, tears rolled in his eyes, if there were not so many people around, and they were all juniors, he might really cry. Obito, I'm so sorry, I failed to keep our promise, and I failed to become a hero, I am a scumbag. So, Kakashi became emo. And Konoha if Kakashi, who was 47 years old, had not been hindered by his own face, he would have directly hugged Obito, but when he thought of Minato and Lin next to him, he forced himself to suppress this feeling. Lin was in tears, and had long lost her previous gentleness. At this moment, she had understood Obito's intentions, and her eyes looking at Obito were more gentle than before. However, Obito's mind was not on Lin at this moment, but he was staring at the video with all his attention. Is that Uchiha Madara a real person? The news that the old man said that he was Uchiha Madara directly detonated the ninja world at that time. Minato's face was solemn. Not dead? Uchiha Madara was really not dead? And he was still hiding in the ninja world. What on earth was he going to do? Why did he hide so deeply? No, he had to find out this unstable factor. Minato made up his mind and decided to ask the third generation to send someone to find Uchiha Madara after the video was over. He believed that with the strength of their current rewards, they would definitely be able to defeat the half-dead Uchiha Madara. Iwagakure village. Onaki's eyes trembled, and he stood up from the chair suddenly. It was Uchiha Madara. It was indeed him. He could not be wrong. He would never forget that look, the look that looked down on everything, the look that ignored everything. But he really did not expect that Uchiha Madara was not dead. Could it be that Hashirama Senju, who was called the god of ninja, would also fail? When he was young, he saw Uchiha Madara once. His stone will was like flower blown away by the wind. Now he has to suffer such fear again? Onaki sighed. He is old, and his spirit is old. Alas! In the video, Obito's wound split open due to the violent struggle, and he fell into a coma. When he woke up, he lay on the bed again. How is it? White Zetsu said. Of course it's terrible. How long have I been here? I always feel like I have been here for a long time, Obito said blankly. Don't worry, we won't ask you to pay rent. We don't need to eat either, because we don't need to poop, said White Zetsu. Obito said speechlessly, even so, don't compare me with you. I only have this inexplicable thing on my right half of my body. But thanks to him, you can survive. That's right, I don't want to be compared with you either, because I know more about jokes than you. Although I can't poop. These two funny things made Obito mad. I'm so annoyed with you. What do you not understand about me? So the two White Zetsus started their own crosstalk. Obito was annoyed and looked at the sleeping Uchiha Madara. He said unhappily, let two puppets monitor me, but you are sleeping there. Where is there a way out? White Zetsu said, it's impossible. After Madara moved you here, he used a huge rock to block the door. It's blocked. Obito yelled. I kept calling you Lin 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 when you were sleeping, and sometimes I would say idiot, 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 yes, an idiot Kakashi. Obito was embarrassed. He had no memory of when he had said such words. Time passed little by little, and Obito was tired of arguing with the two. He got off the bed and he had to go back to Konoha village. Chapter 59. But it was not easy for him to walk with his wounds. He was sweating profusely before he took a few steps. He thought of the days when he was with Kakashi, his teacher, and Lin, which was the motivation for his actions. The following are Obito's memories in the video. He stayed at home, holding a photo of the four of them in his hand, looking at Nohara Lin in the photo with affection. The more he looked, the more he liked her. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart and pouted his mouth and moved closer. In reality, Obito was sweating profusely. It was enough, 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 and he couldn't let it go. If he continued, he would be killed. From now on, his life in Konoha village would be over. No, not just Konoha village, maybe he couldn't raise his head in the entire ninja world, especially in front of Lin. Kakashi seemed to remember something, and suddenly smiled, his eyes almost narrowed. But the video playback will not stop because of anyone's will. The video continues. Obito suddenly saw Kakashi's face, and his face suddenly became ugly, so he found a piece of tape to stick Kakashi's face, and kissed him again, but soon he was confused because Kakashi was looking at him. Obito's social death is complete. In his memories, Obito kept exercising his body. He didn't know how long it took, and how much sweat he shed. Finally, he successfully adapted to his new body. Another day, Obito, whose hair had obviously grown longer, lay on the bed with a smile on his face. I will be able to go out soon, wait for me, Kakashi, Lin. Just when he was imagining that he could go out and reunite with Lin and Kakashi, White Zetsu jumped out from underground. I just went out for a while, and the Lin you mentioned and the idiot Kakashi are in bad condition. White Zetsu brought Obito a very bad news as soon as he arrived. What happened? Obito immediately lost his mind. White Zetsu said, it seems that the two of them are surrounded by the people of the Hidden Mist Village. In a hurry, Obito jumped up and punched the huge rock door. With a bang, a big hole was smashed in the rock door, but he still couldn't get out. Instead, the arm of Hashirama's cell that Obito pressed on was directly shattered. White Zetsu came in front of him and said, your current body can't break the rock. I want to save Kakashi and Rin. White Zetsu said thoughtfully, put on my body. His body suddenly changed, and then tightly wrapped around Obito's body. The broken right arm also returned to normal. Aren't you Madara's subordinates? Is this okay? White Zetsu said, you are such a good boy, he won't know, don't worry. Uchiha Obito, wearing White Zetsu, gathered enough strength and punched the rock door fiercely. With a bang, the door shattered. Looking at the broken door, Obito's eyes flashed with determination. Very good. Are you leaving? Uchiha Madara woke up, noticed the movement, and spoke lightly. Obito pulled off the white root connected to the golem with his right hand. You saved me, I am very grateful, but I have to go, I have to go. Uchiha Madara said with a faint smile, you are too anxious, it may be too early to thank me now. I don't think I will come back early, anyway, I have already thanked you. Goodbye. Obito obviously didn't hear what Uchiha Madara meant. You will definitely come back. Uchiha Madara seemed to have this confidence. White, where are Lin and Kakashi? You go first, the one on you is my clone, you can communicate through telepathy within a certain distance, and there are other clones exchanging information underground. Obito was relieved and rushed out with a piece of clothing. How are Rin and Kakashi doing now? According to my companions, they seem to be in great danger. They are talking about experimental subjects from the Hidden Mist Village, but I don't understand. Obito was a little confused about what experimental subjects meant, but he knew that this was definitely not a good thing, so he rushed over quickly. In short, Rin and Kakashi were surrounded by dozens of people, and they were all powerful Jonin and Anbu. What is Minato doing? What is that? I asked you what the yellow flash was doing. Obito's tone gradually became impatient. It seems that they are performing other tasks. Why at this time? Kakashi, you must protect Rin, I'll be there soon. White Zetsu said, your fighting ability is not as good as mine, my huge body is attached to your small body to protect you. What do you want to say? I can fight for you. White Zetsu said decisively. Obito refused. Mada said that the Sharingan is complete on both sides. Only when Kakashi and I are together and cooperate with him, we are definitely stronger than you. The white Zetsu in your body is synthesized by Hashirama's cells. The combination of the power of Senju and Uchiha may show unprecedented power. While the two were talking, they soon arrived at the battlefield. A lot of rain fell from the sky, and Obito stood on the tree to investigate. I thought it was raining, is it true? I saw a water column of more than 10 feet high splashing from the lake in the distance. Obito covered his eye sockets, which no longer had eyeballs. He seemed to see something. Lin's mouth was bleeding, and he was more anxious. What's going on? Don't think about it, we'll be there soon. Soon, he crossed countless trees and came to the battlefield, but the next scene will make him unforgettable. I saw Kakashi holding Chidori and piercing Lin's chest. Kakashi! Tears flowed from Kakashi's Sharingan, as if he couldn't believe it. Obito was in a daze, and he couldn't believe that his best friend killed his beloved woman. At this moment, Obito, who witnessed Rin's death, was greatly stimulated. The inexplicable chakra in his brain poured into his eyes and directly opened the Manjiki. Kakashi fainted because of the exhaustion of chakra. Obito's head was wrapped by white zetsu, and anger, sadness, and other emotions surged in his heart. Where is this place? Countless poles appeared on his body. Such a movement was also discovered by the enemy. Who is it? Is it reinforcement? Idiot, there is only one person. Then a shuriken was shot out, but it passed through Obito's body. Why? Everyone was confused. They clearly saw that the shuriken did hit the man's body, but why did it pass through? Incomprehensible technique. I don't recognize such a world. The roar resounded through the sky, and Obito rushed out. At this moment, he wanted to vent his anger on the people of the Hidden Mist village. The powerful force crushed the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the side of an enemy, punched out, and countless poles pierced the man. Don't underestimate the Blood Mist village. Several people pointed their swords and wanted to attack Obito, but unfortunately, all the attacks penetrated and hit their companions. Why? It should have been stabbed. Obito reacted, raised his feet, and kicked the two people away directly. The furious Obito began his bloody revenge. Every one of his blows was powerful and heavy, and ordinary people could not resist it at all. Every blow took a life. Some people began to tremble in fear, looking at the crazy Obito, their voices trembling. Who is that guy? Some fled, some were timid, and some continued to move forward, but soon, dozens of Jonin and Anbu ninjas were slaughtered, the battlefield was stained with blood, and everything disappeared in the dark night. Looking at the battlefield full of corpses, Obito slowly came to Lin's side. I am in hell. Tears suddenly flowed from the eye sockets without eyeballs. He, Uchiha Obito, is in hell. Chapter 60. The entire ninja world was silent. They now understood why the sunny and kind boy turned into a masked man who started the Fourth Ninja World War. It turned out that he lost his love. Everyone saw the gentleness of Nohara Rin. She cared about Obito, protected Obito, stood by Obito all the time, and would stand firmly on Obito's side no matter what happened. After Obito's grandmother died of old age, Rin was everything to him, but all of this was taken away in the war. And it was his best friend Kakashi who did it. This kind of pain is indeed unbearable. In the 63rd year of Konoha, Kakashi was very sad. The pain that he could not forget was even clearer at this moment. He slowly touched his Sharingan that had evolved into the eternal Manjiki, and the memories in his heart surged into his heart like a tide. Obito! Kakashi murmured. He felt guilty, but he was careless. Since you have taken the wrong path, let me help you correct it. This is my duty and responsibility. Even if we both perish together, I will make you return to the right path. If Uchiha Obito knew Kakashi's thoughts, he would definitely laugh at him. Right path? Justice? What is that? Can Lin come back to me? If possible, I can consider it. Lin is only one of the reasons why Uchiha Obito became like that. Another reason is that he has despaired of this world. The more he sees war and fighting, the more desperate he becomes. He yearns for peace and prays to achieve peace in his own way, so that Lin can return to his side, even if this road is to be an enemy of the world. Naruto did not speak. He could understand why Uchiha Obito became like this. If it were him, he would not be able to conclude that a crucial person died in front of him. He could stay calm and not do something crazy. 47 years of Konoha. Minato was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice, I will definitely protect you. No matter who it is this time, I will not let anyone hurt you. Although the voice was small, it was strong and firm. Nohara Rin took 2 steps forward and hugged Obito, who was almost as tall as her. Obito. Thank you. Thank you for liking me. Obito's face immediately turned red. He was not in a complicated mood. He had known about Rin's death at Kakashi's hands for a long time. When watching his own video, he was also mentally prepared, so he did not have too much psychological burden. But now, Nohara Rin's hug made him a little confused and at a loss. It's okay, Rin, this is what I should do. Kakashi watched from the side. He didn't speak at this moment. No matter what, he killed Rin with his own hands. Even if it was not himself in this timeline, he still felt guilty. Kakashi, don't feel any psychological burden, it has nothing to do with you. After a moment, Obito and Lin separated. He looked at Kakashi and persuaded him. He was worried that Kakashi had different ideas. Kakashi was silent, he didn't know what to say at this time, and continued to look up at the video. Konoha was founded. Senju Hashirama didn't know what to say. Are his cells so useful? How come he didn't know? Uchiha Madara used his own cells to create such a white zetsu. When did his cells become so awesome? Tobirama, I'm giving you a task now. Senju Hashirama looked serious, and Senju Tobirama didn't dare to be careless. What? Now I'll give you a piece of meat, you study my cells for me. Senju Tobirama was about to curse, brother, you really don't treat me as a human being. The affairs of village construction, the study of sealing techniques, and now there is another one studying your cells. I am a human, not an immortal. How much energy do I have for you to play with? Don't worry, don't you have a special skill like multiple shadow clones? It's very easy, said Senju Hashirama with a smile. Tobirama cursed in his heart, why he never realized that his elder brother was so sinister. Looking at Tobirama's livid face, Uchiha Madara felt very happy. But what concerned him was what Baizetsu said in the video, that is, the power of Senju and Uchiha combined into one, which can exert a more powerful force. He also saw this sentence on the Uchiha stele, but he never understood what it meant. However, this video gave him some ideas, that is, Hashirama cells. Where did Hashirama cells come from? He knew it very well, because Senju Hashirama was full of them. So how powerful can Hashirama cells be derived by combining his own power? Uchiha Madara couldn't wait any longer. And his own Sharingan, did he give it away in the video? This is also an important doubt that needs to be paid attention to in detail. In the video, Obito, covered in blood, was holding Rin in the dark night. He recalled what Uchiha Madara said before, which made him wake up like an epiphany. Rin, I want to create a world with you again. His voice was cold and firm, and then he looked at Kakashi who was lying on the ground, with a ruthless look in his eyes, but he spared his life after all. I want to cut off all the causes and effects in this world. He came to Uchiha Madara and said what he thought in his heart. No one else saw it, did they? White Zetsu said on the side, I was the only one who saw it. He killed all the enemies, but he didn't seem to want to attack Kakashi. He was still confused when Konoha's reinforcements arrived. You can't bear to attack your former companions. But Obito refused, no, I just don't care. I don't care whether that guy is alive or not. In the world I am about to create, there are Kakashi and Rin. Tell me how to create the world of my dreams. Madara. Uchiha Madara whispered, come here, from today on you are the savior. Look into my eyes. Then Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito came to the illusion space. Don't worry, this is my illusion space. Although it is still blank, it can be transformed according to my will. As long as you connect to the golem and use its power, you can do anything. Then Uchiha Madara became younger, and Obito was surprised. Then, Uchiha Madara explained to Obito the origin and function of the infinite Tsukuyomi, which surprised Obito. He never thought that there was such a magical technique in the world. He also got an important message from Uchiha Madara, that is, the cells of Senju Hashirama can awaken the power of the Uchiha Samsara Eye. Although I opened the Samsara Eye, a certain seal was also unlocked. I learned to summon something and summoned the shell of the 10 tails from the sealing stone, which is the golem, and the sealing stone is the moon. Then, Madara wanted to explain to Obito that he had Hashirama's cells and that he was a member of the Uchiha clan. Even without the Samsara Eye, he should be able to control the golem. Soon, White Zetsu brought Uchiha Obito to a place where they hid behind a huge rock. Did you see it? The one with red hair. Obito looked and saw that it was Nagato. Is that Madara's Samsara Eye? Yes, that is Madara's real eye, transplanted when he was young. Nagato has the bloodline of the 1,000 hands. Apart from Madara, he is the only one who can summon the outer path demon statue. So you have to recapture Nagato first. Then, with Baizetsu's stunned expression, he slowly walked towards Nagato in the pouring rain.